Chapter 1. The gentle sea breeze roused Green from his reverie. He opened his eyes and, with a sense of helplessness, gazed at the boundless ocean in the distance, dotted with a few white sailboats near the shore. Two seagulls soared gracefully past him, leaving behind droppings that traced a perfect parabolic arc, landing precisely on the rock beside him. Green paid little mind to this spectacle, lost in his own thoughts. "Hey, Green, I knew you'd be here." A cheerful boy, no more than a teenager, came running from afar, plopping down beside him with an expression that screamed, "I knew it all along." With a relaxed brow, Green greeted him with a smile. "What's up, House? Is there something you need?" The boy named House sported a long-sleeved shirt and shorts, both riddled with patches. The clothing was evidently oversized for him, giving him a rather comical appearance. However, Green showed no sign of discomfort, as his own attire was hardly better. In fact, the number of patches on his clothes far exceeded those on House's, a clear indicator of his own plight. Despite the tattered garments, House's radiant golden hair and the perpetual sunny smile that adorned his face made him unforgettable to anyone who crossed his path. "Nothing much. I didn't see you this afternoon, so I guess you'd be here," House beamed, leaning back against a rock, propped up by his skinny arms, lazily elaborating. As the last rays of sunlight faded, stars of various sizes began to emerge in the dimming sky. Behind them, in the darkness of the valley below, a flicker of light gradually appeared as the townsfolk began to light their lamps. At times, Green found himself increasingly bewildered by this world, where the signs of primitive backwardness were evident everywhere, yet peculiarities lingered in the least expected places. He understood that taking life too seriously in this world meant losing. Had it not been for his sudden arrival on this remote island 3 years prior, and the serendipitous encounter with the wanted posters plastered on the town's walls, he would have never imagined that simply staying up all night watching the anime One Piece could lead him here. Clenching his fists, he felt the latent strength within his body, having just celebrated his 12th birthday. His physique had yet to fully mature, and he had endured prolonged periods of hunger and malnutrition. Yet, he could still sense a power that was decidedly not typical for a boy's age. The legends might hold some truth. The people in this world possess remarkable physical prowess, far superior to those in my previous world, Green muttered softly to himself. House, catching his murmurs, laughed. "Green, you're getting all philosophical again. But I must say, you seem to be improving lately. Perhaps the town's doctor isn't as dim-witted as I thought." Green rolled his eyes in response, choosing not to engage. He also noted that the wanted poster of the infamous Joel D. Roger remained prominently displayed, a testament to his continued presence upon the seas. The great pirate era. Green chuckled softly, pondering the remoteness of his island, where news was scarce, and even the newsbirds that flew about the world seldom graced their shores. He had inquired before everyone had heard of Roger's legendary name. Regarded as one of the most nefarious figures upon the seas, almost no one was unaware of him. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from behind Green and House, startling them both. Turning around, they beheld flames leaping skyward from the valley below, illuminating the night sky with a fiery glow. "Oh no! Pirates must have invaded the village. We need to help," House exclaimed, turning to rush down toward the village. "Wait!" Green grasped his friend's arm firmly. "Hurry, Green. If we delay, who knows how many will suffer." By now, the flames below blazed even brighter, with several houses already engulfed. Amidst the chaos, panicked villagers sprinted in every direction, shrieking in terror. In their wake, shadows of armed men could be discerned, and Green felt he could almost see the savage grins upon their faces. "Don't panic. Even if we rush down there, we wouldn't be able to help much and would only endanger ourselves," Green replied, his expression calm despite the turmoil around them, as he contemplated their next move. After all, they were merely two boys in their teenage years. Though many in this world had already mastered formidable combat skills by their age, this did not apply to Green and House, who struggled to survive on meager rations. "This is unacceptable," House exclaimed, his face a mask of urgency. Despite being orphans, the villagers had shown them kindness over the years. Now, witnessing the pirates wreak havoc, they felt powerless to intervene, which weighed heavily on their hearts. "Stay composed," Green's eyes glimmered with an unusual calmness for someone his age as he surveyed the flames below. We can't thwart those pirates, even the weakest among them could easily dispatch us, so let's not go seeking death. Pointing toward the outskirts of the village, a cold light flickered in his eyes. Let's hide there and wait for an opportunity to take down a few pirates. That area is on the opposite side of the pirates' advance. I noticed that only a few are blocking the fleeing villagers. If we can handle them, we might buy the villagers some time to escape, House replied, his eyes brightening as he eagerly pulled Green in that direction. What are we waiting for? Let's get ready to ambush them. The two boys quickly made their way toward the designated spot, and as they passed a concealed area, they each acquired some makeshift weapons. Green clutched a rough, half-meter-long dagger, along with a handmade bow and a handful of arrows. House wielded a spear fashioned from sharpened metal scraps, with a sturdy wooden shield strapped to his back, complete with a handliest simple yet effective defense. Having lived on this island for quite some time, their primary sustenance often came from hunting. Thus, despite their lean appearances, both boys possessed strength and stamina on par with most adult men. Descending the slope, they conserved energy, and by the time they reached the village's edge, they were panting and drenched in sweat. As they neared the village, the anguished cries of villagers and the raucous laughter of pirates echoed clearly. With gritted teeth, they understood that only those who had witnessed the atrocities committed by pirates could truly grasp that they were not merely symbols of freedom, but harbingers of malevolence. The crimes they had committed were not something that could be dismissed with a mere declaration of manhood. After a brief rest, the boys swiftly approached the village's periphery, stealthily maneuvering through the darkness, and soon caught sight of the pirates. They observed as villagers, desperate to escape, stumbled into the clutches of the pirates lurking in the shadows, only to be swiftly felled by glinting blades. "Help! Help us!" In the darkness, the pirates revealed themselves, their faces twisted with bloodlust and malice. "Huh! Help! No one is coming to save you today. Just die quietly." The night was filled with screams of despair, haunting and hopeless. Green silently counted the locations of the cries, committing each to memory. Beside him, House was growing restless. Had it not been for their hunting tradition of waiting for Green's command to strike, he would have already leaped into action. In the flickering firelight, Green noticed something amiss. Wait, these pirates may be bloodthirsty and brutal, but they seem hesitant in combat. They don't appear to be seasoned sailors. After a moment of contemplation, Green concluded, aside from the two initial attackers, the rest were novices. His eyes brightened as he patted House on the shoulder. Having been together for years, their bond had transcended the need for words. A mere glance or gesture conveyed their thoughts. House readied his wooden shield, spear in hand, silently gliding through the darkness. Behind him, Green moved like a weightless specter, not far behind, with an arrow knocked on his makeshift bow. The two boys navigated the village as they would during their daily hunts, making not a sound. They stayed within the shadows cast by the buildings, ensuring they remained hidden from the moonlight and the flickering flames. Instinctively, as hunters, they set their sights on a pirate positioned near the outer edge. He was a rather slender pirate, adorned with a flower-patterned green bandana upon his head, clutching a sharp dagger in his hand, his bloodthirsty eyes lurking in the shadows. Just moments ago, he had slain an unsuspecting villager. The victim's final screams and the terror and despair reflected in their gaze, igniting a thrill within him. That was the ecstasy of murder. He gripped his dagger tightly, silently awaiting the next frantic villager to cross his path, eager to continue his spree of bloodshed. Grin had not been mistaken. They were newly recruited members of the pirate crew, brought forth specifically to taste blood. The choice of this village was purely coincidental, as it lay conveniently along their sailing route. "Ha, come on, bring me another. Let me revel in the wails of death." He had already begun to fantasize about where he would plunge his dagger next to elicit the loudest and most prolonged cries of agony. Yet at that moment, a faint voice suddenly echoed from behind him, causing him to question his own hearing. "HM, aren't we each supposed to guard our own posts? Who strayed from their place to come here?" He turned around, a sense of confusion washing over him. only for his pupils to dilate in shock as he beheld two diminutive figures behind him, definitely not his comrades. He opened his mouth to speak. Swish! An arrow, swift as lightning, pierced through his gaping mouth, silencing his intended words. Gah! The pirate's voice transformed into a series of choking gasps as he clutched his throat, his eyes bulging, desperate for air. In that moment, a rough spear, its tip rusted and stained with dried blood, emerged from the shadows, skewering the pirate's chest and sealing his fate. The assailants were none other than Grin and House. Grin cast a glance at House, who was retrieving the spear and gently placing the corpse on the ground, and whispered, "Do not be alarmed, consider them as wild beasts of the forest. We are hunters now, pursuing our quarry." House took a deep breath, avoiding the sight of the pirate's lifeless, bulging eyes, and nodded softly. Understood. Next. The two had initially managed to eliminate the pirates silently, but House's momentary nervousness had betrayed their presence, nearly alerting the foe. Grin's gaze was icy, though he had only been in this world for a few years. He had witnessed numerous brutal slaughters. As a soul of adulthood, he had long since acclimated his senses, and this was not his first encounter with a corpse. He instinctively touched the spot on his chest, a reminder of the near-fatal assassination of a pirate 2 years prior, a brief struggle that had nearly cost him his life. Had it not been for the generally robust constitution of the people in this world, he might have succumbed to bacterial infection long ago. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, he focused on House's crouched figure and the ferocious pirate lurking in the darkness. Regaining his composure, Grin drew his bowstring halfway back, ensuring he could unleash his arrow with utmost swiftness. The two advanced through the shadows once more, but as Grin passed by the pirate's lifeless body, his right hand discreetly hooked, and a dim orb of light materialized from the corpse, instantly transferring into his palm before dissolving within him. This all transpired in a heartbeat, unnoticed even by House. Upon the orb's integration into his being, Grin felt a surge of strength coursing through him. It was a comprehensive enhancement. His bones, muscles, skin, blood vessels, and organs experienced subtle fortification, augmenting his physical power, endurance, resilience, and speed. However, this enhancement was exceedingly faint, so subtle that even Grin needed to concentrate to perceive it. This was one of the abilities he had acquired since arriving in this world. Though the power was obtained here, it did not inherently belong to this realm. Soul Refinement, that was the name of the ability. When Grin first arrived in this world, he had clutched 3 special pieces of paper, invitations to a 2-dimensional trade. By consuming these invitations, he could connect with characters from the 2-dimensional realm, engaging in transactions with them. Grin's ability stemmed from a bewildering trade he conducted with an unknown entity after consuming one invitation. Though he initiated the trade, it was dictated entirely by the other party. In a haze, he exchanged one of his emotions for the ability known as Soul Refinement. Even now, recalling that strange transaction, a sense of trepidation lingered within him. The slaughter in the darkness continued, and after experiencing a slight increase in strength, Grin shifted his gaze toward another pirate. Soul Refinement was immensely powerful at first glance. It appeared to be a swift and potent shortcut. As for the path of sorcery, Grin was rather indifferent. In this perilous world, surviving without taking risks was an impossibility. The pirate before him concealed himself between 2 houses, nestled amid a cluster of low haystacks that provided the perfect cover, rendering him almost invisible. However, this did not impede the keen eyes of Grin and House, who could effortlessly locate prey even within the depths of the forest, let alone these novice pirates. Although House remained a bit anxious, he fortunately did not falter this time. A feathered arrow severed the throat, and a spear pierced the heart. The pirate was blissfully unaware of the enemy lurking behind him, succumbing to his fate with a reluctant gasp. Yet, Grin refrained from employing his Soul Refinement ability once more. This power bore significant restrictions, chiefly the inability to absorb more than one's limits in a short span. Despite having lived 2 lives, his soul-less strength was not particularly robust, preventing him from devouring more souls in a limited time. Moreover, the aftereffects of the Soul Refinement ability were severe, plunging him into agonizing pain. Green had previously experimented with the beasts of the forest and discovered that using the Soul Refinement ability more than once within a single day reached its limit. For a powerful individual or beast, it was entirely normal for digestion to take several days. The pirate he had just consumed possessed only average strength, akin to that of an ordinary adult male, thus requiring merely a night for digestion before he could utilize the Soul Refinement ability once again. Additionally, the after-effects were relatively mild. The pain induced was trivial for Green, who had already endured it several times. There were a total of 8 pirates in this area. Aside from the 2 leading the group, the remaining 6 were novices, blissfully lost in the thrill of slaughter, oblivious to the grim reaper that had already descended upon them. A soft thud as a blade pierced flesh, and one pirate collapsed in disbelief, his dying gaze reflecting the silhouettes of 2 not particularly imposing figures, who, perhaps due to the temporary absence of villagers. The silence allowed the duo's stealthy assassination to finally be noticed. One of the veteran pirates bellowed sharply, his gaze vigilant as he scanned the direction for which the sound had originated. "Everyone, be cautious. There are enemies. Assemble immediately." However, only 2 pirates emerged in response to his call. Darkening his expression, he exchanged glances with another pirate beside him. They had brought 6 novices for training, and now only 2 remained. This implied that 4 had already met their grim fate. "Damn it. Who is it? Step forward if you dare. I will make you pay." The leading pirate shouted in fury. 4 of his subordinates had perished under his command, and he knew he would face the captain's wrath upon returning. He had to eliminate the enemy to redeem himself. Perhaps the captain's punishment would be slightly mitigated. Noticing the continued silence around them, the other pirate's face contorted with rage as he shouted, "Damn it! The captain won't spare us if we return empty-handed. We must kill them. It could lessen our punishment." He then turned to the 2 novices, threateningly stating, "You 2, if you don't want to die, follow us in a battle." Naturally, the novices dared not refuse, gripping their weapons tightly as they charged forward. The scene revealed numerous slain pirates sprawled across the ground, their crimson blood pooling, and only as they approached did the acrid scent of blood assault their senses. The 2 veteran pirates, faces twisted with anger, pressed on aggressively, followed by 2 pale-faced novices who were visibly shaken by the gruesome fates of their fellow novices, their expressions reflecting the cold ruthlessness of their unseen adversaries. Turning around a house, 2 diminutive figures were on the verge of disappearing into the distant darkness, which the 4 pirates chanced upon. Initially worried about the number and strength of their foes, they were suddenly elated to discover that the culprits were merely 2 children, and upon witnessing their retreat, they assumed it must have been through some underhanded means that they had succeeded. "Over there!" they cried. "It's those 2 kids. Charge and slay them." Infuriated, the pirates lamented the poor vigilance of their comrades, allowing 2 children to launch a surprise attack. Upon recognizing their foes, the pirates felt a wave of relief wash over them, grinning as they surged forward. "Damn it, those pirates are too quick. Run!" Green urged, his voice low as they had already gained some distance. If they could just hold on a bit longer, they could distance themselves and hide, ensuring their safety. Unfortunately, at the last moment, the alerted pirates discovered them. The 2 fled with heads down, the darkness of the surroundings failing to impede their swift escape. Every inch of this terrain was familiar to them, and they could navigate it with their eyes closed. Their speed reached its peak, yet the footsteps of their pursuers grew ever closer. The night wind rustled the treetops, its soft whispers shattered by the sudden sounds of their frantic flight as the 2 diminutive figures bolted from the village. Just as they burst forth, 4 pirates hot on their heels followed closely behind. "The ha, little brats, let us see where you think you can run." One pirate cackled maliciously, swinging his machete menacingly behind them, as if seeking the ideal opportunity to strike. Green and House dared not pause for even a moment. While they excelled at stealthily eliminating foes in the shadows, direct confrontation was beyond their capabilities due to their tender age. Neither their stamina nor strength could match that of their adversaries. "Green, this isn't working. We should split up. Maybe one of us can escape." House gasped, breathless. Green, equally exhausted, knew if not for his earlier, serendipitous discovery that had slightly enhanced his physical strength, he might have already succumbed. "No. That is out of the question." Green firmly rejected. Splitting up would only present them with an opportunity to pick us off one by one. It's not time for that yet. We cross that bridge when we reach a life or death moment. After exchanging a few terse words, the two fell silent, conserving every ounce of energy for their escape. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope appeared before Green as a dense forest emerged in the distance. Quick into the forest, he urged. House, spotting the forest as well, brightened and sprinted towards it without hesitation. Just before the pirates caught up, they narrowly slipped into the forest, blending into the thick foliage. Damn it, these little brats can run. Once I catch them, I'll be sure to sever their heads, one pirate growled. If the captain learns that these two kids took down 4 of our novices, he surely won't blame us. They deserved it for being killed by mere children. The pirates halted at the forest's edge, cursing as they cleared a path with their blades. It was evident they were determined to capture the two. Yet, unbeknownst to them, within the shadowy depths of the forest, 2 pairs of bright eyes peered through the dense undergrowth, a seasoned hunter silently preparing for the hunt. The roles of predator and prey had astonishingly shifted without their notice. Those wretched little brats, why can't they just submit quietly? Why must they trouble me? One pirate grumbled as he hacked at the foliage with his machete. Just as he turned his head, a flash of cold steel shot out from the thick forest. Clang! The pirate had long been on guard, appearing to dismiss the attack with casual disdain, but it was merely a cunning ruse. There, he shouted, deflecting the incoming arrow and pointing in a direction as he charged forward, the 3 other pirates hastening to follow. As they pushed through a thicket, they uncovered a crudely set bow, with a simple triggering mechanism behind it. Not good. We've been tricked, the lead pirate exclaimed in alarm, his face now etched with caution as he turned to brace for an impending assault. The other 3 were equally panicked, their eyes darting nervously. Just as they believed they had been deceived, their focus shifted elsewhere, and the ground beneath the crossbow quivered slightly as a figure clad in grass camouflage lifted his head, revealing 2 dark, cold eyes glinting with lethal intent. Swoosh! A chilling glimmer sliced through the air behind him, unhesitatingly piercing the throat of the last pirate. The sharp dagger revealed a portion of its pointed tip. As blood cascaded down the blade's groove in a relentless drip, with a clatter, the cutlass fell from the pirate's grasp, and he feebly grasped at his neck with trembling hands, his eyes filled with despair and defiance. The dagger was swiftly withdrawn, and Green, clad in camouflage, displayed no flicker of emotion. He resembled a seasoned executioner or a shadowy assassin, retreating without a hint of hesitation, but a spray of blood erupted, accompanied by an eerie hissing sound. Green's movements were remarkably gentle. It was not until he melded into the dense underbrush that the remaining pirates were roused from their stupor by the sound of their fallen comrade's body hitting the ground and the splatter of blood. Be careful! They have appeared! Damn it! They have killed Zion! The death of a seasoned pirate cast a shadow of dread over the remaining 3. They had not anticipated that mere children could dispatch so many of their comrades. The last remaining veteran pirate felt a surge of panic wash over him, his face etched with fear as he urged, "Everyone, back to back. They can only pose a threat through ambush. They are no match for us in a head-on confrontation. We must retreat and find the captain. He will deal with these wretched children." At that moment, he could no longer afford to worry about the captain's potential wrath if matters took a turn for the worse. He himself could be killed. It was best to call upon the captain for assistance. Deputy Captain, a newcomer, stammered, swallowing hard. "Who are those 2 children?" The deputy pirate cautiously stepped toward the edge of the forest while answering. "Humph, I do not know who they are now, but when the captain arrives, they will surely become dead." Just as his words lingered in the air, a bloodied spear suddenly thrust forth from the thicket, impaling a young pirate in the thigh. With a crack, the spearhead snapped due to the angle, accompanied by the young pirate's agonized cry. From the grass, a shadow darted away without hesitation, discarding the spear's shaft as it fled. The young pirate's scream startled another newcomer, whose face was awash with terror as he turned and fled in the opposite direction. "Help! I don't want to die," he cried, his voice echoing in frantic desperation. The elusive enemy had instilled a profound fear within him, and he wished to escape the sinister forest, disregarding the branches that clawed at his face and drew blood. "Come back! Quickly return! The deputy pirate shouted in a fit of rage. But it was too late. The distant cries of the young pirate abruptly ceased, as if someone had suddenly seized his throat. Damn it! The deputy pirate cursed under his breath, racing toward the forest's edge. Ignoring the cries of the young pirate writhing on the ground, clutching his injured thigh, "Don't leave me! Deputy Captain, save me!" The young pirate's eyes were wide with terror. A broken spear jutted from his thigh, and any movement sent waves of excruciating pain through him. He could only watch helplessly as the deputy's figure disappeared into the distance, hoping against hope that he would return to save him. Alas, disappointment soon engulfed him as that fleeing silhouette showed no signs of hesitation, vanishing into the depths of the forest. With a swift thrust, a dagger wrapped in bandages pierced the young pirate's heart. The tip emerging from his chest, extinguishing his struggles and hopes. That moment, a cloud drifted across the sky, and the moonlight illuminated the face of the knife wielder behind the young pirate, revealing House's complex expression. He had not anticipated that he would take a life today, and the speed with which he had adapted to such an act left him shaken. How could a normal person adjust to killing so rapidly? Was he not a normal person? He could not dwell on such thoughts any longer, for House caught sight of a familiar figure flashing past in pursuit of the last pirate. Without hesitation, he took off running, finally spotting the pirate's form at the forest's edge. However, the pirate had already drawn his last breath. His throat had been expertly slit, the deed executed with practiced precision that sent a chill coursing through House. "We should leave this place. The pirates will surely come searching when they realize some are missing. Remaining here places us in great danger." Green emerged like a phantom from the shadow of a grand tree, startling House. He felt that Green's aura had grown increasingly enigmatic. Should he wish to conceal himself, House would find it nearly impossible to track him down. Now he understood why Green insisted on hunting solely at night. "Ha ha! 2 children managed to dispatch so many of my subordinates. You are quite impressive." A raucous laugh echoed from above, causing both Green and House to turn in alarm toward the source of the voice. A figure had approached so closely that they had remained undetected. Had the stranger intended harm, they would have been at a severe disadvantage. As they looked upward, they beheld a robust man perched upon a tree branch. His arms crossed over his chest. His face bore a fierce expression, marked by a prominent scar, and he was draped in a gray cloak, revealing a muscular torso beneath. He wore only loose trousers and appeared to take great interest in the two. Green's heart sank. This man was clearly no ordinary individual. From his words, it was evident that he was the captain of the pirate crew, or at the very least, a high-ranking officer. Such a figure would undoubtedly possess formidable strength, far beyond what the two could contend with. House, gripping his wooden shield with a wary expression, tightened his hold on the captured cutlass and called out, "Who are you? Are you from the pirate crew down the mountain?" The man laughed heartily, then leaped down from the tree, landing with a thud, unfazed as he brushed dust from his trousers. "Ha, indeed. I am Marlin, the captain of the Iron Fist Pirates. That's so. What do you think? Are you trembling at the sound of my name?" Marlin, the self-proclaimed pirate captain, laughed boisterously, his eyes glinting with a hint of admiration. To have eliminated 8 of his subordinates, even with 6 being newcomers, was quite an achievement for 2 children in their teens. This impressed him enough to consider recruiting them. Green exchanged a glance with House, who immediately understood the message. However, he stubbornly averted his gaze from Green, keeping his eyes fixed warily on Marlin. The message Green conveyed was clear. Run. He would create a distraction for the pirate they clearly could not confront, and they would regroup at the designated location. They had employed this tactic several times during their hunts. House would retreat first, with Green remaining to utilize traps and the terrain to hinder their pursuers, although Green always returned safely to their meeting point. He bore the marks of battle, insisting that they were merely superficial injuries. Under normal circumstances, House would have promptly followed Green's lead, but this time was different, though Green's decisions had proven correct in the past. House, while not as clever, was not foolish either. If he chose to flee now, he might never see Green again. Seeing the House was not preparing for their usual escape, Green's frustration boiled over. He stepped fully into the open, standing in a clearing amidst the trees. "Captain Marlin, do you wish to recruit us?" Marlin did not disguise his intentions. Upon hearing this, he nodded exuberantly, stating, "Indeed." You two are quite skilled. How about joining my crew? Together, we shall seek boundless riches upon the seas. Green was entirely disinterested in the grand vision Marlin painted and merely smiled. I have heard that only pirates are the freest of men. Is that truly the case? As he spoke, Green's right hand, concealed behind his back, was signaling for House to look for an opportunity to escape. He could not flee from this spot himself. Yet House seemed as if he were weighed down, ignoring Green's gestures and remaining steadfast. Hey, kid, Marlin suddenly grinned menacingly, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. You think you can stall for time while your little friend escapes? Save your efforts. You cannot flee from me. I now give you one last chance. Join my crew, or face death. Green's face was a portrait of helplessness as he lowered his head and shrugged his shoulders, as if resigned to his fate. Very well, Captain Marlin, he acquiesced. Just as he was speaking, he suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes glinting with cold determination as he knocked an arrow and released it in the blink of an eye. He shot 3 arrows in rapid succession, reaching the limit of his capabilities. After releasing the arrows, he did not even pause to observe the outcome. Instead, he turned and dashed towards the forest behind him. Seeing House still standing in a daze, Green shouted, "What are you waiting for? Run!" House, jolted from his stupor, shivered and turned to flee, his movements akin to a rabbit pursued by a hawk. Clink, clink, the 3 nearly simultaneous. Crisp sounds made Green's heart skip a beat. None of the arrows had struck their target, and he was uncertain if they had even posed a threat. Noticing that House had fallen behind, Green did not hesitate to halt, turn, and draw his bow once more, sending another arrow slicing through the air towards Marlin, who charged forth like a ferocious tiger. Marlin's speed was astonishing. In just a few strides, he closed the distance to House, grinning menacingly as he reached out to grab him from behind. Fortunately, an arrow hurtled toward his head, forcing him to swat it away. Although he had not been hit, the distraction allowed House to gain some distance. Green swiftly knocked a second arrow, aiming for Marlin's throat, that a flash of anger crossed Marlin's face as he charged toward the persistent Green. Little brat. Since you were so eager to meet your demise, I shall deal with you before turning to the other. But Marlin's towering, muscular frame bore down on Green with an immense pressure as he swung his fist. Green's eyes betrayed no hint of trepidation. His fear had long been exchanged in a strange transaction during their first encounter, becoming a mere bargaining chip for the Soul Refinement ability. Calmly, he released the 3rd arrow, then slammed his bow forward, executing a clumsy roll to evade. Marlin, wearing iron gauntlets, effortlessly deflected the arrow, sending it into the ground behind him. Without breaking stride, he swung his hand again, easily snapping the wooden bow in 2. You think you can escape from me, boy? You underestimate Marlin's prowess. After rolling a distance, Green quickly regained his footing and sprinted away, knowing that the man behind him was not someone he could contend with. Flight was his only chance for survival. Unfortunately, Marlin's speed was too great. In mere moments, his heavy footsteps were upon Green. Before he could react, a tremendous force struck his back, accompanied by a piercing pain. Green realized his ribs had likely shattered, and perhaps even his spine was fractured. Casting a glance at the now invisible House, darkness enveloped his vision, yet he fought against unconsciousness, driven by an overwhelming will to survive. A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips, staining the grass a vivid red. With sheer determination, Green staggered onward. Behind him, Marlin watched with a mocking grin, raising his fist once more. Little brat, if the other one shows himself now, I might spare you. Otherwise, I shall unleash my wrath. At this, Green coughed up more blood, his blurred vision catching sight of the distant forest. With a weak yet resolute voice, he urged, "Flee. Pirates never keep their promises. Remember to avenge me." Just then, a familiar silhouette emerged from the woods, striding with unwavering resolve. Bathed in moonlight, the figure, although diminutive, radiated an aura of unyielding strength with each step, as if no force could compel him to retreat. This presence sent a shiver through Marlin. He realized that if he did not capture these 2 today, he would have to eliminate them. The returning figure emitted a miasma of power that even made Marlin's heart race. Green closed his eyes in pain, then quickly opened them, revealing no trace of fear, only unshakable resolve. Suddenly, he extended his hand, a dagger appearing silently. He then turned slowly, lowering his body as he crept toward the surrounding shadows. His eyes as cold as winter's chilled. If I cannot escape, then I shall fight. In the distance, House clutched the wooden shield he had never relinquished, while his other hand wielded a freshly acquired cleaver. The two hastily converged, House adopting a defensive stance, his calm eyes peeking over the shield, his cleaver poised behind it, ready to strike from an unseen angle. Only a concealed serpent could deliver a truly lethal blow. Though Green stumbled, he moved with astonishing speed through the shadows, appearing as if weightless, his form elusive and difficult to pin down. Marlin did not rush to attack. He observed the two youngsters, noting their seamless coordination and skilled movements, indicators that they were indeed formidable talents worthy of cultivation. Alas, you have rejected my offer, Marlin thought coldly. Regarding them as if they were already deceased, A.S. Green continued to flit around. He vanished from sight, leaving only House standing resolutely in defense. Marlin furrowed his brow, straining to listen. He could not detect the boy's presence. Realizing he had underestimated him, his expression soured as he approached the vigilant House. A sneer forming on his lips. Oh, you truly believe you can stand against the mighty Captain Marlin? Spare me your delusions. I am a notorious pirate with a bounty of 20 million berries. No navy can challenge me. In the West Sea, my power ranks among the elite. With a single punch, Marlin's iron fist shattered the wooden shield, sending House reeling as he barely managed to thrust his cleaver before being flung away. Blood splattering from the broken fragments. Thud! House's body crashed into a nearby tree, pain coursing through him as blood dripped from his lips. His insides had sustained injury from the blow, yet a smile crept across his face. Marlin's expression darkened as he caught sight of the palm-sized wound on his left arm. Blood oozing and staining nearly half of it, he clenched his muscles, staunching the flow. With a scowl, he directed his ire at House. Seething, you wretched little brat, you dare to wound the great iron fist Marlin. I will shatter every bone in your body and make you die in agony. And as for the other brat, I shall not spare him either. I will crush your bones before his very eyes. Marlin's teeth ground together in fury. These two insignificant brats had dared to injure him, and today they would pay with their lives. House wiped the blood from his mouth with his sleeve, grinning, before turning without hesitation to plunge into the woods behind him. His earlier positioning had been fortuitous, with the dense trees behind him providing cover as he exploited Marlin's own attack to create distance. This sudden flight caught Marlin off guard. You infuriating little rodent! Marlin roared, his fury ignited by the realization that not only had he been wounded by a mere child, but he had also been mocked. Using his own attack to escape, his thigh muscles tensed as he propelled himself forward with ferocious speed. Boom! A tree in his path splintered under the force of his assault, flying far away as he continued his relentless pursuit of House. House darted like a nimble mouse, evading Marlin's grasp, causing the pirate's strikes to miss time, and again Marlin's eyes blazed with rage. He swore he would crush this insufferable rodent and make him wail in despair. Swish! A sudden, faint sound of something slicing through the air pierced the silence, causing Marlin's hair to stand on end as a profound sense of danger emanated from nearby. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his fist in that direction. Thud! Blood splattered as a dark figure, eyes gleaming with a chilling coldness, darted past him, disappearing once more into the shadows of the trees. Regaining his footing, Marlin cast a wary glance toward the forest to his left, where the figure had vanished, only to lower his gaze and notice a gaping, bleeding wound on his right arm, blood seeping continuously from it. The previous strike had been aimed directly at his throat, had he not reacted swiftly to block it with his arm. That wound might have been on his neck, that he hadn't anticipated that the imp who had endured his blow would not only survive but also pose a threat to him. He hesitated, contemplating whether to pursue them. Damn it, they are merely two kids. Marlin cursed inwardly and immediately took off after them, but by then, House had already vanished deep into the forest. This time, Marlin reduced his speed significantly, his eyes betraying a vigilant demeanor. From this moment on, he would no longer regard his adversaries as mere children, and a careless mistake could lead to his downfall. The coordination between those two was uncanny. And that cold-eyed imp was far too adept at seizing opportunities. Meanwhile, after narrowly missing a strike, Green fled into the forest without so much as a backward glance, after forcing himself to run a certain distance. He collapsed to the ground with a thud. The exertion from the earlier attack had drained his last vestige of strength. To have managed to run this far was a testament to his extraordinary willpower. Gasping for breath, he felt a bitter smile creeping onto his face. Sensing his lungs were on the brink of bursting, I really shouldn't have overestimated myself. That kind of person is simply beyond my current capabilities. After resting for just a few breaths, Green felt a trickle of strength return to his body, prompting him to rise unsteadily. Stumbling back into the darkness that by the coast, House paced anxiously, his eyes fixated on the direction of the forest. He had been waiting there for a while, but Green's absence filled him with dread, fearing that something untoward might have occurred. Just as he was about to return to search for him, he heard the sound of hurried, ragged footsteps approaching from behind a nearby rock. House's eyes brightened, but he refrained from rushing forward, instead slipping into the shadow of the rock, his gaze locked onto the source of the sound. Green emerged from the darkness, leaning against the rock, his body trembling with weakness. Yet his eyes remained bright and calm. Just as always, upon seeing those tranquil eyes, House breathed a sigh of relief and hurried over to support Green's arm. "Green, are you all right?" Despite having taken a punch from Marlin, House, cushioned by a shield and the interruption caused by the machete, had sustained relatively minor injuries, certainly less severe than Green's. "I'm fine. I just need a moment to recuperate," Green replied, his expression composed as he waved his hand dismissively. Leaning against a rock, he continued, "We can't linger here, and we must relocate immediately. The enemy is a pirate with a bounty of 20 million. He will undoubtedly pursue us." House's expression grew serious, and he nodded gravely, his golden hair shimmering like a burning flame in the darkness. "Then let us leave at once. We've done all we can. Whether we survive now rests on the villagers' luck." They had not only drawn away the pirates guarding the village, but had also lured the enemy's strongest force, thus exceeding their objectives. Beyond this point, they were powerless. Supporting Green, House prepared to leave, knowing they had several bases on the island, hidden locations that would be difficult for the pirates to discover, making them ideal for evading pursuit. Just then, a dark, ominous voice echoed from nearby. "Haha, I told you, you can't escape." House and Green turned abruptly to see Marlin approaching, a sinister smile plastered across his face, his fists clenched ominously. Marlin's malevolent expression was unmasked, and he had resolved to eliminate the slippery duo, vowing not to let them slip through his fingers again. Green clenched his fists, his eyes devoid of fear, filled only with determination and cold fury. Bang! Marlin's fist grazed Green's short black hair, crashing into the ground and creating a large crater, a trickle of blood cascading down Green's forehead. He evaded clumsily, but was still grazed by the iron-like fist. Blood flowing into his eyes, staining them crimson. With a swift and lethal motion, Green drew his knife, angling it at Marlin's arm from a clever, hard-to-detect position. This strike was treacherous. Should it land, it would render Marlin's arm useless. However, Marlin had been well aware of Green's intent and did not grant him the opportunity. With a flick of his fist, he shattered the knife with a sharp crack. The dagger, already worn and riddled with cracks from previous encounters, finally broke under Marlin's blow. Without pausing, Marlin's iron fist struck Green's chest with a resounding thud. Thud! Blood spewed forth as Green was sent flying several steps away, like a kite severed from its string. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, and House finally sprang into action, roaring as he charged forward. Marlin shifted his footing, instantly appearing beside the fallen Green, his iron fist raised. Grinning maliciously as he prepared to strike, he aimed to eliminate the offensively strong yet defensively weak Green first. The remaining House would pose little threat thereafter. With a whoosh, the fist, carrying the ominous whisper of death, descended upon Green, the force behind it sufficient to shatter his skull. Just as it seemed Green would perish beneath Marlin's iron fist, a figure with a golden aura surged forward, colliding with Marlin's fist and deflecting the attack. Enraged, Marlin turned and delivered a powerful blow to House's face, sending his head snapping back as blood gushed from his mouth. Green, summoning every ounce of strength, rolled away from Marlin, creating distance between them. While House staggered back, his cheeks swollen and a distinct bruise forming. Green steadied himself against a rock at the cliff's edge, while House retreated beside him. Behind them loomed an unfathomably high precipice, below which roared the tumultuous sea and jagged rocks. A fall would surely lead to death, either by impact or drowning. The heavy sound of footsteps echoed as Marlin approached leisurely, a look of endless mockery etched on his face. "Why don't you run? Go on. Keep running." Green's gaze remained icy as he regarded Marlin, pondering a way out of this predicament. The escape routes had been completely blocked by the enemy, and the open space here was far more expansive than in the forest, making escape impossible. House shook his head vigorously. Marlin's blow had left him reeling, his head still foggy, making coherent thought a challenge. While his body felt drained and his chest heavy, infuriated by Marlin's taunts, he was about to charge forward recklessly, but Green grasped his arm tightly. "Don't act impulsively. Humph, since you won T-Ron. Then prepare to die." With a thunderous roar, Marlin unleashed a powerful punch towards the two individuals, the ferocity of his blow akin to that of a cannonball amidst the howling winds. A resounding thud echoed his house. With reckless abandon, intercepted the strike, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, instantly gravely injured. His body was involuntarily hurled away, crashing violently into Green, the two of them tumbling together, coming to a stop perilously close to the edge of the cliff. Mere steps away from the abyss below, where the thunderous waves relentlessly battered the rocks. Struggling to their feet, they leaned on each other, barely managing to maintain their balance. Yet in Marlin's eyes, he could find no trace of fear or despair, only resilience and fury. "House, shall we take a gamble?" A flicker of a smile appeared on Green's otherwise composed face as he glanced at his steadfast companion. "Hey, Green, I wager that we will not meet our demise." House, with no hesitation, felt the tension ease from his features. Marlin scoffed, a mocking expression gracing his face. The cliff was exceedingly high, and beneath lay treacherous reefs scattered across the sea. A plunge would guarantee his demise. Let alone these two youngsters, he deliberately pressured them, wishing to instill a false sense of hope, while in reality, their chances of survival were slim to none. Moreover, contemplating his own machinations, a cruel smile crept upon Marlin's face. Unaware of Marlin's sinister expression, Green and House exchanged a resolute glance and, without a second thought, leaped off the cliff. The sensation of weightlessness was disconcerting, especially as the sea's surface loomed closer. The jagged rocks peeking out like daggers poised to claim their lives. As they plummeted, the fierce winds of their descent revealed a ship adorned with a skull and an iron fist pirate flag. Rapidly approaching the water's surface, they instantly recalled Marlin's peculiar demeanor moments prior. It became apparent that he had foreseen their final glimmer of hope and had already dispatched accomplices with a resounding splash. The two plunged into the depths, immediately feeling excruciating pain coursing through their bodies, rendering them unconscious. Just before losing consciousness, Green caught a glimpse of a sharp corner of a white sail emerging from the water, belonging to the pirate ship. Marlin, with a cold smirk, glanced down at the sea, knowing that his ship had reached the very spot where the two had fallen, sealing their fates with a malevolent grin. He turned and strode away. Moments later, as he arrived at the village below the mountain, a pirate rushed towards him in a state of panic. "Captain, bad news. Our ship has been sunk by the Navy, and they are now landing." "What?" Marlin's rage flared as he seized the messenger by the throat, his expression darkening. How could the Navy have suddenly appeared? What were you doing to scout? The trembling pirate stammered. "Captain, it's not our fault. The Navy was merely passing through to complete their mission. They weren't targeting us." Marlin hurled the pirate to the ground, fury etched across his face. The only ship he possessed had been sunk by the Navy. "Damn the Navy!" He cursed vehemently before commanding. "Gather everyone immediately. We must leave on the small boat. We cannot afford to be caught when the Navy arrives." Upon hearing of the Navy's approach, the pirates, who had been pillaging the village, clamored to engage in battle. But Marlin's grim expression quelled their fervor. They quickly inquired about the location of the village's fishing boats and hastily departed the island on small vessels. Meanwhile, Green and House had vanished into the depths of the vast ocean. The marine soldiers, clad in white uniforms, surged into the village like a tidal wave, only to be met with a scene of devastation. Houses were ablaze, blood pooled in vast quantities, and the bodies of villagers lay strewn across the streets. From some of the houses, faint cries of despair echoed. The piercing wails and pleas for help resonated through the night, altering the expressions of the Marines, who, filled with rage, sought out the pirates' whereabouts while dispatching teams to tend to the injured villagers. And a formidable Marine officer, draped in a cloak of justice, entered the village, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Major, the pirates have escaped from the opposite side of the island. Shall we pursue?" Swite furrowed his brow. He had arrived just in time to confront this band of pirates. But regrettably, the village had suffered immensely and no need to pursue. These pirates are cunning. Our immediate priority is to provide medical assistance to the wounded villagers. Understood. Quickly, the Marines, leaving only essential guards, engaged in urgent rescue efforts. It was not until dawn broke that they resumed their journey. The village, however, lay in turmoil and sorrow, as the previous night's massacre had left indelible scars. Amidst the desolation, no one noticed the absence of two insignificant figures. When Green finally opened his eyes again, he felt no surprise, merely a calm assessment of his surroundings. He found himself in a pristine white room, flanked by rows of hospital beds adorned with immaculate linens. Agonizing pain radiated from every part of his body, and he felt as fragile as porcelain, fearing he might shatter with the slightest movement. Am I still alive? A ripple of emotion flickered in his otherwise tranquil gaze, betraying the turmoil within. I hope House is alive too. If you are gone, I will avenge you. Not spotting House, Green surmised that they had become separated, uncertain whether his only friend had been as fortunate as he in surviving. Footsteps approached, and a young nurse, clad in scrubs, entered carrying a tray. Upon seeing that Green had regained consciousness, her face lit up with a radiant smile. You're awake. Let me just set this down. She placed a tray, containing medication, on the table and carefully examined the bandages on Green's body. After ensuring there was no bleeding, she looked into his eyes and smiled. You're recovering well. It seems you've narrowly escaped death. However, you will need to remain here for a while longer for treatment, or it may affect your future well-being. Green nodded, his expression calm, though even that small motion sent waves of pain coursing through him. Excuse me, but may I inquire if anyone else was rescued alongside me? The nurse hesitated, pondering for a moment before responding. It seems not. I only heard Major Swite mention one survivor. Did you have a companion who also fell into the water? She paused, realizing the implications of her words. Oh dear, this is concerning. If they haven't found your companion, he is likely. Green's eyes flickered as he silently closed them. Thank you for saving me. I believe my companion will survive. The nurse quietly tended to Green's bandages, casting a worried glance at him before departing. Before long, another set of footsteps echoed. With a creak, the door swung open, allowing the fresh sea breeze to waft into the room. A tall figure, clad in a cloak of justice, with a sturdy physique and a resolute expression, appeared before Green. Green's heart stirred as he finally grasped his circumstances. The imposing figure was none other than Major Swite. A seasoned Marine. You've been fortunate, young one, to endure such severe injuries and yet still pull through, Swite remarked, his tone serious yet tinged with admiration. You may call me Major Swite. You are currently in the Navy's 13th Division. Located in the West Sea, Green, unable to move, could only nod slightly in respect and express his gratitude. Thank you, Major Swite, for saving my life. My name is Green. I am an orphan who fell into the water while being pursued by pirates. Swite's expression remained unchanged, clearly having deduced Green's identity from the moment he was rescued, thus showing no surprise. We have confirmed with the villagers that you are indeed an orphan named Green, and that you were accompanied by another boy named House. Unfortunately, we were unable to locate him. I understand. I have heard the nurse mention that. Regardless, I am grateful to you, Major. After a moment's contemplation, determination gleamed in Green's eyes. Major Swite, may I inquire if I can join the Navy? Oh, what is your reason for wanting to join the Navy? Upon hearing this, Sweat's eyes narrowed. Justice, Green responded without a moment's hesitation. Sweat frowned, evidently dissatisfied with Green's answer. I have encountered many who join the Navy merely by shouting the slogan of justice. They often find themselves lost, for justice is not merely a matter of words. Green's expression showed no sign of change. He continued to regard Major West with solemnity, calmly stating, "Of course, I am aware. Both House and I experienced the pirate invasion that night. That I have witnessed evil, and now I have also witnessed good. Moving forward, I shall pursue the justice in my heart through my own means." He left his next thought unspoken, but the implication was clear, even if not accepted by the Navy. He would still enact justice in his own way. Sweat stepped closer, looking down at Green in his sickbed, and asked sternly, "What method do you intend to employ to pursue your justice?" Green cast a glance at him before turning his gaze towards the sky outside the window, where a pristine seagull glided past. "By eradicating all that I deem evil." Green's resolute declaration momentarily stunned Major Sweat, who then fixed his gaze upon him. After a brief pause, he suddenly inquired, "Kid, tell me, did you participate in the battle that night?" Green took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and replied slowly, "We killed 8 pirates. Though 6 of them were newcomers." Sweat inhaled sharply. 2 boys, merely around 10 years old, had managed to deal with 8 pirates. He did not doubt the truth of this claim, though their acquaintance had been brief. He had already discerned Green's character, which exhibited a maturity and composure far beyond his years. The calmness in his eyes resembled that of a weathered adult rather than a mere boy. "Impressive. I was wondering why many villagers from that community managed to escape through the back paths so easily without being intercepted by pirates. It seems they were not unimpeded, but rather dealt with by you. Am I correct?" "We handled half of them there. The rest were dealt with in the forest," Green stated calmly, then quickly shook his head, adding with a hint of resignation, "We only managed to assassinate those 8 pirates through a surprise attack. In a direct confrontation, we would have been no match for them. Furthermore, when we encountered the pirate captain, we were utterly overpowered. Had he not underestimated us, we would not have escaped at all." Sweat pointed at Green's injuries. "Was this inflicted by Iron Fist Marlin?" Green nodded, feeling no need to conceal the truth, as the Navy likely already had gathered information from his wounds. Sweat nodded in understanding and turned to leave, and Green refrained from reiterating his request to join the Navy. Just as he was about to exit the door, he abruptly halted, turning his back to Green, and said in a measured tone, "Kid, I will grant you a month for recovery. There's a special mission that requires your completion." Without waiting for Green's response, he stepped out and closed the door behind him. Inside the hospital room, Green gazed at the sky outside, a faint smile gracing his lips. Joining the Navy was his resolution. After witnessing the actions of pirates, he no longer held any hope for these lawless marauders of the sea. After all, pirates are merely pirates in this perilous world. Only by aligning himself with a faction could he better develop, grow stronger more swiftly, and secure protection during his vulnerable years. Upon reflection, only the Navy possessed such capability. Whether it be the formidable pirates roaming the seas or the Revolutionary Army, whose existence was uncertain, neither presented a viable option for the Navy's obligation to uphold the world government, serving those celestial dragons whose heads are perpetually submerged in ignorance. This was not his concern, nor did he wish to meddle. As long as those celestial dragons did not provoke him, that would suffice. Visions of past lives flickered through Green's mind. Indeed, he was not adept at the arts of intrigue and deception, yet he had witnessed methods that caused individuals to vanish without a trace. After leaving the hospital room, Sweat strode into an office at the division center, knocking firmly on the door. Enter. Upon stepping inside, he was met with a grand wooden desk, behind which sat a middle-aged officer, his brow furrowed in concentration over a mountain of paperwork. Sweat, what brings you here?" The speaker wore a kind expression, his brown hair meticulously combed, dressed in a crisp navy uniform adorned with a justice cloak. Judging by his rank, he was a rear admiral. Sweat saluted sharply and replied earnestly, "Rear Admiral Nelson, I have identified a candidate capable of fulfilling the Dark Crow project." "Oh," Rear Admiral Nelson set his documents aside, adopting a serious demeanor. "Who is this candidate?" "The Dark Crow project is of great significance, and the complexity of the task demands that we select only the elite for its execution. Ordinary individuals are merely fodder." Sweat's face was grave. "Yes, I understand the importance of the Dark Crow project. However, I assure you that the candidate I have identified is more than capable. During our return from the mission, we encountered the Iron Fist pirates invading a village. Unfortunately, by the time we arrived, we could only destroy their ship and some of the pirates, but we did manage to rescue a young boy. Pausing for a moment, Sweat continued. The candidate I speak of is this rescued boy. His name is Green, an orphan, approximately 10 years of age. Wait a moment, Nelson interjected, raising a hand in disbelief. Are you saying that a 10-year-old boy is your candidate? Approximately 10. I cannot ascertain his exact age. But his background is unquestionably sound. I have verified this with the villagers. Sweat replied with firmness. Nelson waved his hand dismissively. Enough, Sweat. My concern is not his exact age. What I wish to know is whether you truly intend to send a boy of around 10 years to execute the Dark Crow project. Indeed, while Green is young, his composure far surpasses that of ordinary adults. I have gathered significant intelligence from the captured pirates and surviving villagers. On the night of the pirate incursion, he and a companion assassinated 8 pirates, including 2 elite ones. Moreover, using a miner for the Dark Crow project should not raise any suspicions with the enemy. Nelson's expression shifted, becoming serious. 2 boys managed to kill 8 pirates, though it was through assassination. That is still quite impressive. Utilizing children for the operation is an unconventional tactic, one that neither I nor the enemy would anticipate. Not only that, but they also managed to hold their own against Iron Fist Marlin's crew for a considerable duration. Nelson fell into deep contemplation, silence enveloping the room. The Dark Crow project was a significant initiative for the Navy's 13th Division, with implication for the future dynamics of the West Sea. Thus, it warranted serious consideration. After a prolonged moment of thought, Rear Admiral Nelson raised his gaze to Sweat, speaking in a low tone. Sweat, you understand the importance of the Dark Crow project. Therefore, I implore you to continue observing this boy. If he truly exhibits such excellence, I shall approve his participation in the project. Major Sweat nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Rear Admiral, I will continue to monitor Green and will train him over the next month to ensure he possesses greater strength by the time the Dark Crow project commences. The dangers associated with executing the Dark Crow project were considerable. Otherwise, they would not have deliberated so long over the selection of candidates. Although Rear Admiral Nelson had granted Green an opportunity, Sweat was determined not to allow someone he valued to be sacrificed in vain. With 2 months remaining before the project began, and acknowledging that a month's training was somewhat insufficient, he nonetheless felt confident in his assessment of Green's unwavering calmness. This boy was no ordinary child. After Sweat departed, Rear Admiral Nelson, seated behind his desk, fell into a deep reverie that a candidate with a pure background, exhibiting a level of composure comparable to that of many adults, indeed presented a promising option for executing the Dark Crow project. His kind gaze gradually sharpened, as if peering through the fabric of reality, perceiving the bloodshed and flames concealed within the West Sea. This notion of selecting qualified miners for the Dark Crow project was, indeed, a sound strategy. Though there exists a certain degree of risk, it is far safer than involving adults. Who would bother with a mere child? With this thought, Nielsen's eyes brightened, and he promptly reported his ideas and plans to headquarters via the communication device. Receiving confirmation that a few qualified candidates would arrive at the West Sea in a month to participate in the Dark Raven project. This filled him with elation, as the support from headquarters alleviated his concerns regarding the matter. West Sea, Navy's 13th Division, secret training ground. This is a highly guarded, enclosed training facility equipped with various amenities where individuals remain confined for a month of rigorous training. This moment, 3 figures of varying heights stand side by side in the center of the arena. Clad in identical Navy training uniforms, their faces obscured by masks, Green stands tall and straight, having completely recovered from his injuries in a mere half-month, a feat that astonished the division's medical staff. He currently dons a pitch-black demon mask, his gaze remarkably tranquil. He has spent the past 6 weeks within this sealed training environment, initially accompanied only by Major Sweet and an instructor that I in just half a month. He has gained 2 additional companions. His eyes momentarily drift to the side. To his left stands a boy slightly taller and significantly more robust than he, wearing a plain white mask devoid of any embellishments. Green does not know his name, only that his code name is Empty Hoofed. To his right stands another boy, who arrived here alongside Empty Hoof. However, he is considerably slender and, as evident from their training sessions, lacks prowess in combat. He wears a jester mask, his code name being Dark Speech. Your training has concluded. I must now inform you of the tasks you are to undertake, Major Sweet states solemnly before the trio. Over the past month, you have undergone all necessary training for an undercover operation. The time has been brief, and now it falls to you to rely on yourselves. You will infiltrate the 5 major crime families of the West Sea under the guise of orphans, striving to gain as much influence as possible to provide intelligence for the Navy to eradicate the instabilities plaguing the West Sea. Yes, the 3 respond in unison, their voices resounding. Their month of training has not been in vain. They have mastered skills such as infiltration, concealment, reconnaissance, counter-surveillance, intelligence gathering, poisoning, and assassination, virtually every skill pertinent to an undercover agent. Although the brevity of time may preclude them from attaining profound expertise, their youthful identities afford them a degree of safety. Your identities are strictly confidential. The Navy possesses no records of you, and only the 2 of us as instructors and Brigadier General Nielsen are aware of your existence. Therefore, you need not worry about your identities. Tonight, I will arrange for a vessel to transport each of you. It is up to you to find a way to integrate yourselves into the 5 major crime families of the West Sea. From now on, you will rely on yourselves. Take care, everyone. With this, Major Sweet and the silent instructor salute solemnly, to which the 3 promptly return the gesture. Now, disperse and gather your belongings. We depart tonight, through the narrow skylight. It becomes evident that night is swiftly approaching. Green casually consumes a morsel of food, gathers his belongings, and steps out of the room. The other 2, Empty Hoof and Dark Speech, emerge almost simultaneously. The 3 exchange silent nods. Despite having lived together for a month, their interactions have been limited to training, deliberately avoiding personal connections to prevent any potential threats arising from knowledge of each other's identities during their mission. Major Sweet strides forward, gesturing towards a descending passageway. Let us go. It is time. The trio silently follows him until they arrive at a small underground dock, where 3 slender vessels await, upon recognizing 2 figures standing on the boats. Green hesitates before lowering his gaze. The individuals on the 2 vessels are none other than another instructor and Brigadier General Nielsen of the 13th Division. Major Sweet leaps onto the vacant boat. Beckoning, board the vessel. To preserve your identities, Brigadier General Nielsen and we 2 instructors will personally escort you. Brigadier General Nielsen stands tall, akin to a battle-worn spear still gleaming with sharpness, casting a serious glance at the 3. After a prolonged moment, he nods in satisfaction and solemnly states, "Young ones, this mission is exceedingly perilous. I grant you a final opportunity, the chance to withdraw." The 3 display no reaction, their eyes unwaveringly fixed on him. "Ha ha ha! Splendid, truly worthy of our selection. You are impressive." Brigadier General Nielsen beams with approval, then adopts a serious demeanor, declaring, "Since no one has chosen to withdraw, I now announce the particulars of the Dark Raven project." The 3 stiffen, instinctively tensing, their eyes locked onto him in anticipation. The West Sea is significantly more formidable than the other 3 maritime regions, owing to its unique underworld culture, which has entrenched itself like a malignant tumor, instigating ceaseless chaos. The Navy has long harbored intentions to cleanse these crime families that conspire with pirates, thus initiating the Dark Raven project. Brigadier General Nielsen inhales deeply, his eyes seemingly igniting with a peculiar brilliance as he gazes at the 3. Your mission is to infiltrate the 5 major crime families that dominate the West Sea, striving to ascend to their upper echelons to provide us with critical intelligence. Green and his companions finally grasp that the so-called Dark Raven project entails becoming undercover agents within the West Sea's criminal families. Exchanging glances and silently speculating about the dynamics of the 5 families. All right, it is time. We shall depart immediately. The 3 board their respective vessels, which swiftly dart forth like arrows released from a bow. Green finds himself aboard Major Sweet's vessel, where he observes as Sweet propels the boat with remarkable speed, advancing at a terrifying pace. Before dawn, Green, feeling disoriented and lightheaded, disembarks on a concealed part of an unknown island. Ugh, Green mutters, rubbing his forehead as a wave of dizziness and nausea washes over him. He rests beneath a large tree for a while until he regains his composure. From the urgent intelligence he reviewed aboard the vessel, Green deduces that he has arrived on an island named Bia, a large island with numerous villages and towns, all under the control of the 5 major crime families. Bia Island serves as the West Sea's most lawless territory, the largest marketplace for smuggled goods and arms. Almost every illicit item imaginable can be found here. The island is inhabited predominantly by outlaws, pirates, bandits, and fugitives. The 5 most powerful families of the West Sea control this underground realm, amassing vast wealth daily to bolster their influence. Green quietly recalls the information about this island and fastens a low-quality dagger to his waist, donning inconspicuous, ordinary clothing as for the mask on his face. He prudently discarded it at sea. Undercover work sounds rather intriguing. Green muses to himself as he strides toward the nearest town. Gaining entry into the 5 major crime families is no simple task, as such tightly knit organizations typically impose rigorous scrutiny on prospective members. This is precisely why Green and his companions have been dispatched. The 5 families continuously take in wandering children, training them to become reliable enforcers and grassroots operatives for the families. After half an hour of walking, Green arrives at a town named Fink, where chaos reigns. Groups of individuals loiter aimlessly, each displaying their muscles and tattoos, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Upon entering the town, Green immediately attracts countless gazes, most of which are filled with derisive malice. "Hey kid, where'd you come from?" a burly man bellows as he approaches. Green calmly meets his gaze, unfazed by the man's imposing muscles and skull tattoos. "I hail from another island. I heard this place offers ample food," Green responds. The man pauses, then a peculiar grin spreads across his face as he remarks, "Oh, indeed, you can eat your fill here, but it all depends on your capabilities." Green cast a sidelong glance at him and nodded calmly. "What rules?" A group of burly men swaggered towards him, their eyes gleaming with mockery, as if they had stumbled upon a curious spectacle. The first to speak, a hefty man, surveyed Green with keen interest and, with a malevolent grin, remarked, "Ha, kid, you seem to know quite a bit. The rule is to defeat one of us." Without hesitation, Green pointed to one of them and said, "Then let it be him." The man he indicated was a somewhat frail-looking individual, appearing not particularly old, and at that moment he stood taken aback by the sudden attention. No, your choice doesn't count," the hefty man chuckled. Shaking his finger dismissively, "IT must be someone I designate." With that, he gestured towards a muscular, fearsome bald man behind him. "He shall be your opponent." Green furrowed his brow, feigning hesitation for a moment before reluctantly nodding. "Fine, let it be him." As soon as the words left his mouth, Green turned and sprinted away, making a beeline for the outskirts of the town. The onlookers gaped in astonishment, while the menacing bald man immediately erupted in fury and gave chase. Green, having rounded a corner, knew that if he did not continue running, his pursuer would catch up. The bald man quickly reached the corner, his stride unwavering, completely unaware of the small figure that had now appeared behind him. At the town's entrance, a group suddenly witnessed the kid materialize behind the bald man, clenching his fist before delivering a merciless blow to the back of the latter's head. With a resounding thud, the bald man collapsed. His eyes rolling back in his head, Green sauntered back to the town's entrance, casting a glance at the others, and in a flat tone asked, "Does that count as passing?" The leading man's expression darkened, and just as he was about to speak, laughter erupted from a 3-tiered balcony behind him. "Ha, amusing little Brad, of course you passed. That fool didn't even have the most basic awareness. Truly a disgrace." Upon hearing this, Green looked up to see several individuals clad in impeccably tailored black suits, lounging against the railing, observing him with casual interest. The previously confrontational leader instantly shifted his demeanor, ingratiatingly stating, "If the gentlemen say you have passed, then you have. Follow me." He waved his hand and led the way into the town, with Green silently trailing behind. The men in black suits exchanged glances as they watched the two depart. "This little brat has impressive skills. He's a fine prospect. Indeed, a promising candidate. But what if he is an agent for another faction? Are you mad? Who would send such a small agent? Even if he were, By the time he grows up, he'd likely forget his mission. Point one scoffed. By the way, what about the naval spy we discovered earlier? It's been days since any action. I feel like my bones are rusting. A little sparring would do me good. Forget it. The boss has already fed him to the fishes. Fink Town was not large, controlled by the Dola family among the 5 great clans, serving as a haven for pirates and outlaws. Yet, this town had a darker purpose. To gather all children under the age of 13 to Green was led to the town's center, where 7 or 8 children of similar age were training under the watchful eye of a grim-faced man acting as their instructor. The leading man greeted the instructor, gesturing towards Green. Here's another little brat for you. This one just knocked out that fool Dark. The stern-faced instructor nodded expressionlessly, signaling that the leader could leave. The leader shrugged and sauntered off, leaving Green behind. The instructor had Green perform a series of movements and disguises before furrowing his brow. Kid, your fundamentals are quite solid. Tell me, where do you hail from? It was a moment of identity scrutiny, and Green was prepared. He replied calmly. I'm an orphan, surviving on hunting since I was young, without any formal training. As for my homeland, it's an unnamed little island from which I had to flee due to an invasion by a gang called the Iron Fist Pirates. The prior month's training had focused more on various knowledge than physical conditioning, partly to prevent them from carrying any naval insignia that might reveal their identities. The instructor's expression shifted slightly. Believing him to be mostly truthful, one of the 5 largest underworld families in the West Sea, the Dola family's intelligence network was formidable. He vaguely recalled hearing that the Iron Fist Pirates had indeed attacked a village 2 months prior, with the notorious Marlin personally dealing with 2 children, which had provided ample amusement to other pirates. So, you're the kid that Marlin personally dealt with? The instructor asked, a look of astonishment crossing his face as if he had pieced something together. Green nodded. Yes, had it not been for a stroke of luck, I might have perished. He intentionally spoke through gritted teeth, as if he would tear Marlin apart if he were in sight. The instructor nodded knowingly, a strange smile creeping onto his somber face. Hey, kid, you might have the chance for revenge against Marlin, but that will depend on your own abilities. I understand. I fear no training, as long as I can one day personally kill that bastard Marlin and avenge my best friend. I would gladly pledge my life to your cause. Green adeptly crafted an image of a vengeful spirit, his face alight with hatred. This half-truthful performance successfully deceived the instructor, allowing him to pass undetected. Little brat, go train your physical abilities over there. I want to be watching. Whether you give it your all is entirely up to you. Green quietly joined the other children and trained with all his might. The grim instructor watched for a moment before nodding in satisfaction. Hatred fueled motivation. This was precisely what his family needed. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. In a town near the center of Bia Island, Green was training vigorously alongside a group of similarly aged boys, their numbers exceeding 100. This was merely one batch. Older and younger groups trained elsewhere. Green had undergone a subtle transformation. He now stood nearly 1.7 meters tall. While he still seemed diminutive in a world where many towered several meters, he was still in a rapid growth phase. Who knew what the future held? His muscles had become distinctly defined, giving him a more robust appearance, while his features had matured into a more resolute visage. All right, that concludes today's basic training. Now it's time for sparring. Find your opponents, announced the black-suited instructor, clapping his hands loudly. Quickly, the participants sought out their opponents and commenced their bouts, which were a daily routine aimed at enhancing their combat skills. Green's opponent was a tall, robust boy named Gardner, his physique bursting with muscle, towering over Green by more than a head. Hey Green, today I'm going to knock out your teeth, Gardner grinned, cracking his knuckles. Green's gaze remained placid as he replied nonchalantly, You can try, but I'll let you hit me. You underestimate me. I've been practicing a new move at home. You're definitely losing today. Gardner launched himself forward with a powerful push off the ground. His speed was impressive, reaching Green in an instant, throwing a formidable punch. Green, however, sidestepped with ease, evading the powerful but slightly slower strike, then ducked to avoid a heavy swing, countering with a punch to Gardner's ribs. With a resounding thud, Gardner stumbled back 2 steps, his face flushing red as he let out a shout and charged again. The two became entangled in a flurry of movement, with Green skillfully dodging Gardner's attacks while waiting for his moment to retaliate. After 15 minutes, they paused on cue, while others in the training area began to stop as well. Gardner, still eager, licked his lips and complained softly, "Green, why must we stop at 15 minutes? We've been at it for ages without a clear victor, and we're all friends here. You don't need to hide your strength so carefully." Green shot him a sidelong glance, lowering his voice. "Foolishness. Concealing a bit of strength can grant you a slight advantage over your enemies, perhaps the very hope of survival." Gardner gazed at Green with a throbbing headache. Ever since he discovered that this fellow concealed his true strength during daily training sessions, he had specifically requested the instructor to assign them to the same group. Even so, it was only after they became familiar with each other that Green candidly admitted to hiding his prowess and showcased it briefly. In that fleeting moment, the sheer explosive power left the robust Gardner, built like an ox, reeling, and it took him quite some time to regain his composure, much to his astonishment. Moreover, Gardner remained skeptical, suspecting that the strength Green had revealed was merely the tip of the iceberg. Green was well-versed in the art of subterfuge. He understood that it was imperative to retain a few aces up his sleeve at all times. Unconsciously, he had instilled this mindset in those around him. With Gardner being a prime example of this influence, casting a cautious glance at the oblivious instructor, Gardner leaned in closer and whispered, "Hey, Green, I've accomplished the task you entrusted to me last time." Upon hearing this, Green's eyes gleamed with interest as he immediately turned to Gardner. "Oh, really?" He had been eagerly awaiting Gardner's news for quite some time, and the thought of his inquiries yielding no results regarding House made a cold glint flicker in his eyes. "The Iron Fist pirates you seek are currently wandering in the West Sea. I came across intelligence from my family indicating their activities in the Northwest region." Green nodded. "What do you desire as compensation?" Initially, Gardner intended to decline any reward, but upon a moment's reflection regarding Green's principle of equivalent exchange, he promptly revised his response. "The reward is that you must take me along. I possess a means to get out. Otherwise, you want to even be able to leave the town on your own." Green controlled the upward curve of his lips, maintaining a calm demeanor as he regarded Gardner. "Agreed." Gardner's face lit up with excitement. He had longed to venture outside. Feeling stifled by the confines of the town, he had already resolved to plead with his father to allow him to escape for a breather, which would also serve as an excellent opportunity to win over Green. Indeed, his ultimate objective was to recruit Green. The Dola family was not a monolith. Instead, it was a landscape of competing factions. Each year, promising talents in the training camp became the focal point of contention among various forces within the family. In the face of Green's intentionally revealed strength, Gardner had indeed taken the bait, and the forces behind him had begun to ascend to a prominent position within the Dola family. One could not avoid engaging in internal rivalries. Aligning oneself with a faction was an inevitable step. Green's plan had been set in motion 2 years prior, but the ensnared Gardner remained blissfully unaware. "Very well, I will arrange for us to leave as soon as possible that time. I can also request some subordinates for our use. Just so we're clear, the spoils will be split evenly." Gardner displayed a bloodthirsty expression, seemingly unable to contain his anticipation. With a casual wave of his hand, Green nonchalantly replied, "No need to split. All rewards are yours. I only seek the life of Marlin." 3 days later, in the northwestern part of the West Sea, Green stood on the deck, gazing at the island whose coastline had begun to emerge. According to the latest intelligence from the Dola family, the Iron Fist pirates had been stationed in the town on this island recently. Logically, a pirate crew would not linger in one place for an extended period. Yet the Iron Fist pirates had indeed displayed this unusual behavior. "Green, the latest intel suggests the Iron Fist pirates appear to have acquired something valuable. The family's intelligence department speculates it might be a devil fruit or a famous sword," Gardner announced. Approaching with a report in hand, the vessel they were aboard had been borrowed from the family through Gardner-esque connections, and it was accompanied by a 20-man bodyguard team. Although they were labeled as bodyguards, they were essentially gang members groomed by the family. Retreating into the shadows of the ship's cabin, Green leaned against the wooden wall, his eyes glimmering in the darkness as he spoke calmly. "Regardless of their reasons for remaining here, it is fortuitous for us. Are not devil fruits and famed swords precisely what you seek to enhance your achievements?" Seeing Green's nonchalance, Gardner grinned widely, realizing that his companion was not genuinely interested in such treasures. His sole focus lay on Marlin's head. The ship soon docked, the Dola family emblem on the sail recognizable to all in the West Sea. The local thugs at the dock approached with utmost deference. "Take good care of our ship. If there's even a scratch when I return, you're finished," Gardner barked at a burly sailor. "Rest assured, young master, who would dare lay a hand on a Dola family vessel?" "We will keep a vigilant watch." Satisfied, Gardner nodded and stepped off the dock first, followed closely by the unassuming Green, who blended into the background like a servant. Behind them trailed the 20 bodyguards clad in black suits, each armed with a pistol and a short blade for emergencies. This island was modest in size, featuring only a single town, comparable in scale to the one where Green had previously resided. They made their way directly to the town, entering the Dola family's stronghold. The outpost merely housed 2 liaison officers tasked with basic intelligence operations. The news about the Iron Fist pirates had been discovered and reported by them. Gardner and Green entered the building, and the 2 liaison officers quickly approached. "Young Master Gardner, is there anything you require?" inquired a bearded man with a sycophantic demeanor. Gardner waved his hand, declaring loudly, "First, tell me about the Iron Fist pirates." "Certainly. For the past few days, we've been closely monitoring them. It appears that after raiding a merchant ship 7 days ago, the Iron Fist pirates have not ventured out again. We are unsure of their clandestine activities." Green sat back in a chair against the wall, half of his body shrouded in darkness. Unless one looked closely, they would hardly notice the presence of a fourth person in the room. Gardner glanced at the silent Green before gesturing for the 2 to leave. "It seems the Iron Fist pirate have indeed made a significant gain," he remarked greedily. Green leaned forward slightly, emerging from the shadows. "Then we must not let our guard down. According to the intel, they likely number over 30, and we do not have the advantage of numbers. They seem to have acquired something valuable. Let us hope it is not a devil fruit or any other item that could enhance their combat capabilities. Or we may find ourselves at a disadvantage. Worry not, Green. It seems you are unaware of the gap between those trained by our family and ordinary pirates," Gardner said with a self-satisfied smile, exuding confidence that we will rest well today, and tonight we shall act. A mere Iron Fist pirate's crew will pose no trouble for us. Green nodded calmly, pondering whether Gardner's confidence was genuine or if he feared that if the enemy indeed possessed a devil fruit, they would be too late to prevent its consumption. Green casually selected an empty room, setting up trigger mechanisms on the doors and windows before collapsing onto the bed in slumber. He was abruptly awakened by a series of knocks. Knocked out at the sound, Green sprang upright from his bed, alertly demanding, "Who is it?" "Green, it's time to depart," came a hushed voice from outside the door. One of the accompanying bodyguards. "Understood, I'll be right there," after double-checking his gear. Green quietly opened the door, pausing momentarily before stepping outside. This was a habit of his. If there were enemies waiting outside, this brief delay could disrupt their rhythm. Entering another room, he found everyone gathered for a meal. Gardner, seated at the head of the table, beckoned him over. "Green, come join us." Green approached silently, as a wave of envy washed over the bodyguards clad in black suits, who maintained a vigilant demeanor even while dining. Being acknowledged by the young master of a family represented a significant opportunity. Gaining his favor could lead to a position of leadership, far superior to their current roles as mere thugs. Green walked past them without acknowledging their gazes, sitting down to eat, swiftly finishing his meal with remarkable speed. "All right, let us set off." With a wave of his hand, Gardner led a group of individuals in a swift exit. As they walked, Gardner assigned tasks with an air of authority. The Iron Fist pirate crew currently comprised approximately 30 members. Your mission is to eliminate as many insignificant foes as possible, ensuring they do not interfere with my battle against Green. This undertaking serves as a trial for the family, my inaugural test, and I desire no unforeseen incidents that you all comprehend. At this juncture, Gardner's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity as he surveyed the others. The group of bodyguards felt a shiver run down their spines. The evaluation of the descendants of the family's core members was no trifling matter. The prospect of jeopardizing their futures was a minor concern compared to the grim fate that awaited them should the protected individual sustain any harm during future missions. Seizing the opportunity, Green lowered his head subtly, conveying a message to Gardner, one indicating his willingness to align himself with his faction. Pleased, Gardner nodded in satisfaction, particularly at Green's gesture of deference. he held Green in high regard, considering him a potential cornerstone for his future endeavors. Within the entire training camp, he had only identified this singular candidate. If this mission is executed flawlessly, I assure you all shall be duly rewarded. Gardner, despite his youth, had already begun to employ the art of command learned from his forebears, proving himself not to be underestimated. Green felt a slight chill in his heart. It seemed that those hailing from illustrious families were indeed formidable, prompting him to reconsider his future strategies, at the very least deepening his role within the group. Gardner, his face alight with pride, tossed out a tantalizing bait that sent a thrill through the bodyguards. Ha! The family has granted approval. The spoils of this mission will be distributed at my discretion, with no further interference from the family. Typically, the rewards and punishments within a faction are governed by strict regulations, and it was uncommon to grant such authority over rewards to a novice from the family's core lineage. Yet, none present dared voice dissent, signifying that Gardner held absolute sway over this mission's outcomes, with the spoils of victory entirely in his hands, far more lucrative than any rewards bestowed by the family. The cadre of bodyguards, their expressions brimming with excitement, proclaimed their loyalty. Young Master Gardner, rest assured, the Iron Fist pirate crew is doomed. We shall not allow them to escape. Your safety is entrusted to us, and we will safeguard you with utmost diligence. With a hearty laugh, Gardner drew forth a hefty machete and brandished a loaded firearm. Ahead lay the temporary stronghold of the Iron Fist pirate crew, and with fervor he rallied his companions. Brothers, charge forth and slay them. The moon, perhaps sensing the impending tumult, revealed only a sliver of its crescent, casting the world into darkness. Before them stood a two-story house with a yard, a residence now occupied by the Iron Fist pirate crew, where lights blazed and the raucous sounds of revelry echoed clearly from afar. 20 black-suited bodyguards split into two teams, advancing swiftly along either side of the street, their firearms drawn, faces alight with a sanguinary zeal. Gardner licked his lips, displaying no hint of trepidation, only exhilaration, as he gripped his weapons and strode forth with purpose. Despite being merely 15 years of age, his physique surpassed that of an average adult, and the combination of blade and gun lent him an air of ferocity and gravitas. Green, with a swift motion, melded into the surrounding shadows, preferring the art of stealth over direct confrontation, believing it wiser to let enemies perish in obscurity, thereby minimizing his own peril. The skirmish erupted ahead as the black-suited bodyguards engaged, the nearest pirates suffering immediate casualties, with a dozen falling in the initial volley. The Iron Fist pirate crew was hosting a banquet, the aroma of succulent grilled meats mingling with the scent of wine and the jarring tang of blood, creating an oddly repugnant atmosphere that, enemies, be cautious. They are armed. Help. I've been shot. Stay calm. There are not many of them. Draw your weapons and retaliate. The cacophony of screams and roars erupted instantaneously in the central courtyard. A burly, tattooed giant sat amidst the chaos, his fury palpable as he shattered his wine glass upon the ground, bellowing, "Who the hell dares to attack? Do they not value their lives, even targeting Iron Fist Marlin?" He surged toward the door, where a throng of black suits unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Just then, a figure leaped from the adjacent wall, crashing to the ground before him. A booming laugh followed. "Ha! So you are Iron Fist Marlin. You don't seem so formidable." Infuriated, Marlin swung a fist toward the audacious figure. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated as blade met iron fist. Gardner pressed forward with all his might. Veins bulging on his forehead, a sinister grin etched across his face. "Ha! Marlin, today marks your demise." "Humph, boy, you cannot kill me. State your name." Marlin does not wish to battle an unknown. Marlin had discerned that the black-suited assailants were either rigorously trained personnel or members of the underworld, and the youth before him appeared to belong to the latter. "Ha! You are not worthy of knowing my name." Gardner scoffed, "But I shall reveal it upon your grave." Marlin's expression darkened as he exerted greater force in their clash. Ultimately, Gardner faltered. Despite his exceptional talent, he was still a youth. Lacking the raw strength of his opponent, he maintained pressure with his blade while raising his gun with his left hand. Alas, it misfired, sensing danger from Gardner's shifting gaze. Marlin evaded just in time. Gardner unleashed a flurry of gunfire, emptying his weapon before discarding it and drawing his blade once more to engage in close combat. The wound seeped blood from Marlin's left arm. A result of the earlier barrage, yet fortunately not a fatal strike. Marlin, gritting his teeth, swung his fists relentlessly at Gardner, each blow aimed to kill, his identity now irrelevant. His sole focus was to eliminate his opponent, willing to meet his end at sea if necessary. The sound of metal clashing filled the air as Gardner quickly found himself at a disadvantage, his eyes darting for an escape. Damn it, where is Green? If he doesn't make a move soon, I won't last much longer. As if in response to his plight, shadows shifted behind Marlin that a pair of eerily tranquil eyes, imbued with a chilling intent, emerged from the once impenetrable darkness. The icy malevolence caused Marlin to shudder, and the hair on his body stood on end, but a subtle sound pierced the air, a blade slicing through the silence. Marlin froze mid-attack, sensing a threat from behind. Before he could react, a searing pain erupted as a blade pierced his lower back, aiming directly for his heart. In a desperate bid for survival, Marlin lunged forward, resulting in Gardner's blade slashing across his chest. Splatter! Marlin staggered, turning to face his assailant, blood erupting from his mouth, agony radiating from both his chest and back, twisting his features into a grimace. He glared back, spotting a shadowy figure retreating into the darkness, those piercing, tranquil eyes exuding an icy demeanor. The more he stared, the more familiarity washed over him, particularly in those perpetually calm eyes. I hear your bounty is 20 million berries. I think the Navy has overestimated you, that a scoundrel like you is barely worth 500 berries. Gardner brandished the bloodied machete in his hand, mocking with a sardonic grin. Puffed. Marlin, upon hearing this, coughed up another mouthful of blood, his eyes turning crimson with fury. You coward! Sneaking up from behind is nothing. Have the guts to face me head on. As he shouted, he cautiously retreated, pressing his back against the wall to guard against further ambushes from behind. He was utterly terrified of the figure lurking in the shadows, with its blinding speed, stealth, and that final, deadly strike. Marlin tightly bound his lower back wound with his clothing. The gash on his chest was too lengthy and difficult to bandage, so he had no choice but to leave it for now. Fortunately, although the wound was long, it was not deep, and he would not face immediate danger. His eyes darted through the darkness, searching for the shadowy figure that had nearly ended his life. I can't stay here. I must find a chance to escape. That hidden figure is far too perilous. Resolute in his decision, he furtively glanced at his men, who had seized the opportunity to charge at the black-suited foes while they were reloading. Once mingled among the crowd, that figure would find it difficult to strike. Reluctant to squander this precious opportunity, Marlin dashed forward, blood streaming profusely from his wounds. Despite his grievous injuries, his speed remained impressive, and in the blink of an eye, he plunged into the fray, landing a punch that sent one black-suited bodyguard flying and knocking another down with his shoulder. He surged through the chaos like a ferocious tiger, crashing into a pack of wolves. Heading straight for the open door. Stop him! Don't let him escape, Gardner shouted, pursuing fiercely with the machete in hand. Although Marlin possessed greater strength, his speed surpassed Gardner's considerably. Thus, despite their proximity, the distance between them only widened. Ha ha ha! You think you can take the life of Marlin? You are merely dreaming. One day, I shall exact vengeance for this day. As Marlin barreled through the throng, he unleashed indiscriminate attacks on both black-suited bodyguards and his own pirate crew, all in a desperate bid to flee. The moment he stepped outside, his joyous laughter echoed far and wide, inciting Gardner's rage as he violently struck down a pirate in frustration, halting his pursuit. He realized that no matter how fast he ran, he would never catch up to Marlin. To his astonishment, the wounded man had managed to escape. His mission was a failure, and upon returning, his standing within the family would surely diminish. Just as Marlin burst through the door and raced into the distance, a figure suddenly slithered from the darkness to the right of the entrance, launching forth with a glinting blade. Swoosh! The shadow struck like lightning, catching Marlin off guard, and pierced his throat before retreating without hesitation, vanishing into the shadows. That Marlin's forward momentum abruptly halted, and he stumbled a few steps ahead before slowly turning around. In disbelief, he clutched his throat with both hands. torrents of blood seeping through his fingers, staining his chest crimson. Behind him, there was no one. The assailant had vanished like a ghost. Bang! With a face contorted with defiance, Marlin, the ruthless pirate, collapsed to the ground. Soon devoid of life, in the courtyard, Gardner witnessed this entire scene, his eyes wide in shock as he rubbed them, peering into the darkness to the right of the door, where nothing was visible. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that Green could hide there. Swallowing hard, Gardner resolved to treat Green with greater respect in the future. That specter-like figure with its terrifying speed of attack rendered enemies utterly defenseless. Amidst his trepidation, an overwhelming excitement surged within Gardner. This was a person he had chosen, now irrevocably tied to his fate. He could already envision himself ascending to a higher position within the family. Bolstered by Green's formidable assassination skills, with Marlin, a formidable adversary, out of the way, the remaining pirates were easily dispatched by Gardner and his cadre of black-suited bodyguards. During this time, Green struck again, delivering for lethal blows, each resulting in instant death, before seamlessly disappearing once more. Like a cold-blooded assassin walking in darkness, he was poised to unleash his lethal blade at any moment. Gather all valuables and depart in 15 minutes. Gardner commanded before eagerly entering the house behind him. That was where the Iron Fist pirates truly kept their treasure, and he was certain a bountiful haul awaited within Marlin's quarters. Green emerged from beside Marlin's lifeless body, his eyes calmly observing the pool of blood beneath him. House, if you are truly dead, then I have avenged you. If you still live, then I shall eliminate him on your behalf. After murmuring these words, he melted back into the darkness. Only in the shadows did he feel a long-awaited sense of security. Laughter soon erupted from within the house, filled with satisfaction over the bounty. The black-suited bodyguards worked quickly, gathering the bodies of the pirates, collecting their valuables, while the few injured members received prompt medical attention. Gardner summoned several individuals to assist inside, and they soon emerged with large chests. The last to exit was Gardner, holding a lengthy, wrapped bundle. Once they completed their task, they had no desire to return to their base and instead made their way toward the Seed. A sailboat bearing the Dola family insignia sailed into the ocean, followed closely by a smaller vessel adorned with the Iron Fist pirate's emblem. Now their spoils of war dead on the deck. Everyone gathered, even the severely injured black-suited bodyguards were carried over. All eyes were filled with excitement as they gazed at Gardner, knowing this was the moment to reap their rewards. I'm sure you all can hardly wait, so I shall announce it directly. Gardner, with an air of arrogance, scanned his subordinates before proclaiming, "You all performed admirably in this battle. So I, the young master, have decided to reward you." With a grand gesture, two men hoisted a locked chest onto the deck. This mission netted us 3 chests of treasure, one of which belongs to the family. Although the family has entrusted me with the decision, I shall not deprive them of their rightful share. Another chest is for Green and me. You all witnessed our contributions. After all, we were the ones who took down the leader of the Iron Fist pirates. So we shall split that equally. Lastly, there's a chest that I've roughly calculated contains over 10 million berries. He paused, surveying the gleaming eyes of the crowd, and boldly declared, "All of this belongs to you." "Oh, thank you, generous young Master Gardner. Long live young Master Gardner. Following young Master Gardner has indeed proven fruitful. We've struck it rich on our first mission." The black-suited bodyguards erupted in cheers, for 1,000 berries was no small sum. Even Marlin, the captain of this pirate crew, had only been worth a bounty of 2,000 berries. Gardner chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "Did you think that was the end? Let me tell you, it is far from over." Green silently stood in the shadows of the ship's cabin, calmly observing Gardner as he incited fervor among the men, realizing that they were destined to fall under his influence in the days to come. Gardner laughed heartily, addressing his bewildered subordinates. "Have you all forgotten that Marlin himself was a pirate with a bounty on his head? His bounty stands at a staggering 20 million berries, though his strength may not entirely match that sum. It is officially sanctioned by the Navy, and we can certainly claim that money." The eyes of the black-suited bodyguards lit up. What they initially thought was a bountiful haul turned out to be even more generous from their young master. "Marlin was slain by my brother Green, and rightfully, the bounty should have gone solely to him. However, he has graciously decided to share 5 million with you all. Brothers, Let us express our gratitude to the magnanimous Lord Green. Gardner waved his hand dramatically, his voice dripping with persuasion that, "Oh, thank you, Lord Green. We are grateful to the generous young Master Gardner and Brother Green. This is fantastic. With this money, we can accomplish so much." The black-suited bodyguards were in an uproar. A sum of 5 million Bailey distributed among them was no small fortune, especially when combined with the previous 10 million. They had merely completed a straightforward task and reaped a total of 15 million Bailey, an amount that had eluded them for an entire year prior. Green, with a calm demeanor, nodded slightly to the crowd, exhibiting little emotional fluctuation that in this operation, he had dealt with his adversary, thus avenging the house d'As for the 20 million Bailey bounty that Marlin could potentially secure. He regarded it with indifference, allowing Gardner the liberty to allocate it as he saw fit. Gardner retained the lion's share as he intended to begin cultivating his own influence. No amount of money could be squandered frivolously. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed his grateful subordinates and, brimming with excitement, pulled Green back to the cabin. "Hey, Green," he exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm as he retrieved a long, covered object concealed beneath a black cloth. "Come and see something extraordinary." With that, he dramatically unveiled the item beneath the fabric that Green's gaze sharpened as he discerned 2 antiquated-looking blades that a renowned sword. "Indeed," Gardner replied, his excitement palpable as he lifted one of the blades. Its design seemingly archaic yet adorned with a vivid array of colors. "This is the Xuanmu, one of the 50 fine blades." He then gestured to the second sword, markedly different in appearance, a shorter, entirely black blade. While it did not belong to the category of famed swords, its quality was exceptional, rivaling that of the renowned blades in craftsmanship and material. As he spoke, he handed the Xuanmu to Green, a hint of reluctance in his expression. "This sword is a gift for you. It's perfect for replacing that ordinary weapon of yours." Gardner understood the weight of his decision to part with the Xuanmu, a blade recognized even across the vast seas. Although he claimed indifference, his intentions were clear. He wished to win Green over. Green cast a glance at him and, with a steady hand, pushed the Xuanmu back towards Gardner, saying calmly, "You should keep this for yourself." Upon hearing this, Gardner grew anxious. "I truly mean to give this to you, Green. I am not a miser. You will never be at a loss while you are with me." Having witnessed Green's ghostly and terrifying prowess in battle, he was resolute in ensuring that Green remained by his side as a loyal subordinate. Green shot him a sidelong glance, gesturing towards the Xuanmu with mild irritation. "This sword does not quite align with my style. I would prefer another." Gardner glanced at the flamboyant Xuanmu in his hands, then drew it from its sheath, the blade glimmering brilliantly in the light. Considering Green's combat style, he grimaced subtly and quietly picked up the other sword, muttering, all right, this one indeed suits you better." Green accepted the sleek black blade, drawing it with a sharp clang. The blade was entirely dark, save for a glimmering edge and tip. "Excellent." Green's eyes momentarily flickered with excitement, unable to suppress his admiration. This blade was truly his. Its reflective design indicated it was meant for use in the shadows. Seeing that Green was pleased with his gift, Gardner felt a wave of relief wash over him. The two parted ways, each wielding their newly acquired weapons. Upon returning to his cabin, Green did not immediately examine the short blade, but instead, with a fervent gleam in his eyes, extended a hand that a sphere of mysterious energy began to materialize, emanating an enigmatic aura. Extracted using his soul refinement ability from Marlin, this energy was immensely superior to that found on ordinary pirates. The orb of mysterious energy he held was the refined soul from the soul refinement skill, which, once integrated into his body, would rapidly enhance his physical attributes, an all-encompassing improvement. Without hesitation, Green swallowed the glowing orb. A chilling sensation coursed down his throat and into his stomach, erupting suddenly like the sun's heat. Scorching energy radiated throughout his body. Veins bulged on Green's forehead, his countenance contorting in agony as he grit his teeth against the searing pain. Each use of the soul refinement ability was accompanied by excruciating suffering. Previously, after consuming the souls of ordinary pirates, the pain had diminished significantly. Yet this time, devouring Marlin's soul brought forth an intensity of pain he had not anticipated. No, It was even more pronounced than before. Cold sweat streamed down Green's forehead like a rushing brook, quickly soaking his clothes, while blood flowed from his bitten tongue. A testament to his exertion, he gripped the wooden planks of the cabin tightly, leaving clear imprints of his fingers. After what felt like an eternity, the pain ebbed away like a receding tide, and a wave of coolness surged forth, enveloping him entirely. After enduring what seemed like a century of torment, Green opened his eyes, the blood vessels in his gaze dissipating as the refreshing sensation coursed through him. At last, he had succeeded. Clenching his fists, he felt a surge of strength, at least threefold compared to before, an unprecedented experience. Marlin's bounty of 20 million Bailey was well-deserved, reflecting his superiority over ordinary pirates. Feeling invigorated, Green sensed that he had grown a tad taller. Now 15 years of age, though not yet reaching Gardner's impressive height. He stood at over 1.90 m. In a world where the average height often soared to 4 or 5 meters, Green could only be regarded as somewhat diminutive if he were to assassinate Marlin again. The latter would scarcely have a chance to resist. The enhancement of his physical prowess had catapulted Green's abilities. The transformation was nothing short of revolutionary. If his strength had been rated at 1/2 an hour prior, it had now escalated to between 3 and 4. Admittedly, the rapid growth of his strength necessitated a corresponding improvement in his control over his body. Within the cabin, Green gradually acclimated to his newfound strength, concealing his trusty dagger on his person while sheathing the newly acquired black blade at his lower back. The drawbacks of the Soul Refinement skill began to manifest, and he furrowed his brow tightly. The pain, akin to having his very soul rent asunder, felt as though it might shatter his mind. He could only endure through sheer willpower, moving slowly as he did so. The reason for refraining from frequent use of the Soul Refinement skill lay in these drawbacks. Prolonged usage might indeed lead to catastrophic consequences. Having merely consumed Marlin's soul, Green estimated he would require at least half a month's rest before he could utilize the Soul Refinement ability again. After a while, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Thud, thud. Green, we have docked. It is time to disembark. Understood, Green replied, opening the door to step outside. The cadre of black-suited bodyguards leapt off the ship first, with Gardner and Green following closely behind. With a fine sword now at his side, Gardner exuded confidence, feeling as though his path to ascension had commenced. With such substantial gains to attract followers, and with Green, an adept assassin, by his side, he believed that the next mission could proceed without delay. Ha! Is that not our young Master Gardner? A mocking voice called out as Gardner and Green set foot on the dock. Green looked up to see a group of black-suited bodyguards surrounding a boy approaching them. This youth appeared several years older than Gardner and Green. Clad in a similar black suit, his explosive muscles straining against the fabric, beneath a mop of short brown hair, his eyes gleamed with a sinister intensity, akin to a wolf-s, as they fixed on Gardner with palpable derision. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Gardner erupted in anger. Damn it! You scoundrel Rister! Are you seeking death? I was in a good mood, and yet here you are. This disgusting individual appearing before me. The boy, identified as Rister, retorted with a smirk. Humph! How shameless to bring so many along for a simple task. Truly lacking in dignity, he gestured towards the throng of black-suited bodyguards. Taunting, if you have the guts, do it alone. Gardner suddenly fell silent, staring at the other person with a look of incredulity, and taunted, Oh, so Master Lister deems himself too good to associate with them. It appears your tasks are to be accomplished entirely on your own. Lister's expression momentarily froze, and he shot back an angry glare. He had spoken impulsively, yet in truth, each of them took as many hands as possible on missions. The strength of one's subordinates was a reflection of one's own power. Gardner and Lister exchanged fierce glares before brushing past each other, evidently both on their way to undertake a mission. Damn Lister, I shall make him pay for this, Gardner muttered under his breath as he walked away. Green cast a glance at him, trailing discreetly behind, and pondered aloud, shall we seize the opportunity to eliminate him? Cough! Gardner cleared his throat awkwardly, his expression betraying discomfort. There is no need for that. Although we are rivals, it has not yet come to the point of needing to kill one another. Green nodded regretfully. His sudden surge in strength had made him eager to find a challenging task to test his abilities, and with Gardner to bear the brunt of the blame, he had little to worry about. Gardner wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, feeling inexplicably that Green had developed an alarming propensity for violence. Could it be that his recent successes in killing had made him somewhat intoxicated by power? Gardner headed to the family to report on their mission while also submitting a portion of their gains, while Green returned to the training camp. In the absence of missions, both still had to attend training. After all, they had not yet reached the end of the training program. According to the regulations of the Dora family, all youths, save for those with exceptional prowess, were required to remain in the training camp until the age of 16. Of course, based on Green's actual capabilities, he had long surpassed the criteria for an early exit from the program. However, he had no intention of revealing his full strength. Instead, he opted to remain as inconspicuous as possible while allowing Gardner to shine brightly. In this manner, he could not only better fulfill his undercover mission, but also effectively conceal his true abilities, by cloaking himself in Gardner's brilliance. He hoped that, apart from Gardner himself, no one would discern his strength. Gardner's personality assured him that the latter would never easily expose his own power. Even in interactions with family elders, he would undoubtedly hold back. In fact, Gardner's actions were not far from Green's speculations. Upon completing his report, he sought out his father to discuss the mission's circumstances, downplaying Green's role to make it less conspicuous. Though still surpassing that of an ordinary individual, as expected, his father did not pay much attention to Green, merely deeming him a commendable subordinate worth cultivating. Gardner felt a surge of secret delight. The fewer people who were aware of Green's abilities, the better. This way, there would be no one to compete with him for Green's loyalty. After all, there were several individuals within the family who held absolute advantages, and he could not hope to contend with them. He soon returned to the training camp, displaying even greater enthusiasm toward Green. Inside Green's quarters, posters of wanted criminals adorned the walls, each depicting a menacing pirate whose visage betrayed an aura of wickedness, cunning, or brutality. The center. A bounty poster bore a large cross over the image of a man adorned with a captain's hat and a prominent mustache. Exuding an air of dominance, Roger has yet to reach Raftel. Has he? This means he has not yet become the Pirate King. Green mused, curiosity piqued regarding whether Roger's fate would align with what he had come to know, and whether he would indeed utter that fateful phrase with the same commanding presence. A cold gleam flickered in Green's eyes. That phrase of yours may spell doom for countless souls, altering the very nature of the seas. The once majestic image of the Pirate King, which had captivated him during his anime-watching days, had gradually shattered, replaced by an overwhelming sense of hatred. How many lives would be uprooted by that insidious declaration? The era of great pirates was on the brink of emergence, and thus, it was imperative for him to accelerate his own progress. If Brigadier Nelson and his crew could not manage, then he would take it upon himself to execute the Dark Raven plan, which had originally been merely an undercover mission. Green felt compelled to take action, to confront the formidable pirates of the seas, to slay them, and to continuously grow stronger. This was his true objective. Green, look, today's newspaper reports that GOLD Roger has set sail towards the final island. The Pirate King is about to be born, Gardner exclaimed excitedly, bursting into Green's room with a newspaper in hand. Green emerged from the shadows behind the door like a ghost, snatching the newspaper away. Startling Gardner, has GOLD Roger received the final guidance? Does the final island truly exist? Truly, he is a legendary pirate. Green's eyes narrowed, a fleeting aura of danger passing through him. And that's not all. Fishman Island was nearly obliterated due to the greed of the celestial dragons, ultimately having to hoist the Whitebeard pirate flag to survive, Gardner pointed out, indicating a news snippet at the edge of the paper. Green frowned. He had to admit that the actions of the world government were utterly revolting, with the Navy, once representative of justice, now reduced to mere lapdogs of the celestial dragons. In No Wonder the Navy often unwittingly played the role of antagonists in the original narrative, setting the newspaper down. Green turned to Gardner, declaring earnestly, Gardner, I believe we no longer need to remain in the training camp. Only through real combat can we expedite the enhancement of our strengths. Haha, Green, we are indeed of the same mind. I have already submitted an application to the family. The two of us will be leaving the training camp shortly, Gardner proclaimed, his face beaming with self-satisfaction. Sure enough, mere hours later, the approvals for their departure arrived. As the two exited the training camp, they were met by 50 gangsters clad in black suits, who greeted them with respectful bows upon their arrival. What do you think, Green? These are the subordinates I have recently gathered. Quite impressive, wouldn't you say? Green nodded slightly. Each of these thugs was well-built and competent fighters, indicating that Gardner had evidently put in considerable effort. Gardner continued, I will be managing the business on Mahu Island from now on, where the Jim family and the Jeffrey family also have a presence that we must remain vigilant. Yes, Master Gardner, the crowd replied, and they promptly boarded a ship, departing without lingering on Bia Island. The 5 gang families had maintained a semblance of restraint, with open conflict being relatively scarce. Though covert struggles were rampant, they were still mindful of their limits. However, Mahu Island was a different story altogether. Mahu Island lay at the edge of the West Sea, featuring only a small port town, serving as a hub for illegal trade in the region. The Jim and Jeffrey families, both formidable factions within the criminal underworld, were constant contenders, engaged in relentless open and covert battles. Gardner had been dispatched there because, merely a fortnight prior, upon their return from eradicating the Iron Fist pirates, the Dora family's leader on Mahu Island had been assassinated. To this day, the family had yet to uncover the true perpetrator, yet this incident was undeniably linked to the other 2 families on the island. One of the thugs was explaining the upcoming situation on Mahu Island to the group, ensuring they were adequately informed and not caught off guard. Green appeared deep in thought. The assassination of the Dora family's leader implied that competition with the other 2 families could resort to unscrupulous methods, even to the extent of killing their members, which was indeed promising news. After half a month, Green had fully recovered from the aftereffects of the previous Soul Refinement and had become intimately acquainted with his newfound strength. Now was an opportune moment to consume his next target. After a half-day journey, the group arrived at the remote Mahu Island. The moment they stepped into the port town, Green felt countless malevolent gazes fixated upon them, hostility brazenly evident. It seems this place is indeed quite perilous, Green. Gardner strode forward confidently, his famed sword, Xuanmu, swaying slightly. As he met each hostile gaze with a fierce glare, they proceeded straight to the Dora family's stronghold, where Gardner boldly took a seat at the main table, crossing his legs as he surveyed the station personnel. What has been the recent situation? Enlighten me. A burly man in a black suit stepped forward, respectfully addressing, Master Gardner, my name is Tom. Following the assassination of Lord Hill, our family's business has faced significant pressure from the Jim and Jeffrey families. We have lost several of our strongholds. Gardner furrowed his brows, gritting his teeth as he unleashed a torrent of invective upon the 2 families, before promptly instructing Tom, inform the brothers below that with my arrival, they need not fear Jim and Jeffrey's men any longer. We shall teach them a lesson shortly. Having spoken, he turned to Green. Green, since they are capable of assassinating our men, we need not exercise any courtesy. Green nodded calmly, his gaze revealing a deeply concealed fervor. At last, the opportunity to grow stronger had arrived. Tom's eyes flickered, and he did not underestimate the 2 youthful speakers before him. Instead, he respectfully remarked, Young Master Gardner, the head of the Jim family on the island, is beaten. A sharpshooter reputed to hit crickets from 200 meters with ease, he is accompanied by several bodyguards skilled in hand-to-hand combat. He continued, the leader of the Jeffrey family is named Lucien, a formidable martial artist. Lord Hill has clashed with him several times, and each encounter ended in a stalemate. Dealing with these 2 will not be simple. I advise you to prepare thoroughly before taking action. Gardner scoffed disdainfully, retorting, it's absurd that Hill, that fool, could manage a draw with Lucien. He'd be fortunate not to be turned into a pulp. Tom felt a pang of embarrassment. His intention to grant his former superior a modicum of respect by suggesting a stalemate had been ruthlessly exposed by Gardner. Enough of this matter. You need not concern yourself. Green and I will devise a plan. Gardner waved dismissively, sending everyone else away, leaving only himself and Green. What say you, Green? Are you confident in eliminating these 2? He asked, his face alight with anticipation that if these 2 could be dealt with, the island would be devoid of rivals, allowing for uninhibited expansion until the 2 families sent reinforcements. Green clasped his hands before him and replied calmly. From the intelligence gathered, there's a chance to assassinate Beaton. But Lucien is another matter entirely. It is far easier to eliminate an unprepared sharpshooter than to confront an unknown martial artist. The current intelligence is rather rudimentary. We know only that Lucien possesses formidable combat skills, yet the specifics remain elusive. Then let us first target Beaton. We shall proceed step by step, eliminating one before seeking an opportunity to deal with the other. Gardner said, his face contorting with a sinister expression. He had recently begun to take over some family businesses and was eager to showcase his prowess by swiftly eliminating the other two families on Marsh Island. Establishing a singular voice for the Dola family, as night enveloped Marsh Island. The small town succumbed to darkness, save for a few brightly lit establishments that seemed isolated from the night, clad in black combat attire. Green concealed his face with a black mask, revealing only his calm eyes. Like a phantom, he glided through the shadows of the street, swiftly heading towards his destination, the residence of the Jim family. A cluster of orderly buildings. Arriving at the outer wall of the Jim family's compound, Green cast a cold glance at the two slouching lackeys by the entrance before silently scaling the wall. In the center of the compound stood a solitary building, the residence of Beaton, the head of the Jim family. Several lackeys were stationed at various points around the structure, and faint presences lingered in the darker corners. Green closed his eyes, attuning himself to the surroundings. The elusive sensations felt akin to an erratic wireless signal. However, he was still able to identify several concealed ordinary lackeys. It seems that my mastery of observation hockey is still lacking. I shall have to seek breakthroughs through combat, he mused, feeling a twinge of regret as he melted back into the darkness, maneuvering through the blind spots of the lackey's gaze since joining the Dola family. Green had been intentionally honing his awareness, striving to unlock the potential of observation hockey, yet he still lacked a crucial element. The interior of the building was quite simple, with a corridor on one side. Brightly illuminated as if it were daytime, two burly bodyguards stood at the corridor's entrance, their vigilant gazes effectively sealing off any means of escape. Beyond them, at the end of the corridor, lay a spacious room filled with the sounds of laughter and merriment. Peering through a narrow gap around the corner, Green observed for a moment before retreating and slipping out through a rear window, camouflaging himself in the shadows as he crept along the wall. The lackeys below remained oblivious to the silent figure above them. In a room on the second floor, a man clad in a sharp suit reclined on a leather sofa, sipping wine, surrounded by a few jovial young women. Beaton was in high spirits, having seized the opportunity to eliminate the head of the Dola family with the help of a passing pirate crew, allowing him to assert control over the rival's assets. Although the Jeffrey family had quickly caught wind of the situation and retaliated, their efforts paled in comparison to his premeditated actions. Today, a reward from his family arrived on Marsh Island, and soon he would be able to acquire a more prosperous territory. What a splendid day, he exclaimed, draining his expensive red wine just as the lights dimmed. Green remained quietly poised at the protruding ledge outside the window, expressionless as he absorbed the tantalizing sounds from within, unaffected by the revelry. Tonight, Beaton was as good as dead. A sharpshooter like Beaton surely lacked physical strength. Hence, he would employ his refinement of spirit ability on the two bodyguards at the entrance. He contemplated silently. Before long, the sounds within the room began to dissipate. Green smirked. It was evident that sharpshooters were not up to par. He refrained from making his move until an hour had passed, during which the room had grown eerily silent, the rhythmic sound of breathing mingling with soft snores. With a barely perceptible creak, a shadow slipped silently into the darkened room, landing without a sound. Gently closing the window, Green's keen eyes surveyed the surroundings. The air was thick with a blend of sweat and an acrid, distinctive scent. Beaton exhibited none of the wariness one would expect from sharpshooter. His prolonged indulgence had dulled his instincts. A flash of dull, cold light glimmered, and with a swift thrust, Green pierced through Beaton's skull, rendering his brain a mere pulp in an instant. Beaton had no time to react, his body twitching involuntarily before succumbing to silence. The head of the Jim family on Marsh Island met his demise, shrouded in ambiguity. Assessing Beaton's spirit, Green's eyes reflected disdain. His physical capabilities were akin to that of a common lackey, truly a life wasted. Cursing internally, Green shifted his gaze toward the door, but a sliver of light crept in through the crack, providing a faint illumination within the room, since enhancing his physique with the refinement of spirit ability. Green's vision had continually sharpened, surpassing that of an ordinary person in nocturnal conditions. In this pitch-black environment, he could discern his surroundings with ease. While it could not compare to daylight, it was still remarkably advantageous, allowing him to navigate the darkness with newfound confidence. Gradually approaching the door, he detected 2 steady breaths emanating from outside. Evidently, the 2 bodyguards remained dutifully vigilant. Furrowing his brow, Green realized that with 2 individuals present, he lacked the assurance to eliminate them silently. Should they raise the alarm, he would likely find himself surrounded. After contemplating, a cunning plan materialized. The lackeys below appeared listless, their superior enjoying himself while they endured the tedium of standing guard. Suffering the torment of the intangible, suddenly, a sharp noise echoed from a nearby corner, akin to something crashing to the ground. Who goes there? The lackeys jolted to attention, instinctively reaching for their firearms, exchanging glances before moving to investigate. The 2 bodyguards reacted as well. One yawned and waved, saying, "I'll check it out. Those rascals must be up to no good again." The other chuckled, "Go on, but bring back some snacks. I've been standing here so long that I'm feeling a bit peckish." Green remained quietly stationed behind the door, listening as footsteps gradually receded until they rounded the corner and faded away. Creak, the remaining bodyguard paused, surprised that the front door had swung open. That wasn't the boss supposed to be asleep by now? As the door from a room behind him swung open, he turned around without a hint of caution, assuming it was a superior who had emerged to investigate the commotion. However, instead of a query from his master, he was met with a lethal flash of a blade. With a swift motion, a black dagger pierced through the opponent's jaw, driving straight into the skull. The bodyguard's eyes widened in shock, his expression frozen in horror as he fell backward. Lifeless, Green hastily reached out to steady the collapsing corpse and dragged it inside, then with a decisive plop, withdrew the short blade, allowing blood to spurt forth, its iron scent saturating the room, albeit overshadowed by other noxious odors. Cautiously inspecting himself for any stains, and finding none, Green opened the door once more to step outside. Another bodyguard would soon return. He could not afford to wait for their arrival to take action, lest they become suspicious upon discovering the absence of their colleague. Having grown accustomed to eliminating foes in the shadows, Green now sought to experiment with an assassination under the bright lights of the corridor. There were myriad methods to dispatch an enemy. Why engage in a direct confrontation? Concealing himself, he planned to close in for a decisive strike and then vanish. A far more elegant approach. Positioned at the corner of the staircase, Green awaited patiently. Before long, footsteps echoed and a shadow stretched, elongating in the light. Gripping the dagger tightly, he crouched slightly, his expression devoid of emotion, as a foot emerged from around the corner. Green's poised blade struck like a bolt of black lightning, reaching the second bodyguard in an instant. The guard barely registered the fleeting motion before a sharp glint flashed before his eyes, causing his heart to skip a beat as he stumbled backward in terror. With a glimmer of cold light in his eyes, Green's movements quickened. With a thud, the bodyguard crashed against the staircase, nearly breaking the wooden steps, the sound drawing the attention of the sentinels outside, who hurriedly approached. "Damn it," Green muttered under his breath, retreating swiftly to evade from a different direction. Behind him, shouts and alarmed voices erupted, signaling that the night would not be tranquil. Upon returning to the Dola family stronghold, Gardner awaited him in the hall. How did it go? Was the operation successful? He inquired urgently as Green stepped inside. Removing his mask, Green nodded affirmatively, stating it was successful. Bitten is dead, along with his 2 bodyguards. "Excellent," Gardner exclaimed, clapping his hands with exuberance. "Now I can reclaim what was lost." He scrutinized Green closely, noting his unscathed condition, and chuckled. "Well done, Green. I knew you would succeed. You need not partake in the upcoming actions. I've arranged for sufficient manpower by tomorrow morning. At least half of this territory will belong to the Dola family." Green found this arrangement agreeable and nodded before departing. He was accustomed to Gardner's exuberance and indifference towards his own demeanor. Gardner eagerly rushed out to assemble his forces and commence the counterattack against the Jim family's operations, with the Jim family stripped of its leader. They soon faltered under the Dora family's onslaught, losing several strongholds and forced into a defensive retreat. Alone in his room, Green secured the door tightly and eagerly retrieved the energy orbs. Not just one this time, but two emanating a mysterious aura. After consuming Marlin's soul, not only had his physical strength significantly increased, but it appeared that his soul refining ability had also been enhanced. Green was pleasantly surprised and promptly swallowed one orb, deciding to save the other until he confirmed that its drawbacks were not too severe, that a much lighter pain than before coursed through him, merely causing him to frown before he decisively consumed the second orb. The agony surged, radiating from within. Veins bulged on Green's forehead as he clenched his fists, striving to endure the overwhelming sensations. Soon, the excruciating pain subsided, replaced by a refreshing flow of energy coursing through his body. Exhaling slowly, he felt his strength surging once more. While the two souls he had obtained could not compare to Marlin's, their quantity compensated somewhat, bringing him to half of what Marlin had contributed. Clenching his fist and feeling his rapidly enhancing physical prowess, Green smiled. Strength was the true currency for survival upon the turbulent seas. The following day, as the sun began to rise, Gardner returned to the stronghold, weary yet exuberantly animated, having brought reinforcements. I've seized half of the Jim family's territory. Had it not been for the sudden interference from the Jeffrey family, our gains would have been even greater. His subordinates looked upon him with newfound respect. When Gardner claimed he had dealt with the Jim family's leader, they were skeptical until they witnessed the Jim family crumble under their assault, the leader still absent. Only then did they realize Gardner spoke the truth. Master Gardner, you are truly remarkable. How did you handle Bitten from the Jim family? He is a formidable marksman, one remarked. Indeed, I heard Bitten was always accompanied by several bodyguards, never leaving their side, even in sleep. Gardner, with a glint of cunning in his eye, refrained from revealing that Green was the one behind the operation and instead replied, I had Green personally contact the assassin. Bitten was no challenge at all. So Green was the one who reached out to the assassin. No wonder we haven't seen him. With this assassin at our disposal, shall we not deal with the Jeffrey family next? Seeing that the attention had shifted to his fabricated tale of the assassin, Gardner smiled in satisfaction. Let us bolster the defenses of our new territory. If necessary, we can recruit some local thugs. I doubt the Jim family would dare counterattack. Everyone must remain vigilant. The Jeffrey family lurks nearby with ill intentions. We cannot afford to show any weakness. Understood? Yes, Master Gardner. Meanwhile, at the Jeffrey family stronghold, in a large office, Lu Sun, a towering figure with muscles akin to cast iron, sat behind a desk, puffing on a cigar, his fierce gaze fixed on his subordinate. So, what you're saying is that we only managed to seize half of the Dora family's gains last night. The subordinate, sweating profusely, quickly explained, My lord, it's not that we are inferior. It's simply that their actions were too swift. Almost as if they knew Bitten from the Jim family was assassinated. Lu Sun laughed heartily, startling his subordinate. Of course they were prepared. If I'm not mistaken, Bitten was taken out by their hired hand. My lord is wise, the subordinate flattered. Lu Sun commanded, distribute our forces. While the Jim family is still reeling, let us seize as much territory as we can. After speaking, he exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, shrouding his face, leaving only his fierce eyes visible amidst the haze. Furthermore, secretly bolster my personal guard with family members who possess combat prowess. The subordinate hesitated, asking, My lord, do you mean the Dora family will make a move against us? Humph! With the Jim family in shambles, it is only a matter of time before we become their target. Is that not obvious? Increase surveillance on the Dora family. I want to know every move of that newcomer. Green Paunchy sat in a street-facing room, his eyes closed as he attuned himself to the sounds of the bustling street outside. The sensations were vague and intermittent, yet significantly improved compared to his previous experiences. As his physical prowess intensified and his overall fitness developed comprehensively, his perceptive abilities also soared. The awakening of observation Hawkeye was imminent. Originally, Green had anticipated that the first manifestation of his enhanced physical strength would be the armament Hawkeye, which is closely linked to physical fortitude. However, he was taken aback to discover that observation Hawkeye was poised to awaken first. It seemed that this was related to his current combat habits. The augmentation provided by observation Hawkeye far surpassed that of armament Hawkeye, prompting his body to make an automatic adjustment. Contemplating this, Green concluded his training for the day. It had been 3 days since the assassination of the Jim family's leader, and the after effects of his soul refinement had dissipated. Unfortunately, during the past 2 days, he had sought a breakthrough against the Jeffrey family, only to find their guards as tightly secured as ever. A cold glimmer flashed in his eyes as he rose to leave. Since he could not eliminate a key figure from the Jeffrey family, he would commence with the lowly subordinates. Half an hour later, Green extracted his dagger from the chest of a Jeffrey family lackey. Indifferently wiping the blood away before stepping away from the corner of the building, the soul of an ordinary lackey had become exceedingly feeble in its impact on Green. It was only after he had slain 5 Jeffrey family subordinates that he began to feel a hint of nearing his limits. However, this merely resulted in a mild headache that lasted through the night. The following day, his hunting endeavor resumed. Green's physical capabilities were growing at an astonishing pace, unbeknownst to anyone. Even Gardner, who sought him out daily, was oblivious to the extent of this young man's burgeoning strength. Since they had exited the training camp together, Green's hunting activities persisted for a fortnight, during which he continuously sought vulnerabilities among the Jeffrey family guards. Yet, those guards proved to be quite formidable, leaving him unable to find any weaknesses. Although Gardner felt anxious, it was of no avail. This morning, the new leader of the Jim family finally arrived. However, he found himself powerless against the established situation. Forced to fortify his territory to prevent further losses, Green, we have trouble. Gardner suddenly approached Green with a serious expression. What trouble? Green replied, meticulously cleaning his dagger with a piece of cloth. You remember the unfortunate fellow I previously managed here? The family has investigated the cause of his death. He was killed by a pirate crew hired by the Jim family. Gardner's face was grave, evidently bearing more bad news, with a metallic sound. Green sheathed his dagger and looked up at Gardner. That pirate crew has returned and is likely seeking retribution against us. They have business dealings with the Jim family, so our suppression of the Jim family effectively cuts off their financial lifeline. Green nodded in understanding and calmly inquired, where's that pirate crew currently located? Gardner looked intently at Green, cautioning him, Green, they're not something we can contend with. The captain of that pirate crew is a pirate who once roamed the Grand Line. More importantly, he took a deep breath, his expression dark and tinged with fear. Most importantly, he is a devil fruit user. Green took the intelligence report from him and began to read it intently. Oh, a bounty of 10 million berries, a zoan-type dog fruit, coyote form. Quite formidable, he assessed. That is for certain that we initially thought it was just an ordinary pirate crew, but it turns out their captain is a powerful devil fruit user. Gardner said, visibly disheartened. Facing such a user in battle, I have no confidence whatsoever. The family has even issued orders to avoid conflict with them and to make concessions if necessary. Green's eyes flickered as he returned the report to Gardner, stating calmly, this individual is beyond our capacity to handle. Gardner nodded, warning Green, you must not attempt to assassinate him, but if you are killed, it will also implicate the family. Green remained silent, merely nodding. Gardner soon departed, with a bounty of 50 million berries and being a zoan-type devil fruit user. He was the perfect target to test the fruits of his recent training. That night, clad in black, Green melded with the shadows, departing the family's residence unnoticed and making his way swiftly to the coast. The intelligence gathered during the day indicated that the formidable pirate crew was docked by the shore, apparently engaged in some business dealings with the Jim family. As he progressed along the coast, he soon spotted the moored pirate ship, where a throng of pirates was joyously celebrating on the beach. The flickering flames reflected in Green's eyes as he swiftly identified his target amidst the crowd, a lewd man clad in a captain's uniform with a prominent mustache. Upon seeing him, Green couldn't help but wonder if this man was the same one who had ventured into the Grand Line and successfully returned. Blending seamlessly into the night, Green stealthily approached the ship. Once the pirates concluded their revelry, they would surely return to the ship to rest. It was illogical to forego the comfort of the ship's cabin for sleeping in the wilderness. Only 2 drowsy pirates were stationed on guard aboard the ship, and Green made his way past them without causing a stir. Heading directly toward the largest cabin, it was evident that this prime location, with the most spacious interior, belonged to the captain. concealing himself. He prepared to wait patiently for his prey to arrive. The pirates were brimming with energy, and it wasn't until the late hours of the night that they began to trickle back onto the ship. With some drunkenly collapsing on the beach, Green's demeanor shifted as he sensed the approaching footsteps outside the door. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing the lewd pirate captain, who stumbled in, clearly intoxicated. Upon entering the room, he paused, his nose twitching. Green's heart raced. He knew this was problematic. The captain, being a Zoan-type dog fruit user, possessed a keen sense of smell akin to that of a dog. And he had evidently detected an unfamiliar scent. Just as Green prepared to act, the pirate captain's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, "Who dares enter my ship's quarters? Are you seeking death?" As he spoke, a remarkable transformation began to occur. Furry ears sprouted from his head, yellowish fur erupted across his face, his nails sharpened into claws, and sharp fangs protruded from his lips. Witnessing his adversary morph into a half-werewolf in the blink of an eye, Green understood that he could no longer afford to wait. Antoine, the captain, was furious that someone had stealthily infiltrated his cabin. After all, he was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 50 million berries. Truly, someone had no fear of death. "Who are you? Show yourself," he roared. Emerging from the shadows, Green swiftly drew his blade and slashed forward. The glint of his dagger was easily dodged by Antoine, and Green expected nothing less. This strike had been impulsive and could never inflict harm. "Hey, Wolf Claw!" A furry claw lunged toward Green's chest, the sharp nails resembling daggers capable of piercing flesh with ease. Green's eyes sharpened. Instead of retreating as he usually would, he suddenly thrust out his left hand, moving even faster than when wielding his blade. With a resounding clap, he caught the pirate captain's claw and with a swift motion, hurled him overhead. With a thud, Antoine hit the ground, his powerful Zoan-type devil fruit abilities granting him remarkable strength. Yet he was also thrown into disarray, his vision dotted with stars. A slight smile crept across the corner of Green's mouth beneath his mask. It was astonishing to realize that his physical strength could rival that of a Zoan-type devil fruit user, perhaps even surpassing it. Antoine, like a true beast, dropped to all fours, emitting a low growl. His eyes filled with suspicion. This diminutive figure before him possessed remarkable strength, and he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. The moment they made contact, he felt as though his wrist had been ensnared by a vice forged of steel. Green wasted no time. With a sudden thrust of his foot, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the prone Antoine, his short blade radiating an aura of cold menace. Slicing through the air like the scythe of death. "Howl!" Antoine bellowed, his eyes transforming into slits, glowing with a fierce green light. "Who the hell are you? Did the Dola family send you? I haven't troubled them. Yet they come seeking me. You dare show disrespect to Lord Antoine? Boy, you're as good as dead. I am no mere lackey of the Jim family." Fully transformed into a beast, Antoine let out a ferocious howl. Nimbly evading the incoming blade, his icy gaze fixed malevolently on Green. With a resounding thud, Green delivered a powerful kick to the unsuspecting wolf, charging in with his weapon drawn. The clash between man and wolf drew the attention of several sober pirates nearby. But they found themselves unable to intervene. The sounds of combat echoed continuously. The formidable Zoan-type devil fruit user was being thoroughly dominated by Green. He relished the opportunity to engage in direct combat, employing all the techniques he had learned against the giant wolf. And it was an exhilarating experience. And oh wonder people in this world favored face-to-face battles. It truly was invigorating. Green squinted, lowering his body for a more refined maneuver. The giant wolf was faring poorly, its fur matted and torn, a plethora of wounds marking its body, with one gash nearly extending to its eye. With gritted teeth, the wolf glared at Green. "Who are you?" "Kid, no one in the West Sea could match your strength. Are you also a returnee from the Grand Line?" At last, Green spoke. "You, a failure from the Grand Line, dare to claim a return? For a weakling like you, retreating to the Four Seas would be the wisest choice." Antoine's face twisted with rage. He despised being labeled a failure of the Grand Line. "Howl! Don't think for a moment that your strength makes you impressive. Today I'll show you the true power of a devil fruit. Prepare to die." He lunged forward, claws and fangs aimed at Green's throat. With a clang, Green effortlessly parried the snapping jaws with his blade, delivering a kick that struck the giant wolf squarely in the chest. There was a muted thump as the wolf was sent flying backward, howling in defeat. "I'm done playing with you." Green's gaze hardened as he shouted, instantly dashing forward, his speed surpassing what he had previously displayed. Antoine, in shock, could only watch as a shadow rapidly closed the distance, a sharp pain suddenly erupting in his throat. With a soft thud, Green landed gracefully, quickly retreating into the shadows, disappearing from sight. The chaotic sounds of the dying wolf echoed as its anger ebbed away, life draining from its eyes through the narrow wound in its throat. Soon, the wolf's struggles ceased, and Green stood in the darkness, activating his soul refinement ability. A swirling mass of energy, the largest he had ever obtained, emerged from Antoine's slowly returning human form. Green's expression shifted. Unlike before, the luminous orb no longer contained a vague energy, but rather the vivid likeness of a coyote. He swiftly collected the energy sphere, casting a glance at the shattered door of the cabin, where a throng of pirates had gathered, their expressions a mix of confusion and apprehension. Of course, they could see nothing in the darkness. Yet the silence had persisted for far too long. Finally, one pirate, the newly appointed first mate after the previous one had met his demise in the Grand Line, could no longer contain himself. "Everyone, let us go check it out. Anyone who refuses will face the captain's wrath when he emerges. You all know what that entails." The surrounding pirates exchanged fearful glances. None wished to experience the captain's punishment. Under the threat and temptation, they cautiously approached the cabin. When the lights were turned on, disbelief washed over their faces. Before them lay their once mighty captain, now lifeless, his naked body sprawled on the floor. A gaping wound nearly severing his head from his neck, blood saturating half of the cabin. The pirate crew was thrown into disarray, and Green swiftly returned to the Dola family's stronghold. The pirates' lack of strength rendered their deaths of little consequence to him. Silently returning to the base, Green eagerly retrieved Antoine's soul. The clear coyote image within stirring a flicker of intrigue. Antoine's devil fruit was the Zoan-type coyote form, a thought he could not dismiss. Could this be the essence of a devil fruit? Was it possible that the soul refinement ability could extract the powers of a devil fruit? Green's face betrayed no joy. If that were true, he had no desire for the coyote fruit. Cradling the energy sphere depicting the coyote, he found himself in a quandary, torn between consuming it or letting it go, for it was the strongest soul he had acquired thus far. If he were to devour it, his physical prowess would undoubtedly experience another significant leap. "Hey, Green, have you heard? That formidable pirate crew has met with disaster." Early in the morning, Gardner approached Green, a look of unrestrained excitement on his face. Green calmly shook his head. He was well aware, but could not disclose that information. "Unaware. Have they departed?" "Huh, not merely that. Their captain was suddenly slain by an unknown assailant yesterday. Our crisis has been averted." As he spoke, Gardner cast a suspicious glance at Green, quickly shaking his head. It couldn't be Green. While his strength was commendable, it paled in comparison to that of the notorious pirate with a bounty of 50 million, thus suppressing his doubts. Gardner proclaimed, "Green, now is the perfect moment for us to eradicate that pirate crew. Will you join us?" Since it was daytime, Green typically declined to participate in missions, which was why Gardner made a point to ask that. "Of course, I've recently experienced a breakthrough in strength. It's an opportune time to test my skills against the pirates." Green readily agreed that his soul refinement ability could be utilized more than once, and he could still acquire a few more souls. "Great, I'll gather the crew, and we'll set off immediately." Upon reaching the shoreline, they found the pirate crew, bereft of their captain, preparing to flee, their expressions reflecting not sorrow but a sense of relief. Antoine had undoubtedly been a competent pirate. His brutality and greed extended not only to enemies but also to his crew, many of whom had been thrown overboard to feed the fish for defying him. Thus, there was a measure of fear among the crew. With his demise, the pirates had split into two factions. After the previous night's skirmish, only the victors remained. "Onward, let us slay them. All the treasures aboard their ship will belong to us." Gardner's face contorted in a fierce grimace as he forcefully waved his hand. Behind him, his ferocious henchmen in black suits surged forward with wild abandon, adept at mercilessly beating down the fallen. Greenwood, mingling within the throng, expertly launched his assaults from the blind spots of his adversaries, swiftly claiming several prime victories within mere moments. After a night filled with intense conflict, the pirates, who had not yet had the chance to rest, were utterly routed, crying out in despair. The battle concluded swiftly. At this point, Gardner and Greenwood had boarded their ship, surveying the remnants of last night's skirmish, but finding nothing of note, as the traces had been thoroughly erased by the pirates' fray. Subsequently, they stumbled upon a treasure trove within the cabin, 2 chests brimming with gold, silver, and jewels, yet lacking any other unique items, which left Gardner lamenting for quite some time. Send someone to return the ship to our port, and ensure the captives are closely guarded. Anyone who dares to cause trouble should be executed immediately. Gardner commanded. Yes, sir, responded the cohort of black-suited henchmen, each dispersing to fulfill their duties, some to pilot the ship, others to oversee the captives. Gardner and Greenwood engaged in conversation as they made their way back to their base. Greenwood, I never anticipated that our takeover of the family business would go so smoothly. This success is all thanks to you. Truly, you are my most capable right hand. Greenwood smiled calmly and replied, Gardner, this is inseparable from your leadership. The family's rewards for you must be forthcoming. This. Gardner chuckled gleefully, slapping Greenwood on the shoulder and laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. Rest assured, I shall not neglect you. However, it is still too early to discuss rewards. We must swiftly deal with the influence of both families on this island. Jokingly, Greenwood expressed his desire not to linger on the island indefinitely. What are your thoughts? For now, I have none. If this continues, we may need to consider a full frontal assault. Gardner nodded gravely. If opportunities were completely exhausted, they would have no choice but to confront their foes head-on. Upon returning to the family base, Greenwood isolated himself in his room. Passing by a fruit shop on the street, he procured a variety of fruits, having recently discovered a new function through his latest spirit experiment. He selected one of each type of fruit and placed them on the table, his eyes gleaming with barely contained excitement. He was about to conduct a monumental experiment. If successful, he might possess an astonishing ability. Taking several deep breaths to calm his racing heart, Greenwood extended his hand, causing a sphere of energy to float into existence, the image of a coyote within it appearing strikingly lifelike. He focused his thoughts. The energy sphere began to pulsate, the coyote's form inside, it quivering rapidly. Sweat beaded on Greenwood's forehead as a slender crack appeared on one side of the energy sphere, the coyote within raising its head to emit a silent howl. Attempting to escape through the fissure, he quickly closed the energy sphere, preventing the coyote's escape. It seems feasible that he brought the cracked side of the energy sphere close to a row of fruits. Reopening the fissure, the coyote's form began to seep out through the narrow gap, brushing past several fruits. Greenwood meticulously controlled the size of the crack, repeatedly opening and closing it. Each time he opened it, only a minuscule amount of the mysterious energy emanated outward, followed by an immediate closure of the opening. With each iteration, he scrutinized the line of fruits on the table, keenly observing for any subtle changes. Alas, each fruit remained unchanged, precisely as they had been. However, Greenwood did not succumb to discouragement and continued his relentless experimentation. Finally, as the coyote within the energy sphere became increasingly ethereal, the fruits on the table exhibited the faintest of changes. Greenwood halted his actions once more, intently examining the fruits for any alterations. It truly succeeded. Greenwood could hardly believe it, hastily rubbing his eyes and retrieving a pear from the neatly arranged fruits. This pear had undergone a slight transformation, its originally irregular shape having improved, and its color shifted to a grayish hue. Success. Truly a success. Greenwood beamed with delight, laughing heartily as he held the fruit in his hands. Quickly reining in his exuberance, he grasped the transformed pear in one hand while extending the energy sphere's fissure position with the other, maximizing the opening. Almost visibly, changes began to manifest on the pear's surface, its shape morphing under a mysterious force into that of a wolf's head, adorned with intricate patterns, the entire fruit transforming to a gray akin to a wolf's fur. Cradling the oddly shaped fruit, Greenwood's eyes sparkled with ecstatic joy. His hypothesis had indeed come to fruition. The spirit contained the essence of a devil fruit's power. He realized he had uncovered one of the world's deepest secrets. Holding the newly formed Zoan type, Inu no Mi, Greenwood unhesitatingly consumed the energy sphere, now devoid of substance, which left only pure energy. The excruciating pain that followed drained the last vestiges of strength from his body, leaving him pale and sprawled on the ground, his muscles twitching uncontrollably. Soon, a rush of invigorating energy enveloped him, far more potent than before. Greenwood flipped over and stood up, furrowing his brow, while the refined spirit ability enabled him to grow stronger swiftly. It left him vulnerable to counterattacks for a time, a distinct weakness. Should an enemy exploit this vulnerability, he would be left at their mercy. Nevertheless, its immense power could not be overshadowed by such a minor flaw. Greenwood grabbed a piece of cloth, wrapping the freshly acquired devil fruit within, and stepped outside. Bang, bang, bang. "Who is it? Who is knocking at this late hour?" Gardner's irritated voice echoed from within the room. "It's me." The door creaked open, revealing Gardner's puzzled expression. "Greenwood, what brings you here at such an hour?" Greenwood entered and gestured for Gardner to close the door behind him. Gardner, perplexed, complied. "What with the secrecy, Greenwood? Have you stumbled upon some treasure?" Greenwood tossed the cloth bundle he was carrying to Gardner, calmly stating, "Indeed, I have found a treasure. Fruits from the market." Gardner's confusion deepened as he instinctively opened the bundle, his whole body jolting, followed by disbelief as he gazed at Greenwood. "No way. You can't be telling me this is a devil fruit?" Greenwood maintained his infuriatingly calm demeanor. "Indeed, this is a devil fruit. Judging by its appearance, it likely belonged to Antoine, who perished last night." Gardner's hand trembled, increasing his grip as he exclaimed, "Greenwood, how could you carelessly toss aside a precious devil fruit? Do you not comprehend its worth? The price of a devil fruit varies by type. This is a common Zoan, thus valued at 100 million berries." Gardner rolled his eyes, placing the devil fruit reverently on the table. 100 million berries. "What an astonishing find. Congratulations, Greenwood," he murmured distractedly, his gaze fixated on the fruit. Filled with avarice. "No. It should be congratulations to you." Gardner, what do you mean by that?" Gardner looked at him, somewhat bewildered. Greenwood pointed at the devil fruit on the table, stating earnestly, "This fruit is yours if you consume it. Your strength will increase significantly, and we can promptly deal with the forces of the Jim family and the Jeffrey family on this island." Gardner stared at Greenwood in shock, his expression one of confusion. "This is worth 100 million berries, and you would just give it to me. You could consume it to enhance your own strength. Wouldn't that be better than gifting it to me?" Greenwood's gaze remained utterly serene, showing no urgency towards the devil fruit on the table. "I will not consume this fruit. If you refuse it, then sell it. Of course. Who would refuse such an opportunity?" Gardner perceived that Green was not disinterested in the devil fruit. Rather, he simply regarded this ordinary Zoan-type fruit with disdain. Seemingly fearful of Green's potential change of heart, he seized the devil fruit from the table and took a hefty bite. This is utterly revolting." In just a few bites, he consumed the entire fruit, skin and all, prompting Gardner to hastily search for water to rinse his mouth. Green observed quietly from the side, giving no indication that only a small portion was necessary. "How does it feel?" Gardner cast aside his cup, eagerly beginning to sense the transformations within his body. From Green's perspective, Gardner was undergoing a remarkable metamorphosis. His physique rapidly elongated and bulked up, tufts of fur piercing through his skin, while his teeth and nails hardened and sharpened at an alarming rate. A pair of wolf ears sprouted, and his eyes turned a vibrant green in the blink of an eye. Gardner transformed from a near 2-meter-tall human into a towering wolf man exceeding 2.5 meters. What a feeling of power! Gardner grinned widely, his wolf claws swiping through the air, creating gusts of wind. This sensation was exquisite. He felt at least several times stronger. However, as Gardner had yet to fully acclimate to the fruit's abilities, he could only achieve complete beastification at this stage, unable to attain a hybrid form. The Zoan-type devil fruit augments physical strength. Your sensation is indeed accurate. Next, we can take action against the Jim family and the Jeffrey family. As Gardner flexed his wolfish form, he grinned maliciously. "Of course, we'll strike tomorrow." Armed with newfound strength, his confidence surged in the barren waters of the four seas. while the West Sea held a superior overall strength compared to the other three regions. It had yet to reach a point where treasures like the devil fruit were abundant. Within the Dora family, only a handful of known powers existed, with the consumption of a devil fruit. Gardner could already envision his future standing within the family. He was exhilarated, nearly bursting with the desire to rush to the Jeffrey family and unleash chaos to test his augmented strength. Yet, a sliver of rationality held him back. The following morning, all the personnel that the Dora family could muster gathered together. Such a large-scale assembly could not escape the notice of the other two families. Nevertheless, Gardner showed no intent to conceal their intentions, boldly rallying his forces before charging towards the Jeffrey family stronghold. Lucien received the news almost immediately, his brow furrowing. They're gathering their forces and heading our way? He scoffed. The Dora family is truly foolish to send a mere child as their leader. Such impulsiveness will be their undoing. Soon enough, the Dora family members arrived outside the stronghold and wasted no time in launching their assault. Charge! Let's raid! All treasure shall be equally divided. Whoever claims Lucien's head may choose any treasure first. Gardner's menacing shout echoed, and all family members brandished their weapons, surging forth to engage the Jeffrey family in fierce combat. Bang! A forward-charging henchman from the Dora family was sent flying by a single punch, his chest caving in, clearly on the brink of death. A heavily scarred, bare-chested brute stepped forward with heavy strides. Damn the Dora family. Today, I shall show you the might of Lucien. With that, he charged into the fray like a raging bull, indiscriminately knocking down both Dora family members and Jeffrey family members alike, leaving a trail of broken bones in his wake. Bang! A dull thud resounded as Lucien's frenzied figure was intercepted by none other than Gardner, who appeared slightly smaller. Haha, Lucien, today young Master Gardner will personally tear you apart. During the collision, Gardner staggered back a couple of steps, but he remained unfazed, laughing maniacally as though victory was already assured. Suddenly, a long blade sliced through the air from an angle, the sharp edge sending chills down Gardner's spine. Without hesitation, he retreated wildly, yet his arm was still sliced, a long wound gushing blood. Well done, Albert. Lucien laughed heartily, raising his fist to strike. That Gardner's expression darkened. He had not anticipated another formidable opponent for the Jeffrey family. A gaunt figure emerged behind Lucien, clad in a deep brown leather coat spattered with blood. His disheveled long hair obscured half of his face, while a prominent scar traversed the visible side. Revealing a fiercely menacing, he licked the blood from his long knife, cackling, "Ha! Lucien, can't you handle a mere child? It seems you've truly aged." Lucien, unperturbed, appeared accustomed to the taunts, barking, "Damn it, Albert. Hurry up and help me deal with him. Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook. Relax, relax. This kid is as good as dead." The two encircled Gardner, their faces twisted with malice. "Kid, blame only yourself for crossing paths with someone you shouldn't have. In your next life, don't come near the Dora family again. The Jeffrey family is the strongest." Lucien wore a smug expression, brimming with mockery. Gardner suddenly began to laugh. "Ha! Lucien, and that fellow over there with the knife. You know nothing of true power. Today, allow me to enlighten you." With that, he swiftly transformed into a towering wolf. "Oh, damn. What in the world is that?" Albert exclaimed in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping. That a person had suddenly morphed into a wolf. Was this a genetic mutation? Damn it, he's a devil fruit user. The Dora family certainly doesn't hold back. The confidence on Lucien's face evaporated as he recognized the strength of a devil fruit user. The one before him was undoubtedly a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Gardner opened his wolf jaws, emitting a low growl, and spoke in an eerie tone. "Haha, today you shall witness the prowess of a devil fruit user." With that, he bolted forward on all fours, his massive wolf form moving with astonishing speed, leaping toward Lucien in mere moments, his razor-sharp claws poised to strike. Lucien, though strong and skilled in combat, was at a disadvantage in speed, and now he could only brace himself. Crossing his arms, he took the blow as Gardner's claws slammed into him with a resounding bang, his expression shifting in shock as the formidable force sent him tumbling backward. The sharp claws nearly severed his outer arm. Lucien's face contorted in horror. Indeed, the power of a devil fruit user was immense. He had failed to block even a single strike. "Albert, let's take him down together." Killing a devil fruit user would be a tremendous blow to the Dora family. You must understand that there are very few devil fruit users in the West Sea today, and even among the 5 great families. Only a handful exist, each one treated as precious. Ha! Gardner sneered, casting a dismissive glance at the two. That you two think you can kill Master Gardner. Have you lost your minds? The audacity of Gardner left Lucien and his companion exasperated. The power and speed Gardner exhibited far surpassed Lucien's, and he was significantly stronger than Albert. They truly stood little chance against him. The giant wolf Gardner lunged forward, claws and fangs aimed at Lucien. If he could eliminate Lucien, Albert would pose no threat. Moreover, he was not alone. Green, a dangerous ally, lurked somewhere in the shadows. Bang! Bang! The ground shook with thunderous sounds, dust swirling as members of the Jeffrey family suffered, falling victim to the rampaging giant wolf pursuing Lucien. Bang! Help! A massive wolf claw swiped past a member of the Jeffrey family, crashing down to create a deep crater in the ground, spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. He narrowly escaped becoming a bloody pulp. Terror-stricken, he screamed in agony, as though he had been mortally wounded. Gardner cast a disdainful glance at the fallen, then swept his claw, abruptly silencing the cries, sending half of the body flying far away. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground crimson. Witnessing this brutal scene, most members of the Jeffrey family were left in shock. This is a demon. It must be a demon. The treasure of the sea. We cannot possibly resist. Run quickly, or we shall perish. Witnessing his subordinates begin to falter, Lucien, with a face etched in anxiety, implored, "Fear not, everyone. If we unite, we shall vanquish them. In due time, the entire island will belong to us, and we shall seize as much gold and silver as we desire." Some of his followers began to show signs of hesitation, their retreat gradually coming to a halt. A glimmer of hope ignited within Lucien as he gritted his teeth and commanded, "Albert, lead them in a counterattack. Quickly eliminate the remaining foes to assist me." "Got it." However, before Albert could finish his affirmation, a sudden flash of a blade cut through the air, like a bolt of black lightning. The knife surged forth from the shadows without warning. Even with Albert's complete focus, he was unprepared for the darkness lurking mere inches away. The obsidian dagger pierced through Albert's head from behind, the tip emerging gruesomely from his left eye. Only a few onlookers, caught unaware, bore witness to the horrific scene. They stood transfixed like fish out of water, eyes wide and mouths agape, staring at the Jeffrey family second-in-command, now reduced to a lifeless husk by a single strike. My Lord Albert, a quivering low-ranking member of the Jeffrey family, raised a shaky finger, his lips trembling. Lucien furrowed his brow, turning back with displeasure. What he saw sent a shock wave through him. His left and right arms, once wielders of formidable swordsmanship, now lay still, eyes bulging in disbelief and silence. After a surge of rage, a profound chill rose from his heart as he caught the cold gaze of a shadowy figure, partially cloaked in black. Losing focus in battle is certainly not a virtue. A mocking voice suddenly rang out, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind. Lucien's hair stood on end as he darted sideways without a backward glance. Yet he failed to evade entirely, feeling a tremendous claw dig into his back. Rirrup! The grotesque sound of flesh being torn echoed, followed by a muffled groan from Lucien, struggling to regain his footing. He executed several swift maneuvers to evade further attacks, finally stabilizing himself at the edge of the battleground, his chest heaving violently, drenched in blood that soaked through his garments. "Damn you, cursed Dora family scum." If it weren't for the power of the devil fruit, his face twisted in rage and resentment as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ha! Lucien, prepare to meet your demise. From this day forth, this island belongs to the Dora family. Gardner cackled maniacally, overpowering his opponent with sheer physical strength, leaving Lucien with no chance to resist. His prowess was hardly extraordinary, even in the earlier training camp. He ranked only moderately, weaker than the hidden strength of Green. His current combat effectiveness stemmed solely from the devil fruit's powers, which granted immense enhancement, especially in lower-tier skirmishes, proving decisive. Like a reaper flirting with death, Green navigated through the darkness, every shadow his sanctuary. Anyone who exposed their back to him became a potential target. However, his primary focus was Lucien. The earlier swift execution of Albert had seemed effortless. Yet it required exquisite timing and mastery of strength, both of which Green had honed to perfection. Perhaps the Soul Refinement ability conferred more than just physical enhancement. His body underwent mysterious transformations, allowing him to swiftly master overwhelming strength. His speed, power, reflexes, and resilience became second nature, akin to the strength gained through years of rigorous training. Without any discomfort, Gardner, in a frenzy, relentlessly pursued Lucien, who continued to evade him in the chaos of battle. Others, however, were not so fortunate, falling one by one to the wolf's claws. Green maneuvered seamlessly across the battlefield, unfazed by the chaos surrounding him, weaving through the crowd like a nimble fish, utilizing shadows and blind spots to encircle Lucien. Ever searching for the opportune moment, Lucien, you coward. If you have the courage, face me directly. Gardner bellowed in rage as Lucien slipped once more from his grasp, his voice a wild, beast-like howl. Lucien, his expression dark and vigilant, remained wary of the elusive assassin cloaked in darkness that circled him. Humph, despicable wretches. So it was you who orchestrated the earlier assassinations. Quite impressive. He continued to move, never pausing for more than a fleeting second, for he knew that lingering would invite the terrifying wolf and the chilling specter of the assassin to descend upon him. Suddenly, Green emerged before Lucien's escape route. Brandishing his dagger horizontally, aimed directly at his neck, the air slicing with a sharp sound, Lucien's eyes widened in shock, yet he managed to lower his head just in time, throwing a punch in response. Green, calm and collected, withdrew immediately after his strike, vanishing into the shadows. Once more, Lucien's fist met only air, and as he prepared to accelerate again, Green reappeared, striking from the side. Swish! The faint sound of air being sliced caused Lucien's scalp to tingle. Forcing him to halt and kick at the blade, Green's eyes narrowed slightly. Before Lucien could connect, he retreated with a speed surpassing his initial attack. Frustration welled within Lucien as he felt powerless, his strikes landing on nothing but emptiness, a suffocating sense of impotence consuming him. He pressed forward, desperate to flee, but his expression suddenly shifted in horror as a fierce gale swept upon him from behind. Bang! Ugh! A mouthful of blood erupted from Lucien as his body stumbled forward involuntarily. Gardner's maniacal laughter echoed. Ha ha ha! Where do you think you're running this time? The enormous wolf's claw rose high, then came crashing down upon Lucien's head, his terrified gaze locked onto the impending doom. Crack! The sound of splintering bones resonated as Lucien, the head of the Jeffrey family on Marsh Island, met his demise, his skull shattered, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Gardner's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty glint as he turned towards the remaining Jeffrey family members, a massacre swiftly drawing to a close. Green harvested 2 souls in quick succession, one from Albert, and the other as he delivered a fatal blow to Lucien's heart. He had come to realize that his soul refinement ability did not necessitate personally slaying his enemies. As long as they had not yet drawn their final breath, he could reap the rewards by administering the killing blow, send the lightly wounded back to the base with the severely injured. The rest of you, rest here. Then we will proceed to eliminate the Jim family, Gardner declared, his face alight with excitement. The recent bloodshed had left him unsatisfied. He craved yet another bout of carnage to satiate his thirst for violence. Green, calm and composed, sat a short distance away on the steps, slowly consuming a piece of dried meat he had prepared. Crafted from the highly priced sea king's flesh, it replenished his strength, albeit with a slightly unpalatable texture. Green, can you hold on? Gardner shouted. Green nodded placidly, indicating that he was fine. Observing Gardner's frenzied demeanor, his eyes tinged with a hint of madness, Green recognized the abnormality but chose not to intervene. Clearly, Gardner had succumbed to the primal instincts of the beast-type devil fruit. After all, he was merely a youth with a weak will and with no proper guidance. It was a miracle he had not completely lost control. Gardner is proving to be quite a useful puppet. I must ensure he does not lose control of the devil fruit's power. Such a valuable shield is not easily found, Green mused, before suddenly offering a warning. Gardener, be aware that all animal-type devil fruits harbor the instincts of beasts. If the user lacks resolve or continuously forces the use of their abilities, they may lose themselves to become a true beast. Gardener paused, contemplation flickering in his eyes. Were it anyone else, he would have dismissed such advice as envy over his powers. Yet, coming from Green, he took it to heart. Initially reliant on Green's assassination prowess, he now found himself questioning if the one who would unhesitatingly bestow precious devil fruits upon him could truly covet his abilities. The crimson glow in his eyes, ignited by excitement, gradually dissipated, and the bloodthirstiness etched on his face receded as he solemnly declared, "I understand now. You truly are remarkable, Green, to remain so composed. I have not misjudged you." Green offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. A mere reminder sufficed. Given Gardner's flamboyant and arrogant personality, the influence of the devil fruit upon him would not merely cease, but would subtly and inexorably continue to transform him, amplifying these very traits. Those affected by the devil fruit invariably experience some degree of cognitive alteration, becoming impulsive and irritable, which I deem advantageous for control. Utilizing the Dola family as a stepping stone, I aim to accumulate greater merit within the Navy and pursue a loftier position. Green, maintaining an impassive demeanor, harbored a glimmer of elusive intent within his eyes as he meticulously plotted his subsequent course of action. The West Sea served merely as his starting point. Ultimately, the focal point of this world remains the boundless ocean. The Dola family's contingent, after a brief respite, surged forth from what was once the Jeffrey family's stronghold. Their murderous intent unmasked as they advanced toward the Jim family's residence. The Jim family had long since been apprised of the annihilation of the Jeffrey stronghold, as Gardner had shown no inclination to obscure the news. At this juncture, the remnants of the Jim family were rife with trepidation. The leader, Lucien, along with the long-concealed second-in-command, Albert, had met with a gruesome fate. Given the current strength of the Jim family, their situation was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Under the command of the acting leader, the core members of the Jim family hastily evacuated Marsh Island, fleeing by boat before the Dola family's arrival. Damn it! A bunch of cowardly wretches. Fleeing like that? Gardner seethed, violently shattering the door of the Jim family's stronghold with a kick. Let them run. It conveniently spares us unnecessary losses, Green remarked calmly. Gardner, in a fit of indignation, gestured emphatically. Seize control of the island entirely. Slay anyone who resists. From this moment on, this island belongs to the Dola family. Yes, the members of the Dola family responded with exhilaration, scattering across the island. Green had already amassed a bountiful harvest that day. The Jim family's flight had serendipitously alleviated his burdens, leaving his subsequent plans unaffected. If his conjecture proved correct, the family would soon summon Gardner away from this place. That would present itself as an opportunity for me to ascend to the upper echelons of the family. Securing an island so swiftly, despite Gardner's youth, was sufficient to garner familial attention, especially considering his father held a prominent position within the family. That be why bestowing more merits upon Gardner, his status would inevitably rise. And I would ascend alongside him. The upheaval on Marsh Island transpired without inciting significant turbulence, for it was merely a peripheral isle. Gardner suppressed sporadic rebellions, while Green returned to the stronghold alone. Once back in his quarters, Green retrieved 2 energy orbs, a flicker of fervor igniting in his gaze before he tossed them into his mouth. Agonizing pain surged through his body, so familiar, yet no longer met with utter helplessness as before. Clenching his teeth, his temples throbbed with tension as he moved slowly within the room that he needed to acclimate to functioning amid such agony, gradually mitigating the aftereffects of his soul refining ability. Striving to eliminate this lethal weakness, merely shifting from the desk to the bed left him drenched in sweat, a distinct trail of moisture marking the floor. As the pain receded like a receding tide, a mysterious coolness enveloped him, and power erupted from within, enhancing his physical form. Green furrowed his brow, shedding his sweat-soaked garments, wiping himself down with a prepared damp towel, and donning a fresh, dry outfit. This enhancement, in comparison to the previous occasion, had diminished significantly. The contributions from Lucien and Albert paled in comparison to the substantial boost provided by the bounty of 50 million from Antoine, merely strengthening his physique to a slight degree. It appeared that only formidable martial artists could expedite my ascension. I must hasten to complete the West CS tasks, for the Grand Line is my true ambition. The thought of the formidable pirates throughout the Grand Line ignited a glimmer of excitement in Green's eyes. If he could utilize the soul refining ability to consume Kaido of the beasts, would he not soar to new heights immediately? Not long after, Gardner returned, accompanied by news that would shock the world. The Pirate King, GOL'd at Roger, stared at the newspaper bearing the bold headline about the Roger pirates conquering the Grand Line and reaching Raftel, prompting a spark of brilliance in Green's eyes. Incredible! There truly exists someone capable of conquering the Grand Line. GOL'd at Roger's great treasure. One piece. Green, let us set sail together. We shall surely uncover those treasures, Gardner exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, as if he could already envision himself traversing the seas, destined to become the new Pirate King. Green's gaze remained remarkably tranquil. Had the allure of the Pirate King begun to manifest? Next year, Roger would be publicly executed, and that widely circulated phrase would sweep across the seas, enticing countless individuals to embark upon the pirate life, heralding the dawn of the great pirate era. Damn it! As I stand now, I am utterly powerless to partake in the impending great pirate era ushered in by the Pirate King. In terms of strength and status. No one will heed my words that Green's mind whirled as he contemplated how to firmly establish himself and garner sufficient advantages in the forthcoming great pirate era. He recognized that his current self was woefully inadequate. After a moment's reflection, Green turned to Gardner. The family likely won't allow us to linger here for too long. Given your status as a rare Zoan-type devil fruit user, you shall soon be summoned back. I, too, wish to depart. This place is too small and detrimental to our growth. Gardner laughed heartily. Rest assured, Green, no matter where I go, I shall never abandon you. You are my steadfast partner. Even though some within the Dola family were aware of Green's prowess as an assassin, the majority remained oblivious, attributing all victories solely to Gardner's formidable abilities. Both Gardner and Green found amusement in this, one adept in the art of survival, the other eager to expand his influence while simultaneously downplaying Green's significance in the eyes of others, ensuring that no one would notice him, thus keeping Green as his secret weapon, reporting all that transpired here to the family through a din mushy and applying for transfer to a more volatile battleground. The original scrutiny was swiftly bypassed. The family's orders arrived in just 3 days. Green, we can depart tomorrow. The family has instructed us to return to Bia Island, where a portion of the business will be entrusted to me. Gardner declared, his face aglow with excitement, clearly hinting at more than mere business. Green, having long been prepared, frowned at the notion of leaving only tomorrow. Time was of the essence, and many significant events were on the horizon. He needed to enhance his strength swiftly, lest he find himself as powerless as he felt in the face of the upcoming public execution of the Pirate King. Indeed, Gardner continued to exude enthusiasm. Bia Island is the most prosperous isle in the West Sea, where our family and the other 5 great families have their main bases. Your desire to challenge formidable foes will undoubtedly be realized. He then lowered his voice slightly. However, Green, you must not challenge them under your current identity, for that would be detrimental to you. A spark ignited within Green. Gardner's inability to conceal his thoughts was evident. Observing his animated demeanor, it was clear he had devised a solution. That I know you have a plan. Do share. Gardner pouted. Tiske, how dull. I put considerable effort into this idea, and you respond so indifferently. Nevertheless, he quickly revealed his proposal. Our 5 great families have been embroiled in conflict for many years, with frequent assassination attempts among us. My idea is for you to masquerade as an unaware assassin, striking at the other families under the guise of being hired. Green's eyes brightened. He had initially considered this approach, yet feared it might expose his identity, as he was here on a mission that, if exposed, the mission would be rendered futile, and the standing within the Navy would undoubtedly be compromised. Early the next morning, a medium-sized sailboat departed from Mahiu Island, slowly sailing away under the watchful gaze of the newly appointed supervisor. On board were Gardner and Green, accompanied by 100 meticulously trained lower-tier members of the family. After a day of sailing, as the vessel finally approached the shore, Green's pupils constricted. A seemingly ordinary sailor on the dock wore a distinctive headscarf, the prearranged signal. For security reasons, Brigadier General Nelson of the Navy's 13th Division mandated that all communications be conducted through single-line contact. The individuals responsible for liaising with Green and his companions remained oblivious to their identities, merely signaling with specific codes, which Green and his associates would interpret to retrieve messages left by others at various locations. At different times, although this method could not entirely eliminate the risk of exposure, it significantly mitigated it. Green disembarked without a sound, exchanged a brief greeting with Gardner, and then proceeded in a separate direction. "That Green fellow is so secretive. One wonders what he is up to," Gardner muttered before cheerfully heading home. Green navigated swiftly through the forest, adeptly evading obstacles on the ground and in the air, as if foreseeing them in advance. Indeed, Green's observation Hawkeye had finally awakened. Since his battle with Antoine, this newfound ability had emerged. Although regrettably, it came without any accompanying special powers. Soon, he arrived at a location near the forest's edge, and with a sweep of his recently awakened observation Hawkeye, he confirmed that there was no one within a 1-kilometer radius. He approached a stone and retrieved a cloth pouch hidden underneath. Upon opening it, he found some berries and a note. After glancing at the note, Green crumpled it into ashes and turned away. The note contained orders from the Navy, instructing him to covertly investigate the internal affairs of the 5 prominent families. If possible, he was to secure a high position to prepare for future missions. Brigadier General Nelson might not wait until you cast your net, Green thought, his expression oddly pensive. If the Navy continued to plot slowly, he could not fathom how long he would be stuck here. It would be better to swiftly eliminate all the criminal families, thereby resolving the issue. With resolve, Green decided to preemptively dismantle the 5 crime families. If it were a nation like the Flower Country, boasting the formidable 8-treasure navy and powerful warriors, Green would have to carefully weigh his options before taking action. However, the 5 crime families were a far cry from that level of power. The Navy needed to proceed cautiously, leaving Green somewhat bewildered. MY strength has been growing too rapidly, and without other powerful individuals to compare against, I find it difficult to gauge my own capabilities. However, if I were to face Antoine again, with a bounty of 50 million berries on his head, I should easily prevail. Green mused to himself. His current strength was likely comparable to that of Smoker during the Loguetown incident, and without factoring in the enhancement of a devil fruit, he might even surpass that. Yet, in direct confrontations, with his assassination techniques, he could eliminate individuals of greater combat prowess if he seized the right opportunity. Just like how he had dispatched Antoine, a capable user of a devil fruit. Without difficulty, Green strolled onto the residential street. His attention was drawn to a seemingly innocuous wooden structure in the corner, where he spotted a drawing reminiscent of a child's doodle. Passing silently by, Green furrowed his brow. It was indeed the signal he and his 2 undercover companions had privately agreed upon. This was a call for help, indicating that one of the others was in trouble and required his assistance. As he traversed a sparsely populated area, Green left a response signal at a wall corner before returning to his quarters. In the dead of night, an unusual bird call echoed from outside. Green opened his eyes, stepped out, and swiftly merged into the shadows in a narrow alley. A frail figure stood cautiously in the darkness, yet strangely. It emitted no sound, not even the faintest whisper, as if the very space around it had been muted. "Will you not realize how perilous it is to meet here?" Green emerged from the shadows, his voice low and steady. The figure in the corner flinched at the sudden appearance, stumbling but remaining silent, as though the surrounding atmosphere had isolated them. Green was taken aback. Could this be a form of power? Upon recognizing Green's silhouette and contrasting it with his previous voice, the shadowy figure sighed in relief. With a wave of his hand, a mysterious force enveloped both Green and himself. Green's expression shifted slightly, yet he remained still, as if he had passed through an ethereal veil. Faint sounds began to emerge, and the heartbeat of the figure across from him resonated in the silence. This ability belonged to someone dispatched by the Navy headquarters. Green suddenly recalled who this person was. No, more accurately, he recognized the ability being employed. Why apologies? Demon, the figure hastily apologized. I discovered an individual who poses a significant threat to the world, and I wish to eliminate him preemptively. But my strength is insufficient, hence my search for assistance. The figure, known as Dark Tongue, had swiftly expressed regret. Green, who had carelessly assigned the moniker Demon, was less concerned about this and narrowed his eyes, inquiring, "Oh, a significant threat to the world? That implies he has yet to commit any malevolence. How do you ascertain this?" He belonged to the Capone family, a 17-year-old user of the paramecia-type castle fruit, known for his cold and ruthless demeanor. You have yet to witness his methods, but I suspect he will undoubtedly become a formidable figure in the future. Thus, he is exceedingly dangerous. We must act before he can grow stronger. Dark Tongue failed to notice Green's changing demeanor when mentioning the castle fruit. Upon concluding, Green nodded decisively. Capone Beach, is it? He is indeed a perilous individual. When shall we strike? What plans do you have? The castle fruit was one of Green's targets in his scheme for the West Sea. He had initially hoped to find an opportunity to acquire it before Beach could consume it. But it seemed he would have to resort to an alternative method. Dark Tongue had not anticipated Green's swift agreement and paused momentarily to gather his thoughts. My plan is to assassinate him. Although he is currently a threat, he appears to be deliberately concealing his abilities, and we can catch him off guard. He hesitated slightly, adding, "However, I am still uncertain about your strength." Dark Tongue scrutinized Green closely, aware that probing into another's capabilities could easily provoke resentment. Yet, without this knowledge, he could not make sound judgments regarding their forthcoming actions. "Have you heard of Antoine, the captain of the wolf pirates who returned from the Grand Line?" Green asked calmly. "I have. The wolf pirates were recently reported roaming the outskirts of the West Sea, but I heard they were assassinated," Dark Tongue replied, recalling information from a few days prior. "I killed Antoine." Green stated with the same calmness one would use to discuss dinner, showing no trace of pride over slaying a notorious pirate with a bounty of 50 million berries. Dark Tongue was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Green, muttering, "What a freak. I remember he was only a couple of years older than me, yet you managed to kill someone like Antoine." Green said nothing, his expression impassive as he awaited the next words. "Clearly your assassination skills are formidable. Indeed, they are quite strong. Our chances of success are quite high." He gestured to himself. "Introducing, I am a user of the paramecia-type silence fruit. I can create an environment of absolute silence. And our collaboration will be truly terrifying." Excitedly, he continued, "I will first eliminate your sound, and when you engage in battle, I will eradicate all surrounding noise, allowing you to eliminate the target without a sound, unnoticed by anyone." With a faint smile, Green no longer maintained his stoic demeanor. The person opposite him was undeniably a familiar face, evoking the comforting sensation of encountering a trusted old friend, causing his internal guard to lower somewhat. This was the first time he had experienced such a feeling since House's disappearance. Judging by the future actions of this individual, he seemed exceedingly trustworthy. Moreover, the silent fruit truly complemented his own abilities exquisitely. Contemplating this, Green felt an urge to strangle the man before him to acquire the power of the silent fruit for himself. However, it remained merely a thought. "Come find me when it's time to act." After speaking, he turned to leave, only to pause momentarily as a voice rang out again. "Darkward, make sure you don't die." Darkward was taken aback, then burst into laughter. What a gentle soul. The name Evil Spirit seemed rather ill-fitting. Upon returning to his residence, Green made sure not to disturb anyone. Ever since he discovered his penchant for stealth and assassination, he had devoted himself wholeheartedly to this path. His innate talent, combined with the ability of soul refinement, allowed him to advance at an astonishing rate in this regard. During his 3 years with the Dora family, he dedicated most of his time to honing his skills as a competent assassin and killer. Nowadays, aside from those endowed with special abilities, individuals possessing observation hockey, or those with overwhelming strength, no one could detect his presence. Even when walking through the Dora family stronghold, patrolling guards would remain oblivious to the figure concealed in the shadows, seated at his table. Green retrieved his dagger, examining the faint cracks that marred its surface, frowning slightly. After all, it was not a renowned blade, It could no longer keep pace with his combat intensity. Was it possible to acquire any other famous swords at present? The options for procuring renowned blades were limited. Among the notable ones were the swift sword Snowfall from the shop in Loguetown and the cursed sword Three-Generation Demon Slayer, which presumably had not been taken yet. Autumn Water should still rest within the tomb of Longma, while others were either lost to obscurity or already in the hands of their rightful owners, necessitating future vigilance. After tending to his dagger, Green lay down to rest. The next morning, Gardner knocked on his door bright and early. "Green, I've gathered intelligence on the dark world of the West Sea. The various bounty boards will undoubtedly keep you busy." As he spoke, he handed Green a black, gold-embossed list. Green unfolded it to reveal detailed accounts of several bounties, targeting individuals from various professions, including heads of merchant guilds, patriarchs of prominent families, officials of the world government, naval officers, and even several members of the 5 major crime families. Isn't certification required to accept these tasks? Green furrowed his brow. Not at all, that as long as you can complete the task and present the target's head to the bounty issuer promptly. You're good to go to AS for whether you will receive the bounty. That depends on your own capabilities. Green nodded. The dark world was inherently lawless, and whether one received a bounty after completing a commission relied entirely on one's skill. One name on the list caught his attention. Capone Becky, heir of the Capone family, a master of marksmanship capable of unleashing devastating firepower, suspected to be an ability user, strength unknown, bounty of 5 million berries. Corpse required as proof. Gardner leaned closer to observe and chuckled. "What? Are you interested in the Capone family's heir? They're merely a small family affiliated with the Jeffrey family. Our investigation suggests he is unlikely to be an ability user. And the bounty is only 5 million berries." Green calmly nodded. "I merely happen to have heard of this individual." "Thank you, Gardner. I will take on some bounties when not occupied with family tasks." Gardner grinned. "No need for gratitude between us. You should have the freedom to move about. My identity as an animal-type ability user has garnered quite a bit of attention, so the family won't assign me any tasks for the time being." "That's good to hear," Green remarked, casting a glance at him before suddenly asking, "Gardner, do you have any aspirations regarding the position of family leader?" Gardner was taken aback, quickly glancing over his shoulder nervously. "Green, please refrain from broaching such a sensitive topic unexpectedly." Observing Green's continued calm demeanor, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and sighed. "All right, I do have thoughts on it. I'm not the only one. Many others feel the same." Green smiled slightly. "Having aspirations is commendable. Who says you can't become the family leader? I believe you would be quite suitable if Gardner were to ascend as the head of the Dora family. He could utilize some methods to clear his name later, effectively establishing a personal flag in the West Sea." Gardner left in a daze, while Green immediately began to study the bounty list. As night fell, Green secured his dagger at his waist, strapped a spare dagger to his leg, and then quietly departed his residence on a town near the northern coast of Bear Island. There was a branch of the Armstrong family, led by a formidable martial artist who had once achieved the remarkable feat of slaying a pirate captain with a bounty of 30 million in a brief period. However, he had not been active lately, as he had cultivated several capable individuals within his ranks, making this branch a crucial part of the Armstrong family. Green's task was to eliminate Gaskell, the leader of the Armstrong family's branch, with a bounty of 20 million berries. Yet, Green's motivations extended beyond mere monetary gain. That was simply a facade. His primary objective was the individual himself, a powerful martial artist. The Soul Refinement ability had reached the end of its cool-down period, and he was eager to see what rewards this target would yield. With a calm gaze, Green's eyes began to glint with a frosty determination. The 5 major crime families wielded immense power in the West Sea. Although few among them were genuinely potent, their numbers far exceeded those of ordinary pirates, profoundly impacting the region's security. Many small nations were forced to appease the 5 families. Once, Bear Island had been home to a nation, but it had been systematically eroded and consumed by the 5 families, now relegated to history. The 5 families wreaked havoc across the West Sea, committing countless atrocities. Green felt no psychological burden in wishing to eliminate them. A bunch of scoundrels, they all deserved to be wiped out. The Armstrong family, renowned as the most formidable among the 5, demonstrated their strength in merely defending a branch, with armed personnel patrolling every corner. Their meticulousness evoking a sense of nostalgia for Green, reminiscent of his time with the Navy. Green's eyes narrowed with caution. Gaskell was no ordinary foe. Given his ability to train formidable subordinates, he could not be allowed to remain. With a swift motion, Green melded into the shadows, slipping through the guards with ease, heading directly toward the rear building. According to the intelligence, the target would spend considerable time training in the back courtyard each night. Resting only deep into the night, a true martial arts enthusiast, crouching beneath an eave, cloaked in darkness, only his keen eyes remained visible as they fixed intently on the scene before him. The courtyard was spacious. The ground covered with soft wooden planks, where a muscular man was vigorously training, drenched in sweat. His bare torso, marred with scars, appeared fearsome, and though his lean physique lacked bulk, he radiated an undeniable aura of strength. With a loud shout, the man executed a swift kick, shattering a half-meter-thick boulder with a single blow, his foot showing no signs of injury. Green's expression remained serene, betraying no hint of murderous intent. His gaze deliberately avoiding the man and instead shifting around him. Many powerful individuals possessed keen senses. Even a fleeting glance could be detected by their sharp awareness. Observing the man below, Green deduced that he had not mastered hockey. At least not observation hockey. Otherwise, he would have already exposed himself at AS for whether the opponent has mastered the armament hockey that can only be determined through combat. However, from the current perspective, it appears that the opponent has yet to grasp armament hockey. Though they are not far from achieving IT in terms of physical strength alone, Gascoigne is only marginally stronger than himself and falls considerably short compared to the former ability user, Antoine, with a cold glint in his eyes. Green vanished from his position, ready to strike. Gascoigne felt a sense of unease today, an instinctual awareness that something was about to transpire. Having endured countless battles, he sensed that the mastery of the legendary armament and observation hockey was within reach. Given a few more years, he would undoubtedly awaken armament hockey first, as his physique had already met the minimum requirements for its awakening, albeit still needing a bit of fortune, after teetering on the brink of death several times. His observation hockey, though not yet awakened, had significantly enhanced his perceptual abilities. Suddenly, an ominous premonition crept up from behind him, causing his expression to shift dramatically as he instinctively darted forward. A voice of surprise echoed from behind, accompanied by a sharp sound of slicing air. Gascoigne's muscles tensed, cold sweat pouring from him. Someone had approached him silently from behind. Had it not been for his instinctive awareness, he would have been in serious trouble. He swiftly turned to face his assailant. A figure clad in black, wearing a sinister mask, stood between the shadows of the building and the moonlight, quietly observing him. Green was taken aback. His previously flawless assassination attempt had unexpectedly failed. The strike he had just executed was impeccable in timing, angle, and force, reaching the pinnacle of his current prowess. Yet, such a blow had been evaded, a feat even Antoine, who had perished at his hands, would not have managed. This man before him was formidable. Who are you? How dare you attack me? Do you wish to wage war against the Armstrong family? Gascoigne bellowed. Unsure of the opponent's strength, he decided it prudent to summon his subordinates for added security. Despite his considerable abilities, his survival to this point had relied on his caution. Green's expression changed as he heard chaotic sound around him. Evidently, other patrols had heard the commotion and were rushing over. He swiftly retreated, blending into the darkness once more, and in an instant he launched another attack from the shadows behind Gascoigne, delivering a vicious slash aimed at his neck. Gascoigne seized a nearby barbell and swung it backward with a whoosh. Green's short blade flickered, avoiding the heavy barbell's collision, retracting quickly to strike from another angle outside Gascoigne's line of sight. Clang! The short blade narrowly deflected by the steel barbell, its sharp edge grazed Gascoigne's arm, causing blood to seep forth immediately. Humph! To dare rampage in my territory, you shall not escape today. Gascoigne roared, hearing the sound of footsteps approaching from outside, and if he could just entangle this assassin, escape would be impossible for him. Green squinted, summoning all his strength. Swish, a strike, faster and more ferocious than before, hurtled toward Gascoigne. Shock coursed through Gascoigne. He had not anticipated Green concealing such power. Caught off guard, he was struck again, a deep wound opening as blood gushed forth. Gritting his teeth, he wielded the iron bar with a sweeping motion, leveraging its length to launch a series of wide, powerful attacks. Green swayed, seemingly able to predict the trajectory of every one of Gascoigne's strikes. Ghosting through the flurry of assaults unscathed, his cold blade rising sharply. Gascoigne was taken aback, unable to believe the enemy had reached him so swiftly, watching helplessly as the light blade glided past his throat. In that moment, as his observation hockey flared to life, his eyes widened in disbelief. Given a bit more time, he too could master such formidable abilities that I cannot believe such a figure exists in the West Sea. Green lamented, retracting his short blade and leaping to the rooftop, disappearing into the shadows above. And no sooner had Green departed than the main gate of the courtyard was kicked in, a group of burly Armstrong family members storming in. The scene of chaos and the sight of their fallen comrade sent them into a frenzy. Disbelief etched across their faces as they beheld Gascoigne's lifeless body, unleashing piercing wails. "Boss Gascoigne! Someone come! We have an injured person! Quickly, save Boss Gascoigne! Hurry!" In the year 1497 of the Sea Circle calendar, just a year before the public execution of the pirate king Gold. Roger, marking 1 year until the onset of the Great Pirate Era. Green, at the age of 15, had spent 3 years executing the Dark Crow plan, finally beginning to extend his cold blade against the 5 great families of the underworld, in the Armstrong family branch. The powerful Gascoigne was assassinated in the training grounds of their stronghold, the assailant leaving no trace behind. Early that morning, Green had heard the news that sent Bia Island into an uproar. Gascoigne was no ordinary individual, having once effortlessly crushed a pirate with a bounty of 30 million berries, yet he was murdered within the family stronghold. This ignited the wrath of the Armstrong family, who quickly tracked down the individual who had issued the bounty, a high-ranking member of the Jim family with a grudge against Gascoigne. However, when they located this high-ranking member of the Jim family, they were met with another shock. He too had been assassinated, found dead in his own bedroom, seemingly murdered in his sleep. Unlike the lack of clues in Gascoigne's case, this time the assailant left a message. Gascoigne's bounty was paid with his life. "May there not be a next time." Signed, The Demon. The Armstrong family and the Jim family erupted in a fierce conflict, ultimately compelled to sit down for negotiations. The Armstrong family accused the Jim family of hiring an assassin to eliminate their expert, Gascoigne demanding compensation. The Jim family countered that their own high-ranking member had also been assassinated, suffering immeasurable losses. With all evidence gone to the grave, they insisted that the Armstrong family seek compensation from the demon and refused any reparations. Vowing to capture the self-proclaimed demon to avenge their fallen comrade, the two families, unable to reach an agreement, clashed once more, only to cease hostilities under the watchful eyes of other families lurking nearby. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of it all, Green, sat in his room, drenched in sweat from pain, yet forcing himself to appear calm as he brewed tea. He slowly grasped the teapot, pouring the scalding liquid into a cup, his trembling arm splashing some tea onto the table. With a slight tremor in his hand, he downed the scorching tea in one gulp. The burning pain, coupled with the agony coursing through his body, made Green furrow his brow tightly as he reached for the teapot once more. After consuming 3 cups of tea, he became increasingly composed. By the 3rd cup, he was able to steady his shaking hand, pouring the water into the cup with precision and drinking it down without flinching. The intense pain arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, replaced by a refreshing coolness. His physical strength surged once more. Green felt confident that he had surpassed the physical prowess of the former animal-type ability user, Antoine, that a bounty of 50 million berries indicated that even the weakest among them possessed the strength of a naval captain. With Green's current physical capabilities, he could easily contend with a naval captain in hand-to-hand combat. When factoring in his assassination skills, confronting a naval commander was not out of the question. Finally possessing the strength for self-preservation, he could now expedite his plans. Contemplating his next moves, Green retrieved the black list. The targets on the list were numerous, yet most were high-ranking officials from various nations, evidently issued by their adversaries. These bounties were not ones Green would pursue. His current missions predominantly focused on the members of the 5 underworld families on Bia Island, followed by tasks in the surrounding areas. However, the primary targets were predominantly illegal organizations, such as the dark underworld and pirates. Soon, he had filtered out a few targets, mostly from the 5 major families of the underworld, with even some members of the Dora family included. After digesting the aftereffects of the refining soul ability, Green found that the time required for recovery had once again shortened. This time, he completed it in merely 3 days before heading out once more. The new target was a pirate crew docked at the pier of Bia Island, a crew with a collective bounty of 45 million berries, whose captain had a bounty of 28 million berries, and the vice captain had 17 million berries, making them a mid-tier crew in the West Sea. However, that was the official bounty. There was another bounty hidden in the black market, one issued by his enemies. A reward of 30 million berries was placed on his head, specifically for delivering his severed head. Green quickly made his way to the dock, where a ship adorned with a pirate flag depicting 2 crossed swords over a skull lay quietly moored, shrouded in darkness and devoid of the usual raucousness associated with pirates. Utilizing his observation Hawkeye, Green boarded the vessel from the side. Inside the captain's cabin, Sandy Isaac lay sound asleep, having squandered the spoils of their last plunder during the day on the island. Seemingly preparing to set sail once again, Green Pride opened the cabin door and silently entered, his gaze cold as he looked at the slumbering man. This was a man who resembled a mountain of flesh, his body piled high with layers of fat, his pale skin giving him a seemingly benign appearance, with a round face that exuded an air of amiability. Yet, Green knew that this ostensibly genial fellow had a history stained with numerous massacres. He reveled in witnessing the helpless wails of civilians under the threat of his blade. Lacking any semblance of pity for such a quintessential pirate, Green swiftly plunged his dagger downwards. Shoo! The short blade pierced through the layers of fat. With a swift cut, a blood vessel was severed, and blood gushed forth instantaneously. Withdrawing the blade, he struck again, driving it into the heart. The man, who was struggling to awaken, widened his eyes in shock before collapsing back helplessly, convulsing a few times before succumbing to death. Green closed the cabin door behind him and slipped into other rooms. The stench of blood permeated the entire ship, thickening until it was finally detected by some pirates. Rubbing their sleepy eyes, they were horrified to discover that blood had saturated half of the cabin corridor and was already beginning to dry. They screamed in terror. The remaining pirates were but a fraction of their original number, consisting of only the most ordinary crew members. None of the high-ranking pirates, who typically occupied the best positions, had appeared, and blood flowed from beneath their doors. As dawn broke, news spread from the dock. The Twin Swords pirate crew had been entirely wiped out overnight, with all the high-ranking members murdered in their quarters, leaving no signs of struggle. Only the glaring blood and the unmistakable marks of swift, lethal strike to the throat and heart. Furthermore, the captain's head was mysteriously missing. Presumably taken to claim the bounty in an instant, fear gripped the island. A pirate crew with a bounty of 45 million berries had been silently decimated overnight, leaving only the weak and frail behind. Such an act of brutality prompted the 5 major families of the underworld to dispatch personnel for investigation, yet they uncovered not a single clue. However, the Armstrong family soon proclaimed they had obtained vital information, adamantly asserting that the perpetrator was the same individual who had slain their own family member. Jisker, within a wooden building, 5 figures sat dispersed around a table. Knock. One person tapped his fingers on the surface, producing a crisp sound that captured everyone's attention. Ladies and gentlemen, until we eliminate that mysterious assassin, none of the 5 major families will find peace. The entire West Sea is watching and waiting for us to falter. We must devise a solution swiftly, stated a middle-aged man from the Armstrong family solemnly. This was no longer merely a matter for any single family, but a shared thorn in the side of all 5 families. The Jim family concurs. We have all suffered losses at the hands of that detestable assassin, and we must cease all hostilities until we have dealt with him, declared the representative of the Dora family. A scarred and sinister-looking middle-aged man, his dark eyes scanning the room. I have no objections. Our primary task now is to resolve the issue of the mysterious killer. I trust you all share this sentiment. The representatives from the Martin and Jeffrey families nodded in agreement, remaining silent. Then let us deliberate on a plan. They concluded the conspiracy against Green was unfolding, of which he remained blissfully unaware. Gardner gazed at Green with deep significance. for he was likely the only one in the entire West Sea aware that this man, who shared his age, was the mastermind behind a series of terror attacks on Bia Island. In fact, some of the family's objectives had his involvement as well. Without his precise intelligence, Green's actions would not have gone as smoothly. Green. What is it? Gardner hesitated, shaking his head. You have been too active lately. I believe it would be wise to take a break for a while. Green pondered for a moment before gently shaking his head. And no, I have not yet reached my limit before that major event commences. I cannot afford to be absent from an occasion that will gather countless future powerhouses. Gardner refrained from pressing further. After all, he was the greatest beneficiary of Green's frequent interventions, be it adversaries from the Dola family or enemies from other families. Green had effectively cleared the board. What remained were either prominent figures who were difficult to target or individuals of great strength who were equally challenging to confront. Night fell swiftly, and Green donned his mask, once more slipping into the shadows as he stealthily approached a designated location. This time, his target was a formidable member of the Jeffrey family, a skilled fighter with a considerable standing within the clan. Green had meticulously selected this individual, whose high status and commendable strength made him an ideal target for a refining soul. Green soon arrived at the target location, carefully observing the surroundings for a time. Aside from a significant increase in guards, there were no other apparent changes. Furrowing his brow, he sensed an unusual aura emanating from the architecture before him. Without further contemplation, Green stealthily infiltrated the premises. It was evident that his recent activities had indeed drawn heightened security. As the number of guards had notably escalated, he resolved that after this undertaking, he would take a temporary respite and fulfill the task indicated by the coded signal. In the center of the complex stood a low building, surrounded by both visible and concealed sentinels, with guards even stationed on the rooftops. This indicated the owner's considerable wariness regarding the newly emerged mysterious assassin on the island. Do they think such precautions will deter me? Foolish. Green scoffed as he surveyed the heavily guarded structure. His form remained shrouded in darkness, seamlessly blending in as he navigated past the guards, silently approaching the entrance. Beyond lay the brightness of illumination, banishing all surrounding shadows. To advance, he would need to risk traversing through the light. Green crouched in the dark, motionless, with calm eyes fixated on the patrolling guards, since awakening his observation Hawkeye. He had honed his skills in stealth and concealment to an astonishing degree. Suddenly, shadows shifted on the ground, gradually advancing towards him. Returning guards, seizing the opportunity, as they passed before him, Green slipped into the light, his form vanishing from sight. Only a small ventilation window bore witness to a fleeting glimpse of his dark cloak, unnoticed by anyone. Green successfully entered the building, only to be met with astonishment as he locked eyes with a robust middle-aged man. Green was rendered speechless. Having stealthily infiltrated the room, he had collided directly with his target. The formidable middle-aged man froze momentarily, then a wicked grin crept across his lips as he boisterously exclaimed, "Ha ha! You wretched fool actually came? Men, seize him!" With a series of muffled thuds, a formidable group of bodyguards surged into the room. Their first instinct was to shield the rugged middle-aged man, and without hesitation, they launched their assault. Green was not idle. The moment they burst in, he sprang into action. With a sudden exertion of force, he vanished from sight, leaving behind a large area of shattered ground, only to reappear a short distance in front of the middle-aged man. A blade, swift as lightning, darted toward the man's throat. The rugged middle-aged man, brandishing a machete with a sinister grin, glared at Green. "I have been anticipating your arrival. You won't escape now." With a clash, sparks flew as their weapons collided rapidly. The middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically as he realized, to his horror, that he was at a distinct disadvantage in this direct confrontation. Not only did Green overpower him in strength across the board, but his decisiveness and ferocity were equally matched. That it was only at this moment that the other bodyguards began to engage, turning their attacks on Green. Alarmed, Green's expression changed as he perceived several powerful presences swiftly approaching. Closing in on him, it finally understood why he felt a sense of foreboding earlier. These individuals had evidently concealed themselves in the shadows and were now aiming to encircle him. Without hesitation, Green leapt through a window, disappearing into the darkness just before the bodyguards could encircle him. Damn it, he got away again. The rugged middle-aged man cursed vehemently, his face contorted with frustration, after enduring such a long wait for the opportunity to confront his foe. He had anticipated that just a few more moments would seal the deal, only for it to slip through his fingers yet again. Suddenly, amidst his vexation, a faint sound tore through the air from his side. Before he could react, a dagger pierced through his side, wreaking havoc on his insides before swiftly withdrawing. Blood gushed forth, spraying over 2 meters and splattering the nearby family bodyguards, leaving them momentarily stunned. Curse that assassin! The master has been killed. Capture him! Several elite members of the Jeffrey family's guard watched in horror as the figure clad in black returned, effortlessly slaying the rugged middle-aged man before retreating with calm composure. They had been so close, yet had lost everything in an instant. In the darkness, furious roars echoed, expressing their helplessness. Green remained composed, even though a stray bullet had unexpectedly grazed his shoulder. His speed was undiminished. This operation had imparted a valuable lesson that he had underestimated his adversaries. A minor oversight had nearly led to his own demise, almost resulting in a premature demise before his mission could even begin. Damn it, they are on high alert now. I cannot act recklessly. Green returned to his quarters with a stoic expression, swallowing the dim orb of light in his hand. In the days that followed, he stayed put, either mingling with Gardner or honing his skills in the training room. The island was rife with anxiety following his assassination spree, prompting high-ranking members of the 5 major families to gather at their strongholds. Bolstering their defenses, some even resorted to hiring formidable pirate crews for protection. Most notably, the Armstrong family sought assistance from the Navy, leveraging their legal status to compel the Navy to dispatch personnel. Despite the Navy's awareness of their true identities, conversely, the Jeffrey family became the subject of ridicule overnight. Even with layers of protection and several family experts present, their high-ranking member was slain in an instant, while the assassin casually slipped away, leaving not even a scrap of fabric behind. For the Jeffrey family, this was akin to a resounding slap in the face, igniting fury from top to bottom. Green, you must cease your activities. Gardner approached Green with a serious demeanor. The 5 major families have united. I have news from my family that they are conspiring to capture you. Green nodded earnestly. I was just planning to take a break for a while. There is no need for concern. Gardner departed from Green's quarters and made his way to his father's residence. Knock, knock. Father, are you in? Come in. Gardner's father, a senior member of the Dola family, was not particularly strong himself, but commanded a significant influence, controlling nearly half of the family's members, having only Father Gardner in his late 40s. He had indulged his son excessively. Gardner, what brings you here today? The elder Dola, Blandon, who was over 60, sat calmly in his room, exuding the poise of a ruler as he smiled at Gardner. Father, there's something I'm unsure if I should tell you. Gardner hesitated, his expression torn. Blandon smiled kindly. My son, you can share any troubles with your father. I will certainly support you. Gardner's face lit up with gratitude. Yes, Father, I just thought it best to inform you. But I promised Green the First would keep his secret, hence my hesitation. Green, is that the subordinate you recruited from the training camp? What about him? Blandon inquired with keen interest, recalling that he had previously dispatched someone to investigate the young man who had caught his son's attention. Taking a deep breath, Gardner glanced around cautiously, then stood up to secure the doors and windows tighter, before finally speaking under his father's watchful gaze. Father, Green is extraordinary. You all underestimate him, he spoke with a hint of pride, believing that he had an eye for talent, as Green was someone he had recognized immediately. All right, son, what exactly are you trying to say? I have a multitude of matters to attend to and cannot afford to linger on trivialities. Blandon, thinking Gardner was merely boasting about his subordinate, chuckled lightly. Father, you truly underestimate Green. If you knew of his exploits, you would be astounded. Gardner continued eagerly. Do you know who the mysterious assassin targeting the senior members of various families is? Blandon's brow furrowed, a look of suspicion crossing his face as he regarded his son. You don't mean to say that it was all Green's doing, do you? You guessed it, Father. It was all Green. Blandon abruptly stood up, only to sit back down slowly, shaking his head with a smile. That's impossible. You must have been deceived. Green is merely 15 years old. How could he possibly accomplish all this? He found it hard to believe that a mere boy could orchestrate such events, especially considering that several of the assassinated individuals were formidable experts. Gardner chuckled. "Oh, come on, old man, don't be skeptical. Much of the information regarding those targets was provided by me. Moreover, I even collaborated with him to deal with a few of our family's internal enemies." Blandon gaped for a moment, and even with his composure, he found it hard to believe, yet he couldn't entirely dismiss his son's claims. Could a 15-year-old truly achieve such feats? He mumbled to himself, "Father, what do you think? My judgment is impeccable, is it not?" Blandon's eyes flickered, though his expression remained inscrutable. He smiled and said, "My son's judgment is indeed remarkable, far surpassing that of his father." Delighted by the praise, Gardner laughed heartily. "But, Father, you must keep this under wraps. If Green's identity is exposed, it would spell trouble for us, and most importantly, I promised him I would maintain his secrecy." "Very well. I assure you I shall not divulge this secret." Blandon laughed heartily as he sent Gardner on his way. Once the door closed behind Gardner, Blandon's smile vanished instantly. Think that a mere boy could stir the entire Bia island into chaos. Truly remarkable. A cold smirk crossed his face. "That my son, you are still too naive. A youth of such strength is not someone you can easily dominate. Moreover, he has now become the target of public scorn, that if anyone were to discover his connection to our family, the Dola clan would instantly face utter devastation." He pondered rapidly in his mind how to extract the utmost value from Green before silently eliminating him. "For the safety of my son, the young rascal Green must be sacrificed." A deep, sinister sigh resonated from within the room, thick with malevolence. Green remained in the shadows, having refrained from leaving his quarters for several days, but today he finally received the signal. Outside the Dola clan stronghold, in a small grove, the informant exclaimed, "Evil spirit, our opportunity has arrived." His voice was charged with excitement. Capone Becky is currently in the process of devouring a minor family, and today he is leading the final assault. It is the perfect moment for us to strike. Green's expression beneath his mask remained remarkably calm. Capone Becky was indeed a formidable figure. However, he was still far from fully developed, and eliminating him now would preemptively rid the world of a potential threat. "Where is he now?" Green inquired. The informant whispered, "On the other side of the island. Let us set off at once." The two moved swiftly through the shadows, deliberately avoiding any areas where people congregated. Upon reaching a small town, they stumbled upon a fierce battle. Members of the Capone family were ruthlessly slaughtering a small organization, their brutality unrelenting. That a swift glance revealed Capone Becky, exuding an air of authority, standing at the entrance of the town. Although he appeared younger, the burgeoning aura of power around him was unmistakable. That moment, he was surrounded by a protective circle of family members, a cold glint in his eyes as he puffed on a cigar. Green exchanged a knowing look with the informant, both nodding in agreement. The informant raised a hand, conjuring a barrier that absorbed all sound, enveloping Green in silence. The sensation was peculiar. He could still hear his own movements, but he realized from the informant's demeanor that his sounds were inaudible to others. Deep in his heart, he affirmed that this frail individual before him must indeed be the one he recognized, the tragic possessor of the silenced fruit. Casting a meaningful glance at the informant, Green patted him on the shoulder before vanishing into the darkness. Confused, the informant pondered if the evil spirit would recognize him. He quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. It was impossible. Aside from Brigadier Nelson, no one in the West scene knew him. "Speed up. It shouldn't take this long to deal with these fools. You're all utterly useless." Becky scolded impatiently. His subordinates fell silent, hastening their actions, not wishing to incur their leader's wrath. Beneath Becky's feet lay a grotesque, severed head, the trophy of his own hand, belonging to the leader of this minor faction. Green stealthily positioned himself behind Becky and his entourage, making no sound as he concealed himself in the shadows. The strength of Becky's crew was not particularly formidable. They relied heavily on their numbers and firearms. However, Green was uncertain how many more formidable individuals lay hidden within Capone Becky. He would not forget that this diminutive figure was an extraordinary user of the fortress fruit, known for his penchant for amassing a large contingent of subordinates in a stronghold. Becky's icy gaze surveyed the chaos before him. His interest waning, he preferred to watch rival factions destroy one another rather than engage directly in the fray. Although beheading an enemy leader was thrilling, he still preferred to play the role of a cunning mastermind. Damn it, too slow. You lot, go help, he suddenly commanded his guards. Without hesitation, the family members tasked as guards drew their pistols and charged forward. When the boss spoke, who would dare disobey? Furthermore, with Becky's devilish abilities, none could threaten him in the blink of an eye. The guards surrounding Becky had cleared out in the darkness. A figure slithered forward without making a sound, approaching him from behind. The power of the silence fruit is truly remarkable. Green marveled inwardly. If every assassination could be executed with the informant silence fruit, he would soar to unimaginable heights. Swish, the short blade, charged with energy, pierced through Becky's body, eliciting a grimace of pain that twisted his features into a mask of fury. An astonishing transformation quickly overtook him as his form morphed into brick-like textures, expanding rapidly. Capone Becky, go to your death obediently. Green's eyes glinted coldly as he vibrated the blade, sending a shockwave through Becky's body, reducing his untransformed organs to a pulpy mess. Capone Becky quaked. The transformation into a fortress abruptly ceasing as he reverted to his normal human form. His gaze dimmed, and he murmured, "Who are you? Why are you assassinating people on this island?" He had recognized that he was the latest target of the mysterious killer who had been ruthlessly eliminating high-ranking members of the underworld. Yet he had thought himself cautious and discreet enough to evade attention. "You parasites of the West Sea, it is time for you to be eradicated." Capone Becky's eyes flickered, a final smirk gracing his lips. "The Navy, or perhaps the government? It must be the Navy. The world government supports our existence. Only those foolish Navy men would do such a thing that I cannot believe my journey ends here. What a pity." Green, maintaining a calm demeanor, withdrew his short blade, activating his soul refinement ability before slipping away. It took the members of the Capone family a considerable time to realize their leader lay lifeless on the ground. Drenched in blood, they rushed over in shock and fury, only to find that Capone Becky had already breathed his last. The ground was stained crimson as they hurriedly carried off his corpse. Throughout the ordeal, they remained oblivious to who had slain their leader. In their minds, their boss epitomized treachery, and aside from the core members, most were unaware of his powers. Such a cautious leader had been silently dispatched without a trace. Their thoughts turned to one individual, the mysterious assassin. Green returned to his quarters, eagerly retrieving a dimly glowing orb. Upon closer inspection, a miniature fortress appeared within the orb, resembling a pocket-sized work of art. "The fortress fruit is truly in my possession." Green marveled, still incredulous that his soul refinement ability could indeed be so overpowered, even capable of seizing the powers of a devil fruit. However, a frown creased Green's brow. He pondered how long the ability he had absorbed would last. He had no intention of consuming the fortress fruit without a trustworthy ally at his side. It seemed imperative to extract the fruit's powers quickly and store them until he found a suitable candidate. After deliberating for a moment, Green made his decision that he spent half a day sifting through a collection of fruits to find a suitable vessel and successfully extracted the fruit's powers. As anticipated, the abilities were somewhat diminished compared to the original devil fruit due to unavoidable losses during the process. Though minimal, the loss still pained Green. The scene of Green dispatching Capone Becky had been witnessed entirely by the informant, who was left in a state of shock. When had this partner, who trained alongside him, grown to such formidable heights? He had been completely unaware. He watched as Green exchanged pleasantries and departed, his eyes reflecting an indelible shock. With a dazed expression, Anu returned to his residence, his mind haunted by the phantasmagoric image of Green effortlessly vanquishing Capone Becky. The specter of the malevolent fiend was truly terrifying. Who exactly was Green? Not far away, in a secluded grove, Green sought out a distinctive small tree and excavated a concealed cache, burying the fortified fruit locked within a chest. He felt uneasy leaving it at his dwelling, so he opted for an external hiding place for easier access. After absorbing the newly acquired light orb, Green experienced a slight enhancement in his physique. Although Capone Becky's body was not particularly formidable, The improvement gleaned from its consumption was minimal, yet better than nothing. Subsequently, he fell into a complete silence, refraining from venturing out again. To his mild astonishment, Gardner's father began to make occasional visits to this vicinity, even specifically requesting to see him twice. This stirred a vague speculation within Green. Though he dismissed it as inconsequential, it was likely that Gardner had inadvertently revealed some of his capabilities, prompting the venerable patriarch of the Dola family to take an interest in talent. Within that unremarkable house, several individuals of remarkable presence congregated around a table. Recently, the mysterious assassin had seemingly vanished. The last assassination was that of an heir from a minor family, after which he had not struck again. Could he have fled? One speculated. It's a possibility. He has offended our 5 great families, and if he doesn't run, we will eventually capture him. Dola Blandon chuckled. Oh, you are mistaken. That assassin has not departed. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged astonished glances. Blandon, are you certain of this? One inquired skeptically. They were all unaware of the assassin's whereabouts. Could Blandon truly possess this knowledge? An elder from the Jeffrey family remarked. It seems Lord Blandon has discovered his whereabouts. The Dola family's intelligence is indeed formidable. Blandon grinned, neither confirming nor denying, but stated, Our Dola family is undoubtedly powerful. However, acquiring information about the mysterious assassin was merely a stroke of fortune. Then, with Lord Blandon's intelligence as our support, we shall lay a trap to ensnare that assassin. Another exclaimed. Ahem, of course. Blandon nodded, smiling. However, the intelligence from our Dola family is not without cost. Immediately, a member of the Armstrong family slammed the table, growling, If we don't kill him, none of the 5 families will find peace. The Dola family has also suffered losses. Are you attempting to extort us? Blandon waved his hand with a grin. Gentlemen, do not misconstrue my intentions. I am not seeking to exploit this opportunity, but rather wish to propose a transaction. Otherwise, I would prefer to leave Bia Island. The others exchanged glances, recognizing his implication that he sought the support of others to secure greater advantages within his family. Thus, a protracted negotiation ensued at the table. 2 hours later, the representatives of the 5 families departed, all wearing smiles. They had each obtained what they desired. This alliance was not merely a means to eliminate a threat, but also an excellent opportunity to seek allies. Soon, the elite of the 5 families began to mobilize, stealthily leaving their respective strongholds, their destinations unknown. Meanwhile, Blandon returned to Gardner's residence. Father, what brings you here again? Gardner inquired warily. Since he had revealed Green's affairs to his father, the frequency of his father's visits had increased significantly. Without a doubt, his father was intent on poaching his talent. Thus, upon seeing his father again, Gardner was filled with trepidation, fearful of having Green whisked away from him. Blandon, an old fox, could easily discern his son's thoughts from his demeanor and retorted, Rest assured, I have no intention of stealing your subordinate. You truly are an insufferable little brat. Gardner's expression brightened immediately. As long as you're not here to take Green, everything else is negotiable. With an inscrutable expression, Blandon replied, Actually, there is something. Today I encountered that old coot from the Jeffrey family again, and his actions have infuriated me. Therefore, I intend to borrow Green to eliminate that old fool from the Jeffrey family. Gardner, oblivious to the odd glint in his father's eyes, pounded his chest in reassurance. Hey, father, you can trust me. Green has never failed in his missions. That old man from the Jeffrey family is as good as dead. Having achieved his objective, Blandon lingered for a while before taking his leave. Gardner pondered for a moment and then promptly sought out Green. Green, I need your assistance. Eliminate an old coot from the Jeffrey family. Green regarded him calmly. Having refrained from action for some time, he felt a twinge of eagerness to lend Gardner a hand. Nodding, he replied, No problem. Provide me with the details of the target. By the way, has the outside world calmed down recently? Previously, Bia Island had been thrown into chaos, with the upper echelons of the 5 families gripped by fear and heavily guarded. Rest assured, they believe you have already left Bia Island, and their defenses have significantly relaxed, Gardner reassured him. Green felt a sense of relief. This would greatly increase his chances of success. Gardner acted swiftly, soon providing the information about the target that it was more accurate to say that Blandon's actions were swift. It seemed these details had long been prepared, merely passed along to Gardner. Green did not rush into action, but instead spent a day investigating the target, discovering that numerous formidable guards remained nearby. Though it was no longer an insurmountable situation. That night, clad in black attire and donning a fearsome mask, Green commenced his operation. The target was one of the absolute high-ranking members of the Jeffrey family, a decision-maker second only to the patriarch, boasting considerable strength and notable prowess in martial arts across B Island. More significantly, this individual was an ability user, possessing the power of a Zoan-type devil fruit, which necessitated Green's utmost vigilance to avoid any missteps. In the West Sea, at the Navy's 13th Division, Brigadier General Nelson listened intently as Sweat reported. Latest intelligence indicates that the 5 great families of Bia Island have plunged into chaos, with a mysterious assassin ruthlessly targeting their high-ranking members at D. Oh, you think this has anything to do with the 3 young lads we dispatched? Sweat inquired. Nelson chuckled. Sweat, have those 3 young lads sent back any intelligence? Yes. Coney encountered an agent from the world government's CP organization. A month ago, they relayed information through government channels indicating that unrest was already brewing among the 5 families, as for you and the Fiend. Neither has sent any updates. Let us not rush. The 5 great families have entrenched themselves in the West Sea for far too long, like a malignant tumor eroding the region. We cannot eliminate them swiftly. We must proceed carefully. This incident may very well involve those young lads. Neither realized that the chaos was entirely orchestrated by one of those very young lads, aiming merely to escape the West Sea and accumulate greater strength to enter the Grand Line. The wheels of history were inexorably turning, and Green did not wish to become a mere pawn beneath them, but rather the driver of the chariot. Nelson pondered for a moment before stating, regardless, it is true that the 5 great families are in disarray. Sweat, lead the soldiers to intensify patrols in the waters surrounding Bia Island, and strike hard whenever the opportunity arises. Yes, sir. The Navy was preparing to act. Unbeknownst to Green, who was stealthily infiltrating the Jeffrey family's stronghold, soon slipping into their inner sanctum. The Jeffrey family's residence was unusually quiet today, aside from the presence of some notably powerful individuals. It was no different from usual. Green activated his observation hockey, frowning inwardly. There were indeed a considerable number of skilled fighters. It appeared the Jeffrey family had summoned their elite back. He remained oblivious to any abnormalities, making his way directly towards the location indicated by the intelligence. Upon arrival at the destination, his heightened senses confirmed the presence of a potent aura within the room, undoubtedly belonging to the target. Moving stealthily, Green found himself reminiscing about the utility of the sound-absorbing barrier provided by the code language, which had proven to be remarkably effective in isolating any sounds or scents. Without further contemplation, he navigated cautiously through the darkness, skillfully circumventing the guards before finally entering the room. You truly have arrived. I did not wait in vain. At the moment Green stepped inside, a boisterous laughter erupted, causing his pupils to constrict as he looked up. Beneath the room's illumination sat 2 figures. One, an imposing man with a mane of white hair and a robust physique, the very target of his mission. Beside him loomed another individual, whose frame was more than twice that of the target, sitting with an intimidating presence that surpassed that of a standing person. His expression was one of menacing disdain directed at Green. 2 individuals? A trap. Without a moment's hesitation, Green turned to flee. The situation had become painfully clear. He had walked into a snare. The towering man had just concealed his aura, and now it surged forth unabashedly, raising the hairs on the back of Green's neck. Think you can escape now? Take this. The colossal figure, towering over 3 meters and brimming with muscle, bore an arm thicker than Green's waist. Boom! The massive man charged like a bull, shattering tables and chairs in his wake, closing the distance to Green's hiding spot in an instant, delivering a punch that resonated with thunderous force. Green's eyes widened. He propelled himself off the ground, shattering the window as he made his escape. Bang! A fist crashed through the window, narrowly grazing Green's arm. Sizzle! His sleeve was instantly torn, the flesh beneath a bloody mess as crimson flowed forth. Frowning, Green redirected his attention. This behemoth was far beyond his capacity to confront. His strength was astonishingly formidable. In just one encounter, Green had gauged the opponent's prowess, while his own physical strength had surged, allowing him to rival naval officers through his refined soul ability. This man before him was at least several times stronger, capable of inflicting grievous harm with every move. With no desire for confrontation, Green was solely focused on finding a means of escape. Yet, the giant clung to him like a tenacious leech. Suddenly, numerous powerful figures emerged around him, each one comparable to his assassination target. No, this mission was a trap that Green's gaze turned cold, though reluctant to accept it. He could not deny the involvement of the Dola family. "Gardner, I hope you have not participated in this." "Huh, little brat, you dare to focus elsewhere while battling me. It seems you are courting death." The giant's laughter boomed, and seizing the moment of Green's distraction, he launched a vicious punch. A chill coursed through Green as he met the opponent's gaze. Remaining composed, in a split second, he crossed his arms defensively across his chest to block the blow. Boom! Green spat blood as his body was sent flying like a ball. He curled in midair, rolling upon landing to dissipate the impact, then sprang to his feet, sprinting away. The giant, momentarily stunned, erupted in fury. "Damn you, little brat." The audacious child had dared to use his own attack to escape, a true folly. He charged forward, his speed astonishing as he rapidly closed the gap between them. This giant had been hired at great expense by the 5 great families, specifically to deal with Green. His identity was that of a high-ranking officer in the 2nd Treasure Navy of the Flower Kingdom, a master of armed hockey, known as Bridges. Bridges had initially expected a simple task, but was taken aback by the target's youth and slippery nature, having managed to escape his grasp. This was utterly unforgivable. "You will not escape, you wretched little brat," with a powerful push from his legs. Bridges propelled himself forward, the ground shattering beneath him as he appeared behind Green in an instant. "Little brat, die." A fist, the size of an average man's head, was enveloped in a dark hockey, hurtling towards Green like a cannonball. The violent rush of wind behind him caused Green's heart to sink. Without needing to look back, he knew his enemy was upon him. With no time for contemplation, he exerted every ounce of strength to dive aside. Despite his efforts to evade, he could not fully escape, and a punch landed heavily on his back, causing him to spit another mouthful of blood. Green's battered form was flung far away, his energy visibly waning. Puffed, he coughed up more blood, disregarding everything else as he continued to roll, dodging the incoming onslaught. The Jeffrey family stronghold, the encircling forces of the 5 great families converged towards the center. A throng of individuals clad in black suits advancing towards Green. In his current state, Green was in dire straits, having been severely injured by Bridges. Just then, a group of elite members from the 5 families arrived, opening fire from a distance, while some skilled in martial arts drew their blades and moved in. Green's expression was icy as he surveyed the scene. His escape routes were nearly all sealed off. It was a matter of luck if he could flee. Swish, his figure darted away from his initial position, and in the next moment, a barrage of bullets riddled the ground, creating chaos. Green appeared at the side of one assailant. A flash of cold steel slicing through the air, drawing a line of blood across the throat of his target. His form a blur as he continued to move. One after another, the figures in black suits fell with anguished cries. Bridges stood with his arms crossed, disdainful of the notion of engaging in a battle of numbers, merely observing from the sidelines to prevent Green's escape. This provided Green with a rare moment of respite. Although the elite members of the 5 families were not particularly formidable, their sheer numbers overwhelmed him. He had lost count of how many throats he had slashed or opponents he had sent flying. All he knew was that his short blade had shattered, and his stamina was plummeting. He realized he could no longer afford to wait. Spotting an opportunity, he dashed into the nearby ruins of a collapsed building, even as he felt the sting of 2 bullets in his back. "Humph, think you can escape from me? You are far too naive." Bridges sneered coldly, pursuing him relentlessly. Green unleashed all his speed, sprinting through the debris of the battle-ravaged ruins. Suddenly, a familiar figure leapt into view. "Ha! I didn't expect to catch you. Prepare to die." A lanky youth in a black suit, looking quite young, shouted while making exaggerated gestures. Upon closer inspection, Green noticed the figure bore a striking resemblance to Dark Language. A quick glance at the youth's face confirmed his suspicions. Dark Language? It's me. I'll cast a sound barrier for you. Whether you can escape depends on your own abilities. Dark Language whispered hurriedly. Green nodded vigorously, his observation Hawkeye alerting him to the approaching pursuers. Dark Language extended a hand, conjuring an invisible barrier that enveloped Green, silencing him entirely from the outside world. Just as Green was about to depart, Dark Language urgently called out, "Wait, quickly give me a cut, or I will surely be suspected." Without hesitation, Green swung his already splintered blade, which resembled a saw, and the sharp pain surged through Dark Language's chest. "Ah!" Dark Language cried out in genuine agony, collapsing to the ground. The pain unmistakable as Green vanished into the darkness. He inadvertently caught the attention of Bridges, who had just turned the corner. Bridges furrowed his brow in confusion. The heartbeat and footsteps of the little brat had suddenly disappeared. Had it not been for the visibility of Green's figure, he would have doubted whether anyone was there at all. He sprinted forward, swiftly closing the distance to Green as he passed by Dark Language. He paused momentarily, offering a nod of approval. If it weren't for this little fellow's intervention, he might have lost track of his target. "Little brat, well done. Hold on. Your family's reinforcements will arrive soon." Green dashed through the darkness with remarkable speed, no longer concerned with hiding his presence in the shadows. How absurd! The individual trailing behind him was relentless, making concealment utterly futile. As he navigated a labyrinth of intricate structures, Green's silhouette vanished, inciting an unparalleled fury within Bridges. After all, he had been compensated for this task. Should he allow the target to escape, he would be left with no justification to claim his fee, and it would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation. "You wretched brat! You cannot escape. I shall find you," he bellowed, startling the villagers who hastily bolted their doors. Fearing unwarranted calamity, members of the 5 great families soon arrived on the scene. "Damn it, we let him slip away," one of them exclaimed. "No need to panic. He is injured and cannot have fled far. Let us split up and search. We will surely locate him." The members of the 5 great families promptly divided into several teams, commencing their search of the vicinity. Meanwhile, Green concealed himself in a narrow alley, curled up in a dark corner, as distant shouts and the sounds of searching gradually drew nearer. "If the 5 great families fail to eliminate me this time, they shall await my reckoning. One by one," he muttered with fierce determination. This entrapment was undoubtedly a setup. He pondered whether Gardner was behind it or if he too had been ensnared in the deception. Nevertheless, his immediate priority was to survive. He was gravely injured, outnumbered, and with that martial arts expert among them, escape would prove exceedingly difficult. Hearing the approaching footsteps grow ever closer, Green reluctantly retrieved a cherished item from his possession. With a swift motion, a mysterious piece of paper appeared in his hand, emblazoned with the bold characters "Transaction Voucher," accompanied by the almost negligible inscription "Second Dimension." As he silently invoked the use of the voucher, it began to emit a hazy glow, swiftly enveloping him in a radiant surge. The Green's consciousness dimmed momentarily, and when it gradually returned, he found himself not in the alley, but upon a pristine white platform. At the center of this platform stood a simple table, flanked by 2 chairs, with Green seated in one of them. He shook his head. Although he had been here before, the space still evoked a sense of vagueness and disorientation. Across from him, the space shimmered, and a blurred figure slowly materialized, shrouded in a mystical aura. It was difficult to discern clearly, but through the haze, he could make out the form of a young boy. The boy, with a look of confusion, gazed curiously around and at Green, his eyes reflecting a mixture of uncertainty and fear. After a moment's contemplation, Green spoke calmly. "Do not be afraid. This is merely a transaction space. We need only complete 1 transaction to depart." Perhaps sensing the kindness in Green's tone, the boy appeared somewhat reassured, hesitantly responding, "Will we really be able to leave after just 1 transaction? But I have nothing to offer." Green's lips twitched slightly. He had initially hoped to escape his predicament with the Second Dimension Transaction Voucher, yet it seemed he had underestimated the situation. It was not merely physical items that could be traded. Unique skills, abilities, and objects with special effects were also eligible for exchange. Squinting at the increasingly indistinct figure of the boy, he hurriedly added, "If we do not finalize the transaction soon, we may find ourselves trapped here indefinitely." Observing the boy's form becoming ever more elusive, Green felt a surge of urgency, fearing the opportunity for trade might slip away. What strange things can be traded? The boy pondered aloud, a hint of anxiety creeping in. If we cannot return, it would be disastrous. My parents and friends are waiting for me. I cannot remain in this desolate, featureless expanse. A glimmer of hope sparked within Green as he maintained his calm demeanor. Affirming, indeed, any peculiar ability can be used for trade. The boy, seemingly embarrassed, scratched his head. "Can I trade this stone hat on my head? It has caused me so much trouble. Just now, it seemed like my mother didn't even notice me and splashed me with vegetable washing water. Whenever I greet my friends, they ignore me. If I could remove it, I would have tossed it away long ago." The boy's face was a portrait of dejection, yet a flicker of hope remained as he looked to Green. Green was now struggling to contain his excitement, adopting a composed tone to inquire, "You mean your hat? Is it called a stone hat? Do you happen to have a blue one as well? Are you referring to Doryman?" The grip of Green's fist tightened discreetly, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes as he eagerly nodded. "I can trade with you, provided I receive the stone hat's ability. This way, your stone hat will no longer render you invisible, allowing you to escape its influence while we complete the transaction. It's a win-win. Really, that's wonderful." The boy cheered, immediately agreeing without fully understanding what Green intended to offer in exchange. To him, anything the stranger provided would suffice, as long as he could rid himself of that unremovable hat. That a pang of guilt washed over Green for deceiving the child, yet he resolved to produce a small golden dagger, an artifact he had casually acquired during a previous mission, which he typically admired as a decorative piece. "This golden dagger can be exchanged for the ability of your hat." The boy's mouth fell agape in disbelief as he pointed at the golden dagger. "This? No way. That's too precious. You would be at a disadvantage. The value of gold is universally recognized as esteemed, belonging to the category of precious metals and serving as a hard currency." The golden dagger, entirely crafted from gold, was substantial, and its worth would fetch a considerable sum. Green waved his hand dismissively, adopting a casual tone. "This item holds little value where I come from if it is more valuable on your side. It is perfect for trading." Noticing the boy's lingering hesitance, Green pressed, "I don't possess many items, and this truly holds no significance for me. I have urgent matters to attend to in my original world, so I would greatly appreciate it if we could finalize the transaction promptly." Though the boy remained somewhat uncertain, he gazed at the exquisitely crafted golden dagger resting on the table and stretched out his hand toward his hat. However, after several futile attempts, he found it impossible to remove. "Darn it, it truly cannot be taken off. It seems this trade cannot be completed, and no worries. You need only focus on trading the ability of that hat." "There is no need to remove it," Green reassured him, glancing around the space with mounting urgency. The boy, still doubtful, attempted the suggestion, and to his astonishment, a beam of light illuminated the table. Both boys gazed at it, a sense of clarity dawning upon them. As long as both parties confirmed, the transaction would be immediately realized. "Transaction confirmed," Green declared without hesitation, encouraging the boy with a reassuring look. "Yes, I confirm the transaction as well." The instant both parties affirmed, the entire space began to collapse, two beams of light shooting toward each of them. With a sudden jolt, Green found himself back in the narrow, shadowy alley. The transaction was complete. It was time to test his newly acquired ability. Suppressing his exhilaration, Green concentrated, feeling a profound aura envelop him as his physical strength gradually waned. Closing his eyes, he assessed the situation. At this rate of depletion, maintaining the ability daily would pose no issue. Haha, if the stone hat's ability mirrors the original, it will be extraordinary. Green chuckled softly to himself. This was his objective. He required only the ability, without needing to manifest its physical form. Such a move would merely expose him to vulnerability. Moreover, that stone hat possessed an incredibly formidable power in certain respects. The original power of the stone hat was remarkably simple. It enabled one to become imperceptible to others, even when one sees oneself with their own eyes. It can be as easily disregarded as a mere stone, instinctively ignored in the recesses of the mind. Green had never anticipated that he would acquire such formidable power. In certain aspects, this ability was not at all inferior to that of the devil fruit, lacking only the latter's vulnerability to the SEANT that moment. A search party approached, cautiously advancing into the alley with torches in hand. A stir coursed through Green's heart, yet he remained motionless, curled up in the corner, daring to test whether the capabilities of his stone hat were indeed as he envisioned. Members of the 5 prominent families, clad in black suits, circled around him, their gazes sweeping over him briefly before swiftly moving on. As indifferent as if they had merely encountered a stone by the roadside, turning away without a second thought. Green was left speechless yet somewhat exhilarated. This was indeed impressive. He cautiously emerged from the alley, revealing himself slightly beside the search party, yet those who spotted him continued to disregard him, as if he were invisible. Finally reassured, Green departed with a fervent expression, realizing he could not return to the Dola family. Uncertain if it was Gardner or his father who had betrayed him. Until the truth was uncovered, he had no intention of going back. The sound-dampening barrier around him gradually dissipated, likely due to the distance from the secret language or the expiration of his ability. Once more, Green melded into the shadows that the location where Green had slipped away. Bridges and members of the 5 families congregated, awaiting news from the search party. Suddenly, Bridges turned sharply, directing his gaze toward a distant patch of darkness. "What's the matter?" inquired Jeffrey family's patriarch, an elderly man with slicked-back hair, perplexed. "Nothing, just sensed something over there. Perhaps it's a rat," Bridges replied after a moment of careful consideration, shaking his head slightly. Initially, he had thought it might be Green returning, but upon further reflection, it did not seem to be the case. Given Green's displayed prowess, he could not have gone unnoticed by Bridges, who held confidence in his own strength. In the distance, cloaked in darkness, Green was drenched in cold sweat, astonished that his interference ability, acquired from the stone hat, could be sensed by Bridges. It was truly perilous. He remained motionless in the shadows until the attention of the others shifted elsewhere. Then cautiously withdrew. It appeared that Bridges had not only mastered armament hockey, but had also refined his observation hockey to a commendable level, nearly uncovering Green's presence, prompting him to exercise greater caution in the future. Countless formidable individuals possessing keen observation hockey roamed the seas, and Green felt a twinge of arrogance. His interference ability was evidently not as potent as he had anticipated, or perhaps his current strength was a hindrance. Regardless, he resolved to be wary of anyone with superior observation hockey henceforth. Green retreated to the grove, where he had previously concealed the devil fruit, blending in discreetly. He consumed several dimly glowing orbs obtained from the earlier battle, enduring the excruciating pain that surged through him without uttering a sound. Indeed, volume could compensate for quality, and his physique was once again enhanced. Combat, it seemed, was the finest catalyst. Observing his hands, now adorned with a pitch-black hue extending to his wrists, Green smiled wryly. "It seems I owe a debt of gratitude to the members of the 5 families for my mastery of armament hockey. Had it not been for your ambush, it might have taken much longer for me to awaken this ability." The power of armament hockey inherently resided within every individual. As long as their physical prowess met the requirements, it would manifest. Of course, those with extraordinary talent were exceptions to this rule. In the ensuing days, the entire Bia island was turned upside down as the underworld's 5 families scoured the island repeatedly. Yet, they found not a single trace of Green, ultimately concluding their fruitless endeavors with discontent. The grove where Green lay hidden underwent several rounds of patrols, but predictably, no one detected his presence. The island gradually settled into a tranquil state, and Green remained inactive. 3 days later, a frail figure stepped into the forest, making his way toward the rendezvous point agreed upon with Green. With his observation hockey enveloping the surroundings, Green quickly detected the newcomer, feeling a flicker of movement within him. First, he stealthily circled behind the approaching individual to ensure no one was following, before revealing himself. "Green, are you all right?" It was you, whose bandaged chest revealed a clear trace of blood seeping through the wrappings. Green nodded, concerned. "Is your injury serious? Your earlier strike was rather hasty, and I feared you might lose control." And you chuckled. "Haha. Thankfully, you struck a bit harder. However, it didn't hit any vital areas. The Jeffrey family now regards me as an elite, and I've managed to secure a position within the middle ranks. Green nodded, recalling their previous hurried cooperation aimed primarily at rescuing him, unaware it would yield such additional benefits. By the way, and you, do you know who set the ambush against me? They don't seem like members of the five families. Of course, they are indeed. The five families don't possess such skilled individuals. He hails from the second treasure navy of the Flower Nation, named Bridges, hired at great expense by the five families. And you sneered. Green felt a surge of intrigue. He had no prior knowledge of this second treasure navy from the information he possessed in his past life. Although he was aware of the 8 treasure navy and knew there were a total of 8 such factions, it appeared this was one of them, storing this information in his mind. Green broached another topic. The ambush was far too coincidental. It's as if they knew I would arrive, that I suspect my identity has been exposed within the Dora family, at least my status as an assassin. And you nodded. Indeed, this was a coordinated action by the five families, deploying nearly all their elite forces. They began preparations a day earlier, clearly with a specific source of intelligence. It must have been someone from the Dora family who betrayed you. A murderous glint flashed in Green's eyes. I hope Gardner is not involved in this. Meanwhile, Gardner was engaged in a heated argument with his father. Green is my friend. He has saved me more than once. And you dare betray him? Gardner's face was flushed with rage. Across from him sat Dora Blandon, composed and deliberate, stating, "And what of it? In the face of family interests, anyone can be sacrificed. Green has assassinated numerous key figures from other factions. If this news gets out, have you considered whether our Dora family can escape unscathed?" Gardner yelled, his face contorted with fury. You conspire with outsiders to harm Green. Do you not realize how exceptional his potential is? If he matures, our Dora family would become the sole power on Bia Island, even advancing our position in the West Sea. Blandon regarded his son with a bemused expression, dismissing him. You overestimate him. A single person cannot elevate the Dora family to greater heights. I must say, my dear son, you are still rather naive. Gardner sensed that his father's mind had been clouded by power and wealth. Unable to see the future that was so evident to him, disappointment flickered in his eyes as he stormed out in a fit of rage. Blandon gazed at the swaying door, his expression profound. My dear son, do you think I am unaware of what you've said? Yet he is simply too remarkable. You stand no chance of subduing him. The reversal of fortunes is but a thought away. Returning to his residence, Gardner was consumed by fury, violently smashing his surroundings to pieces. Due to the previous searches conducted by the five families, he dared not send anyone to seek out Green. Fearing the revelation of Green's true identity, he was no fool. Knowing his father feared the exposure of Green's identity might implicate the Dora family, he understood that his father would never reveal it. Thus, it remained that no one knew Green was the mysterious assassin. Send word that if Green returns, notify me immediately. Yes, boss. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, and you left behind several vials of healing medicine before taking his leave. Green collected the medicine. The external wounds on his body had nearly healed with the enhancement of his refining spirit ability, leaving only some internal bruises to recover from. After a few more days of rest, he would be nearly unscathed. In the subsequent days, he remained hidden within the forest, familiarizing himself with a newly awakened armament hockey. The applications of armament hockey were numerous, of which Green had merely heard previously. However, his understanding remains somewhat limited. He is only aware of one of the most fundamental applications of armament. Extending his arm, with a flicker of thought, a deep, profound blackness swiftly envelopes his fist and half of his forearm. Swish! Green suddenly thrusts his fist forward. The fist, trailing a shadow of darkness, strikes the nearby tree with tremendous force, resulting in a resounding bang as it penetrates through, yet leaving no trace of injury on his fist. The armament hardening technique, with consistent practice, can cover a greater area, and its strength can continually be enhanced, providing an additional means to confront those endowed with the powers of the devil fruit. A glint of joy crosses Green's face. The distinction between possessing and lacking the armament hockey is indeed substantial. When faced with natural type or certain special fruit abilities, lacking armament hockey renders one exceedingly passive. Moreover, armament hockey can also be utilized to imbue weapons, with a legendary black sword being exceedingly formidable. Green retrieves his short blade, which is now riddled with cracks and chips, rendering it unusable. He casually sheathes the blade back into its scabbard. Given Green's current combat prowess, his short blade can no longer sustain him. He is in dire need of a superior weapon. Although he could still fight without a blade, having one certainly makes things considerably more convenient. Furthermore, Green had once wielded a bow with considerable skill. However, he had not had the opportunity to practice it again on Bia Island in recent years, and it seems he must take it up once more. As it is, after all, a means of ranged attack that a few days later, after dealing with several isolated members of the 5 prominent families, Green's injuries had completely healed. One night, he appeared at the Dora family stronghold, which was now heavily guarded. Yet this was evidently not a challenge for him. Shrouded in darkness, he swiftly found himself outside Gardner's chamber. Through the window, he could see Gardner, his face contorted with rage as he cursed vehemently. Those foolish old men of the family. How could they possibly comprehend Green's value to the clan? They are truly a bunch of short-sighted fools. A thought crossed Green's mind. It seems that matter has no connection to Gardner. He too must have been kept in the dark. In a rush. Let's observe a bit longer. After contemplating for a moment, Green decided to continue his surveillance. After venting for a while, Gardner summoned a subordinate and inquired, "Is there still no news of Green?" "Yes, boss. Green has not returned." "Has something happened to him?" "Nothing to worry about. That I sent him on a mission. He should be back soon. Inform me the moment you see him." "Understood." After the subordinate departed, Gardner sat down helplessly, sighing. "Green, it's not that I wish to betray you. It's those foolish old men. If you're still alive, you must conceal yourself well and avoid detection by the members of the 5 families." "It seems my assumption was correct. You indeed have not betrayed me," that a voice suddenly echoed, startling Gardner into immediate alertness. Emerging from the shadows by the window was Green, slowly removing his mask. "Green, what wonderful news." "I knew you were alive," Gardner exclaimed, momentarily stunned before his face broke into a joyous grin. Green maintained a calm demeanor, nodding slightly. "I nearly fell into their trap, but I managed to escape by a stroke of luck." "Green, I never contemplated betraying you. I only learned of these events later," Gardner insisted. Green raised a hand to silence Gardner, speaking with a calm demeanor. "I believe it appears someone within the family has sensed my threat and desires to eliminate me." Gardner breathed a sigh of relief, promptly replying, "Give me a few days, and I will ensure the family recognizes your significance." "In no need." Green resolutely shook his head, scoffing, "You are too naive. Since the family has decided to betray me, they will not entertain any compromises." Gardner opened his mouth to say something, but stopped short. He understood that Green was right. The old men in power within the family would never accept him again. They would never admit their mistakes. Green disdainfully curled his lip. "Gardner, do you believe the family has any potential for growth under those old men? They are only concerned with maintaining the status quo, preserving their power and wealth, utterly uninterested in expanding the family's influence. If left unchecked, the Dora family will soon be relegated to history." Gardner was taken aback by Green's words, furrowing his brow as he pondered their meaning. "You speak truthfully. The family appears stable under their control, yet in reality, it has begun its descent." Gardner was acutely aware of the family's recent situation, better than anyone else. "Have you considered enacting change?" Green casually pulled up a chair, his tone laced with temptation as he inquired. "Change? Just because I desire to alter the family? Don't be ridiculous." Gardner did not believe he could single-handedly transform the family. "Are you aware of the Capone family on the island?" Green abruptly shifted the topic, discussing the Capone family. The true power behind the Capone family is Capone Becky, a 17-year-old youth whose capabilities remain unknown to all. Had I not eliminated him, it would have been difficult to ascertain who would dominate the underworld of the West Sea in a few years. Gardner frowned, astonished that such a powerful individual existed on Bia Island, and he had not even heard of his name. Nevertheless, he did not doubt the veracity of Green's claims. After all, Green had no reason to deceive him. After a prolonged silence, Gardner's gaze sharpened, and he spoke earnestly. "Green, if you are willing to assist me in transforming the Dora family, I am prepared to share power and wealth with you in the future." Green smiled, genuinely delighted. "Gardner, the Dora family must be dismantled. This is an immutable fact, for the Navy is about to take action." He disclosed another shocking revelation to Gardner. "No, That can't be. How could the Navy suddenly turn against us? Green chuckled softly. The notoriety of the 5 prominent families in the West Sea is far too great. At least within the region. It is intolerable to certain individuals. However, Gardner, this may not necessarily be a bad thing. How could this possibly be a good thing? If the Dora family is destroyed, what can I change? Gardner's expression darkened as he fumed. The underworld never ends well. You can seize this opportunity to purge the rotten elements and retain those that serve you, thus rebuilding a new Dora family. Green continued to guide him. A reformed underworld force could be of considerable use to Green, and he certainly wished to have it under his control. Gardner pondered for a moment before nodding. Regardless of the circumstances, I trust you, Green. We shall proceed as you advise, and when the time comes, the Dora family shall be half yours. With their agreement in place, Green did not linger, arranging the time and place for their next meeting before departing. Soon, a piece of intelligence was delivered through special channels to Major Sweet. This lad Green has finally sent word that Sweet's anxieties were finally alleviated. He held a deep concern for the youth he had rescued. This, after only a glance, Sweet gasped sharply, quickly raising his head to shout, "Summon the crew. We must return immediately." "Yes, Major Sweet." Sweet clutched the intelligence tightly, a rare expression of delight breaking through his typically stern facade. In the West Sea, the 13th Division erupted in laughter. I wondered why the 5 families were in such disarray lately. It turns out this lad is behind it all. Truly remarkable, Brigadier General Nelson guffawed. I never anticipated that the youth could achieve this. By his own efforts, he has thrown the entire Bia Island into turmoil, eliminating a third of the core members of the Underworld's 5 families. His growth is astonishingly rapid. Sweet remarked, unable to suppress his joy. Sweet, you have done well. Thanks to you, the Navy has gained a talented individual. Nelson commended, patting Sweet's shoulder with approval. The Sweet's face flushed. This matter had little to do with him. Aside from the fortunate circumstance of rescuing Green initially and later providing him with a month of training, he had not expected Green to grow to this extent so quickly. Brigadier General Nelson. The intelligence from Green indicates that we should prepare to close in. What do you think? Good. Relay the order. Prepare to close in. Nelson commanded with a decisive wave of his hand. Understood. Major Sweet stood at attention. Saluted loudly to in just a day. The waters near Bia Island had quietly become crowded with numerous warships, brimming with spirited naval soldiers who gazed eagerly at the verdant island before them. The 5 prominent families that had dominated the western seas for years were on the brink of becoming a relic of the past. Evil Ghost. I have transmitted all the intelligence I recently gathered. Are you certain it's wise to signal for the nets so soon? And you, his face etched with concern, cast a worried glance at Green, feeling that the timing for such a move was rather hasty. Fear not. The 5 families are preoccupied with the island. Now is the opportune moment to eradicate them. Green's expression was calm. Indeed, the timing was somewhat rushed. Yet in order to expedite their departure from this place, Green felt compelled to take action prematurely. Gardner had exerted all his efforts to recruit followers, yet he had managed to gather scarcely 200 men. And that was with the substantial support Green had provided. Otherwise, relying solely on his own financial resources, 50 would have been a remarkable feat. Night gradually descended, and you had yet to return. Regardless of whether they could eliminate the 5 families tonight, his undercover career would soon come to a close. He was still lost in the anticipation of concluding his covert life and returning to the Navy. However, Green had cast him more than a few sympathetic glances. Poor child, just as he ends his undercover existence, he must rush off to another perilous assignment. How tragic, Green thought with a hint of schadenfreude. Though he quickly recalled the future fate of this individual beside him, causing his eyes to narrow instinctively. If he were a stranger, he would refrain from intervening in another's life trajectory. Yet this fellow had once risked exposure to save him. It seemed he must involve himself in that outcome. Doflamingo, I hope you can endure the blows. Here they come. Green exclaimed as he spotted a flicker of light emerging from the distant sea. Promptly rising to his feet, knowing that the operation was about to commence. One by one, the warships approached, each illuminated by a solitary lamp. With a rumble, the ships anchored a short distance away, and small boats were lowered, allowing the naval soldiers to board and make their way to shore. With a thud, A tall and robust figure clad in a naval uniform leapt ashore, his cape billowing in the wind. Green's eyes brightened as he stepped out from his hiding place to greet him. Major Sweet. Upon seeing the lean yet formidable youth before him, Sweet beamed, patting Green's shoulder with satisfaction. Green, long time no see. You have done well. Green chuckled. It had been years since they last met, yet Sweet's rank remained unchanged. Major, let us act at once. It be by the way, I have stationed a contingent of reinforcements on the island, marked with red cloth bands on their left arms so that our men do not mistake them. Sweet nodded solemnly. Of course, I will promptly inform the other units. However, I must say, you've done quite well to assemble a team. How many do you have? Well, they are individuals with a strong sense of justice who do not wish to live as thugs for eternity, so I managed to sway them. Green replied nonchalantly. Sweet pondered for a moment, then nodded. Very well, I understand your intent. Rest assured, after this battle, none shall harm them. However, they must not engage in any illegal activities henceforth. That is certain, they shall pursue legitimate business from now on. After checking the time, Sweet took stock of their numbers and turned to Green and you, who had emerged behind him. Then let us commence the operation. Green and you nodded, leading a detachment of naval soldiers towards the nearest stronghold of the five families. Across Bia Island, naval forces were landing. Aside from the support provided by Green and you, there were also Coney and several agents of the world government guiding operations on the opposite side of the island. In an instant, flames ignited across Bia Island, the pitch-black night sky illuminated by the blaze, as shouts and explosions erupted. The five families were caught off guard, but once they discerned the attacking navy amidst the shadows, they understood the gravity of the situation. Damn the navy! How could it be the navy? Why are they attacking us so suddenly? Counterattack! Quickly counterattack! Whoever dares to assault us is the enemy. Stay calm! Stay calm! Fire! The five families quickly launched a counteroffensive, yet they were taken by surprise and surrounded by naval forces that outnumbered them significantly, making their efforts exceedingly difficult. That Green's figure emerged amidst the chaos. Unnoticed in the darkness, as one by one, members of the five families fell silently, filling the air with dread. Who is it? Why are our people suffering such casualties? Has anyone seen who struck? No, no one has seen anything. Aren't these just those damned Navy men? Swish! The speaker was abruptly silenced, his head severed by a gleaming blade that emerged from the shadows, blood spraying onto those nearby. Ah, it's a demon! It must be a demon! Exclamation point. The stronghold of the five families was soon left desolate, with more than half of the members in black suits lying lifeless, the remaining few kneeling in terror, realizing that perhaps this unseen specter would spare them if they remained still. Sweet, who had been vigilantly observing the surroundings, felt a chill run down his spine. He had failed to detect any trace of Green, only witnessing flashes of blades and the successive collapse of bodies. Has this kid truly grown to such an extent? How terrifying! Shaking his head slightly, he shouted, Injured personnel, return to the beach on your own. The rest, proceed immediately to the next location. Their numbers were still unable to rival those of the five families. Though they appear to have the upper hand in this localized skirmish, overall, they held no significant advantage. They could only leverage their superior numbers to swiftly resolve one confrontation before promptly aiding elsewhere, meticulously managing the tempo of the battle to avoid encirclement by the enemy. However, this tactic was proving ineffective. The five families had no intention of uniting. They were initially stunned, and due to the vast expanse of Bia Island, the conflict had only begun at the periphery. By the time they reacted, the Navy had already cleared all their outer positions. Soon, the only remnants on the island were the stronghold of the five families, which housed the majority of their elite forces, along with some minor factions that had sought refuge, serving as the first line of cannon fodder. Major Sweet, due to certain special circumstances, I and those I have swayed do not wish to engage the Dora family. I must ask for your assistance in this matter, Green said earnestly, looking intently at Sweet. Very well, the Dora family shall be entrusted to us. You head to the nearest Jeffrey family. They surely require your skills in assassination, Sweet replied casually. Waving his hand, Green nodded and melted into the shadows. While he held no qualms about confronting the Dora family, he refrained from taking direct action. considering Gardner's intentions. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but marvel at Gardner's ruthlessness. Aside from his father and family, he had not brought any other members of the Dora family along. That it seemed he was resolutely determined to sever all ties with them. Even his father, Blandon, had been forcibly detained and secretly relocated. Green glanced at Blandon, the orchestrator of his own betrayal. He found the man remarkably calm upon seeing him. It was as if he had come to terms with everything, perceiving in his son qualities he himself lacked, leading him to accept the situation with unexpected grace. Green soon arrived at the Jeffrey family stronghold, where battle had already erupted. Countless naval soldiers bombarded the buildings with muskets and cannons, while the members of the Jeffrey family, armed only with handguns, cried out in despair. Without pausing, Green plunged into the fray. A naval soldier wielding a standard long blade was engaged in a fierce struggle with a member of the Jeffrey family. Yet despite his experience and physique, he was being overpowered. Just as defeat loomed, a flash of cold light cut through the air, and the Jeffrey family member collapsed. Lifeless, the naval soldier blinked a few times, confirming that the man before him was indeed dead. What just happened? Why did he suddenly die? Before he could ponder further, the throng of soldiers surged forward, forcing him to keep fighting. On the battlefield, a shadowy figure flitted through the darkness. Each time a blade glimmered, another member of the Jeffrey family fell. Like the scythe of death, it reaped the souls of the living. Not only the members of the Jeffrey family, but even the naval soldiers who witnessed the scene felt a chill run down their spines, gripped by fear. The presence of an unseen killer lurking nearby would unnerve anyone. Goodness, when did our division acquire such formidable individuals? Do you know, one naval officer, his face brimming with excitement, was unfazed by Green's reckless actions. Are you certain this is one of our division's personnel? I have never heard of anyone like this among us. Indeed, who among us is unaware of the powerful figures within our division? If this were one of ours, it would be impossible for us not to recognize them. Green paid no heed to their whispered speculations, focusing instead on a powerful member of the Jeffrey family. In the center of the battlefield, 3 naval majors were besieging a figure radiating an aura of coldness, the ground beneath them marred by traces of frost. Had it not been for the icy ground, the 3 majors would have dispatched their opponent long ago. With a swift motion, Green glided silently towards them. Jeffrey Avar furrowed his brow, perplexed by the Navy's sudden assault, yet aware that the current situation could not end amicably. Navy, you are trespassing upon the Jeffrey family. We shall lodge a protest with the world government for this abuse of power. Humph, Avar, spare us your pretense. You know full well what your Jeffrey family is made of. The fact that we have not dealt with you before does not imply perpetual leniency. To eliminate the Jeffrey family, you are still far from capable. Frigid frost, Avar bellowed, unleashing a wave of extreme cold that surged towards one of the naval majors. Shave. In an instant, the naval major vanished, employing one of the Navy's 6 forms. Shave. Avar's attack missed its mark, and he quickly released another blast of frigid air, this time maintaining the output as he targeted the other 2. The 2 naval majors found themselves in a precarious position, struggling to evade Avar's onslaught, while simultaneously avoiding the perilous cold that threatened to freeze them. Is this the extent of a naval major's prowess? Truly laughable. Avar's face was a mask of arrogance, his laughter echoing triumphantly. In an instant, the morale of the other members of the Jeffrey family surged, driving them towards a counterattack. The Jeffrey family patriarch, shielded in the rear, beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Well done, Avar. Show them what we're made of." However, before his jubilant laughter could fully dissipate, it was abruptly stifled, his eyes widening in horror. From the shadows behind the rampaging Avar, a figure clad in dark attire and wearing a ghastly mask emerged, thrusting a blade deep into Avar's back, the naval standard blade piercing through his chest, blood gushing forth like a torrent. Ugh! Avar, who had been laughing maniacally, was now struck with disbelief, staring down at the bloodied tip of the blade in shock that a sense of helplessness rapidly engulfed him. And he collapsed to his knees, grasping the blade with trembling hands, struggling to turn and face his assailant. Green, with a frown, twisted the blade, enveloping it in darkness, and with a swift horizontal motion, cleaved the once mighty Avar in 2. Even in death, Avar had not glimpsed the face of the one who had slain him, departing this world with a lingering regret. Green showed no signs of hesitation, dispatching Avar with the same indifference as one might when slaughtering a mere chicken, his gaze betraying no emotion as he vanished back into the shadows. "Did you recognize that lad?" One major inquired, his pupils constricting, realizing Green's departure. The other two instinctively shook their heads, completely unfamiliar, never seen him before. They exchanged glances, both reflecting the fear in their eyes. That assassin was terrifying, appearing from nowhere to kill, and they had been utterly unresponsive throughout, as if a person had always existed in that space, yet also as though it had remained empty until now. Upon reflection, they could confirm that a killer had indeed emerged, slaying the combatant they had struggled against, yet the recollection of the event felt elusive, as if their minds were subconsciously ignoring the presence of the other. This contradictory sensation left them feeling nauseous, and it took a moment for them to realize they were on a battlefield. They forced themselves to suppress their unease and turned to charge at their enemies. Green, having retreated to safety, smirked, thinking, "You wish to track my whereabouts. If you can find me, I concede defeat." The members of the Jeffrey family gaped in disbelief at the unfolding scene, nearly dropping their jaws in shock, as their powerful combatant, who had been wreaking havoc moments ago, was suddenly assassinated. Was Avar truly defeated? Impossible. Lord Avar is a formidable devil fruit user. It must be a ruse. I must still be dreaming. Someone slap me. Smack. Ouch, that really hurt. The patriarch of the Jeffrey family exchanged glances with several key figures, and they quietly retreated, seizing the opportunity to slip out through a side door unnoticed. Damn it, so the mysterious assassin was sent by the Navy. They have long intended to strike against us. Once we regain our composure, we must retaliate against the Navy. They are utterly despicable, and all we have built over the years is now in ruins. Just as they believed they had successfully escaped, smiles plastered on their faces, a voice suddenly echoed from the shadows beside a wall. "Unfortunately, you will not have that chance." When Green returned to the battlefield, grasping several blood-soaked heads, the fighting had already subsided. The naval soldiers ignored Green, clad in distinctive attire, as if he were invisible, even subconsciously parting to let him through without understanding why. Green approached the three stationed naval majors, discarding the heads of the Jeffrey family leaders at their feet, which finally drew their attention. The three naval majors jumped in shock at the sudden sight of the heads, turning to focus on the quietly standing Green. When did you arrive?" Green discreetly deactivated his interference ability and replied calmly, "Not a single high-ranking member of the Jeffrey family has escaped. They are all here." The three majors stared at Green in curiosity. "Young man, how come we have never seen you before? Are you also a member of the Navy?" Green rolled his eyes in exasperation, responding casually, under orders to infiltrate the 5 major crime families, codename Demon. "I am indeed a bona fide member of the Navy, directly reporting to Brigadier General Nelson. I must say, esteemed majors, should we not hasten to our next destination? The battle has yet to cease." Green felt exasperated, realizing how unreliable these 3 majors were, lingering on gossip while the fight had already concluded, neglecting their duties. The 3 paused, suddenly realizing, yes, assemble. We must depart immediately. Green sighed. "So you were just gossiping and forgot the task at hand?" Once more, the interference was activated, and Green swiftly melded into the shadows, hurrying alongside a contingent of naval soldiers towards the next battlefield. Upon their arrival at the Martin family stronghold, they found the clash already reaching a fever pitch, with naval troops and members of the Martin clan embroiled in a ferocious melee. The naval forces here were outnumbered. Without Green and his comrades' timely support, any victory would surely come at a devastating cost. 3 naval majors, each proficient in the 6 styles, entered the fray, immediately overpowering the formidable warriors of the Martin family. But a surge of naval soldiers soon followed, rallying with fervor as they charged into the fray. The Martin family's fortunes had dwindled, and while a cadre of elite members attempted to safeguard their core leaders during a retreat, they were swiftly intercepted by the Navy. Green became a phantom in the darkness, deftly navigating the battlefield as the leaders of the Martin family fell one after another beneath his blade. When Green severed the head of the clan's patriarch, The remaining family members were plunged into utter despair. Some low-ranking individuals discarded their weapons and surrender, while die-hard loyalists attempted to resist, only to be mercilessly crushed. The three naval majors gazed at him with admiration, realizing that alongside the earlier defeat of the Jeffrey family, Green had single-handedly vanquished the upper echelons of two families. Such a feat would undoubtedly merit a significant promotion. They envied him deeply, yet were powerless to penetrate the layers of guards to reach those under protection. Only a master of infiltration like Green could accomplish such a task. Unconcerned with their thoughts, Green seized two new opportunities within the Martin family. Though regrettably, they were not fruit users, but rather two formidable martial artists. The demon fruit user of the Martin clan had perished early in the initial assault, as he was the most crucial target, and it was only fitting that he be dispatched first. Suddenly, one of the naval majors produced a transponder snail and, after a brief exchange, proclaimed loudly, "Demon, Major West has reported that the Dora family has been eradicated. Furthermore, the reinforcements you summoned have withdrawn from the battlefield." In the darkness, Green felt a stir within. Major West was indeed swift, and it appeared that Gardner and his contingent had also successfully extricated themselves from the combat, likely having put forth considerable effort, which explained their smooth retreat. He emerged from the shadows beside the speaking major, nodding in acknowledgement. Understood. The major turned, searching for Green but failing to catch a glimpse of him, his expression a blend of confusion and admiration. Unaware of the latent prowess that had eluded his notice, Green rubbed his forehead, realizing that his interference ability rendered him undetectable even to them. He chose to vanish into the darkness once more, foregoing any farewells, and proceeded towards one of the last two battlefields remaining on the island, as the strongest of the five great families. The Armstrong clan received particular attention from the Navy. Not only did they possess the most powerful warriors, but they also boasted two renowned devil fruit users, one from the Paramecia class and another from the Zoan class, both seasoned veterans of considerable repute. However, with Brigadier General Nelson personally overseeing the operation, it was unlikely they would pose much of a threat. Upon Green's arrival, he found one of the devil fruit users slain, while the other languished in defeat. Shackled by sea prism stone handcuffs, despondent under the watchful eyes of the Navy, Brigadier General Nelson indeed displayed remarkable strength, single-handedly contending against four members of the Armstrong family, and it appeared that the battle would soon reach its conclusion. Green's eyes sharpened as he crept closer. With a resounding bang, one of the Armstrong martial artists was sent hurtling through the air, crashing through two walls before coming to a stop, blood spewing forth from his mouth. Wiping his mouth, he surged forward again. That moment, a flash of steel erupted from the nearby shadows, slicing through the air with blinding speed. A head soared into the sky, while the headless corpse was propelled forward by inertia. Collapsing lifelessly several meters away, blood gushing forth to stain the ground crimson. The astonishing spectacle was witnessed by both sides, momentarily stunning Brigadier General Nelson. However, he quickly regained his composure, having deduced the identity of the assailant, though he remained awed by the efficiency of the assassination. "Ah, well done, lad. Upon your return, I shall see to your promotion." Brigadier General Nelson's prowess was evident. Under Green's watchful gaze, he exhibited more than 3 of the Navy's 6 styles with remarkable finesse. With Green's assistance, the remaining 3 Armstrong warriors were swiftly subdued, and another fell to Green's blade, meeting a grim fate. Brigadier General Nelson casually tossed a lifeless body to his subordinates, commanding, "Take him away." "Ha ha, Green, I never imagined you would grow to such heights." Sweet certainly wasn't exaggerating. A hefty hand clapped down on Green's shoulder, yet he remained steadfast, replying with a smile, "You flatter me, Brigadier General Nelson. It seems I am no longer required to continue my undercover mission." Nelson's face beamed with approval. "Indeed, your undercover task is concluded, and your contributions have been significant. Await your assignment from headquarters." Green exhaled a sigh of relief. This dreaded undercover mission had finally come to an end. "Report, Brigadier General. The Jim family has been eradicated, and other units are currently engaging the remaining enemies," a naval soldier announced breathlessly. "Very well. Instruct all units to hasten their efforts. By dawn, I wish to see Bia Island completely subdued." The majority of the fighting had subsided, with only sporadic skirmishes occurring across the island, soon quelled by the Navy. With 2 hours remaining until dawn, the island fell into an absolute calm. The captives from the 5 great families were gathered by the seaside, awaiting their collective escort back to the base, where the prison would become their new abode. Green followed closely behind Nelson and Sweet into the command room of the naval vessel. Nelson remarked, "Green, I must say, your rate of growth far surpasses our expectations. Initially, we merely tasked you with an undercover mission, yet you nearly decimated the high-ranking members of the 5 families." Noticing Green's look of confusion, Sweet interjected, "Brigadier General Nelson has already reported this operation to headquarters. Your achievements are indisputable, and you are about to face 2 choices." Seeing Green's bewildered expression, Sweet continued, "One option is to remain in the West Sea, staying with Division 13, where you would have a strong chance for future leadership positions. However, I would advise you to consider the second option." Ignoring Nelson's incredulous glare, Sweet elaborated, "The second option is to heed the call of headquarters and become a trainee there. Rest assured, given your age and potential, you will undoubtedly be summoned." Ahem. Brigadier General Nelson cleared his throat, then added, "As much as I would prefer you to stay, Sweet is correct. Remaining here would only limit your growth. Thus, heading to headquarters is indeed your best choice." Green comprehended fully, casting a grateful glance at both men. Despite the presence of scoundrels like Colonel Mouse within the Navy, there remained a multitude of righteous individuals. He felt fortunate that it was Sweet who had rescued him after his fall into the sea, rather than any other unsavory character. Expressing his gratitude to Brigadier General Nelson and Major Sweet, Green was keen to seize any opportunity to study at the naval headquarters. It was said that many of the powerful figures within the Navy emerged from the training camps there. Indeed, the 3 formidable beings currently making waves across the seas hail from the training camp at headquarters. They are truly monstrous individuals. Brigadier General Nelson seemed lost in thought. Reflecting on this, Green nodded, fully aware of whom they spoke. Those 3 were destined to become the cornerstone of the Navy's strength, their might rivaling that of monsters. Oh, by the way, Major Sweet suddenly recalled, "The individuals you asked me to investigate. I found several who meet your criteria. However, upon further scrutiny, none have qualified, except for the last 2, who are still under review due to their distant locations." Green's expression shifted. "Do they meet the criteria?" "Exceedingly so, but they do not operate within the West Sea. I only happened to hear about them, and thought their conditions closely resembled what you described. So I kept an eye on them," Sweet confirmed. After a brief departure, he returned with a dossier. "Here is the information on those 2. You may peruse it, if time allows. Perhaps you could investigate further. They could be your acquaintances." Green nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Major Sweet." With a dismissive wave of his hand, White disregarded the matter at hand, while Brigadier Nelson stated that the news from headquarters should arrive shortly. "Let us take a moment to regroup, and in the meantime, seize the illegal assets of the 5 prominent families on the island." In the ensuing operations, Green voluntarily stepped back, recognizing the bounty of his prior gains, and chose not to compete with the brothers from the 13th Division. He found an empty cabin aboard the warship and produced 7 dimly glowing orbs. "One might think I am summoning a dragon." Green chuckled, selecting one orb that contained a block of ice. As he began to consume the others one by one, he had previously tested the limits of his refining soul ability, which could only sustain 7 orbs at once. Exceeding this limit would either prevent the generation of new orbs or necessitate the dispersal of existing ones. Each of these 7 orbs had been meticulously chosen. Those of lesser strength had been instinctively dispelled, leaving only the most formidable remnants of his adversary's .1 orb, imbued with the powers of the paramecia-type devil fruit, had been acquired from a cold, chilling figure among the 5 families. Green perceived this ability to bear a striking resemblance to Aokiji's Logia-type fruit, albeit significantly weakened. Nevertheless, he believed it could prove useful, at the very least serving as a human-shaped refrigerator. Ignoring the orb with the devil fruit power, Green absorbed the remaining orbs to his current level. He found he could greatly resist the aftereffects of such absorption, no longer rendered immobile and defenseless as he had been before. After half the morning had passed, he successfully absorbed 6 of the orbs, enhancing his physical prowess once more. Clenching his fists, Green felt a surge of strength at least one-third greater than before. With a thought, a deep black hue swiftly enveloped his hands, climbing upwards until it reached his shoulders. Indeed, the mastery of armament hockey was closely tied to physical strength, though he realized this was still far from sufficient. Green brimmed with anticipation for the upcoming visit to the Navy headquarters. Although both his observation hockey and armament hockey had awakened, his progress had been achieved solely through self-exploration, making systematic learning a daunting challenge. If a Navy instructor could impart some wisdom, his dual-colored hockey could surely reach new heights. The Navy headquarters possessed a structured methodology for hockey training, vastly superior to his solitary endeavors. Moreover, they would also teach the 6 forms of the Navy, making their training camp the premier choice for understanding and practice. Additionally, Green had long coveted the life return technique following the 6 forms, a method for rapidly replenishing physical strength through food, an essential for both home and travel. According to intelligence from the Navy, formidable forces were beginning to emerge, including 3 young vice admirals of monstrous strength and the peak-capable Marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp, alongside the strategic genius Sengoku and the Blackleg Zephyr. Meanwhile, the pirate realm was equally tumultuous, with the likes of Whitebeard having claimed vast territories in the New World, even encompassing Fishman Island within his sphere of influence. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin were equally reluctant to lag behind, carving up the remaining regions of a New World. Other renowned pirates were actively wreaking havoc in the New World and on the Paradise, brazenly plundering and disrupting the world's order. A.S. Green pondered these developments. A sudden knock on the door interrupted his thoughts, followed by the voice of a Navy soldier. "Green, Brigadier Nelson requests your presence." Rising to his feet, Green responded, "Understood. I shall be there shortly." Upon arriving at the command room, he found all officers of the rank of lieutenant and above gathered. Green scanned the room, but did not see Yu or his former comrade Kong Ti, unsure if they had yet arrived. Nelson nodded, and upon confirming that most were present, he spoke with an air of authority. "The mission has been successfully completed, and headquarters has issued orders for all participants to be promoted based on their merits." Joy spread across the faces of the assembled, for no one could resist the allure of advancement. Among those who excelled in this mission, 3 young individuals stand out. He continued, gesturing towards Green with a smile. "Meet the primary contributor to this operation, Green. Many of you may not have heard of him, as his previous identity required discretion. During this mission, he successfully assassinated nearly half of the high-ranking members of the 5 underworld families." The crowd nodded, their curiosity piqued as they regarded Green, who appeared merely as a quiet youth, far from the terrifying figure described. Headquarters has summoned Green to participate in the latest training camp, and a Navy warship passing through the West Sea will pick him up in the next couple of days. That as for the other 2, Brigadier Nelson contemplated before stating, "and U.S. identity must remain confidential." He departed upon the mission's conclusion, and Kong Ti has caught the attention of the world government and has been reassigned from the Navy's combat roster. Green furrowed his brow. It seemed the world government had directly poached from a Navy, suggesting Kong Ti was no ordinary individual. Brigadier Nelson then continued to allocate tasks. Although the 5 families on Bia Island had been eradicated, their businesses and influence still permeated the West Sea and required further resolution. Otherwise, new families would soon emerge. Green was not assigned to this task, as it was uncertain when he would depart. Consequently, he found himself with ample free time. He first ventured to the location agreed upon with Gardner. Finding him accompanied by several individuals, Green did not conceal his presence, and Gardner, spotting him from a distance, brightened instantly and approached. "Green, you finally arrived? I've been waiting for quite some time." Green nodded. "I will be leaving shortly. The Navy headquarters has issued a summons. From here on, you must rely on yourselves." Gardner's surprise was palpable. He lacked confidence in his own abilities that if Green were to leave, he truly felt at a loss. "Do not worry. Even in my absence, I can still assist you," Green reassured, handing him a note. "This is a collection of treasures I gathered, amounting to roughly 100 million berries, sufficient for you to expand your influence." He added, "Remember, the previous methods of operation will not suffice. You must learn to don a legitimate FA provided by the authorities. Operating within the underworld is no longer viable, and your current influence is insufficient to suppress other illegal endeavors." Thus, Green proposed a structure resembling that of a bounty hunter organization, or perhaps a mercenary group with official credentials. Ultimately, it was up to Gardner to decide how to proceed. Green himself had neither the time nor the certainty to fully control Gardner. However, maintaining a positive cooperative relationship with the ability to mobilize if necessary was sufficient. As Gardner expressed his reluctance, Green waved farewell. Upon returning to the naval ship by the sea, Green spotted a vessel even larger than his own approaching. Its 3 decks were brimming with formidable naval personnel, and the faint scent of blood and gunpowder lingered in the air, unmistakably a ship that had recently weathered the fires of battle. A tall naval officer stood at the prow of the approaching ship, his piercing gaze fixed directly on Green. That the young canoe? Green marveled, taken aback to discover that one of the 3 most formidable figures in the Navy had come to collect him. The warship halted far from the shore, as the water's depth was insufficient for it to dock. It had reached its limit. Bang! With a resounding thud, a figure leapt from the ship like a cannonball, crashing onto the beach and creating a deep crater in the soft sand. Clad in a Navy uniform, draped in a cloak emblematic of justice, and donning a cap, it was none other than Akainu Sakazuki. Brigadier Nelson had received reports in advance and hurriedly approached, saluting with a crisp motion. West C 13th Division Commander Nelson, at your service, Vice Admiral Akainu. Akainu casually waved his hand, his expression stern, showing no sign of acknowledgement towards Nelson's greeting. Who is Green? Nelson and the gathered Navy personnel immediately turned to look at Green at the back of the group. Akainu nodded. Indeed, it's you, notable bloodlust. Green frowned. Was there truly bloodlust emanating from him? He had felt nothing of the sort. Let us go, without a moment's hesitation. Akainu confirmed Green's identity before immediately turning around and leaping back onto the warship in the deep water, returning to the cabin without a backward glance. Green, already in possession of the 2 treasured devil fruits he had safeguarded, could only glance at Brigadier General Nelson and offer a wry smile. Brigadier General Nelson, Major Sweet, it seems I must take my leave at once. Take care. Major Sweet produced a long knife and handed it over. This is a rather decent blade, though not a renowned one. It is certainly superior to the standard issue. Consider it a gift. Green accepted it solemnly. I shall make good use of it. Major Sweet. Brigadier General Nelson chuckled. You have quite the privilege, my boy, to be personally attended to by Vice Admiral Akainu. Be sure to seize this excellent opportunity to seek his counsel. He is indeed a man of monstrous reputation. As the warship of Akainu gradually set sail, drifting further from the shore, Green stood on the deck, squinting at the increasingly blurred figures of Nelson and Sweet. Realizing that his journey was just beginning, Green, the Vice Admiral awaits you. A naval soldier approached. Very well, I understand, Green replied politely, nodding his head. The soldiers under Akainu were evidently far more elite, and Green mused that if they were to engage in battle with the naval forces of Division 13, they could likely take down several opponents at once. This was no mere illusion. Soldiers from the naval headquarters were inherently superior to those from the divisions. Much like the 6 styles of the Navy, only those of the rank of major or above within the divisions would have access to such training, whereas anyone plucked from the headquarters would likely possess at least a modicum of proficiency. Knock, knock, came the voice of Akainu. I am Green. Come in, a deep voice resonated from within. Green pushed the door open and found Sakazuki seated in a chair, a cigar clenched between his teeth, scrutinizing him intently. Green, what is your purpose in joining the Navy? Akainu queried directly, echoing a question once posed by Major Sweet. Standing tall, Green resembled a sharp spear, radiating an aura of chilling resolve. Bring order to the world. Akainu's gaze shifted slightly, evidently displeased with Green's response, and he muttered in a low tone, I have reviewed Nelson's report. He praised you highly, stating that you, as an undercover agent, managed to eliminate half of the enemy's high command. Is this true? 15 years old, a mere boy who infiltrated enemy lines alone and succeeded in dispatching half of their leadership. Such a claim seemed almost implausible. Green shook his head. I am uncertain whether the information you received, Vice Admiral, was inaccurate, or if Brigadier General Nelson misspoke. I did not eliminate half of their high command. In fact, only 1/3 were taken down by my hand during the final battle. Akainu fell silent for a moment. There was no need for Green to fabricate lies about such matters. The truth could withstand scrutiny, and if he were to deceive, any temporary acclaim would inevitably vanish once the truth was uncovered. Then, Green, would you consider remaining aboard my ship? Akainu took a deep drag from his cigar, releasing a cloud of smoke as he spoke indifferently. Green paused, surprised that Akainu was extending an invitation. However, he had his own plans and replied directly, I apologize. Vice Admiral Akainu, but I wish to first attend the training camp at headquarters to learn the fundamentals. After graduating, I will strive to serve under your command. In all honesty, Green admired Sakazuki, though he sometimes dealt with pirates in an exceedingly extreme manner. Espousing absolute justice, his unwavering commitment to obliterating anything that could be deemed evil was commendable, compared to Kizuru's carefree demeanor and Akiji's lethargy following setbacks. He was undeniably the Navy's most formidable enforcer. Following such a man could prove beneficial, particularly regarding the Navy's unyielding stance against pirates. Akainu nodded, having noted from the intelligence reports that Green had not undergone systematic training, having only trained for 3 years among the 5 great families. A wise choice. Their conversation lapsed into silence. Neither Akainu nor Green was particularly loquacious, resulting in an awkward atmosphere. Green glanced at Akainu and softly said, Vice Admiral, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Very well. Green turned to exit, while Akainu fell into contemplation. Green had passed his assessment. It seemed he was not an infiltrator from another faction. Originally, his course did not encompass this area, but upon encountering Nelson's report, Akainu had developed an interest in such a promising youth, thus voluntarily altering his course to come here. Based on Nelson's subsequent reports, he was thoroughly impressed by Green's performance, showing no mercy to enemies. Every strike was a killing blow, a promising candidate indeed. In truth, he was drawn to Green's ruthless approach, showing no mercy to foes aligned perfectly with his own philosophy. Why would he not want such a person aboard his ship? Would he simply hand him over to that carefree Kizuru? Akainu's warship was equipped with a plethora of facilities, boasting more than 1 training room. Upon discovering this, Green immediately sought out a less populated area and began testing his limits. 982,983,984. Good heavens, with a 200-kilogram load, he can still perform 1,000 push-dash-ups. This fellow a monster. Don't speak. He's still going to IT. Is said that this little brat is aiming for the headquarters training camp. Is it really possible for someone of average talent to gain entry? True enough, Vice Admiral Sakazuki himself emerged from the training camp. Listening to the hushed murmurs of the naval soldiers, Green frowned and promptly ceased his exercises. He merely intended to gauge his physical strength, but had unwittingly attracted a crowd, which contradicted his desire for discretion. With that thought, he casually picked up a nearby garment and departed, under the awed and perplexed gazes of the naval soldiers. Hey, where did that young lad go? I think I saw him leave just now, but I can't quite recall that I wasn't paying attention either. He must have walked away. Green marveled at the formidable abilities conferred by his stone hat, realizing that he had managed to slip away unnoticed despite being in plain sight. Had he been an enemy, they would have been oblivious to their own demise. Meanwhile, Akainu received reports regarding Green. His expression momentarily stunned. Green? Oh, that kid. I must be getting old. My memory seems to be failing. Akainu thought to himself, for heaven's sake, I'm only 30. Setting aside his frustrations, Green returned to his quarters, once again retrieving the intelligence Major Sweet had provided, which detailed 2 individuals. Well, age 15 or 16, golden hair, a bounty hunter with commendable martial arts skills, adept at wielding a spear. This does seem plausible. However, the housefellow appears to prefer a spear paired with a shield. Perhaps I should ask the naval headquarters for further information. He then picked up the second report. Age unknown, perpetually masked, golden hair, suspected to possess a paramecia-type devil fruit, engages in combat using his fists. A newcomer pirate in the Grand Line. Given House's character, he probably wouldn't become a pirate. Green understood House well. Having been forced to leap into the sea together in the face of pirate threats, if he had not received any news of his whereabouts. House would undoubtedly seek vengeance, never allowing himself to become the very pirate he once despised. Thus, Green could almost immediately conclude that the individual mentioned in the second report was unlikely to be House. Certainly, one cannot dismiss the possibility that he may have lost his memory due to injury. The formidable warship of Akainu navigated the seas for several days along its designated course before finally arriving at its destination, the Navy's power center. Marine headquarters, located in Marineford. The towering, majestic structures cast vast shadows, with numerous grand edifices scattered throughout, and an immense deep-water harbor situated prominently at the forefront of the headquarters. The weighty aura of authority imparted an unparalleled visual impact upon Green. A fleet of imposing warships docked in the crescent-shaped harbor of Marineford, where robust soldiers stood at attention beneath the fluttering banners symbolizing the maintenance of peace and justice. Green's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed the Marine headquarters, the true bastion of maritime supremacy. His journey would commence from here, extending into the boundless ocean. As Akainu's warship entered the harbor, it naturally attracted the attention of the station's soldiers at Marine headquarters. A colonel promptly approached the shore, his face alight with fervor as he saluted Akainu, who was disembarking. Vice Admiral Akainu, welcome back to Marineford. Is the Admiral present? The Admiral has gone to Mariewa. Currently, Admiral Sengoku is in charge. Since Fleet Admiral Steelbone Sora has been focused on advancing his political career, he has been deliberately grooming Admiral Sengoku, known as the Smart General, for the past few years. Thus, it is already widely known within the Navy that Sengoku is the next Fleet Admiral. Akainu nodded in response, casually gesturing towards Green, who trailed behind. This is a specially recruited trainee. Please escort him. The Navy colonel cast a curious glance at Green. Noting that this was the exceptionally talented recruit from the West Sea, he appeared rather unremarkable. Understood, Vice Admiral. Leave it to me, the colonel replied loudly, promptly clearing the way and summoning a soldier to guide Green. Though Akainu had given the instruction, it was beneath the dignity of a colonel to perform such a menial task as guiding someone. As Akainu led the way out, he remained aloof, offering no explanation to Green, which came across as somewhat indifferent. However, Green felt no offense. It was only natural for someone to regard him with a measure of importance without necessarily holding him in high esteem. Follow me. The training camp has already commenced for 2 months, so you're considered a transfer student, the soldier assigned to guide Green said with a smile. Thank you for your assistance, Green responded politely with a smile. The soldier was quite talkative, providing Green with insights about the training camp they were approaching. The Navy training camp served as a cradle for cultivating formidable talents, annually supplying vital naval personnel capable of independent command from various corners of the world. Located at Marine headquarters in Marineford, the training camp was notably robust, as evidenced by the caliber of its instructors. Admiral Black Arm Zephyr served as the chief instructor, while other instructors were at least of brigadier general rank. With occasional visits from other vice admirals of considerable strength, each training session lasted 3 years. Although new recruits were admitted annually, which Cohort 1 would belong to was largely a matter of fortune. Green was fortunate to arrive just 2 months after the current session had begun, thus not missing too much. Up ahead lies the training camp. I wonder if we will be fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of Admiral Zephyr. The soldier remarked, his face brimming with anticipation as he guided Green. Meanwhile, in the Admiral's office, Sengoku was immersed in a mountain of documents piled high upon his desk. The affairs of the Navy were numerous, and Fleet Admiral Steelbone Sora had long since delegated these responsibilities to Sengoku under the pretense of honing his capabilities. Knock, knock. Enter, Sengoku replied, lifting his head and adjusting the round glasses perched on his nose. Akainu stepped through the door, saluting. Admiral Sengoku, I have returned. Indeed, the situation in the New World has temporarily stabilized following the dissolution of the Roger Pirates. However, I have a foreboding sense that chaos is imminent. Use this opportunity to rest, and then return to the New World as swiftly as possible. Sengoku stated gravely, I understand. I will remain for 5 days and set sail once supplies and personnel have been replenished. Akainu's expression darkened. Signs of unrest had already begun to manifest in the New World. The dissolution of the Roger Pirates had left many pirates in uncertainty regarding the intentions of the Pirate King, leading them to hesitate in making any bold moves. However, as time progressed since Roger's disappearance, it was only a matter of time before the seas would once again be thrown into turmoil. At present, I'm unable to spare any resources that I will send Garp to the New World as well, to prevent him from causing me further trouble, Sengoku remarked, his frustration evident at the mere mention of Garp. Speaking of Garp brought a look of exasperation to Sengoku's face. Although the Navy appeared formidable at first glance, signs of a generational gap were becoming evident. Among the younger generation, there were exceptional talents like Akainu and two others, while Sengoku and Garp, along with Zephyr, represented the previous generation. However, beyond them, the caliber of the younger generation was significantly lacking. By the way, has that young lad from the West Sea been brought back? Sengoku suddenly recalled Green, as Nelson had expressed great admiration for him, with a substantial portion of the report dedicated to his commendation. Akainu hesitated, then furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He was not one to forget easily. Yet, every time the topic of Green arose, he found himself needing to ponder, which felt rather peculiar. He has been retrieved and should have arrived at the training camp by now. Sengoku nodded, glancing at Nelson's report before speaking again. Green, you must have had some interaction with him by now. What are your impressions? Akainu hesitated for a moment. I felt nothing particular upon our initial meeting, but now it seems somewhat unsettling. Sengoku paused, his hand holding the teacup faltering as he queried. Unsettling? Indeed, Akainu articulated his sentiments, only to witness Sengoku's expression shift to one of seriousness. To be honest, your observation has prompted me to realize that I often overlook matters related to him, such as his name, Sengoku remarked, his demeanor slightly grave. Initially, he had failed to notice, but upon Akainu's mention, he recalled that he had indeed struggled to remember Green's name, having had to peruse the report several times to do so. Could it be a type of devil fruit? Akainu speculated. That is quite possible. Sengoku's eyes brightened. Indeed, such a possibility existed. The ocean was replete with devil fruits, and no one could claim to know all their abilities. According to Nelson, this young lad was exceptionally skilled in assassination. Even during the extermination of the 5 major underworld families in the West Sea, he was difficult to detect. Sengoku continued. Akainu added, I haven't noticed much else, but I've observed that Green possesses remarkable physical capabilities, at least comparable to that of a typical Colonel. Sengoku's eyes widened once again. A 15-year-old boy with the physical prowess of a colonel? That is astounding talent. Knock, knock. Green stood outside an office, politely tapping on the door. According to the camp personnel, this was the office of Chief Instructor Zephyr, and he had been instructed to report in person. Come in, a deep voice emanated from within, the very tone suffused with an aura of formidable strength. Green opened the door and stepped inside, only to find a stern-looking, meticulous man with purple hair seated behind the desk. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes lent him an air of age, and he was currently gazing intently at Green. Green immediately offered a somewhat unrefined salute. There was little he could do. His opportunities to learn within the Navy had been rather scarce, totaling less than 2 months, during which he hadn't even mastered the proper salute. New recruit Green, reporting to Instructor Zephyr, as anticipated. Zephyr's brow furrowed slightly, his displeasure evident as he regarded Green's poorly executed salute. You are Green. Nelson holds you in high regard. I hope you do not disappoint his expectations. He had perused Nelson's report and even conversed with him over the phone. However, he believed Green was merely competent against the 5 families in the West Sea, but would falter against the warriors from the Flower Country. Thus, he would not regard Green with any special consideration simply because of Nelson's esteem. To me, your previous accomplishments hold no weight. I will only evaluate your performance in the training camp. Should you fail to graduate successfully, even if Nelson were once my student, I would show no mercy. Sometimes it is indeed the case that those who are most devoted to their relationships must deliberately display a seemingly heartless facade. Zifa, well aware of Zephyr's past and future, felt a profound sympathy for the elderly man who had devoted everything to the Navy. He promptly said with a serious expression, Instructor Zifa, do not worry. I fully understand. Everything must be fought for on one's own merit, a truth I have long grasped. Moreover, the Navy is not devoid of struggles. At the very least, there is a prominent figure who has been forced to leave the Navy. Very well. Training officially begins tomorrow. Zifa maintained his stoic demeanor, dismissing Green to rest. Once Green departed, Zifa's previously impassive countenance suddenly broke into a faint smile. In the Admiral's office, Sengoku faced a phone snail, a figure with purple hair donning sunglasses. Indeed, it was Zifa, who had just met with Green. This meant that the young lad had likely mastered hockey. Sengoku felt a twinge of uncertainty. A 15-year-old boy awakening hockey without guidance. Such talent was astonishing. The voice of Zifa emanated from the phone snail. I can confirm that he has indeed awakened observation hockey. Although his usage is still rather immature, he is already capable of employing it, and I suspect he has also awakened armament hockey. Sengoku glanced at Akainu, who was still lingering in his office, and chuckled. It seems we have indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Akainu immediately stood up, believing there was no need for Green to attend the training camp. He could teach him himself. Better to have him on his ship. Sakazuki, Sengoku said, looking at Akainu, whose thoughts were written all over his face. The lad is already under Zifa's command. Are you certain you wish to pursue him? Akainu. Zifa. Is that rascal Sakazuki there too? He is not coming over, is he? If he had intercepted me earlier, that would be one thing. But since he is already here, leave him to me. Sengoku laughed heartily. Zifa, are there any other promising recruits in this training camp? Zifa fell silent for a moment, his silence speaking volumes. Very well. I entrust Green to you. Train him well. I hope he can stand out. Sengoku ended the call. Meanwhile, in the training camp, Green encountered some minor trouble. You're the new guy. You've already been late for 2 months. We are your seniors here. Don't you know to show some respect to your elders? In the dormitory, an arrogant young man looked at Green with disdain, showing no intention of removing his belongings from the only available bunk. Green was momentarily taken aback. Was he being bullied? I don't want to cause trouble. I'll say it again. Move your things. Don't make me take action myself. The dormitory was a standard 4-person room with 2 sets of bunk beds. The lower left bed and both beds on the right were occupied, while 2 other youths watched the unfolding scene with indifference. Hey, kid, you're quite cocky. This place is full. Go to another dorm, the arrogant youth smirked, clearly mocking Green for daring to challenge him. Green remained calm and walked straight towards him. He had no intention of indulging a fool. Today you'll learn who the real boss is. From now on, you can sleep on the floor instead of a bed. The arrogant youth stood up, fists clenched, ready to strike. However, Green was faster. With a slight movement, he was already before him, forcefully pushing aside his hands and gripping his neck. Hey, let go of me. The arrogant youth's expression changed as he felt not a hand, but an iron vice around his throat that he shouted, throwing a punch towards Green's face, but Green merely flicked his arm, rendering the attack feeble and ineffective. Bang! Green casually tossed him to the ground. Looking down at the youth sprawled on the floor, that if you dare to cause any more trouble, I'll make sure your time in this training camp is unbearable. Green's cold and composed gaze diminished the arrogant youth's bravado, as he realized the vast gap in their strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so easily subdued. Quietly, he got up and began to clear away the items from the upper bunk, becoming much more subdued, not even daring to look at Green down on the other side. The 2 youths who had been watching the spectacle also changed their expressions. They had witnessed Green's movements clearly. His swift actions were a stark reminder of the disparity in strength, akin to an adult overpowering a mere child. No, it was more akin to an adult besting an infant. They quickly distanced themselves from Green, realizing he was someone they could not afford to provoke. May I ask for your name, classmate, since we will be sharing a dorm during the training camp? It would be convenient to know. The youth in the upper bunk, unable to resist, thought it prudent to establish a good rapport with the resident powerhouse. Green glanced at him, thinking, why didn't you say classmate earlier? You seem to enjoy the show. My name is Green. In the early morning before dawn, a sharp whistle pierced the air, echoing throughout the training camp. The trainees begrudgingly vacated their beds. Hastily assembling tea first, they struggled to do so, but after being reprimanded several times, they learned to comply. Green was equally quick. As soon as the whistle blew, he awoke and donned his naval training uniform. Rushing outside. The number of trainees on the training field was not large, perhaps around 200, but their ages varied, ranging from young boys of 11 or 12 to young men of 17 or 18. A figure clad in a Navy justice cloak with short purple hair and a muscular build, approached with an imposing presence. Zifa, excellent. Today there are no fools who disregard rules or arrive late. It seems you will all be allowed to remain in the training camp. Zifa cast a scrutinizing glance over the trainees, grinning as he announced, "Today, I have the pleasure of introducing a new comrade, Green." He pointed towards Green, who stood at the back of the line, momentarily bewildered. Was such a grand welcome customary for new recruits? Just as he pondered this, he noticed that all the trainees were looking at him with a mix of glee and mischief. "Green, you're in for it now," murmured Valgon, the youth whom Green had dealt with the day before. Even without Valgon's warning, Green sensed impending trouble. Zifa's mischievous grin was unmistakable. "All right, let us celebrate our new comrade's arrival by running 100 laps around the field." Zifa's voice boomed, causing every trainee's ears to ring. Upon hearing Zifa's decree, many trainees turned pale, some even began to sway unsteadily. The naval training camp was renowned across the seas as one of the most rigorous training bases, known for its stringent standards, which far exceeded ordinary expectations. However, past experiences had taught them to remain silent, as they had witnessed others expelled for defying orders on more than one occasion. Seeing the trainees' mix of anger and submission, Zifa nodded in satisfaction. "Good. It seems you all warmly welcome our new comrade. Now, let us get moving." With his command, all the trainees, though reluctant, began to run, casting furious glances at Green. Green stared in disbelief at the others, thinking, "This is not my fault. What does this have to do with me?" "Zifa, you old rascal, this is downright vicious." Grumbling internally, Green began to run as well. Suddenly, Zifa clapped his forehead. "Oh, right, Green has to run 200 laps. Green's face, which had briefly brightened, fell in an instant. Was this a special favor for me? Tears nearly welled in his eyes. "Admiral Zifa, I thank you and your ancestors for 8 generations." Zifa looked on with satisfaction as the trainees ran, his expression stern as he loudly urged, "Run faster. Are you all women? You're so slow that even the old ladies next door could catch up to you." Zifa's words drew the ire of several female trainees. Green maintained a steady pace, but Zifa seemed to be deliberately targeting him, keeping his eyes fixed on him. Noticing Green's leisurely demeanor, he shot a look at a nearby instructor. The bearded instructor immediately understood the cue, vanished momentarily, and reappeared behind Green, delivering a swift kick. "Too slow. Allow me to accelerate your progress." Green's pupils constricted as he sensed a menacing wind approaching from behind, and with his keen observation, he distinctly perceived the imposing figure of the bearded instructor that had materialized behind him. Bang! A sudden explosion erupted beneath Green's feet, creating a deep crater as he instantaneously teleported a considerable distance away, successfully evading the bearded man's attack and surpassing all the other trainees in one swift motion. Zifa was momentarily taken aback, a subtle smile creeping onto his face. Meanwhile, the other trainees, who were in the midst of their run, nearly dropped their jaws in disbelief, staring in awe at Green, who was galloping ahead with remarkable speed. Although Green might not recognize the bearded man, the trainees had been here for 2 months and were intimately familiar with each instructor. That bearded instructor was a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters, proficient in martial arts and the Navy's 6 styles. He was merely filling in as an instructor due to the lack of assignments, and his strength was formidable. Yet, it was unforeseen that such a powerful instructor would be so effortlessly evaded by Green. While Green had indeed dodged the attack, the bearded man was genuinely enraged, half in anger and half in humiliation at being so effortlessly evaded by a mere child. Green appeared unfazed, seemingly indifferent to his own pride. Soon, a comical scene unfolded on the training ground, with a bearded instructor clad in his uniform relentlessly pursuing a Navy cadet, occasionally exchanging a blow or two. Despite the outcome always being Green being sent flying, he emerged unscathed each time, dusting himself off and continuing his furious sprint, causing the watching instructors to wince in sympathy. Russell had truly embarrassed himself this time. "You would fare no better. This little fellow is quite impressive. It has been years since I've seen such promising talent. Look, Green has once again evaded Russell's attack. What terrifying learning ability. He has already become accustomed to Russell's offensive techniques. If Russell does not get serious, he will find it difficult to subdue him. Rubbing his chin, Zifa pondered whether Russell had grown complacent lately. It seemed evident that he must provide him with some additional instruction. All right, Russell, step down. Green can only run at this speed now. He must not slow down, or he shall go hungry at noon. After stating this, Zifa departed the training ground amidst the trainees' awed and gritted teeth gazes, leaving a few instructors to monitor, ensuring that no one would cheat or slack off. Green nodded towards the bearded instructor Russell, who wore an expression of lingering dissatisfaction and continued his run with a calm demeanor, showing no signs of the earlier chaos. Russell, however, shot him a few disapproving glances, realizing that the brat still had energy to spare. Although the training camp had been underway for 2 months, significantly improving the physical fitness of the trainees, some even possessing excellent foundations before entering, the 100 laps had thoroughly drained their stamina. With several weaker individuals already fainting along the way, an orderly process of medical assistance revealed that the doctors here were well acquainted with such scenarios. Green's task was far from over. He had completed 172 laps, his clothing thoroughly soaked, with sweat cascading down his cheeks like a stream. Having expended most of his energy against Russell, Green had confidence that he could have easily completed this training otherwise. As for why this particular task, it was because he vividly recalled the standard training intensity of the Navy headquarters training camp. 2,000 push-ups, 100 back-and-forth row climbs, 200 laps around the training ground. And finally, practical combat training. This constituted the foundational training intensity of the Navy headquarters, and they had yet to even meet the basic standards that 18 noon, the scorching sea breeze swept in from the harbor, exacerbating the already restless and stifled emotions of the trainees. Those still standing on the training ground had all completed their training, and their numbers were dishearteningly few. Green glanced around, maintaining a calm exterior, while inwardly scoffing. Indeed, the Navy was lacking in talent. He counted the standing figures. There were barely 30 left, which likely contributed to Zifa's early departure. The few instructors remained unfazed, having long since become accustomed to such sights. Those who have qualified may proceed to eat.as. For those who have not, you have 2 options. Either withdraw immediately or complete the remaining laps before you may eat. Faced with the instructor's words, the trainees, disheartened, begrudgingly continued their training, as those lacking the courage to withdraw had no choice but to crawl their way to completion. Green strode steadily towards the mess hall, observing the struggling trainees supporting one another. Grimacing in pain, was the disparity truly this vast? Unbeknownst to them, in Zifa's office, all the other instructors had gathered, their eyes glued to the performance they had just witnessed. This cannot be his limit. This afternoon, we must push this little fellow to his extremes to devise a targeted training regimen. Zifa remarked, squinting his eyes. Such talent must not be squandered. Who knows, he might just become the next monster like Akainu and his peers. The instructors exchanged knowing glances, responding in unison, yes. One instructor, holding Green's dossier, began jotting down notes. Strong learning aptitude, capable of swiftly adapting to relatively singular offensive maneuvers, yet requires further testing and observation. Outstanding physical fitness, surpassing the majority of commander-level officers. Lacks a systematic martial arts foundation, relying predominantly on instinct. Targeted training in martial arts is recommended. Suspicions of a racial talent arise, with basic exclusion of devil fruit abilities after preliminary tests. Possesses observation Hawkeye, yet usage remains rudimentary, indicating a recently awakened state. Holds armament Hawkeye, with only basic application, also indicative of a brief awakening period. Unbeknownst to Green, his basic situation had been thoroughly assessed, while he remained oblivious to it all. Subsequently, Zifa and the instructors devised a meticulous training plan, focusing primarily on various assessments for Green. Only after these tests would Green's true training commence. In the mess hall, Green devoured a staggering 5 portions of food ravenously. Patting his now bulging stomach with a hint of distress, it appeared he needed to quickly master the mystery of life restoration. Relying solely on his body's digestive system was simply insufficient, as his digestion was far too slow. After finishing his meal, the trainees were afforded a mere half-hour of rest before the afternoon training commenced. Suddenly, the trainees noticed that the instructors seemed unusually invigorated today, enthusiastically rallying them for training. with some even participating shirtless. However, the trainees had no time to ponder this. Their last remnants of strength were soon drained, leaving them sprawled on the ground, helplessly watching as Green endured relentless punishment. To their surprise, they discovered that this sensation was quite exhilarating, greatly uplifting their spirits. As evening approached, Green's vision began to blur. He realized he had reached his limit after an entire afternoon of intense training. Even he was beginning to struggle first. He had been counting his training tasks and repetitions, but soon his mind began to falter, and he found himself dazedly following the instructors through the drills. The gazes of the surrounding instructors transformed from initial mockery to sheer astonishment. Green was unaware of how many training tasks he had completed. He fell directly from the rope climbing exercise, his vision fading to black as he lost consciousness. The day's training concluded with Green's fainting, and rather than the usual demand for additional drills, the instructors allowed the trainees to return to their dormitories, leaving them anxiously speculating whether the instructors were plotting something significant. However, they were merely overthinking, as all instructors had gathered in Zifa's office. "This little fellow has truly exceeded my expectations," Zifa beamed with delight. While the instructors marveled in admiration, it had been quite some time since they had witnessed Zifa's smile following that incident. "Zifa-sensei," Russell exclaimed excitedly. Green completed 300 laps of running, 5,000 push-ups, and 200 back-and-forth rope climbs this afternoon. There were many other miscellaneous physical training tasks as well. This training volume is something many of us here could not complete. Yet he accomplished it. His physical fitness far surpasses our previous estimations. "Ha ha, I see, Russell. Your performance today has left me quite dissatisfied. You need to step up your training. I think I'll pass." Russell's expression momentarily froze, and he quickly waved his hand dismissively. The other instructors erupted into laughter, teasing him good-naturedly. It was evident that they were all in high spirits today, their faces radiating relaxed smiles. "All right, lads, I have a clear plan for Green's upcoming training. It's time to make arrangements," Zephyr declared sternly. Upon hearing this, all the instructors immediately stood at attention, their expressions turning serious as they focused on him. Green's physical training would be maintained at a standard intensity, followed by Russell teaching the use of armament hockey, while Jason would impart his experience with observation hockey. Weren't those little rascals clamoring to learn the Navy's 6 styles? We'll start teaching them tomorrow, but they must master one style before progressing to the others." "Understood." The instructors responded loudly, their faces brimming with excitement. They hadn't anticipated that this cohort of trainees would be allowed to practice the 6 styles so soon. Previously, Zephyr had not permitted such training until they completed basic physical training. So it seemed these youngsters were indeed fortunate to have Green among them. After finalizing the formal schedule for the next day, the instructors hurriedly dispersed to prepare their teaching materials. The office of Zephyr fell into silence. He took out his den mushi and directly called Sengoku. "Zephyr, what brings you to call at such a late hour?" The den mushi clicked open with a kata sound, and Sengoku's image appeared, framed by circular glasses. Zephyr paused for a moment before speaking. "Sengoku, the Navy's recruitment situation is becoming increasingly dire. Do you have any measures in place?" Sengoku remained silent for a moment before responding seriously. "We have intensified recruitment across various regions, but we have yet to see any significant changes. However, if we persevere, things will surely improve." Green slowly opened his eyes, feeling somewhat dazed. His gaze quickly shifted around, and he soon relaxed. He found himself in a pristine white hospital room, with several other trainees soundly asleep on adjacent beds. I accidentally fainted." Zephyr truly lives up to his reputation. He clearly knows the limits of each trainee. With 2 lifetimes of experience, Green was acutely aware of the reasons behind his fainting spell, yet he bore no resentment. To stand out in the training camp and gain the recognition of Admiral Zephyr was no small feat within the Navy. Among the various ranks of officers, those who had trained under Zephyr were numerous, though not as many as the later generations. Green felt as if every bone in his body had been disassembled, his muscles aching terribly, a consequence of intense exertion. That a wave of debilitating weakness washed over him, prompting Green to close his weary eyes and drift back into slumber. He wished for nothing more than a comfortable sleep. unaware of the new challenges that awaited him from the formidable Zephyr the following day. After a peaceful night, Green opened his eyes once more to the bright morning light. He dressed, got out of bed, and stretched his still sore limbs before stepping out of the hospital room. Outside, the sky was clear, with fluffy white clouds lazily drifting by, while flocks of seagulls circled in the distant harbor. Searching for food. Beautiful. I assenti it. Suddenly, a steady voice broke through Green's reverie. Admiral Zephyr. Green saluted sharply, greeting him with utmost respect. Leaning against the door of the hospital room was Zephyr, his eyes hidden behind sunglasses as he gazed skyward. This world is indeed beautiful. Yet a restless group, waving the banner of freedom, engages in acts of plunder. The seas are in turmoil because of them. Countless lives are lost, and this pristine sky becomes tainted. Zephyr seemed to be lost in thought as he spoke, his expression filled with sorrow. Green listened quietly, offering the respect due to this seasoned naval officer, who, despite being in his prime, was evidently wearied by the burdens he bore. In our time, heroes emerged in droves. It was also the most chaotic of eras. You were fortunate to be in a favorable period, with many predecessors paving the way for you, granting you ample time to grow. But do not keep them waiting too long. Zephyr appeared to have spoken solely to impart this wisdom. Once finished, he rose and departed. Like tea that moment, the once commanding Admiral Zephyr seemed more akin to a weary elder. Green squinted, recalling the tragic fate of this heroic naval officer, who fell at the hands of a disciple he least esteemed, a final betrayal even after death. He could only speculate on how Kizuru felt at that moment. But would that scene play out again? Green suddenly chuckled softly. Zephyr-sensei, who would have thought that the one to see you off in the end would be someone you never truly believed in? After a hearty meal in the mess hall, training commenced once more. Today's training underwent a transformation. The morning's physical training remained unchanged, but each individual would have a unique standard tailored to their abilities. Once they met their standards, they could conclude their morning training early and join the practice of the Navy's 6 styles. Those who did not complete their morning physical training would have to wait until the afternoon to begin their training, which was a precious opportunity for additional practice. Everyone was urged to seize it. The burly Russell announced the new rules with enthusiasm. The trainees paused momentarily, then their faces lit up with joy. The Navy's 6 styles? Are we really allowed to start learning them? Haha, I heard that previously one had to wait over 6 months to begin. Who would have thought we could start so soon? This only shows how exceptional our cohort is. Indeed, the previous training camp didn't begin practicing the 6 styles until a year later. We are ahead by such a margin. Surely we will learn it better. Russell raised his hand to quell the excitement, his voice booming with authority. Silence. You youngsters do not rejoice too soon. Technically, none of you have yet met the physical standards required to study the Navy's 6 styles. However, Admiral Zephyr has decided to grant you an opportunity by allowing you to begin your training early. But remember, you must master one style before you can practice the others. Choose wisely, for if you do not, you may leave the training camp without having learned a single style. The trainees' expressions grew serious as they suppressed their joy, forcing themselves to remain calm. Green, too, felt exhilarated. The chance to engage with the Navy's 6 styles earlier would provide him with an opportunity to grasp the ability of life return. He had a strong obsession with that skill. The ability to eat without gaining weight and to instantaneously digest food was indeed invaluable. Russell, satisfied with the now quiet trainees, continued, This afternoon, we will hold 2 specialized courses. Only those who have grasped observation hockey and armament hockey may attend, while others will be excluded from these specialized lessons for the time being. Among the 200 trainees, Green was not the only one capable of utilizing hockey. Many others, recommended from different divisions, also possessed considerable talent. However, their proficiency in armament hockey was inferior to Green's, likely at the level of its initial awakening. The strength of armament hockey is closely tied to one's physical condition. Even if one were to awaken it by chance, without a robust body to support it, it would be challenging to grow strong. With Green's current physical condition, he could only cover a portion of his body. At most, he could envelop both arms and legs simultaneously. Observation hockey, on the other hand, does not rely on physical prowess, yet it does require a certain level of talent. Some exceptionally gifted individuals can awaken it naturally. And those who do awaken, it often possess unique attributes. For instance, Inaru's mantra, Kizaru's foresight, Fujitora's vast range of perception, and Roger's ability to hear the voices of all things. All are special abilities associated with observation Haki. Unfortunately, Green was not among those gifted. His observation Haki lacked any additional attributes and did not possess an extensive range. Alright, we will now distribute the physical training schedules. Each person's standards will differ, tailored specifically to you. Thus, do not attempt to emulate another S training standard, as that could easily lead to injury. AS slips of paper were handed out to the trainees. Their expressions shifted. They believed the training outline was far beyond their capabilities, and the earlier assurance that it was designed for them seemed dubious. Now, let us commence training, Russell commanded with a wave of his hand. The morning's physical training offered little novelty. Green swiftly completed his tasks according to his personalized standards and then approached the instructor responsible for teaching the Navy's 6 styles. All right, let me first explain the 6 styles of the Navy. The Navy's 6 styles I believe you have heard of, so I shall refrain from excessive explanation. IT is a martial art that transcends the limits of the human body, and mastering it greatly benefits the cultivation of Haki. The instructor responsible for teaching the Navy's 6 styles sports a mohawk hairstyle with dark purple hair and a rugged visage, draped in a naval justice coat, and a sword hanging at his waist. Green's eyes flickered. This seemed to be a familiar face. The future Navy Rear Admiral, Weasel, a formidable master of both martial arts and swordsmanship. Indeed, after a moment's contemplation, he continued, well, I'm also a disciple of Teacher Zephyr. You may call me Weasel, currently holding the rank of Rear Admiral. Green immediately saluted and calmly responded, yes, Weasel instructor. Weasel chuckled, amused by the young lad. Though I have mastered all aspects of the Navy's 6 styles, my proficiency lies predominantly in shave and moonwalk. Let us begin with shave. The technique involves instantaneously striking the ground multiple times, utilizing the resulting rebound force for rapid movement. So much so that it appears as if one is teleporting. Although Green was already aware of this principle, he had attempted it before and could not achieve such an effect. After all, he was not a privileged heir capable of learning merely by observation. However, after Weasel's explanation, a glimmer of understanding sparked in Green's eyes as he pondered. Weasel did not withhold his knowledge. He imparted all his experiences in mastering shave to Green, instilling in him a sense of capability to utilize it effortlessly. That I believe shave will be quite practical for you, given your reputed prowess in assassination. Indeed, the CP organization of the world government also excels in assassination. Nearly all of their members must be adept in shave and several other techniques of the 6 styles. Subsequently, Weasel instructed Green to practice, offering guidance from the side. After collapsing 5 houses, Green finally managed to employ it. Albeit clumsily, he stood still in the clearing, his eyes flickering before suddenly springing into action. Shave! In an instant, his body vanished, reappearing 10 meters away, nearly stumbling in the process. Weasel beamed, nodding approvingly. You have nearly grasped the technique of shave. With diligent practice, you will surely refine your skill. On the other side of the training ground, the trainees, drenched in sweat from their physical training, were fixated on Green. Even amidst their training, they could not help but focus on the rapid mastery of shave by Green. Envy glinted in their eyes, and they suddenly felt a surge of strength within, invigorated by the sight. Russell stroked his chin, deep in thought. It seems I should have Green trained closer to them. These kids lack motivation. Meanwhile, Green's training continued. Weasel, well aware of the adage biting off more than one can chew, initially intended to teach moonwalk as well, but after consideration, decided to postpone that until tomorrow, allowing Green to become more familiar with shave today. Thus, Green began to repeatedly practice shave on the training ground. Having expended little energy during his previous physical training, he was now full of vigor, and his proficiency in shave was increasing at an alarming rate. To be honest, Green's talent was impressive. His experiences from 2 lifetimes and the explosion of information from his previous life enabled him to better understand and assimilate new knowledge. The method of employing shave was straightforward, and as long as he met the physical requirements, it was merely a matter of time before he mastered it. The shave I taught today is one of the 2 mobility techniques within the 6 styles. Additionally, there are 2 primarily for defense and evasion, and 2 for offense. The Navy's 6 styles complement one another. Once mastered, they significantly enhance combat prowess. Weasel spoke loudly, clearly aiming for the other trainees engaged in physical conditioning to hear and gain some preliminary understanding. Approaching noon, several physically robust trainees completed their training and excitedly approached Weasel. Report, Instructor, we have completed our physical training. Please teach us the Navy's 6 styles. Weasel nodded, signaling his assistant to record their names, recognizing them as promising candidates worthy of attention. All right, next, we will delve into the techniques of shave, and you must pay close attention. Green's figure flickered across the training ground, his speed and distance increasing. However, after a while, his pace began to slow, and the distance he covered gradually diminished. The other trainees looked on in confusion, wondering why he seemed to be performing worse as he practiced. Meanwhile, the instructors watching this scene exhibited expressions of surprise and satisfaction. This kid Green possesses considerable talent. He has quickly grasped shave and is now working on fine-tuning his control. Indeed, it took me 3 days to master it. Ha! I managed it in 2. Weasel noticed Green's progress, feeling a mix of astonishment and contemplation, pondering whether to change his mind and teach moonwalk in the afternoon. As Green became increasingly adept at shave, he felt a growing excitement. It indeed complemented his assassination skills remarkably well. More and more trainees completed their physical training and, after a brief rest, eagerly joined the learning of the Navy's 6 styles, fearful of falling behind. This proactive attitude brought broad smiles to the instructors, as such a scene had never occurred before. They had not anticipated that Green's arrival would invigorate the trainees' training, and it wasn't until noon that the trainees' training concluded, and under the instructor's guidance, they swiftly made their way to the dining hall. After finishing lunch, everyone spontaneously gathered again on the training ground, eagerly awaiting Weasel to continue his instruction. True to their expectations, Weasel soon appeared, beginning to explain the Navy's 6 styles from the top, showing no sign of impatience despite having covered it earlier. Once all had memorized the training essentials, he called Green aside to begin teaching moonwalk. The technique of moonwalk can be viewed as an extension of shave, as it employs the same force application method to tread upon the air, thus generating powerful suspension. It is akin to stepping upon invisible stairs while moving through the air. However, this method is only applicable during combat. Using it for long-distance travel places excessive strain on the body, and few choose to do so. Weasel commenced his explanation. Green listened intently, quickly grasping the method for employing moonwalk, and stepped aside to practice. The gentle sea breeze swept through Marineford, the white seagull flags fluttering in the wind. In the training camp of the Navy headquarters, all trainees and instructors gathered on the training ground. The center of the field, 2 figures were engaged in combat. One was Navy Rear Admiral Weasel, while the other was Green, clad entirely in black. Green's form appeared like a phantom as he materialized at Weasel's side, launching an attack from an uncomfortable angle with his long blade. Clang! Weasel swept his long blade, effortlessly deflecting Green's strike. His observation Hawkeye allowed him to easily sense the incoming attack. Having missed a strike, Green immediately retreated at a faster speed, circling Weasel to await an opportunity. Shave! He instantly reappeared in Weasel's blind spot, thrusting his long blade fiercely, the blade cloaked in darkness, evidently imbued with Hawkeye. Ha ha! Splendid! Weasel laughed heartily, his own blade similarly enveloped in Hawkeye. With a sharp swish, the 2 blades clashed, creating sparks that illuminated the blades as if they were aflame. Green's form flickered like an ethereal specter, appearing, attacking, and retreating in quick succession, continuously seeking opportunities to close in and strike again. Weasel held his ground, perceiving each of Green's concealed attacks and countering them. The surrounding trainees watched in rapt attention, their faces filled with envy. It has been half a year since Green joined the training camp. Over the past 6 months, their initial hostility towards Green has transformed into admiration. A testament to his remarkable abilities, Green has made astonishing progress. Under the guidance of numerous instructors, he has solidified his foundation and has already mastered the Navy's 6 forms. The rudimentary application of life return is no longer a challenge for him, enabling him to significantly accelerate the digestion and absorption of food. Moreover, his proficiency in observation Hawkeye has also surged, allowing him to wield it with finesse. His most formidable skill, However, lies in armament hockey. With occasional personal instruction from Zephyr, Green's mastery of this technique has reached an impressive level, prompting even Zephyr to acknowledge that Green's talent in armament hockey is formidable, at the very least on par with his own. Green, it's rather dull if you only know how to you end at D. Oh, you dare to face me in a direct confrontation? The instructor Weasel provocatively challenged. He was at his wit's end. After all, this kid had become increasingly slippery lately. Had he known, he would have saved the teachings of Shave and Moonwalk for later. Weasel, do you take me for a fool? I'm not stopping at all. In fact, I'm speeding up, Green retorted with a smirk. Why would I engage in a head-on battle with you when my path lies in stealth? As long as I can outpace you, that's all that matters. And besides, why not fight me at night? Weasel's frustration was palpable, his nose nearly crinkling in anger. This impudent boy was becoming more insufferable by the day. He longed for the days when Green was silent and reserved, unlike now when his words could drive one to madness. Izanagi, with a swift motion, Weasel unleashed 3 vacuum slashes from his legs, aimed directly at Green, who had just appeared in midair. Unfazed, Green waited until the slashes were nearly upon him, before exclaiming, "Paper drawing!" His body became weightless, swaying delicately in the winds, evading the strikes with mere inches to spare. The onlooking trainees erupted in astonished gasps. Paper drawing was renowned as one of the most difficult techniques to master among the 6 forms, and most of them were far from capable of executing it, so it was a revelation to see Green employing it in combat. Izanagi Arrow. After dodging the attack, Green immediately retaliated, thrusting his thigh upward and launching 3 vacuum slashes. Unlike Weasel's technique, Green's strikes resembled concentrated arrows, aimed not to slice but to enhance penetration power. Clang, clang, clang. Weasel's long blades swiftly blocked the 3 vacuum arrows, easily deflecting them. He then swung his sword, utilizing Shave to close the distance to Green. Releasing a slash aimed directly at him, Green's form flickered. Having already vacated the spot, his movements unpredictable as he distanced himself. Enough, enough. Let's call it a draw. Weasel waved his hand in exasperation, realizing that neither could gain the upper hand. He couldn't catch Green, and Green couldn't breach his defense. Green reappeared a short distance away, leisurely sheathing his sword, his expression composed. "Thank you, Instructor Weasel." Suddenly, Weasel seized Green by the neck, teasingly reprimanding him. "Hey kid, tell me the truth. Did you hold back during our duel?" Green rolled his eyes, responding with irritation. "Hold back? Instructor Weasel, do you think so little of your rank as a major? Unless you bought your position, I wouldn't dare hold back." Weasel chuckled, unfazed as he guided Green aside to allow other trainees to take their turn. Today was meant for the students' combat exercises. Green had been summoned unexpectedly by Zephyr to spar with Weasel, and the urgency of the command indicated that other matters awaited him, but he remained discreet, sitting quietly while engaging in casual conversation with Weasel, all the while observing the battles unfolding around him. Green was eager to forge alliances within the training camp, as those who made it here were undoubtedly trustworthy. "Green, Instructor Zephyr requests your presence." An assistant instructor approached, signaling towards Zephyr, who was heading to his office. Green nodded calmly, confirming, "All right, I'll go now." After bidding farewell to Weasel, he made his way to Zephyr's office. Knock, knock. Come in. Upon entering the office, Green found Zephyr frowning behind his desk, lost in thought. "Instructor Zephyr, you called for me?" "Yes, have a seat," Zephyr replied, gesturing towards a chair nearby. Having spent considerable time training with Zephyr on the applications and cultivation of armament hockey, Green felt at ease and took a seat without hesitation. Once Green was settled, Zephyr spoke slowly. "Green, there's a special mission assigned to you by Admiral Sengoku. Consider it a test of your abilities. However, you have the right to refuse, as you still have a considerable distance to graduation. There's no need to rush." Intrigued, Green maintained a calm "Fade. I wish to know the specifics of the mission before deciding whether to accept." Zephyr nodded, revealing, "The mission targets the last surviving royal of a nation in the West Sea that opposes the world government. You are to capture her or eliminate her." As he spoke, he handed Green the detailed mission dossier for his perusal. Zephyr's expression darkened slightly. As a representative of justice, the notion of pursuing a young girl felt degrading. Yet he felt powerless, even in his semi-retirement. The world government wouldn't heed his counsel, even if he were still active. Green immediately shook his head. I cannot bring myself to harm a 10-year-old girl. Please assign someone else for this mission. Regardless of the morality of this situation, do they truly expect us, as honorable soldiers, to act against innocence? Does the world government think so little of us? Do they not realize how the Navy is perceived across the seas? They view us as mere tools of oppression. Zephyr's anger swelled with each word. Green listened quietly, expressing his agreement. Instructor Zephyr, the world government has always operated this way. If we wish to avoid being manipulated by them, we must become powerful enough that they dare not act recklessly. Much like Admiral Garp, Zephyr paused, his anger dissipating gradually, and smiled with appreciation. You are correct. None of us old fellows can measure up to Garp in this regard. Seizing the moment, Green inquired, Instructor, as someone of your renown, your strength must be comparable to that of Admiral Garp, correct? After a brief silence, Zephyr shook his head with a gentle smile. I'm different from Garp. He is exceptional. To put it simply, after years of intense training and battles, my body is riddled with latent injuries. Even without that incident, my strength would inevitably decline over the next decade, while Garp remains at his peak. His power, though not guaranteed to grow, will certainly not diminish. Green stared at Zephyr in disbelief. Admiral Garp is that strong. Then, Instructor, your latent injuries must be treatable, right? He pressed on. What a joke. It was only wise to cling to the coattails of such a powerful figure for as long as possible. Besides, this was the Navy, the true sovereign of the seas. There was no way Green would believe that there were no methods to heal Zephyr. Zephyr chuckled. And so what if there are? The cost is simply too great. Moreover, those methods are controlled by the world government, not something just anyone can access. Green understood instantly. He was all too familiar with the world government's nature. They only invested in individuals deemed useful to them. If the events surrounding Zephyr's injuries had involved the world government's interference, few would believe it. Consequently, Zephyr had grown disillusioned, fully withdrawing from the battlefield. In light of this, it would be absurd for Zephyr to continue serving them. After some contemplation, Green earnestly proposed, Instructor Zephyr, I know of several methods that could potentially aid in your recovery. Zephyr waved his hand dismissively, exuding a carefree demeanor. No need for that. I am quite well as I am. My current satisfaction lies in nurturing the next generation of the Navy, passing on my skills and beliefs. Not wishing to dwell on the matter any further, Green shifted the conversation. Instructor Zephyr, with your level of mastery in armament hockey, how does it compare to Admiral Garp's? I had heard that your armament hockey is hailed as the strongest among the Navy. Zephyr laughed heartily. While Garp's armament hockey is indeed formidable, there is still a slight gap between us. His iron fist is something you have yet to experience, so you cannot fully comprehend its might. His approach diverges from mine. Green was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that the elder truly embodied the iron fist of love he proclaimed daily. This suggested that Vice Admiral Garp likely possessed the Conqueror's hockey, even though he had never revealed it. Zephyr retrieved a den mushy and directly contacted Sengoku. After our analysis, we believe the task you intend to assign to Green is not suitable for him. Let someone else carry it out. Zephyr decisively declined on Green's behalf. His refusal bore a different weight than Green's. Zephyr's was rooted in strategic consideration, while Green's refusal could be interpreted as insubordination. Truth be told, Zephyr was quite benevolent towards his disciples. There was a brief silence on the other end of the den mushy. I will arrange for others to execute it. However, I have a new mission that I believe is well suited for him. Zephyr's expression darkened. It seemed that Green was indeed being pushed into action. Sengoku then revealed a piece of shocking news that caused both men to shudder. Pirate King Joel D. Roger has surrendered to the Navy. The world government is drafting a date for his public execution. What? Roger has surrendered. When did this happen? Zephyr exclaimed in disbelief that Roger's strength was indisputable. How could such a man surrender? Yesterday afternoon, he turned himself into the Navy alone, and he is currently incarcerated and impelled down, Sengoku's calm voice informed. Sitting in his chair, Green appeared somewhat dazed. The Pirate King Roger had surrendered. Was this the dawn of the great pirate era? Sengoku, a man like Roger surrendering, could be part of a larger scheme. Yes, Kazuru and Akiji have already arrived at Impelled Down, and Garp is en route. The headquarters port is on standby with fast ships ready to depart. Should any issues arise, we can respond immediately. Sengoku evidently had preparations in place. Zephyr spoke no further, his tone grave. Such a monumental event is not one Green can be involved in. His words were resolute, clearly indicating his desire to shield Green from the peril of entanglement with a figure like Roger. Zephyr, I must remind you that the Navy has no precedence for growing in the cradle. They must develop on the front lines through combat. Sengoku's voice grew stern, his tone escalating. Zephyr hesitated, then furrowed his brow. I understand this principle, but Green possesses extraordinary talent. Give me just 2 more years. Only 2 years. I am confident I can mold him into a powerhouse akin to a Kainu or Akiji. Sengoku fell silent. Understanding the validity of that argument, he even empathized with Zephyr's concerns. After all, it would be a shame if such a promising recruit could not flourish. I believe General Sengoku is correct in this instance. Just as Sengoku and Zephyr found themselves at an impasse, a calm voice unexpectedly interjected. Zephyr frowned and looked up at Green on the other end of the den mushi. Sengoku was also taken aback, then spoke. Is Green there as well? Perfect. Let him listen too. The task is quite straightforward. Serve as the commander of the Navy base in Loguetown for a period. Ensuring the safety of the surrounding waters and clearing out nearby pirates. Green narrowed his eyes. Serving as the commander of the Loguetown Navy base? Was this preparation for Roger's public execution? Zephyr was puzzled. The task was certainly not difficult and could be seen as a promotion for Green, the final island before entering the Grand Line. The highest officer of that Navy base would be no less than a colonel. Although a divisional colonel, it was still a significant rank for a trainee. After a moment of thought, Green replied, General Sengoku, I believe I can fulfill this mission. Sengoku's den mushi revealed a smile. Excellent. Your appointment will be issued shortly. Once this mission concludes, your position will be further adjusted. Click. Sengoku hung up. Zephyr immediately turned to Green. Green, Sengoku always thinks 3 steps ahead. There must be more to his plan in sending you to be the commander in Loguetown. You should not agree so readily. Green smiled. Teacher Zephyr, flowers in a greenhouse typically do not bloom for long. Even a slight gust of wind or a drop of rain could lead to their demise. Therefore, I believe the front lines are where I truly belong. Zephyr was momentarily taken aback, then self-deprecatingly chuckled. He understood that principle. However, Green's exceptional talent had instilled in him a hope for transforming the Navy's generational gap, causing him to hesitate. Haha, I can't believe I've been schooled by both Sengoku and this little brat. It seems I've indeed been away from the battlefield for far too long. Zephyr laughed heartily, finally regaining his former vigor. Since Green had this determination, it would not be wise for him to obstruct further. Green maintained a calm demeanor. Though his heart was already rejoicing, he could finally leave the Navy headquarters. While it was a fine place, he could not utilize his soul refinement ability, which had slowed his progress. Over the past 6 months, his growth had been substantial and incredibly solid. Yet in comparison to the rapid leveling he had previously experienced, he had long struggled to contain his restless spirit. This mission arrived at the perfect moment. Loguetown was about to become lively, and he would soon witness the dawn of a new era. East Blue, Loguetown, a naval ship sailed across the sea. While the swaying pirates at the dock merely glanced and then lost interest, a mere Navy base in the East Blue was utterly incapable of eradicating the pirates in the vicinity of Loguetown. In fact, they treated the Navy with disdain, having long lost any sense of fear. Report, Colonel Green. We are approaching Loguetown. Please provide instructions. A Navy soldier saluted and announced loudly. Green slowly exited the captain's cabin. Following the headquarters orders, he had immediately set sail. This ship had been generously provided by Sengoku and would need to be returned. After only a brief glance at the dock, Green's eyes narrowed, and he coldly remarked, Since when can pirates brazenly enter an island guarded by the Navy? He beheld 7 or 8 pirate ships, each flying various pirate flags, and some fearsome-looking pirates pointed and laughed at the warship from the dock. Green's anger surged. Did they not know their place? He had not sought them out, yet they dared to be so brazen at his doorstep. All hands, assemble, prepare to eradicate the pirates. Green's expression turned icy. Since they had arrived, they would not be leaving. Yes, the Navy soldiers were filled with excitement, swiftly relaying the orders. What could be better for a Navy soldier than encountering a commander who was exceptionally forceful against pirates? The soldiers quickly assembled. And a major, chosen by Zephyr from the Navy headquarters as Green's aide, approached. He was well-versed in combat command and navigation. "Colonel, what's the situation?" "Oh, it's Major Terry. Nothing much, just some pirates without any sense blocking our way." Green casually waved his hand, indicating the raucous pirates on the shore. Terry looked up, furrowing his brow. "There are quite a few pirates. Our contingent of 500 soldiers should be sufficient." He then turned and commanded loudly, "Gunners, take your positions. Aim at the pirate ships in the harbor. Any vessel attempting to flee, sink it immediately. Everyone else, prepare to apprehend the pirates on the dock as soon as the ship docks. Additionally, signal to the soldiers at the Loguetown Navy base to join us in surrounding the pirates entering the town." Terry's arrangements were orderly, and Green silently nodded. It was evident that Zephyr had chosen a capable aide, as those from the command department were quite adept in leadership. The warship gradually approached the dock, and as the landing craft was lowered, the robust Navy soldiers surged forward, charging at the pirates on the shore. Only at that moment did the pirates realize that this Navy was different. Unlike the timid and subservient demeanor of the Loguetown Navy, these soldiers bore fierce expressions, were agile, and wielded weapons far superior to those of the Loguetown Navy. "Damn it, these are soldiers from the Navy headquarters. I recognize their insignia. Run!" The soldiers of the Navy headquarters were not comparable to the Loguetown Navy. Ha ha, so what if they are from the Navy headquarters? I am not afraid of them. Brothers, no matter where they come from, let us kill them. The Navy and the pirates soon became entangled in a fierce clash, the sounds of clashing swords and the thunderous reports of gunfire reverberating through the air. Thanks to the pirates' rampage, there were very few civilians at the docks. Those few remaining quickly sought refuge, resulting in no casualties among the populace. Green observed that among the pirates, there were indeed a few formidable individuals. However, they were scarce, as the majority had evidently ventured into the town, leaving behind only the remnants. "Terry, I leave this to you," Green remarked calmly before vanishing, employing the technique known as to appear behind a burly man engaged in a fierce battle with several Navy soldiers. His presence was but a fleeting moment before he vanished once more, leaving the once mighty brute trembling as he was swiftly overwhelmed and dispatched by the Navy ranks. "He's already dead," exclaimed a Navy soldier in disbelief, pointing at the fallen figure whose back was exposed, revealing a thin wound seeping a mixture of red and white fluids. "It was Colonel Green's doing. I noticed a flicker behind that guy just moments ago." One Navy soldier, considerably calmer, was familiar with Green's exploits, as his brother was undergoing training at the headquarters, having heard numerous tales about Green's prowess. The other soldiers, well aware of their commander's capabilities, soon returned their focus to the fray, continuing their assault on the remaining pirates. Meanwhile, Green had already departed the docks, having eliminated all the competent pirates in the area, leaving only the underlings to be dealt with by his subordinates. "Who are you?" demanded a pirate aboard the ship, a burly man with a grotesque scar across his chest, barely evading Green's sudden strike from behind. His face was a mask of fear and wariness. He had ventured out to investigate the commotion at the shore, only to narrowly escape a fatal blow from a Navy soldier. Had it not been for his innate perceptiveness, he likely would have succumbed to the silent attack. Green regarded him with mild surprise. The man's ability to evade his ambush indicated he possessed commendable strength. "Impressive skills. State your name." "Pirate," Green replied, his gaze unwavering, his blade slightly inclined. "Humph. Despicable Navy. Aren't you supposed to be the embodiment of justice? Even the so-called righteous Navy resorts to ambush." The pirate scoffed derisively at Green. "Remember this. The one who will end your life is Terry, a cadre of the Giant Axe pirate crew." Green nodded calmly in acknowledgement. "Ah, so you are a bounty pirate. This will save me some effort." With that, Green executed shave once more, reappearing behind Terry, and delivered a swift strike. Terry's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Green's astonishing speed. He crossed his sharp iron claws to deflect the descending blade, producing a resounding clang that sent sparks flying. Without a flicker of emotion, Green swiftly moved his right leg, unleashing a devastating wind leg arrow. The immense force sent Terry hurtling through the air, a vacuum arrow piercing through his abdomen and splattering blood in a gruesome display. Cough! Terry gasped in shock, blood spilling from his mouth as he crashed to the ground, another torrent of crimson erupting from his lips. Green offered him no respite, gliding past him with a ghostly grace. Wind leg, a vacuum slash shot forth, reverberating with a thunderous boom as it cleaved through the deck, severing both Terry and the ship's floor in half. The remaining pirates stood aghast, disbelief etched on their faces as they beheld the gruesome demise of Terry. A cadre of their own crew and one of the strongest after the captain, so easily dispatched that Green's figure flickered once more, vanishing into thin air, only to reappear on another pirate vessel, where he unleashed another wind leg. A massive vacuum slash swept across, neatly severing the masts of several pirate ships docked at the port, which then crashed onto the decks with a series of loud thuds. "Damn it! The masts are down! Everyone, open fire!" shouted a pirate officer. His face darkened with fury, commanding the crew to aim and shoot. However, their marksmanship was woefully inadequate, and they wielded only close-range pistols, making it a rare feat to land a shot on Green. With a mocking chuckle, Green vanished once more, emerging behind one of the pirates and swiftly beheading him. The remaining pirates were paralyzed by Green's ghostly speed, their eyes wide with terror as they witnessed their leader fall in an instant. In a frenzy, they charged forward, realizing that at such close proximity, fleeing was futile. It would be better to fight back. Green continued to glide through the chaos, flickering like a specter among the throng, each appearance resulting in another pirate's life extinguished by his bloody blade, the deck quickly becoming a scene of carnage. Lieutenant Terry observed the cacophony of wails emanating from the pirate ship. Furrowing his brow, the cries had significantly diminished. He wondered how Colonel Green was faring. With the colonel's prowess, he should be unharmed. For now, he resolved to focus on eliminating the pirates before him, with determination. He commanded his soldiers to intensify their assault on the remaining pirates, coordinating a two-pronged attack with one group engaging the enemy head-on, while another flanked from the side, swiftly bringing the skirmish to a close. However, the bloodshed aboard the pirate ships concluded even more rapidly that a cluster of quaking pirates discarded their weapons, their pallid faces kneeling upon the blood-soaked deck, too terrified to move. The horrific scene they had just witnessed would haunt them for nights to come, the uncanny figure and the severed heads. Often without even seeing where the attack came from, they had witnessed a comrade's head severed simply for hesitating to toss aside his weapon, prompting them to kneel and surrender, not daring to display the slightest hesitation. Green appeared beside Lieutenant Terry, his expression still calm, though his pristine Navy uniform was now irreversibly stained with blood. Drawing out a piece of cloth, he meticulously wiped his long blade, remarking nonchalantly, "Lieutenant Terry, please send someone to the pirate ship to take custody of the prisoners." Terry, startled by Green's sudden appearance, nodded promptly. "Yes, Colonel." He had been taken aback. Had Green been an enemy, his life would surely have been forfeit. A squad of Navy soldiers, following Terry's orders, proceeded to the pirate ship, returning after some time with a group of trembling pirates, their faces pale and avoiding Green's gaze. The horrifying spectacle aboard the pirate vessel had left even seasoned soldiers feeling uneasy, and they averted their eyes from the severed heads strewn about the deck, some nearly wetting themselves in fear. I could see that moment. A Navy soldier, dispatched to report to the Loguetown Naval Base, returned with a grim expression. Rushing to Green and Terry's side, gritting his teeth, he reported loudly, "Report. The Loguetown Naval Base has refused to dispatch reinforcements." Green remained silent, merely furrowing his brow at the news. Terry's expression shifted dramatically. This was a blatant act of insubordination. Although Colonel Green had yet to formally assume command, the inability to mobilize personnel was troubling indeed. He immediately inquired, "What justification did they provide?" The messenger, seemingly recalling something, sneered. "They claimed they could not confront the pirates and instructed us to figure it out ourselves." Terry, incensed, let out a derisive laugh, turning to Green. "Colonel, what do you think?" Green raised a hand, sheathing his long blade, and calmly replied, "Let us go and see what has become of the Navy at the base." Terry nodded, promptly issuing orders to gather the soldiers, leaving behind sufficient personnel to secure the warships while the rest formed an orderly line heading straight for the Loguetown Naval Base. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by a dilapidated sight. The base was in ruins, the entrance nearly collapsed. Green kicked the half-fallen door open, entering expressionless. There was not a single guard at the entrance. As they stepped inside, no Navy personnel could be seen. With a wave of his hand, Terry signaled for the elite forces accompanying him to surround the base, extending their vigilance far and wide. A squad of Navy soldiers brandishing weapons forcefully opened every closed door, dragging out those who were still groggy from sleep. "Who are you? Don't kill me. We have no money left," some of the drowsy Navy soldiers, confused, mistook them for pirates and instinctively began pleading for their lives. Green grasped the hilt of his blade, suppressing the impulse to slay these wretches. Terry bellowed furiously, "Who is your highest authority here?" "Bring him forth." Simultaneously, the naval soldier who had come to deliver the news stepped forward, pointing decisively in a particular direction. "Major Terry, their commanding officer, is over there. I exerted considerable effort to locate him," he stated. Major Terry's expression darkened as he surveyed the naval base before him, a sight of utter disrepair and degradation that he had never encountered before. It was indeed an eye-opener. Green furrowed his brow in private contemplation, reasoning that a location as significant as Loguetown could hardly be defended by such inept naval personnel. Yet, the reality was starkly different. The strength of the Navy under Smoker's command would pale in comparison to even the average naval base. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed, and an unkempt naval officer, his uniform in disarray and buttons mismatched, emerged alongside several soldiers. Upon seeing a large contingent of robust naval soldiers before him, he was taken aback, finally realizing that the earlier report was indeed true. "Lieutenant Colonel Bennett of the Loguetown Naval Base. At your service," he exclaimed, his forehead glistening with sweat as he executed a rather unsteady salute. Green cast a sidelong glance at him, choosing not to respond, and turned his attention to the nearby structures of the base. Major Terry stepped forward, raising his voice. "This is Colonel Green, the new commanding officer of Loguetown Base. I am Major Terry, Colonel Green's aide. Lieutenant Colonel Bennett, may I inquire where all the naval soldiers in the base have gone?" Bennett, clearly flustered, stammered, "Well, you see, since today is a rest day, all the soldiers have gone into town." Green brushed aside the tall weeds that had overgrown beside him, his tone icy as he replied, "Ah, it appears the Loguetown Naval Base is quite idle indeed." He then turned his gaze back to Bennett and, with a grave demeanor, commanded, "Sound the alarm immediately. I wish to see how many soldiers still remember the protocols of the Navy." Bennett's complexion shifted dramatically. He nearly stumbled, but was swiftly steadied by Terry, who ominously remarked, "Lieutenant Colonel Bennett, be cautious that we are on the verge of eradicating the pirates in the town, and we cannot afford to lose you." The piercing sound of the alarm reverberated throughout Loguetown, jolting the pirates leisurely drinking in the taverns, prompting them to rise and investigate the commotion. Meanwhile, several casually dressed naval soldiers looked alarmed, some sprinting back towards the base, while others hesitated midway. The alarm was not activated lightly. It was reserved for dire emergencies, typically indicating either an insurmountable enemy or a critical incident. Regardless of the circumstance, it was undoubtedly unfavorable. Moreover, once the alarm sounded, all naval personnel in the vicinity were required to return post-haste, or face severe repercussions. Some soldiers gritted their teeth and stealthily made their way back to the base, intending to observe from a distance, while others simply turned and fled. The alarm continued to blare for 10 minutes before finally ceasing, and soldiers began to trickle back in. Yet, the situation before them left them bewildered, as a throng of robust naval soldiers occupied all advantageous positions, regarding them with cold eyes. The returning soldiers entered the base, trembling as they were directed to assemble in an open area, their faces etched with confusion and anxiety over the unfolding events. More soldiers continued to return, and the expressions of Green and Terry grew increasingly somber. After half an hour, no additional soldiers appeared, and the open space held scarcely 100 individuals. Terry, filled with indignation, bellowed, "How many personnel are stationed at the Loguetown base? Fetch me the roster." A naval soldier who had never left the base stepped forward, sprinting into the depths of the facility. Shortly after, he emerged with a notebook in hand. "Sir, this is the roster of all personnel at the base. Please review it." This soldier was meticulous, exuding an air of competence. Green noted the soldier's youthfulness and how he differed from the other lethargic soldiers, prompting him to inquire with genuine interest, "Soldier, what is your name?" The soldier hesitated for a moment before saluting and responding loudly. "Reporting, sir. My name is Dottie Masterson, and I am currently a third-class private." Upon hearing this, Green scrutinized him more closely, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind. Dottie was a name that rang a bell. Perhaps a figure of some renown. Noticing that Green offered no further conversation, Dottie wisely stepped aside. Terry glanced at the roster before passing it to a nearby soldier, instructing, "Commence roll call, as per the roster. All absentees will be treated as deserters." The naval soldiers standing obediently trembled, their faces a blend of terror and relief. They were terrified that others would be so easily labeled as deserters. For the Navy maintained a stringent policy against such offenses, often resulting in imprisonment. Conversely, they were grateful for their prudent decision to return to base. The roll call commenced swiftly, the thick roster indicating no fewer than 500 personnel. Yet, only a scant few responded as names were called, revealing that out of over 500, merely 130 remained present. Green observed Lieutenant Colonel Bennett, who was still sweating profusely, and struggled to suppress his fury. "Report, Colonel Green. The Loguetown Naval Base has an expected strength of 512, with only 138 present. Please advise." Terry glared at Bennett, his expression darkening, while Green stated coolly, "Lieutenant Colonel Bennett, I offer you an opportunity to clarify this matter. It is implausible that so many did not hear the alarm. Where have the others gone?" His tone turned ominous as he continued. "If you provide a satisfactory explanation, I will grant you a chance to return to headquarters for judgment. Otherwise, you shall not see the dawn of tomorrow." Bennett wiped the sweat from his brow and, with a feeble voice, retorted, "Do not push your luck. I have connections at Naval Headquarters." Green, uninterested in his excuses, drew his blade, ready to strike that moment. Terry interjected, quietly advising, "Colonel, taking action against a fellow officer could lead to repercussions, and it may hinder your future prospects within the Navy." "Allow me to handle this." Green pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Terry stepped beside Bennett, gazing at him with a mix of pity and determination. "Lieutenant Colonel Bennett, we are here under direct orders from Admiral Sengoku to take command of Loguetown. There is no room for leniency in your situation. If you do not confess, I fear you may never leave this place." His words were forthright, even referencing Green's previous ruthless acts at the docks. Upon hearing the mention of Admiral Sengoku, Bennett's legs turned to jelly. He had connections at headquarters, but those were merely to ordinary officers. He doubted they could protect him from these too. He resigned himself to surrender. Collapsing to the ground in despair, "I confess, this base does not have as many soldiers as stated. 300 names on a roster are fictitious. There are only a little over 200. "Oh, so it's a case of ghost soldiers," Terry exclaimed, realization dawning upon him as he patted Bennett's shoulder, feigning comfort. "Rest assured, if it's merely a case of ghost soldiers, the punishment won't be too severe. You might only serve a few years in prison." Green shot Terry a surprised glance, taken aback by his unexpectedly dark humor. Bennett's eyes glazed over. He understood his fate was sealed. After laboring to reach this position, everything was crumbling. Green gestured, "Take this disgrace of a naval officer away for confinement and expedite his return to headquarters for judgment." 2 naval soldiers approached and hoisted the flaccid Bennett away. Only then did Green turn his attention back to the remaining soldiers, furrowing his brow as he contemplated. "As for your prior transgressions, I shall overlook them this time, but in a few days, there will be an evaluation. All who fail will be expelled from the Navy. As for those who have not returned." His eyes narrowed. "They shall be treated as deserters, with all found on this island arrested." The remaining naval soldiers breathed a sigh of relief, silently thanking their fortune that the new commanding officer was not inclined to pursue them further. Otherwise, they would not have fared well. Exchanging a glance with Terry, Green declared, "There are still many pirates on this island. We must initiate a capture operation immediately, and all personnel are to participate at this juncture." Terry turned to Green with a smile, suggesting, "Colonel, why not grant them another opportunity? Those who distinguish themselves in this engagement shall be exempt from the evaluation." Green contemplated this proposal, slowly nodding in response to the eager gazes of the base soldiers. "Very well, since Major Terry has proposed it. Let it be so. The subsequent matters fell under Terry's jurisdiction, who organized all the soldiers from the base into a single unit. Given the considerable disparity in strength between them and the soldiers brought from headquarters, it was more prudent to have them operate separately as an auxiliary force. Terry set an ambush at the location between Loguetown and the port, anticipating that the pirates entering the town would hasten their return upon receiving news of their ship and the personnel left behind being attacked. After all, without their pirate ship, they would find themselves stranded soon. The events at the dock reached the town, causing the pirates, who had previously been reveling in their carefree antics, to pale in fear and rush back to the port. This played perfectly into Terry's strategy. As the first wave of pirates approached hastily, they unwittingly stepped into the ambush. Countless Navy soldiers emerged from concealed positions, surrounding the pirates with unwavering resolve. Lay down your weapons and surrender, or face immediate execution. Terry called out from his elevated position, his voice icy. The pirates were momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the Navy. However, they quickly regained their composure, turning their gazes toward their captain in the center. A burly pirate, adorned with a captain's hat, scoffed derisively. Brothers, are you truly frightened by the mere navy of Loguetown? I am Captain Jet. Charge forward with me. The treasures of the sea await us. Roar. Ha ha. As expected of our captain. Let us slay these navy fools. The pirates, faces twisted in malice, charged fiercely towards the navy under Jed's command. Humph. Seeking death, Terry snorted coldly, commanding, all Navy soldiers attack. The sound of gunfire erupted instantly as the Navy soldiers mercilessly aimed at the pirates and pulled the triggers. Ah, cursed one pirate. I've been hit. The gunfire continued, accompanied by the anguished cries of the pirates, who suffered severe losses under the onslaught. But Jed's lips curled into a sinister smile, showing no concern for the lives of his subordinates. He swiftly maneuvered left and right, rapidly closing in on the Navy's lines. Mwahaha! Vile Navy, today you shall witness my might. He envisioned himself rampaging through the Navy's ranks, picturing the increase in his bounty and the elevation of his notoriety across the seas. At that moment, however, a shadow abruptly appeared behind him. He had no inkling of its presence before his vision darkened, and he found himself tumbling to the ground, witnessing the thud of a headless corpse. The battlefield seemed to be frozen in time, both Navy and pirates momentarily stunned, forgetting their aggression. Terry furrowed his brow and shouted, "What are you all dawdling for? Continue the assault. We must not let a single pirate escape." The Navy soldiers quickly snapped back to reality, their eyes ablaze with fervor as they raised their weapons and fired. "That must be Colonel Green. Of course, it's Colonel Green. What is there doubt? Ha ha! The Colonel is too formidable. We cannot disgrace ourselves. Brothers, charge forth." The morale of a Navy soared, each soldier brimming with excitement, while the pirates found themselves beset by an invisible specter, their ranks thinning as heads were removed one by one amidst the chaos. In the blink of an eye, the pirate officers were decimated, their heads claimed in the tumultuous fray, leaving only a handful of pirate grunts gasping for survival. Just then, a second wave of pirates appeared in the distance. "Hey, what is that? The Navy is actually besieging Jed in Loguetown. Should we lend a hand?" "Haha, Jed is truly unfortunate, but have you seen him?" The pirates, faces twisted with malice, proclaimed their intent to assist, yet remained motionless, idly chatting from afar. Terry cast a glance back, ordering his soldiers to quicken their pace. The encircled pirates crumbled under the renewed pressure, the few remaining pirates collapsing in surrender. Green's figure had long since vanished upon the arrival of the new pirates. Silently observing from the shadows, this new group of formidable pirates numbered around 50. Among them, several officers, including the captain, exuded a potent aura, each no less formidable than Jed, who had just been eliminated. In fact, the scrawny individual among them radiated an even stronger presence, surpassing Jed by at least half. Green had never underestimated his foes. For any target, he would prefer to eliminate them from the shadows rather than engage in open combat, irrespective of their rank. "Ha ha ha, lads, since the Navy is so blind, let us teach them a lesson," the captain of the new pirates declared arrogantly. "Indeed, Captain, let them know our might." They felt no fear, charging directly at the Navy, which outnumbered them several times over. Green couldn't help but admire their audacity. While pirates were often a lawless lot, it was precisely this that allowed for the emergence of individuals with the qualities of kings among them. In contrast, the Navy soldiers, constrained by their institutional framework, often lacked the same spirit, making the birth of such leaders a rare occurrence. Terry left a contingent of soldiers behind at Rog to gather prisoners and corpses, while the other two teams of Navy pressed forward against the approaching pirates. Bang, bang, bang! The initial volley of gunfire was aimed at slowing the pirates down and eliminating some of the ordinary pirate grunts. Ha ha! Don't underestimate us, Navy. I'm a pirate worth 30 million. The pirate captain brandished a large cutlass. Deflecting the incoming bullets with wild laughter, he ferociously charged into the Navy lines, prompting Terry to issue a command that sent 3 figures rushing forth. There were 3 Navy officers adept in hand-to-hand combat. The 500 soldiers led by Green, aside from himself and Major Terry, included 5 captains and 10 lieutenants, all elite fighters skilled in martial arts. The trio of captains now confronted the pirate captain. However, in a mere collision, the 3 Navy captains were knocked back several steps by the overwhelming force of the pirate captain. Their faces darkened as they charged again without uttering a word. Shave! A faint sound emanated from behind the pirate captain, followed swiftly by a sleek black blade slicing through the air. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated as Green's sword met the pirate captain's broad blade. You despicable Navy! The pirate captain seethed with rage, realizing he had narrowly avoided a fatal surprise attack due to his quick reflexes. Green offered no response, his gaze unperturbed, as he instantly employed Shave to evade. Reappearing above the captain's head, raging gale arrows. 3 vacuum arrows shot forth, hurtling towards the pirate captain's head with lightning speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. The pirate captain hurriedly attempted to defend himself, managing to deflect 2 arrows with frantic swings of his cutlass. Yet 1 arrow pierced through his left shoulder. Humph! The pirate captain grunted, a trickle of blood escaping his mouth as he scanned his surroundings with venomous eyes, attempting to locate Green's figure. Having injured the pirate captain with his ranged attack, Green once more concealed himself, waiting for the opportune moment. The Navy surged from both flanks, encircling the pirates. Several officers engaged the pirate officers, while other soldiers clashed violently with the pirate grunts. Besides a few competent officers, the ordinary pirates were no match for the elite Navy soldiers, quickly succumbing to the onslaught. The remaining pirate officers, frantic and desperate, struggled to breach the Navy's blockade. The 3 captains again sought out the strongest pirate among them, determined to prevent him from inflicting harm on other Navy soldiers. The pirate captain, having just sent 1 officer flying with a powerful punch, was countered by the other 2 officers, who seized the opportunity to attack. His expression darkened as he realized that a mere supply run in Loguetown had led him to this unfortunate encounter with the Navy, and it was clear that they were no mere weaklings from the local base. His subordinates were being slaughtered, leaving only the officers to resist, while the elusive and detestable assassin remained hidden, forcing him to abandon the fight. His resolve unwavering, he had yet to implement his plan when a sudden, blood-curdling scream pierced the air from behind him. A pirate officer, besieged by the Navy, fled in terror towards his captain, only to realize that his companions were staring at him in horror. He froze, raising a hand to touch his neck, his face turning as pale as a ghost. The thin line of blood emerged from where his hand had brushed, quickly spreading across his throat. With a sickening sound, under the horrified gaze of his fellow pirates, the head of the fallen pirate suddenly rolled away, blood gushing upwards, splattering the nearby pirates and Navy alike. You cowardly Navy! If you have the guts, come at me, but spare my comrades. A smirk crept across the lips of Green, hidden among the crowd. Since you have requested so earnestly, I shall grant you my merciful response. The pirate captain, engaged in battle, suddenly sensed an ominous presence. Before he could react, a flash of black steel cut through the air like lightning. Ta-da! He abandoned all resistance, recklessly charging towards the shadowy figure behind the blade. Green, clad in black. Green's gaze remained calm, the blade showing no sign of hesitation, instead quickening its pace. Iron block. A dark sheen rapidly enveloped Green's chest, his skin, exposed at the collar, turning black as iron in an instant. Swish! Bang! Green's figure was sent flying backwards, only to vanish once more into the thronged eye in his place. The pirate captain, relief evident on his face, stood with a colossal gash slashing diagonally from his waist to his shoulder, nearly cleaving him in two, while his desperate strike had cost him a bloodied, mangled fist. Although Green was somewhat resistant to the iron block technique of the Navy's 6 styles, its combination with his powerful Hawkeye proved effective. He had directly withstood the opponent's attack without flinching, using Hawkeye to shatter the bones in the enemy's hand. Thud! Captain! Captain! The eyes of the other pirate officers widened in shock as they fervently sought vengeance for their fallen leader. Green frowned, his movements unceasing as he immediately engaged the others. Swish! A grotesque head flew through the air. The Navy combatant, still dazed from their encounter, swung their sword, striking the headless corpse that had failed to evade. The cold blade showed no mercy, continuing relentlessly to eliminate the remaining pirates, as Green's silhouette reemerged before the onlookers. Colonel Green, I've just received word that the other pirates have fled in various directions away from the town. Terry approached with a grim expression. Green wiped the blood from his blade on a pirate's body, stating calmly, "You must guard the port with your men. All the ships on this island are here, and they will undoubtedly return to seize them for their escape. I will pursue them and ensure that all those who dare enter Loguetown are eradicated." Terry nodded, promptly designating 300 men, along with the base navy of Loguetown, to remain on guard, while Green set off with 200 men. That a total of 7 pirate crews had infiltrated Loguetown. The 2 just vanquished were merely a fraction of the total, with at least 5 more lurking within the town. Green ordered a captain accompanying him to lead the way, while he pursued alone. The presence of his subordinates would only slow him down, and Green was eager to act. Loguetown served as the final island before entering the Grand Line from the East Blue, thriving in prosperity. However, due to the Navy's negligence, it had become a haven for pirates. Trapped in a state of grotesque affluence, Green's figure darted swiftly above the rooftops of Loguetown, observing the unabashedly illegal activities below, his brow furrowing. How could such a vital place as Loguetown have descended into this state? Had the Navy's grip weakened to such an extent? If the Navy had maintained its strength, how could they allow such a crucial location to fall into disarray? Nevertheless, Green understood that even without his intervention, others would soon come to cleanse the pirates from this place. Moreover, once Roger was executed here, Loguetown would inevitably be thrust into a position of critical importance. The East Blue did not become the weakest sea by mere chance. Amidst the twisted prosperity of Loguetown, a narrow alleyway housed a group of fierce-looking men, each repelling any who dared approach them with a vicious glare. "Captain, why must we hide in such a place?" A young pirate, burdened by a massive sword on his shoulder, impatiently inquired of a burly man seated cross-legged on the ground. The man, towering over 3 meters, his muscles straining against his clothing, had a massive spiked club beside him. Upon hearing the young pirate's question, he opened his eyes, revealing a gaze filled with brutality and bloodlust. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a profound intelligence lurking beneath those negative emotions. "How many times must I tell you? When faced with a situation, one must remain calm. When will you ever learn to be more composed?" The giant admonished, his expression fierce. The young pirate, unfazed, yawned dismissively. All right, I got it. I'll be more composed," witnessing the young man's demeanor. The seated giant sighed in exasperation. If it weren't for the fact that this kid possessed extraordinary talent, and he could already sense signs of being surpassed, he would have long since resorted to a fist to the face. In the alley, a group of pirates watched with amusement as their captain struggled against the young pirate, erupting into laughter at the spectacle. "Ha, the captain truly can't handle Jerry. Indeed, who could match Jerry's talent? He's the strongest after the captain, without a doubt. Jerry is the captain's successor. After all, he's his most favored protege." The pirates jested, entirely devoid of tension, eye in their eyes, no matter how formidable the enemy appeared. Both the captain and Jerry could carve a path through the chaos and once again sail the seas. Their previous experiences had only reinforced this belief. One pirate laughed heartily, turning to share a quip with his comrades. However, as he turned back, he was suddenly struck by confusion. He distinctly remembered several people behind him, yet now there was not a soul in sight. His gaze swept the area, and a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Just as he was about to look elsewhere, he caught sight of something amiss on the ground. Lowering his gaze, he locked eyes with a pair of calm, indifferent ones. The pirate's neck felt as though it were suddenly constricted by an unseen force, rendering him rigid in an instant. Those cold, emotionless eyes, void of warmth, felt as if they were gazing upon a corpse, sending a chill throughout his being, causing the hairs on his neck to stand on end. Swish! The faint sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed. A jolt of agony surged through his jaw, and then darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. Green gently laid the pirate's corpse on the ground, making no sound, only the steady flow of blood soaking into the earth. Behind him lay several corpses, wide-eyed in death, all silently assassinated. Green skillfully withdrew his blade, the blood gushing forth with renewed vigor. Pooling at the feet of the fallen pirates, his eyes betrayed no emotion as he continued his silent slaughter, the initial act of gently placing the bodies down momentarily faltering, if House were still around. This task would likely have fallen to him, that a smile crept across Green's lips, a sinister contrast to the scene of carnage behind him, with blood flowing freely. What is that overwhelming stench of blood? The young pirate, leaning against the alley wall with his large sword, perked up his nose and stood upright, speaking sternly. The seated giant paused, quickly sniffing the air, realizing that there was indeed a strong scent of blood. He immediately reached out to prop himself up, preparing to stand. Slurp! The giant swayed, unable to rise, collapsing back to the ground. Confused, he raised his hand, only to see it smeared with bright, glaring blood. Not good. We have enemies. The young pirate became alert, shouting loudly, "Everyone be cautious. Danger is near." All the previously carefree pirates were momentarily taken aback. But then, in an instant, they sprang into action, converging together with a rush, each brandishing their weapons. At that moment, their faces suddenly froze, and their eyes turned a furious shade of crimson. It became apparent that the narrow alleyway had been littered with the corpses of their companions, the blood having pooled beneath their feet, nearly engulfing the entire passage, the stench of carnage growing increasingly nauseating. Having slipped in the blood, the towering man finally regained his footing, his visage contorted with unrestrained rage, his eyes glaring at the lifeless bodies of his comrades, as if they were on the verge of shedding tears of blood. "Damn it! Who did this?" he roared, his voice akin to that of a wild beast. Brimming with boundless hatred, he had regarded his companions as the most significant people in his life. Yet now, over half of them had been stealthily slaughtered. And he had no inkling of the perpetrator's identity. Dead pirates are the only good pirates. A calm voice suddenly resonated from a nearby corner, drawing the attention of all the pirates there. Amidst the heap of bodies sat a figure clad in black, draped in a snow-white cloak of justice. None other than Green, leaning casually on his weapon, a sword enveloped in Hawkeye. The towering captain's eyes widened in disbelief, as if they might burst from their sockets. He fixated on the two corpses beneath Green, and with a furious shout, he disregarded all caution and charged forward. "Damn you! You accursed Navy! You dare insult my comrades! Die!" Green cast a disdainful glance at him, noting that he was a captain who held his comrades in high regard. Yet what of it? Once one chooses the path of piracy, one must be prepared for the consequences of justice, in a heartbeat. Green sprang to his feet, swiftly retreating into the blind spot of the surrounding pirates. "I am justice." The final declaration echoed like an incantation, burrowing itself deep into the captain's mind. "Damn it. Show yourself. Face me in a duel. Hiding away is cowardice." Is this what the Navy calls justice? He seemed to have lost his sanity, wielding his massive club to strike at everything around him. "Captain!" From behind, a young pirate, bearing a large sword, shouted solemnly, "Captain, do not let your anger cloud your judgment. Do not fall into his trap." The towering captain gradually ceased his frenzied assault, panting heavily, his eyes scanning the surroundings with a savage glare. At that moment, a few startled cries erupted from behind. "Captain, watch out!" With a sudden, piercing pain, the captain looked down in disbelief to see a blade, as dark as the night, protruding from his chest. The agony surged through him, and he felt his strength ebbing away. With a defiant roar, he swung his club wildly, turning to strike at the anticipated position of his unseen foe. Simultaneously, a fierce gust of wind swept from behind Green, and the young pirate Jerry, his face contorted with terror, swung his sword with the intent to cleave Green in two. Green pivoted his body, sweeping his sword horizontally, carving through the captain's chest with ruthless precision. In an instant, he dashed forward. Shave! With a swift motion, he appeared above Jerry's head, delivering a kick. Gale foot arrow. The sound of slicing air filled the space as the arrow-like kick hurtled towards Jerry, who instinctively raised his sword to shield himself. Clang! Clang! The resounding impacts rang out as he desperately sought Green's silhouette, his rationality replaced by unbridled fury. He had witnessed his mentor, his captain, whom he revered as a father, perish before his eyes. Leaving no time for a final farewell, Green's figure appeared abruptly against the towering wall, casting a cold glance at the now lifeless pirate captain before vanishing once more. Pirates have never been worthy of sympathy. Even those who have committed no evil, even those who regard their comrades as family, ought not to exist. Regardless of their past deeds, they are disruptors of order upon the seas, enemies of the innocent in this world. Only you remain. Accursed pirate! Green's voice echoed from behind Jerry. Jerry quickly spun around, only to be met with a scene that shattered his heart. All the remaining comrades he had gathered were now lifeless, leaving him as the sole survivor. Tears streamed down his face as he succumbed to despair. After all, he was merely a youth of less than 20, unable to bear the weight of losing all he held dear. They're all dead, Green observed coldly, lamenting the loss of a promising soul led astray. I will make you pay for this. Suddenly, Jerry charged at Green with reckless abandon, veins bulging in his hand gripping the sword. Blood trickling from his bitten lip. That I will kill you. You have destroyed everything I cherished. Even if it costs my life, I will see you dead. As Jerry rushed forward, his eyes ablaze with rage. Green narrowed his gaze, then chuckled lightly. If you can manage to do so. Bang! The massive sword struck the wall where Green stood, creating a gaping hole, debris scattering like bullets from a gun. Yet, Green emerged unscathed. At the moment the sword ascended, he had already slipped behind the wall. That be why the time Jerry looked back, Green had long since vanished from sight. Come out! Show yourself! Jerry's frenzied attack struck at everything around him. His blood-red, crazed eyes devoid of reason, consumed by chaotic bloodlust. Suddenly, a pair of icy eyes materialized beside him, and a flash of black steel glimmered. Jerry's frantic motions abruptly halted, the sword falling from his grasp with a soft thud. Relief washing over his face as he murmured, Captain, everyone, I am coming. His severed head rolled into the pile of pirate corpses, finally reuniting with his comrades. Green silently sheathed his sword, signaling for the arrival of the Navy soldiers, who soon arrived, their expressions stone-cold as they surveyed the gruesome scene in the alley. Commencing with the removal of the bodies, they privately mused about Green's expedient actions, yet deemed his methods excessively ruthless, almost rivaling Admiral Akinu's notorious policy of leaving no survivors. However, they noted that at least Green occasionally spared a few, unlike Akinu's absolute stance. Wiping the sweat from their brows, they were relieved that their captain did not share Akinu's demeanor. Otherwise, they would have been doomed, for even Akinu showed no mercy to his own men. The bodies of the pirates were swiftly cleared away, and after meticulously verifying and recording the bounties of the deceased, Green waved dismissively, continuing the pursuit of other pirates. It must be said, Lieutenant Terry was indeed a commendable assistant personally chosen by Zephyr. In such a short time since arriving in Loguetown, he had already established several informants, with a continuous flow of intelligence reaching them. 2 pirate crews are assaulting the port. Green scoffed inwardly, before the 300 elite Navy soldiers under Terry's command and the 100 ordinary soldiers of Loguetown. 2 mere pirate crews would pose no threat. Let us go. There's a group of pirates hiding in the next district. Green gestured, leading the way in a particular direction. They soon arrived at a street dedicated to the sale of weapons, showcasing an array of swords and blades, and even firearms, which the world government had explicitly banned, displayed brazenly in the storefronts. Green cast a brief glance and moved on. These would be key targets for future operations, perhaps even providing some armament for the Loguetown Navy base. That a group of pirates lay concealed within a dilapidated tavern on this very street. Upon reaching the tavern, they encountered dozens of thuggish figures loitering at the entrance, their faces brimming with menace. casting disdainful glances at Green and his men, some even spitting on the ground in contempt. Green regarded them with a mix of curiosity and caution. Indeed, there were some who were unafraid of death. "Retreat at once. Otherwise, we shall consider you all as accomplices to piracy." The ruffians smirked coldly, casting sidelong glances at Green and his companions, showing no sign of concern. Green nodded slightly, realizing that these individuals were indeed undeterred by the prospect of death. With a chilling wave of his hand, he commanded, "Open fire." The naval soldiers, having gained some understanding of their commander's temperament, acted without hesitation, raising their muskets and firing. The cacophony of gunfire startled the pedestrians on the street, who, in a state of panic, scrambled into the nearest shops, their faces etched with terror. Was there truly someone bold enough to discharge firearms in this area? After all, it was under someone's protection. Had the Navy gone mad? In a single volley, the majority of the 2 or 3 dozen ruffians fell, with those not critically injured still shrieking in agony, their wails echoing across several streets. The remaining ruffians, fortunate to have escaped the bullets, trembled in fear, their expressions a portrait of dread as they gazed at the naval soldiers. They could hardly believe that these once timid naval personnel had transformed into such merciless figures. Executing orders to shoot without a hint of hesitation, Green paid no heed to the few remaining ruffians and strode towards the entrance, his voice cold and commanding. "Surround the tavern. No one is to leave without permission. Those who defy this order will be shot. I will take full responsibility for any consequences." "Understood," the naval soldiers replied enthusiastically, their faces alight with fervor. Who would not admire a commanding officer who was both authoritative and considerate towards his subordinates? Willing to shoulder the burden of accountability, they loaded their weapons, their expressions menacing as they glared at the ruffians. A few of them lunged forward fiercely, roughly binding the ruffians. The colonel had decreed that they should be dealt with as pirate associates, and so they would be treated accordingly. The naval soldiers stood poised, rifles trained on the tavern, which had now fallen into an eerie silence. Suddenly, a spray of blood splattered against the window, staining it crimson, and the outline of a face appeared, slowly sliding down. Someone swallowed hard. Surely the colonel would not unleash a massacre within. Inside the tavern, darkness reigned. It was a dimly lit establishment with small windows, primarily relying on artificial light. The moment Green entered the tavern, he was assailed. However, he deftly evaded the attack using shaven moonwalk, swiftly extinguishing all sources of light, plunging the room into darkness. What followed was his time for assassination. One by one, the pirates hiding behind cover were dispatched silently. Soon, the pirates began to fear the encroaching darkness. Within mere moments, the number of their responding comrades had dwindled by half. Continuing to engage would surely lead to their own annihilation. Only a dozen pirates remained in the tavern, and in a brief span, the air became thick with the pungent scent of blood. "Hey," asked the captain. Hewlett was diminutive and frail, his eyes darting around nervously, exuding an aura of treachery. This was indeed his nature. His favorite pastime involved cunningly ambushing foes, employing various schemes to eliminate adversaries. Yet today, he faced a formidable opponent, a killer clad in the Navy's righteous cloak, whose bizarre skills had decimated a significant portion of his hard-won crew. Now he was left to recruit anew. Under the limited sunlight filtering through the narrow window, a pool of liquid appeared to be flowing across the floor. Hewlett squinted, his heart sinking. It was a large pool of blood, he inwardly lamented, leaping from his hiding place and bellowing, "Brothers, let us fight him together." He asked but one man. Do we truly fear him? Yet immediately, his heart sank further as the response from his crew was alarmingly sparse, even fewer than moments before. "Damn it," he cursed. "Quick, turn on the lights. The darkness is too disadvantageous for us." "But Captain, that vile Navy has destroyed all the lights." "Ah," a pirate screamed, his voice abruptly silenced. "Cursed be it." Hewlett hurried towards the source of his subordinate's voice, and the other pirates quickly followed, drawn by the commotion. They found one of their own, eyes wide in terror, a gaping blood hole the size of a thumb, piercing through his neck, blood flowing profusely. Hewlett surveyed the dim surroundings, barely able to discern the few remaining crew members beside him. "Is it just you few left?" His eyes burned with resentment as he realized that out of over 40 crew members, Only 5 remained, including himself, leaving them unable to even set sail. Damn it. Let us fight him. Clenching his sword tightly, Hewlett glared fiercely at his frightened crew that if we don't kill him, we're all dead. Do you think he'll spare you? If we surrender, perhaps he won't kill us anymore, a pirate quavered. Before he could finish, Hewlett's sword cleaved him to the ground, his agonized screams filling the air. It was Hewlett who had struck, glaring fiercely at the others. Surrender? This is what awaits those who wish to surrender. Today, it's either that Navy's death or our own. Whoever dares to utter the word surrender again will be the first to die. The remaining pirates nodded meekly, their expressions filled with dread as they gazed at their increasingly silent comrade. A sense of despair settling over them that moment. One of them suddenly turned to Hewlett, panic etched across his face. Not a Hewlett, but rather behind him. Hewlett noticed this and felt a surge of pride, believing himself capable of intimidating his men. Then he suddenly felt a searing pain in his chest as a cold blade pierced through his heart, emerging from his front. Hewlett's eyes widened, blood frothing from his mouth in a mix of disbelief and resentment as he turned to glimpse his assailant. A cold glint flashed in Green's eyes as he swiftly withdrew his long knife and, in a single motion, severed Hewlett's head from his body. The remaining pirates turned pale, collapsing to their knees and fervently bowing their heads, pleading for mercy. Spare us, we surrender, we surrender. The scene fell into a hushed silence as they cautiously raised their heads, fearing the unyielding edge of a blade. Yet to their astonishment, the figure in the distinctive Navy uniform was no longer present. Green had already emerged outside the tavern, calmly instructing the naval soldiers. The pirates inside have been eradicated. Bring the prisoners out. Yes, sir. Several naval soldiers responded with fervor, rushing inside. Moments later, they emerged, escorting several handcuffed pirates, their faces still marked by fear, casting furtive glances at Green, too terrified to meet his gaze. Green summoned the messenger holding the intelligence report. Were the other pirates hiding? The messenger, having perused the details earlier, immediately stood at attention and declared, "Report to Colonel Green. The other group of pirates has been eliminated at the docks by Major Terry. Currently, there are only a few scattered minor pirates in Loguetown, with no notable pirate crews remaining." None left? Green mused, stroking the hilt of his long knife, waving his hand dismissively. Then let us return to base. Yes, sir, the naval soldiers replied in unison. Meanwhile, Major Terry, having received the news, began his return as well, and the two arrived at the Loguetown naval base simultaneously. Observing the dilapidated state of the base, Green frowned once more. Major Terry, arrange for repairs. This reflects poorly on the Navy's image. Terry, clearly pleased with the day's achievements, responded with a smile. Rest assured, Colonel, I've already made arrangements, and work will commence tomorrow. Green nodded in approval. Then I appreciate your efforts, Major Terry. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Green proceeded to the highest officer's quarters within the base, located at the uppermost level, offering a sweeping view, even encompassing a portion of the Loguetown square. Upon closing the door, Green immediately retrieved the spoils from this operation. 6 orbs emanating a dim light and mysterious aura. What a pity I did not encounter a devil fruit user. My collection could have grown by one more. Green lamented as he gazed at the 6 pristine orbs. It seemed the East Blue was rightly deemed the weakest sea, as there were certainly fewer devil fruit users. The pirate crews he had vanquished today had bounties, and some were notably formidable. However, the focus was solely on the mastery of physical techniques and swordsmanship. With no presence of any abilities, Green subsequently picked up a luminous orb and swallowed it whole, akin to consuming a candy bean, as he devoured 6 orbs in succession. An overwhelming surge of energy erupted from within him, accompanied by excruciating pain. Veins bulged on Green's forehead, yet his countenance remained composed. He had long since become impervious to the torment inflicted by this degree of soul-refining ability. He slowly unfastened the long blade at his waist. A gift from Major Swede upon leaving the West Sea. While not a renowned sword, its quality was commendable, and thanks to the enhancement of armed color hockey during each battle, it had sustained no damage thus far. Drawing the long sword, Green endured the agony as he meticulously polished it, attending to every nook and cranny, erasing every trace of blood and dirt left from combat without a single remnant. Soon, a glimmer of joy illuminated his face. The dark armed color enveloped his entire form, rendering him akin to a being of black metal. The armed color Hawkeye surged once more, forcibly elevated by the enhancement of his overall physical prowess. Green withdrew the armed color, allowing it to cover only the long sword, while he endeavored to permeate the armed color into the blade itself. However, the process proved less than ideal, as even the slightest misstep could result in faint fissures. Though these cracks were minuscule, invisible to the naked eye, Green could discern them with clarity. Furrowing his brow, he gazed through the window towards the plaza of Loguetown. It seemed imperative to procure a renowned sword, as the quality of ordinary blades could not withstand the intensity of the armed color. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes brightened as he summoned a naval soldier. "What are your orders?" "Sir," the soldier inquired, standing at attention. Green pondered briefly before responding. "Have someone search for a weapon shop in Loguetown that specializes in swords. The proprietor should be a short man with a red nose. Inform me immediately upon locating him." "Understood." The soldier hurriedly departed. Major Terry had evidently developed numerous informants, and now they all sprang into action. Knock, knock. Just as Green entered his office, a knock resounded at the door. "Come in." Terry pushed the door open, holding a document. "Sir, a directive has arrived from Admiral Sengoku." Green's expression turned serious as he reached out to accept it. "Pirate King Roger is to be executed in his birthplace. Loguetown, let us swiftly eradicate the pirates in the waters and prepare the execution site." Terry, startled by this revelation, glanced at Green. "Roger is to be executed here. Indeed, he was born in Loguetown. Is the world government attempting to intimidate other pirates?" Green squinted, a cold smirk forming within. "Ha! Intimidation. The world government is clearly setting a trap for themselves. The execution of Pirate King Roger in Loguetown will not only fail to deter pirates, but will also herald the dawn of the Great Pirate Era." However, this development bore little relevance to Green. The onset of the Great Pirate Era brought him more benefits, particularly in terms of foresight. Furthermore, without the Great Pirate Era, the seas would become exceedingly mundane. "Terry, prepare yourself. It seems we have much to accomplish." Green's calm tone resonated with an undercurrent of murderous intent, causing Terry's hair to stand on end. He promptly replied, "Yes, sir. I will arrange for the execution site immediately and expedite the training of the soldiers." Green was quite pleased with Terry's efficiency and allowed him to handle matters autonomously. 2 days later, the Loguetown Naval Base had undergone significant renovations, although the work was not entirely complete. It no longer bore the semblance of decay it once had. In the commander's office, Green caressed a long sword encased in a black-red sheath, an aura of exceptional sharpness emanating from it. Squinting, he smirked. "Ah, a cursed blade? Is this all you can muster? How disappointing." The sword before him was the cursed blade, Sandai Kitetsu, originally intended as one of Zoro's future swords, yet it now rested in Green's possession, leaving Zoro devoid of any connection to it. As Green grasped Sandai Kitetsu, a resonating hum emanated from the blade, imbued with an unwilling spirit. Quite spirited. Suddenly, an icy malice surged forth, enveloping the defiant Sandai Kitetsu, rendering it instantly docile and harmless. Although Green had not awakened the Conqueror's Hawkeye, he had amassed a considerable amount of malice over time, which he typically suppressed during combat to avoid alerting his foes. In that moment, Sandai Kitetsu trembled under the weight of his malice, its spirit subdued. Green retracted his malice, drawing Sandai Kitetsu with a sharp clang, revealing a blade that was both chillingly cold and resilient. Its edge menacingly sharp, indeed a fine weapon. After sheathing the sword, he casually secured it at his waist, marking it as his new blade. "Colonel, the weapon shop owner wishes to present another renowned sword," a soldier reported. The proprietor, having witnessed the naval force's formidable display during the recent pirate purge, sought to avoid any potential trouble by offering his prized possession as a means of appeasement. Previously, the Loguetown Navy had struggled against pirates and illicit forces, but their authoritative stance against legitimate businesses had proven effective. Any misstep could result in dire consequences for the shopkeeper. Green waved dismissively. Let him keep it. I have accepted this cursed blade. Ensure payment is rendered. We Navy do not oppress the common folk. The soldier promptly affirmed. Yes, sir. Major Terry has already arranged for the payment. Good. How has the recent crackdown in Loguetown fared? The soldier immediately responded. Major Terry has successfully eradicated all underground forces in Loguetown. Although the economy has experienced some impact, the majority of townsfolk are quite supportive. Green nodded, dismissing the soldier, and began honing Sandai Kitetsu with his armed color. The Hawkeye enveloped the long sword, its dark hue seemingly alive as minute energy seeped into the blade. A smile blossomed on Green's face. Indeed, it was viable. Sandai Kitetsu could fully endure the refinement of his armed color Hawkeye, perhaps even evolving into a black blade. Green intensified his efforts as subtle changes began to occur within Sandai Kitetsu, changes that would remain imperceptible for quite some time, yet would eventually culminate in a qualitative transformation. After some time spent refining Sandai Kitetsu, Green paused. Excessive honing could jeopardize the sword's longevity. Stepping out of his office, he surveyed the significantly refurbished base. His spirits lifted. Initially apprehensive about missing the monumental event of Roger's execution, he now found himself an integral participant. Green mused as he strolled toward the port, intending to sail the seas and see if any unwitting pirates would cross his path. A well-equipped contingent of naval soldiers promptly followed, their gear primarily sourced from Loguetown, a byproduct of Terry's efforts to eradicate illegal elements, thus saving the Loguetown naval base a considerable sum in armaments. As Green boarded the warship, it immediately set sail, heading towards the vast expanse of open waters. Loguetown served as the sole gateway from the East Sea into the Grand Line. Thus, any pirate crew wishing to enter the Grand Line would inevitably pass through here, making the presence of pirate ships a common sight. Word of Green's previous brutal crackdown on pirates in Loguetown had spread like wildfire. Nearly all pirates in the EC were now aware of the fierce naval colonel who had recently arrived, young in age but merciless in his pursuit of pirates. The gruesome tales of severed heads and bloodshed had circulated, causing pirates to instinctively steer clear of this place. Report, Colonel, a pirate ship has been sighted ahead. Green lifted his gaze, incredulous that a fearless pirate crew had appeared in the waters of Loguetown. In the distance, a sailboat emerged, its mast adorned with a peculiar skull flag bearing a whimsical grin, while the deck bustled with animated pirates. Pursue them and sink their ship. The warship wasted no time, revving its engines as it closed the distance to the pirate vessel. Captain, we've spotted a naval warship on our flank. They appear to be heading straight for us. On the lookout, a pirate bellowed loudly. A man clad in a captain's coat emerged from the cabin, his face marred with ferocity. He was none other than the captain of this pirate ship, a notorious villain who had roamed the East Sea for years and had recently set his sights on the Grand Line. Ha! The Navy has seen worse. What is all the fuss about? He shouted impatiently, followed by a sinister chuckle. Hey, that last naval base in that little town was quite affluent. Let us make a habit of robbing the Navy. It is far more lucrative than plundering civilians. Ha ha! Captain Sandy, you're truly audacious. Even thinking of robbing the Navy, they exclaimed, full of admiration for their captain. However, the lookout, who had been merrily joining the banter, suddenly froze, rushing back to the telescope that he spotted a familiar Navy officer clad in black, draped in a pristine white justice cloak on the naval ship, and his face paled in alarm. Captain Sandy. This is bad, he shouted in panic. That's the Navy from Loguetown, and aboard is the recently infamous naval colonel. Captain Sandy halted his laughter, confusion etched across his face. Are you referring to the colonel who mercilessly slaughtered pirates in Loguetown? Indeed, that's him. The lookout swallowed hard, fear evident in his eyes. He had heard tales of the colonel's ruthless methods, leaving few survivors in his wake. If one did not surrender promptly, one's head could easily roll. Sandy's expression grew somber. He possessed more knowledge than the average pirate. As someone who had recently latched onto a powerful pirate in the Grand Line, acquiring timely intelligence from the adversary was not beyond his reach. All hands on deck. We must set sail at full speed. He bellowed, and the previously languid pirates sprang into action, propelling the ship into a rapid ascent, standing at the bow of the naval vessel. Green furrowed his brow as he observed the fleeing pirate ship that, I thought you feared nothing. Yet here you are, running away." He turned to his soldiers, inquiring, "How long until we can catch up?" The Navy soldiers hesitated, scrutinizing the pirate ship and its speed. "Colonel, our ship is a combat vessel, heavily armed with cannons and ammunition, which makes it slower. The enemy's sailing ship is a swift one, if we wish to catch up. It will take at least an hour." Cursing under his breath, Green lamented that he should have opted for a vessel specifically designed for pursuit. "Very well. Follow closely," he commanded, and with that his figure shot forth, as if ascending an invisible staircase toward the heavens. "Colonel," a soldier called out, worry etched across his face, but Green had already distanced himself. "Captain Sandy, the Navy is in hot pursuit." A pirate, who had been keeping a close watch on Green, exclaimed in alarm, but he was in disbelief. The naval colonel was actually chasing them through the air. Sandy turned abruptly, and indeed, he saw a figure soaring through the sky at an astonishing speed, closing in on their pirate ship. The naval vessel, which would take an hour to catch the pirate ship, was swiftly overtaken by Green, who activated Moonwalk and utilized his incredible physical prowess. "Storm Step. Cross Blade," Green shouted, eschewing his usual tactics to attack mid-air. A fierce, cross-shaped vacuum slash hurtled toward the pirates, who gaped in astonishment as it sliced through the mast with a resounding crack. Swish! Snap! The mast was cleaved in two, crashing down and striking several pirates who had failed to evade in time. "Damn it! He is trying to destroy our ship to let the Navy catch up," Sandy shouted, belatedly realizing the peril, and hurled a pirate's sword at the airborne Green. "It seems you lack long-range combat capabilities." Green mused inwardly, employing Storm's Step to systematically dismantle the pirate ship, before gradually vanishing from sight. Sandy clutched the railing tightly, realizing their ship was disintegrating and sinking rapidly, making it inevitable that the Navy would catch them. The pressing concern was merely how to escape. As Green disappeared, a wave of terror washed over him. The intel he had received about his adversary spoke of a figure regarded as a monster in the Navy's training camp. He immediately shouted, "I surrender! I surrender!" The other pirates, either in the water or struggling, were taken aback. Their captain was surrendering. Sandy discarded all his weapons, signaling he had no intention of resisting, before addressing the surroundings once more. "I know who you are, the most outstanding recruit from this training session at the Navy headquarters. Colonel Green, I serve under Joker. I've heard tales of your renown from our leader. We are not enemies." He knew his boss had official backing, which compelled him to speak up, even though he had only communicated with him via phone and had never met him in person. "Doflamingo," Green's voice suddenly resonated from behind Sandy. Sending chills down his spine, he turned slowly, his movements stiff and deliberate, fearful of provoking a deadly misunderstanding. Green lounged casually against the railing, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. Sandy breathed a silent sigh of relief. As long as they could converse, he felt safer, but he dreaded encountering a merciless individual like Akainu, who offered no chances. "Colonel Green, our boss is Joker. I never mentioned Doflamingo, but he did not dare utter his boss's name, aware of the lethal consequences it could entail." Green ignored him, his brow furrowing in contemplation. "I.S. Doflamingo already wielding such power at sea. Even pirates from the EC are falling under his influence. It seems his reach is extensive." Sandy chuckled awkwardly, hesitant to respond, and cautiously ventured, "Colonel, Joker's influence has yet to extend to the EC. He has only begun to make his mark in the Grand Line." Green's calm gaze bore into Sandy, causing him to feel increasingly uneasy. "I'm giving you a chance at survival." Sandy's heart soared with hope, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Colonel. Thank you so much." Green raised a hand to silence him, speaking evenly, "Oh, not be hasty. I can let you go, but only if Doflamingo personally comes to plead for your life." The joy on Sandy's face evaporated, replaced by pallor. For Joker to plead for his life? That was no jest. Given that individual's ruthlessness, his fate was sealed. Yet under duress, he had no choice but to muster the courage to contact his new leader. The transponder snail connected swiftly, its visage transforming into that of a sulky figure donned in pink sunglasses. "What is it, Sandy?" The ominous voice from the other end sent a shiver through Sandy, who nervously glanced at Green. "Doflamingo," Green seized the transponder snail, stating, "I have your subordinate. I can offer you a chance to buy his life. The snail's eyes, concealed behind sunglasses, glinted with menace, revealing a youthful Doflamingo already exuding an imposing presence. Who are you? A pirate? Or a Navy officer? Green replied coolly, I am Green. I trust you're familiar with my identity, given your extensive network. Huh, so it's you, the monster who emerged from the latest Navy training camp. Having been out in the field for only half a year, that I'm curious what you intend to do with my dear subordinate. Doflamingo cackled from the shadows of his dimly lit room. His demeanor frenzied. He had warned Sandy, the foolish fool. Yet here he was, ensnared by Green. Green cast a calm glance at the sea, where the naval vessel was drawing closer, preparing to rescue the fallen pirates. Because of your name, I intend to spare his life. Doflamingo. Green's tone remained flat, devoid of emotion. I appreciate it, Colonel. Doflamingo, perplexed by Green's intentions, recalled hearing that this seemingly harmless individual was known for leaving no survivors during battle. Much like a coon. However, it appeared that the latter part of his life might be spent behind bars. Calmly, Green spoke again. With a crack, Doflamingo crushed the teacup in his hand, veins bulging on his forehead, as he laughed maniacally. It seems you intend to oppose me, Colonel. Green neither denied nor confirmed this. In his view, opposing pirates was merely the norm. Doflamingo, assist me in locating an individual, and as a trade, I shall release your subordinates. Green had never ceased his search for House. After all, he was the only companion who could risk their lives for one another since Green arrived in this world. Are you threatening me? Doflamingo's tone darkened, although he was only a year older than Green. His proud and cold demeanor had long been established. Green casually placed his hand on the hilt of Sandai Kitetsu, nonchalantly stating, You may think as you wish at the residence of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo rose, an overwhelming aura erupting from him, startling the surrounding family members. Doff, what is going on? What happened, young master? Toripole and Diamante intruded, inquiring loudly. It's nothing. I'm merely negotiating a deal with an old friend. He emphasized the word friend as if he intended to crush the individual on the other end of the line. Green chuckled casually. Doflamingo, it appears you are not inclined to acquiesce, so let us conclude this conversation. As he spoke, the Sandai Kitetsu sensed its master's murderous intent, emanating a chilling and sharp aura. Sandy nearly soiled himself. In that instant, he felt as though he had glimpsed hell. The potent malevolence surrounding him seemed capable of crushing him entirely. No, I believe the deal can indeed be struck. Doflamingo suddenly interjected, forcibly suppressing his inner wrath. What sort of person are you searching for? I can mobilize my men to assist you in the Grand Line. Green sheathed the Sandai Kitetsu, the immense malevolence gradually dissipating as if it had never existed. He recounted House's basic features and then calmly stated, Find him for me, and I may assist you in the future. Doflamingo's gaze flickered as he slowly nodded, instructing Toripole to note down Green's information. Then arrogantly remarked, How can you be certain that I will require your assistance in the future? He was still basking in his achievements and the flattery of Toripole and others, convinced that he was the greatest of them all. Green smiled, Your current confidence will surely lead to future embarrassment. Very well, this conversation ends here. I shall release your subordinates. Green hung up the call and then, taking the now terrified Sandy, boarded the warship. At this moment, all the pirates had been retrieved. Green waved over a naval officer, instructing, Prepare a small boat. The soldiers promptly complied. Green looked at Sandy coldly. You may select 5 individuals from among these men to take with you. However, as Sandy attempted to negotiate for more, he was met with Green's tranquil gaze, sending chills down his spine, and he immediately acquiesced, silently walking over to point out 5 subordinates. Just these 5, he declared, lowering his head and departing, unable to bear the pleading and resentful looks from the other pirates. Captain, please don't leave us behind. I don't want to end up in the Navy's prison. Captain, save me. We want to ask him. We must have been blind to follow such a coward, surrendering without a fight. Green found their plight amusing, while Sandy, chastised, dared not raise his head and stood silently aside. Soon, several naval officers escorted the chosen pirates over and removed their handcuffs. Although the colonel's orders puzzled them, their trust in Green left them with no dissatisfaction. Go on. Should I catch you again? You won't be so fortunate. Green waved his hand, and the Navy parted to allow Sandy and his group to board the small boat and depart. Sandy had amassed considerable wealth from plundering, and Green's naval soldiers exerted great effort to recover the sunken treasures. Despite the hardship, smiles adorned their faces. After all, Colonel Green had declared that all salvaged treasures belonged to them, exempt from any duty to the base. This was undoubtedly a boon for them, a condition to keep their mouths shut, and they were fully aware of it, silently burying the memory of the departing pirates in their hearts. Upon Green's return to Loguetown, Terry awaited him, his expression far from pleasant. "What's the matter?" Green inquired curiously. The campaign to eradicate pirates in Loguetown had been relatively smooth, with most of the pirates that had landed recently eliminated. The captain of the flying pirate crew, Shiki the Golden Lion, had launched an assault on the Navy headquarters, causing chaos in Marineford before being captured by Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp. However, the headquarters had suffered significant casualties, with Shiki having nearly destroyed half of Marineford. Green was taken aback. "Shiki has been captured?" Reflecting carefully, he recalled that Shiki had indeed attacked the Navy headquarters shortly after Roger's surrender, culminating in his arrest following a tumultuous incident. However, Shiki had seemingly been imprisoned for only a brief period before becoming the first escapee from the infamous Impel Down, even at the cost of losing his legs. Those matters can be handled by the higher-ups at headquarters. "We need only focus on our responsibilities," Green reassured Terry, giving his shoulder a pat before returning to his quarters. Shiki's strength was indisputable. He was a pirate of the same caliber as Roger and Whitebeard. Had he not been thrown into disarray upon hearing of Roger's capture, leading to the uproar at the Navy headquarters, he would undoubtedly have claimed a seat among the 4 emperors of the New World. Green's eyes glimmered. Shiki's float fruit was exceptionally useful if he ultimately found no other suitable devil fruit. Consuming this one would not be a bad option. Seated in his office, Green perused the documents in his hand, which contained the file of an individual. Daddy Martison, 17 years old this year, possessed remarkable talent in marksmanship, adept at carrying multiple handguns to deliver sustained and precise fire against foes. The remarks concluded, suitable for training as a sniper. Green's eyes brightened. He finally recalled the character of Daddy. If memory served, he would eventually leave the Navy solely to accompany his only family member. Having trained alongside Smoker in the Navy headquarters training camp, he had chosen to depart at the peak of his career, demonstrating a profound value for familial bonds. Green put away the file and instructed for Daddy to be assigned to his command, as he could cultivate him when time permitted. Subsequently, he assembled a squad of naval officers and proceeded towards the town. Ever since the Navy base in Loguetown had a new commander, the townsfolk noticed a marked improvement in order. The previously domineering thugs and rampant pirates had vanished, and everything appeared to have returned to normal. Moreover, naval patrols were conducted at irregular intervals, deterring most pirates from causing trouble. Today, Green, seeking a leisurely patrol, approached the town square and spotted a white-haired boy engaged in a scuffle with several taller children. Green chuckled, shaking his head. Just after appointing Daddy to his command, he caught sight of the future white-haired smoke enthusiast. The child embroiled in the brawl was undoubtedly Smoker, his distinctive white hair and defiant expression a perfect match for the future. Green approached, separating the children with a smile. "Hey, little ones, why are you fighting?" Smoker, full of indignation, would have charged at his opponents had he not been restrained by a naval soldier. The other 3 children, considerably more subdued, cast a glance at Green before stammering. "We were playing a game of Navy versus pirates, and he just charged at us." Green looked at the bouncing, struggling Smoker and delivered a punch that promptly silenced him, causing him to roll on the ground in pain, clutching his throbbing head. The gathered Navy officers stared in astonishment at their commander, gasping, "He even hits kids. The colonel truly is a ruthless individual." Green waved dismissively at the 3 frightened children. "Hurry home." The trio bolted away, as if being pursued by some unseen terror. Green, exasperated, thought, "Am I truly that frightening?" He then turned to the defiant Smoker. "Now, tell me why you were fighting with others." Smoker curled his lip and let out a huff, then with a defiant expression remarked, "Who said that pirates are the strongest? Those despicable pirates are nothing to be feared. They'll eventually be defeated." Green watched him with keen interest, noting that his thoughts had begun to harbor a disdain for pirates. and spoke up. "I see, but you shouldn't resort to fighting. Teach, mind your own business." Smoker retorted. Green's lips twitched as he clenched his fist, causing Smoker to quickly retreat behind the naval soldiers, revealing only his head. "Hey kid, how about joining the Navy?" "Humph. I have no interest in that. I aspire to be a bounty hunter. Dedicated to capturing pirates," Smoker declared, his face brimming with pride, as if being a bounty hunter surpassed the Navy in strength. Green shook his head, chuckling as he turned to continue his walk. "Very well. Until we meet again." The naval soldiers followed suit, grinning as they passed by Smoker, playfully ruffling his head of white hair. Even Dottie, who was at the back, hesitated for a moment before joining in on the teasing. Once all the Navy personnel had moved on, Smoker furiously straightened his disheveled hair, a flicker of other emotions surfacing in his eyes. Perhaps being a member of the Navy wouldn't be so bad after all. As Green strolled along the street, he noted the significant improvement in cleanliness compared to before, with disarrayed individuals nowhere to be found. Even illicit activities had retreated into the shadows. While it would be challenging to eradicate these issues entirely in a short span, the initial measures had instilled enough caution among them to temper their boldness. After meandering through, he soon arrived at the bustling plaza of Loguetown, teeming with pedestrians and vendors. Green surveyed the area. He could observe it from his office within the naval base. Yet seeing it up close was an entirely different experience. That on one side of the plaza, workers were constructing a scaffold, having already laid the foundation, and were soon to commence the upper structure. This was the site of the execution platform, and according to Terry's estimates, it would be completed in about 2 weeks, ensuring that the public execution of the Pirate King would not be delayed. Green approached to take a look and exchanged greetings with a few stationed naval soldiers before departing from the other side of the plaza. As the time for the Pirate King's execution drew nearer, the world government was likely preparing to announce this explosive news to the world. A smile crept across Green's lips, though no one noticed the fleeting glimmer of anticipation within it. A new era was on the horizon. The age of pirates had indeed been long awaited. The notorious pirate, Gold Roger, had caused a stir in Marineford, ultimately being captured by the naval hero Garp in conjunction with Admiral Sengoku and imprisoned in the underwater prison. Impel Down. This incident had stirred the seas and was finally unleashed by a proclamation from the world government. The Pirate King, Gold Roger, was to be publicly executed in Loguetown. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout the world, leaving everyone astounded. The Pirate King, who possessed the world's most precious treasures, was to be executed in his birthplace, a reality many found hard to fathom. That it was, after all, the Pirate King. In an instant, countless heroes and formidable figures of the sea began their journey. Converging on Loguetown with a myriad of intentions, Green found himself somewhat troubled recently, as pirates flocked to Loguetown like flies drawn to a carcass, prompting him to tirelessly traverse various locations, slaying so many pirates that even the naval clerks could scarcely keep track. Moreover, news of a frenzied executioner from Loguetown spread like wildfire among pirates, creating quite a ripple. Knock knock. "Colonel, we have received word from headquarters that Admiral Sengoku has set out, that we must prepare ourselves." A naval soldier called out from beyond the office door. With a creak, the office door swung open, and Green emerged, draped in his naval cloak, his expression serene as he nodded, "Inform Major Terry to make the necessary preparations for the welcome." The naval soldier nodded hurriedly and dashed away. Green sighed. He had recently dispatched a considerable number of pirates, and despite bathing daily, the scent of blood clung to him, particularly the third-generation sword, the Wado Ikemanji, exuded an increasingly formidable aura. Green had become the epitome of do not approach. Whether it be Navy personnel or civilians, anyone within a 5-meter radius found it hard to endure the overwhelming malice that surged forth. Experiencing dizziness and even hallucinations, as though ensnared in a realm of darkness steeped in blood, Green had been diligently working to suppress this aura and had managed to confine it to a 2-meter radius. Yet he knew further practice was needed until he could control it at will. The malice surrounding him was immense. Just his presence was enough to overwhelm ordinary individuals. However, it differed from the legendary conqueror's Hawkeye, leaving Green somewhat disappointed, as he had initially thought he had unexpectedly awakened that power. "Colonel," Terry suddenly called out from down the hallway, rushing towards Green. "Colonel, We've detected the presence of the Moria pirates nearby. Green paused momentarily, then resumed his stride, this time heading outside the base. Has Moria arrived? Gather the troops and prepare to set sail, he instructed, waving his hand dismissively at Terry. I'll go meet him and return shortly. Moonlight Moria had become a notorious pirate, well known throughout the first half of the Grand Line, with a bounty that had surged to 200 million berries, now at the peak of his power. Terry's expression turned grave. The headquarters had ordered that upon discovering such a notorious pirate, they should simply monitor his movements. However, seeing the colonel's demeanor suggested that his intentions were not merely to observe. He hurriedly summoned personnel to prepare the warship. A swift naval vessel designated for pursuit soon departed the harbor under the command of the naval soldiers, slicing through the deep sea like an arrow. Green stood at the bow of the ship, akin to a spear, gazing calmly at the surface of the water. Moria was of little concern, but as he reflected on certain individuals from his memory who were soon to arrive, his brow furrowed slightly. They were all troublesome characters. Not long after setting sail, a messenger rushed over, saluted, and reported loudly, "Sir, we've spotted shadows of the Moria pirates to the side. Should we pursue with full force?" Green continued to observe the surface of the sea, now disrupted by the ship's passage, and calmly replied, "Pursue. Prepare for battle." "Yes, sir." The warship immediately turned, racing towards a distant black. After the previous pursuit revealed the warship's sluggishness, Green had personally modified the fastest naval vessel from Loguetown. Now it served as his flagship. Its firepower was modest, and the number of soldiers on board was limited, but had one critical advantage: speed. The black dot ahead grew rapidly larger, soon revealing the silhouette of a ship. It was a large sailing vessel, predominantly black, adorned with a pirate flag featuring bat wings encircling a skull, unmistakably the ship of the Moria pirates. At that moment, the crew of the Moria pirates noticed the pursuing navy behind them, erupting into raucous laughter, brandishing their weapons and taunting the naval personnel. The towering figure, standing over 6 meters tall, approached the stern of the ship, grinning widely to reveal rows of shark-like teeth. "Is this the navy come to capture us? How unexpected!" Green's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, the Wado Ikamanji. Seemingly sensing something, emitting a slight ripple of excitement, the Moria's laughter faltered momentarily. While others remained oblivious, he felt an ominous presence, as though a fearsome demon was watching him from the pursuing warship. The sensation was fleeting, and he shook his head. "Ha! I must have had too much to drink earlier. This is just the perfect time to let loose." He dismissed the navy behind him entirely, believing that the East Blue Navy posed no real threat, just as the Grand Line Navy had never managed to subdue him. The warship was swift, and before long, it had caught up that moment. A subtle wave of energy flickered across the Moria pirate ship. Like a gentle sea breeze that passes unnoticed, Moria's expression shifted as he suddenly turned to glance behind him, sensing something lurking in the darkness. The possessor of the shadow fruit. His perception of shadows far surpassed that of others, even exceeding that of some formidable individuals with observation hockey. Green felt a stir within him, remaining motionless within the shadows as he quietly locked gazes with Moria. Is there something there? Why does it feel as if something exists? Yet simultaneously, it feels absent. His awareness had been severely disrupted by Green's abilities, rendering his senses muddled. Otherwise, he would have discovered Green long ago, casting a glance at his subordinates surrounding the shadowy area. Moria waved his hand dismissively. "You lot, keep your distance. That place gives me an uneasy feeling." Seeing all his men gather near him, ready to respond if necessary, Moria finally felt at ease and turned to continue observing the naval warship that maintained its distance. However, the moment he relaxed, a flash of blade glimmered with a pitch-black hue, slashing diagonally towards Moria's neck, the scent of blood wafting through the air before the blade even arrived. The third-generation sword, adorned with a hint of crimson, aimed for Moria's throat, its sharp edge slicing through the air without producing a sound. Yet Moria spun around in an instant, a massive blade appearing in his hand from seemingly nowhere as he swung it fiercely. With a resounding clash, the metallic impact erupted, sending shockwaves radiating outward from the point of collision. creating a visible circular wave. The surrounding pirates were immediately scattered, tumbling in disarray, while only a few officers managed to leap back. Their faces etched with vigilance as they stared intently. Green, utilizing moonwalk, hovered effortlessly in the air, lacking any leverage. Despite being evenly matched with Moria, he was still sent flying after a brief stalemate. Shave, after being propelled a distance away. Green flickered several times and reappeared behind Moria, thrusting the third-generation sword from a visual blind spot, targeting the tendons of Moria's leg. Moria was significantly taller, and Green's height of less than 2 meters had already surpassed his former self. However, he was still less than half of Moria's stature. First, he aimed to incapacitate Moria's mobility, then deal with him. Yet he had evidently underestimated Moria. The latter raised his leg effortlessly, evading the attack, while the enormous war blade loomed above Green's head. With a thunderous crash, an even louder sound erupted, fracturing the deck of the pirate ship with countless fissures. Green's feet sank into the ground as he raised the third-generation sword to block Moria's strike. "Haha, not bad, Navy. You can actually hold your ground against me." Moria cackled wildly. Green furrowed his brow. Realizing that Moria was no ordinary foe, he could accurately anticipate Green's movements, having thwarted both of his attacks. His figure shifted again, vanishing into the shadows as he began to move around, seeking an opportunity. Initially, Moria was able to keep pace with Green's speed, but soon he found it impossible, even when his eyes clearly saw. It was as if he overlooked it entirely. Green's figure had completely vanished. Haha, what formidable stealth abilities. I never expected such a character to exist within the Navy. This trip has certainly not been in vain. Moria's massive frame continued to shift, searching for Green's trace. However, not only did he fail to locate Green, but he could not even perceive a hint of movement, as if the latter had never existed. Swish! A blade flashed, and Moria tilted his head, a thin line of blood appearing on his cheek. He reached up to touch the superficial wound, his expression growing grim. Had he not dodged in time, it might have been more than just a graze on his cheek. What troubled him further was his utter inability to detect his opponent. Green smirked, having retreated to the shadows atop the mast after that previous strike. Suddenly, he moved again, brandishing the third-generation sword as he appeared in Moria's blind spot beneath him. Thrusting once more, swish, the blade pierced Moria's thigh. Although he retaliated with the utmost speed, he still sustained an injury. Damn it! Moria's face darkened, his massive war blade sweeping and slashing, damaging numerous ship installations, yet he could not even graze Green's hem. After a moment, Moria paused, realizing that panicking would be futile. He needed to remain calm, or he might genuinely face death today. Indeed, it seemed his intelligence was still intact before being defeated by Kaido. Unlike that foolish, rotund individual behind him, Moria reflected. Had it not been for Kaido slaughtering all his comrades, leading him to despair and become a mere shell reliant on external forces, his accomplishments would undoubtedly be considerable. Green thought wistfully about what could have been had this fellow become a naval officer. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. It was not impossible. Based on his understanding of Moria, it might indeed be feasible, albeit through somewhat unsavory means. Regardless, if there was even a glimmer of possibility, it was worth a try. Green's figure abruptly emerged from the horizontal beam of the mast, calmly gazing down at the somewhat breathless Moria. Moria, let us make a deal. The nearby naval officers exchanged perplexed glances. Has the colonel developed a penchant for negotiating with pirates? Moria, upon seeing Green's appearance, was poised to attack, but was halted by his words. He scrutinized Green seriously. Haha, what sort of deal do you propose? After the recent battle, he understood that he would never locate Green. However, surrendering was out of the question. He would rather die in battle than capitulate. If this pirate before him harbored such intentions, he greatly underestimated him. Green narrowed his eyes, scanning the eager pirates surrounding them, causing Moria's heart to tremble. As a notoriously ruthless pirate, he placed immense value on his comrades. If he had any weakness, it was undoubtedly these companions. Exchange the lives of these pirates for your service to the Navy. Green stated calmly, leaving both Moria and the surrounding pirates momentarily stunned. Even the naval officers were taken aback. How unreliable must their commander be to consider recruiting a pirate for naval service? Moria initially thought he had misheard, but quickly realized. Are you suggesting becoming a warlord of the sea? Green carelessly inserted the third-generation sword into the beam, only to find its sharpness caused it to embed deeply, leaving only the hilt exposed. Frowning slightly, he bent down to extract the sword, then returned it to its sheath, during which Moria attempted to launch a surprise attack several times, only to be thwarted. Green had glanced at the other pirates earlier, which had instilled a sense of caution in him. Not a warlord of the sea, but a member of a navy, Green corrected. The notion of becoming a warlord is merely an idea for now. Though I am uncertain where you heard this, my intentions extend beyond that. Ha ha, are you jesting? The navy? Moria laughed mockingly. I am a pirate. You actually wish to invite a pirate to join the navy? Have you lost your mind? The naval officers aboard the warship also believed their commander had gone mad. Were they not here to combat pirates? Green maintained a calm demeanor, replying coolly, I am not insane. As I mentioned, this is a transaction. Pointing at the pirates below, he continued, if you do not wish for them to perish here. A chilling aura caused the ordinary pirates to instinctively shrink back. As if a blade had suddenly been poised at their throats, Moria's mocking expression morphed into disdain. You seek to leverage my subordinates against me. Ha! They are all men, having chosen to venture out to sea. They fear not death, the other pirates echoed. Indeed, we fear not death. If you have the gall, come at us, you vile navy. Attempting to use us as leverage against our captain. Navy, are you a fool? Green shot a cold glance at the boisterous pirates, silencing them instantly as they fell mute. Their bravado extinguished, he then vanished in an instant, reappearing behind one of the pirate officers, the third generation sword lightly resting on his shoulder. Though it was merely placed there, the officer's body stiffened, paralyzed with fear. Moria's expression shifted as he prepared to charge forward, but upon seeing Green refrain from attacking, he halted abruptly. This is just the beginning. As soon as Green's voice fell, he vanished in an instant. The blade of the third generation of the ghost slash struck fiercely from behind, toppling another pirate. Once more, he concealed himself, and yet another pirate screamed in agony as he fell to the ground. Green, wielding the third generation of the ghost slash, reappeared on the horizontal beam, tapping the robust railing beneath his feet with the back of his blade, producing a resounding bang-bang. Do you think I jest? Moria, Green's voice was frigid, devoid of warmth, as he regarded Moria with an unwavering gaze. You, Moria seethed with anger, appalled that this despicable Navy officer would dare use the lives of his comrades as leverage against him. You, a Navy soldier, are so contemptible. Unfazed, Green sheathed his sword and replied calmly, You may say what you wish. Join my ranks, and I can arrange for your subordinates to remain by your side. You would merely be switching allegiances to continue your struggle. There is no need for such resistance. Moria could hardly contain his rage, wishing nothing more than to slay this Navy scoundrel. What does just switching allegiances even mean? I am a free pirate. Why should I become a Navy soldier? Moria's expression was one of bitter resentment, but as his eyes darted, a cunning plan formed in his mind. He exclaimed with feigned nonchalance, Hey, Navy, I can agree to your terms, but under one condition. You must defeat me in a direct confrontation. Otherwise, even if I join you, I will not be satisfied. You wouldn't wish for your subordinates to rebel against you one day, would you? Green's expression betrayed dissatisfaction, yet inwardly, he reveled in delight. You have indeed fallen for my ruse. This was precisely the outcome he desired, leveraging the lives of Moria's comrades to gain an opportunity for complete domination over him. What? Do you not cherish the lives of your subordinates? Green feigned a look of concern. Moria scoffed dismissively. If you cannot meet my condition, I will command everyone to abandon ship and flee. You cannot pursue each and every one of them. Moreover, as long as I live, I shall continue to exact revenge, ensuring everyone knows it was you who forced me into this situation. Amused internally, Green allowed a hint of hesitation to surface on his face. Reluctantly, he conceded, Very well, I accept your challenge to a direct duel. If I win, you shall willingly become my subordinate. The two reached an accord and navigated their vessels to the nearest uninhabited island, disembarking upon the small landmass, which was largely barren, save for a few exposed, glossy black rocks. With one hand resting on the hilt of his sword, Green focused intently on Moria, whose towering 6-meter frame presented a formidable visual impact. Moria, brandishing his massive blade, scrutinized the young Navy officer who had forced him into such a predicament. Neither moved, locked in a tense standoff. Green narrowed his eyes, using Moria's imposing presence to hone his own murderous intent, striving to master the volatile energy within him. Just as he was on the cusp of successfully containing this malevolent aura. Sensing a threat, Moria struck first a ha-ha-ha. Do not assume that was all I am capable of. That was merely due to the limitations of a ship. Shadow Piercer. A black lance formed from shadows erupted from the ground, hurtling toward Green. Yet, as if he had foreseen the attack, Green slightly tilted his head and narrowly evaded the lethal thrust. Swish! A massive rock behind Green was pierced through, the shadow-formed lance even extending beyond it. Shave! In a flash, he appeared beside Moria, forcing himself to suppress the urge for a surprise attack from behind, and delivered a powerful kick, Gale Kick. Crossblade, a colossal vacuum intersected, targeting Moria's massive form directly. Haha, Moria, you did not think your powers as a shadow fruit user would remain concealed from the Navy, did you? Green chuckled lightly, continuing his assault. Gale Kick, Arrow. 3 vacuum arrows, arranged in a triangular formation, shot forth in pursuit. Ha. The battle has only just begun. Shadow Mage, Moria bellowed, raising his enormous blade to strike, alongside a shadowy doppelganger that mirrored his form. Green's pupils constricted. He now faced 2 Morii simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Shave! He darted, executing a series of rapid movements, utilizing both Shave and Moonwalk to evade the dual 6-meter threats, while countering with Gale Kicks and close-range thrusts with his fingers and blade. The 3 figures clashed in a spectacular display of intensity, sparks flying from their fierce encounters. Moria's expression turned grave. Despite the disparity in their statures, his opponent matched him in strength, showing no signs of weakness even against the combined might of himself and the Shadow Mage. He was genuinely taken aback. He had expected this Navy officer to rely solely on ghostly speed for ambushes, yet he was confronted with an unexpectedly formidable physical prowess. The battle escalated, entering a frenzied state. As time passed, their combat showed no signs of abating. Rather, it grew increasingly fierce. This despicable Navy officer truly this powerful? Damn it, keep your voice down. If he hears you, he might just kill you. And even the captain wouldn't be able to stop him. Having engaged with Moria for so long, this Navy officer was undoubtedly no mere underling. I never anticipated that there could be such a strong individual in the East Sea. The pirates of Moria's crew gaped, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground, eyes wide with disbelief, unable to fathom that the previously stealthy Navy officer possessed such robust direct combat capabilities. They had assumed that with their captain's strength, he would dominate this small region of the EC without encountering worthy adversaries. Yet, the scene before them shattered their expectations. A previously obscure Navy officer exhibited such prowess. Had the Navy grown so powerful in their neglect of the 4 seas? In stark contrast, the Navy soldiers stood in formation, attentively observing the duel. Expressions of astonishment marked their faces. They had never witnessed Colonel Green demonstrate such formidable direct combat skills, as he had relied primarily on assassination and ambush tactics. Now his prowess left them speechless. After the initial shock, excitement surged among the Navy ranks. The colonel was indeed incredibly strong. Moria and the Shadow Mage attacked simultaneously, 1 black and 1 white blade crashing down upon Green. He evaded the primary assault with Shave and deflected the Shadow Mage's blade, seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Finger gun. Raindrop. In an instant, Green's fingers vanished, replaced by countless shadowy phantoms that lunged toward the Shadow Mage with devastating force. The Shadow Mage's body erupted with numerous voids, swaying like waves under the assault. With a horizontal slash, Moria commanded the Shadow Mage to collapse into a pool of shadows, which quickly reformed into a black blade thrusting forward. Shadow cut. Green agilely executed a backflip to evade the incoming strike, countering with a powerful kick. Gale Kick. The vacuum slash shattered the shadowy blade. Moria jumped back, his immense form sending a shower of rock debris cascading into the air. Ha! It has been too long since I have enjoyed a fight like this. Navy, I forgot to ask your name. Do tell. With his long sword angled to the ground, Green maintained a serene expression and replied, I am Green, the commanding officer of the Loguetown Navy base, holding the rank of Colonel. As he spoke, he regarded Moria, who wielded his massive blade with an air of arrogance, still unscathed from Kaido's earlier assault. Exuding confidence and pride, Green felt a sense of satisfaction. If he could indeed recruit Moria in this state, his future strength would undoubtedly surpass what it would have been otherwise. Ha ha ha. Colonel Green, I never imagined the Navy could produce such a monstrous talent as you. Truly, the Navy lives up to its reputation, Moria declared, slamming his massive blade into the ground, causing cracks to form. He was astonished to find that his height and strength offered him no advantage against this diminutive Navy officer, who outmatched him in agility. He scrutinized Green's hand gripping the exceptionally sharp long sword. Its surface cloaked in a dark sheen, and remarked, Is this the power of armament Hawkeye? Indeed, it is formidable. Green remained non-committal, casting a faint glance at him. Moria, if you are weary, I can grant you a moment's respite. As he uttered these words, a hint of mockery flickered across his expression, inciting immediate fury in Moria. As a formidable pirate of the Grand Line, he had every intention of advancing to the New World immediately after the execution of the Pirate King. How could he possibly be hindered in the inferior seas of the East Blue? Moria's face contorted with rage. Do not presume that possessing Hawkeye grants you any advantage. I am Moria. With that, he swung his massive blade down upon Green. Multiple shadow strikes. The colossal sword descended, imbued with tremendous force, but Green swiftly evaded with a deft movement. Yet suddenly, his expression shifted. A black blade, identical to the sword, followed closely behind, slashing down. Boom! Boom! The strike produced two thunderous sounds. My multiple shadow strikes indeed possess a dual attack effect. Try not to be slain. Green at Moria's face gleamed with pride. Green reappeared from a distance, his expression slightly astonished. He had not anticipated Moria to wield such a technique, nearly falling victim to it. The two resumed their fierce combat, their disparate sizes clashing violently, the sharp sounds of metal colliding ringing out, accompanied by numerous slashes that left deep gashes in the ground. The pirates of Moria's crew and the Navy retreated, granting the two adversaries ample space. Green moved with remarkable agility, seamlessly transitioning between and moonwalk, occasionally combining them, as if unbound by the constraints of space, launching sudden and fierce assaults from every direction. His mastery of the Marine Six styles grew increasingly proficient. Even the less skilled iron block and paper drawing found themselves improving amidst the fray. Moria grew increasingly alarmed, sensing that the young Navy officer before him was visibly evolving at an astonishing pace. He had once considered himself evenly matched, yet now found himself gradually being overwhelmed. Apart from sheer strength, he felt he held no advantage, and his power merely maintained an equilibrium. With a resounding clash, their fists collided, one appearing colossal, akin to a giant's, while the other was considerably smaller, merely the size of a regular human hand, yet pitch black and covered in Busashoka Hawkeye. A powerful shockwave erupted from their fists, radiating outward as if a tempest had suddenly swept across the island, sweeping debris into the sea. After exchanging blows, the two quickly recoiled, raising their blades in unison, the resulting clash producing a piercing sound that compelled onlookers to cover their ears. A faint crack echoed, and Moria's expression shifted as he swiftly retreated to inspect his sword. He discovered a small nick, no larger than a grain of rice, had formed on the massive blade, accompanied by delicate fissures that were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Pausing his assault, Green, undeterred, appeared before Moria in an instant, his Santoria blade, Sandai Kitetsu, slicing through the air with unparalleled sharpness. The edge of Sandai Kitetsu surpassed that of many more esteemed blades, though few were aware of this fact. Coupled with Green's persistent mastery of Busashoku, its sharpness reached new heights. Moria's sword, while of commendable quality, was evidently inferior to Sandai Kitetsu, its lack of Hawkeye coverage indicating its limitations. Moria's heart ached. This blade had required immense effort to procure. Crafted from exceedingly rare materials, and he had cherished it dearly. He never anticipated it would sustain a nick today. Though pained, he had no time for reflection. He swung his sword to parry Green's incoming strike. Indiscriminate Saru, Green called out, his figure vanishing in an instant, only to reappear as multiple phantoms around Moria, akin to a sudden proliferation of greens. Yet this was impossible. There was but one Green, the others mere afterimages left by his swift movements. Tempest Foot, Space Lock, countless vacuum slashes surged from all directions, overwhelming Moria's surroundings and obscuring his immense form from view. Damn it, Shadow Warrior! Moria screeched darkly, instantly swapping places with a shadow clone outside the vacuum strike's perimeter. The shadow clone was swiftly shredded into fragments, deepening Moria's scowl. Killing gun. A low voice emanated from behind Moria, causing his body to stiffen momentarily, an overwhelming malevolence, potent enough to haunt the dreams of ordinary folk, radiated from behind him, chilling his very soul. Green crouched low, his left index finger enveloped in an impressive aura of malice. Though it lacked full cohesion, it exuded an alarming pressure that sent shivers down the spine. With a pointed gesture, the somewhat dispersed aura of malice swiftly found its trajectory, resembling an invisible beam of light that pierced through Moria. The malevolent energy erupted, scattering the pirates in its wake, leaving many sprawled on the ground, some even rolling their eyes back and foaming at the mouth. With a thud, Moria's eyes glazed over, his once arrogant demeanor frozen in place. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground with a resounding thump. The strike had the force of Conqueror's Hawkeye, yet only Green understood that the killing gun was merely a crude manipulation of his immense malice, controlled through sheer willpower, released violently, relying solely on the impact of the malice. Far inferior to the true essence of Conqueror's Hawkeye, observing the expressions of horror and dread on the remaining pirates, Green calmly gestured, "Medical team, tend to their wounds." Moria is of no concern. The effect of Green's killing gun was noteworthy, incapacitating even the resolute Moria and damaging his bodily functions, rendering him weak. While this would not spell doom for a being of Moria's innate resilience, it would suffice to necessitate a period of recuperation. The Navy's medical team approached the fallen pirates, beginning their treatment for those who lay convulsing on the ground, their conditions far more severe than Moria's. Neither their physical nor mental fortitude could compare to his. Without timely intervention, they risked succumbing to their afflictions, rendering Green's efforts futile. After ensuring the unconscious pirates were attended to, Moria, who lay motionless on the ground, finally stirred. He abruptly jolted awake, eyes snapping open. Upon spotting Green perched on a nearby rock, his eyes narrowed, and his massive frame leapt from the ground, hastily retrieving his great sword that a quick glance at his subordinates relieved him. Thankfully, they had not been captured by that despicable Navy officer. Or it would have been dire. So it seems I've lost. Moria expressed no trace of defeat. For him, the mere opportunity to combat a strong adversary was gratifying, especially as he had managed to protect himself and his crew. However, Navy, were it not for today's splendid weather, I would not have succumbed so easily. My ultimate form remains unutilized. Green lounged leisurely on the rock, fingers interlaced, and remarked calmly, "The shadow gathering technique, is it, indeed, a formidable skill?" Moria was taken aback. He had no idea where Green had acquired this knowledge. His ultimate technique was seldom employed, and not all his subordinates had even witnessed it. Yet before he could voice his inquiry, Green continued with words that darkened Moria's expression. "While you have yet to reach a point of excessive reliance on others, your insufficient mastery over your own abilities makes it perilous to control other shadows, as it may lead to a loss of control and chaos." Moria's face contorted in defiance. Though the technique bore significant limitations, those bereft of shadows could not be exposed to sunlight, lest they be reduced to ash. It remained a powerful skill. Were it not for the unsuitability of employing the shadow gathering here, he would have commandeered the shadows of his subordinates for combat long ago. Green then stated, "Moria, the time has come for you to make a decision. Does our agreement still stand?" Moria's expression froze. His somewhat rigid face stunned in place. He turned to look at his bewildered subordinates, then glanced at the Navy soldiers who remained on high alert, and finally settled his gaze on Green, who casually sat on a rock yet remained poised to strike at any moment. He burst into a hearty laugh. exclaiming, "Hee, who do you think you're underestimating? I am a man of the sea, my dear subordinates. I have lost. I shall honor my promise. My journey ends here. But you are different. Your adventure is far from over. Go forth, seek a captain stronger than I to lead you, and sail freely upon the ocean." He had made a decision, willingly accepting defeat, but he could not tether his crew to his fate. They still had the opportunity to navigate the seas. However, to his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, a wave of anger surged among the pirates. "Captain Moria, what nonsense are you spouting?" Another exclaimed. "Indeed, you are our captain. When have we pirates ever adhered to agreements? Let us set sail together." Cried another. "Captain, we cannot continue without you." My dear crew, though I am a pirate, I am also a man of considerable renown upon the seas. How could I betray my word?" Moria chuckled as he sat on the ground. Unmoved by their pleas, Green nodded to himself. While these pirates were indeed fearsome, their spirit was remarkable, likely a reason why pirates had a higher chance of awakening the conqueror's Hawkeye that a group of Moria's pirates looked anxious. Yet, with their captain resolute, they found themselves helpless. One pirate gritted his teeth and stomped his foot, declaring, "I've made up my mind. I will continue to follow the captain, regardless of whether it's the Navy or other pirates. As long as I can stay by the captain's side, that's all that matters." Others paused for a moment, then began to echo, "That's right, I too wish to follow the captain. Only someone like Captain Moria is worthy of our loyalty." More and more pirates voiced their willingness to stay with Moria, though some wore expressions of hesitation. They were accustomed to the freedom of piracy and were reluctant to be bound by naval rules. Green smiled, realizing that while Moria might have his flaws, he was profoundly respected and cherished by his crew, a fascinating sight indeed. Moria, deeply moved, grinned widely. Since you all are unwilling to part, then let us all remain together." Then he seemed to recall something and turned to a few hesitant pirates. "Hey, you lot, this pirate ship is yours now. Share the treasures among yourselves, and go forth to continue my journey." He showed no hint of betrayal, merely making thoughtful arrangements. Several pirates who decided to leave were filled with guilt. They knelt on the ground and cried, "Captain Moria, we shall never forget your kindness. May our paths cross again." With that, they swiftly boarded their ship, taking only their share of the treasures to the shore, bidding a tearful farewell. Now that's a true man's farewell." Moria laughed heartily. Green scoffed, rolling his eyes at the theatrics. Then he spoke softly. "The Navy and pirates are inherently opposing factions. I hope you do not encounter your former subordinates in the vast sea." Moria's body stiffened momentarily before returning to normal. How cruel." "Colonel Green." Moria turned to Green, throwing up his hands. "So, now, I am your subordinate. But how do I transition from being a pirate to a Navy man?" His face bore a teasing expression, for how could a notorious pirate like him expect the Navy to accept him? Green calmly produced a den mushy and dialed it directly. Click. "This is Sengoku." Moria, who had just risen, froze again, his legs giving way as he sat back down. Green cast him a sidelong glance, and Moria offered an awkward smile, inwardly cursing, "What the hell is your identity? You can casually contact a naval giant like Sengoku." Fear gripped him. Being unafraid of death was one thing, but Sengoku's reputation was no laughing matter. A man who could rival the great pirate Whitebeard in the New World was undeniably powerful. "Sengoku, this is Green. I have something to report." Green turned to Moria, who was now sweating and looking sheepish. He continued with a straight face, "I wish to recruit the pirate Moria under my command. I wonder if that is permissible." "Sengoku, you just said he is a pirate, and you're asking me if it's permissible? What's the situation?" As a renowned pirate of the seas, Moria, though still young, had already become a thorn in the Navy's side. "Are you certain you wish to bring him under your command?" Sengoku was well aware that as long as someone was a pirate, he had some information about them. Moria hadn't been at sea long, but the advantages of the shadow fruit and his race had propelled him to prominence swiftly. In the first half of the Grand Line, it was nearly impossible to find pirates capable of suppressing him. How could someone like him willingly join the Navy against his will? Green paused, then extended the den mushy towards Moria. "Sengoku wants to know if you're sincere about joining the Navy." Moria immediately stood at attention, respectfully addressing the den mushy. "Good day. Admiral Sengoku. I assure you, I speak the truth. Startled by Green's action, he quickly adopted a submissive demeanor, as if in the presence of a stern elder. Sengoku on the other end was also taken aback, surprised that Green was indeed serious about recruiting Moria. However, a thought crossed his mind. Regardless of Moria's previous identity, as long as he became a Navy man now, it would suffice. The Navy was currently in need of personnel. Moria's strength was not to be underestimated. This could be a fortuitous development. Well, Moria, since you have recognized the perils of piracy, it is not too late to embrace justice. Sengoku's authoritative voice resonated. You will temporarily serve under Colonel Green, but your rank will start from the bottom. Moria nodded vigorously, casting a guilty glance at Green, desperately signaling, "Hey, hurry up and take it away." "I do not wish to converse with Sengoku," Green scoffed, casting him a disdainful look. It was surprising that a pirate bold enough to confront Kaido would fear Sengoku. Had they crossed paths before? After retrieving the Den Mushi, Green continued, "Admiral Sengoku, I believe that integrating relatively docile pirates and bounty hunters into the Navy is a viable strategy. Should we not promote this initiative across various regions?" Sengoku was silent for a moment before replying. "What you propose has been considered in the past, but pirates are often ruthless and malevolent individuals. They seldom wish to join the Navy, and even when they do, their intentions are usually unstable." "Very well. I shall proceed with Moria's enlistment arrangements." After concluding the call with Sengoku, Green turned to Moria, who was eyeing him eagerly. "From now on, you are my subordinate. However, starting from the very bottom seems a bit unjust. Considering the current demand for personnel, you shall initially serve as my aide, with time and achievements. Promotions to the rank of lieutenant or captain are not out of reach." Moria discreetly pouted. He had no desire to become a captain or lieutenant. He had been perfectly content as a pirate until he encountered this rascal. And now he had become a Navy man. Should this news spread, his reputation would be tarnished. Resigned, he trailed behind Green, having fully accepted his fate. After all, as a man, he had to honor his commitments, and the trust his crew placed in him compelled him to uphold their bonds. Green strode toward the warship, a sly smile creeping onto his face as he turned away from Moria. "Board, tend to the injured and return to consolidate enlistment information." "Yes," came the resounding reply from both the Navy and the former Moria pirate crew as they all boarded the warship. Naturally, the treasures from Moria's ship were also transferred onto the vessel. Green instructed Moria to distribute the wealth before he officially became a Navy man, lest it be considered spoils of war once they returned to base logistics. The journey back on the warship was anything but tranquil. A pirate crew that had just plundered a merchant ship attempted to sneak past, only to be caught red-handed by Green and as the battle was about to commence. The pirates were taken aback. Wait, are they Navy or pirates? Why are there pirates dressed as pirates? Could it be that a naval warship has been seized by pirates? Captain, come quickly. A warship with both Navy and pirates aboard is advancing towards us." The captain of the pirate crew strode to the bow, disdainfully glancing in the direction pointed out by a subordinate, and then his body trembled, followed by another shudder. "Quick, turn the helm, for heaven's sake. Turn the helm now." The captain nearly burst into tears. He had been exceedingly cautious, yet still fell prey to the ruthless navy of Loguetown. He had long heard tales of a formidable naval colonel arriving in Loguetown, where pirates seldom met with fortune. After much inquiry, he had surmised that today the adversary would likely remain ashore. Yet here they were to make matters worse. He had spotted a towering figure aboard that pirate ship. That distinctive visage could only belong to the infamous Moria, who roamed the first half of the Grand Line. What could the great pirate Moria be doing on a Navy vessel? Had they seized a naval ship? "What is it, Captain? What did you see?" The pirates, too, began to tremble. What sort of individual could instill such fear in their captain? The pirate captain slapped him sharply and bellowed, "Turn the helm now. I do not wish to die. On that ship, alongside the detestable naval demon colonel, lurks a ruthless pirate, Moria. That warship has likely been commandeered by Moria's crew, and if we do not flee, we shall face dire consequences." Before Green could respond, the Navy soldiers familiar with his temperament had already pushed the ship to its maximum speed, the vessel darting through the waves like an arrow in flight, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing pirate ship. "Huh, Moria, I dare say you need not feel disheartened. Rather than living the perilous life of a pirate, you might consider striving within the Navy. The Navy boasts a rigorous promotion system and a structured training regimen. You are surely acquainted with the 6 forms of the Navy, a unique and formidable combat technique that you not wish to learn. Furthermore, there are the armament and observation hockey. Without guidance, your chances of mastering them as a pirate are slim. Observing the despondent Moria, who had his head drooped in dismay, Green jested with a smile. Moria shot him a disgruntled glance, then rose, his face ablaze with fury as he brandished his great sword. My minions. That pirate crew ahead is an eyesore. Let us go and eradicate them. He then turned to Green. This does not contravene the Navy's principles, does it? Green calmly shook his head. You may slay them all if you wish. I assure you, I shall not leave many alive either. The surrounding Navy soldiers nodded in agreement, casting expressions that conveyed, you are truly fortunate, towards the pirates of the former Moria crew. These fellows had yet to comprehend the situation when Moria's countenance darkened, and he transformed into a swarm of black bats. Soaring into the sky, he realized that had it not been for that detestable Green attempting to recruit him, he would have likely retained most of his subordinates. The swarm of black bats flew over the pirate crew, observing the chaos below aboard the pirate ship. Suddenly, Moria's colossal form materialized. Pirates, meet your demise. Shadow slash, a massive black slash descended from the heavens, crashing down with a resounding boom, cleaving the medium-sized pirate vessel in twain. That Moria's bounty of 200 million was not awarded without reason. His prowess rendered battling the pirates of the seas a mere game. Had he not encountered the misfortune of crossing paths with Green, he would have likely continued along his original timeline, delivering parcels for Kaido, thus squandering a future talent of immense potential. How swiftly he assumes his role. Green chuckled lightly. The Navy commenced firing upon the severed remnants of the pirate ship, while Moria's gunners dutifully joined the fray, exponentially increasing their efficiency. Countless cannonballs thundered down upon the pirate ship, shattering it to pieces. That Moria's massive form nimbly navigated the debris of the pirate vessel, transforming into a swarm of bats whenever he found no leverage to exploit. His great blade cleaved mercilessly, resulting in the demise of the pirate captain and several officers, while those attempting to flee into the sea were obliterated by cannon fire, leaving but a few fortunate souls alive aboard the shattered ship. The warship soon ceased its bombardment and slowly approached the sunken wreck, first rescuing the surviving pirates before beginning to salvage the spoils from the submerged vessel. Moria trudged aboard the warship, for it was indeed a challenge for any vessel to bear his considerable weight. Colonel Green, I am aware of a colossal warship in the West Sea. I wish to procure it as my flagship. After releasing his pent-up frustration in battle, Moria began to accept reality, for as Green had indicated, serving in the Navy was not without merit. To the very least, it allowed for systematic improvement of one's abilities. Unlike the solitary existence of a pirate, a colossal warship, Green mused, stroking his chin, sensing that Moria was already contemplating the acquisition of the formidable 3-masted ship. However, he was unsure whether the vessel was known by that name at present or if Moria would later choose to rename it. Indeed, a grand warship constructed from islands, requiring only minor modifications for use. Moria's face radiated with anticipation. Green chuckled casually. Once the matters in the EC are settled, I shall afford you the time to retrieve it. And I can also arrange for a Navy shipwright to assist in the modifications. I thank you, Colonel. Moria threw his head back, laughing heartily. That moment, a soldier responsible for salvaging the wreck hurried over, standing at attention and saluting. Report, Colonel. We have discovered a large cache of munitions aboard the sunken vessel, all marked with the Joker insignia. Doflamingo's business? Inquire the captives whether these arms belong to them or if they were stolen from another. Yes, sir, Moria questioned, puzzled. Joker is Doflamingo. How did you know, Colonel? In this era, the infamous Joker had emerged in the first half of the Grand Line in the Four Seas, a veritable underground emperor specializing in arms dealing. Countless individuals yearned to uncover his identity, yet found themselves utterly powerless. He never imagined that the very captain he had just acknowledged seemed to possess an abundance of knowledge. Green scoffed dismissively. Indeed. That scoundrel Doflamingo, a man of tremendous ambition. Moria nodded. His interactions with Doflamingo were few, and he paid little heed to the man's secrets. The munitions from the sunken ship were swiftly recovered, and the warship began its return journey. Upon Green's arrival at the base with a mixed crew of Navy and pirates, Terry, having received news in advance, stood ready with a large contingent of Navy soldiers. He was uncertain whether his superior had been captured. Although it was likely that the commander had taken others hostage, he had nonetheless made the most prudent arrangements. Green waved his hand, signaling for everyone to relax. Fear not. Everyone disperse. These are new recruits for the base. Promptly register them. Beginning with the lowest ranks, he then pointed towards Moria, whose distinctive height and appearance were unmistakable. This one as well. He shall initially serve as my aide-de-camp, with a temporary rank of second lieutenant. Though the official orders from naval headquarters had yet to arrive, a mere young pirate was hardly a threat. He was not an emperor of the New World. A single word from Admiral Sengoku was sufficient, and, as the highest authority at the base, Green had the right to appoint as second lieutenant. Terry felt his sanity slipping. The colonel had merely stepped out for a moment. Yet he returned with a renowned pirate and a host of ordinary pirates, claiming that he wished to join the Navy. Is it truly that simple to enlist in the Navy? What? Sengoku has consented. Very well, then. Terry, incredulous, led Moria and the others to register, unable to fathom that someone of Moria's stature could be so easily swayed by the colonel. Soon, he began to smile. Moria's formidable strength would undoubtedly elevate the Navy of Loguetown to new heights, ensuring that Colonel Green would no longer be the sole pillar of power. According to the Navy soldiers who accompanied them, he was a formidable adversary capable of engaging Green for an extended period. The Navy base in Loguetown was not small. It had initially been constructed to the specifications of a strategic military stronghold, despite having fallen into disrepair due to a lack of recognition. It has gradually begun to reveal its true nature. The elite Navy from the naval headquarters has taken control of Loguetown, with a garrison of no fewer than 200 stationed at the port at all times. Ordinary pirate crews are met with cannon fire before they can even approach, and those who manage to dock find themselves swiftly eliminated by a terrifying 6-meter-tall Navy soldier clad in the newly designed naval uniform. Moria has been assigned to the port by Green, tasked daily with eradicating pirates, a responsibility he undertakes with enthusiasm. For Moria, encountering new challenges each day is quite satisfying, even if the pirates of the East Blue are as feeble as chickens. However, he has also heard whispers that formidable figures for the Grand Line are secretly making their way to Loguetown, eager to witness the legendary Pirate King's demise firsthand. As for the former members of Moria's pirate crew, they now don uniforms of naval training attire, being rigorously drilled by Terry. Each day's physical training exhausts them entirely, followed by ideological education that recounts the crimes committed by pirates and the dire aftermath of their rampages in their homelands, ultimately instilling in them the principles they must uphold as members of the Navy. Aside from the ideological education, which was proposed by Green, the rest adheres to the basic training protocol of the Navy, and the participating pirates transform daily, increasingly resembling true Navy personnel. Reporting to the colonel, Moria has engaged in a skirmish at the port with an unidentified individual, and a clear victor has yet to emerge. A Navy soldier hurriedly reports. Green looks on with interest. Oh, someone capable of battling Moria to a standstill. Could it be a pirate? It is not a pirate, but a man with eagle-like eyes, wielding a sword of striking prowess, a black-handled blade resembling a cross. Green's eyes brighten. Could this be Hawkeye? At this moment, he is not yet a pirate. Indeed, if he were, his strength would have warranted a bounty long ago. Making him recognizable to the soldiers, Green abruptly pushes his chair back, grasps the Sandai Kitetsu from the table, and hastily strides towards the door. I'll go see for myself. No need for anyone to accompany me. Without looking back, he heads straight for the port, the sounds of clashing steel and Moria's distinctive laughter reaching his ears from afar. Hey, Hawkeye, I never expected a man like you to show up. Are you here to witness the Pirate King's final moments? A voice, rich with magnetism, follows closely, impatiently interjecting. Moria, if you persist, I won't hold back. Green's heart stirs. This must indeed be Hawkeye. Compared to his later self, Hawkeye now lacks that overwhelming aura of invincibility. Otherwise, he would have long since dispatched Moria with a flurry of strikes as powerful as any ultimate technique in the blink of an eye. Green appears atop the roof of the Navy outpost at the port, quietly observing the two combatants. Moria towers over Hawkeye, yet his strikes carry far less force. Although Hawkeye has not yet reached the level where a basic attack feels like a devastating move. He is already showcasing the talent and strength of a future world-renowned swordsman. Green discerns that Moria is likely not truly Hawkeye's match. It seems Hawkeye is somewhat wary of the Navy. Thus, to ensure he can witness Roger's execution, he must restrain some of his power. With a swift motion, Green appears just a short distance from the two, calling out, "Cease your fighting," upon hearing Green's voice. Moria delivers a few more ineffective strikes before halting. Hawkeye, startled, realizes someone has approached him so closely without his notice, but he swiftly deflects Moria's attack and retreats, casting a wary glance in the direction of the voice. With eyes as sharp and deep as an eagle's, Green nods to himself. Indeed, just as the legends described. Hawkeye Dracul Myhawk, what brings you to Loguetown? Green inquires calmly. Hawkeye is taken aback yet again. Is the Navy's intelligence truly this formidable? He has barely revealed his strength upon the seas. How could they know of him? How do you know who I am? He questions, bewildered. Green smiles slightly. We in the Navy are generally well informed about matters at sea, particularly regarding promising newcomers. Hawkeye slowly nods, sheathing his black blade, Uru, at his back, and states steadily, I heard that Roger is to be publicly executed in Loguetown, and I came to witness it. Green remains silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement before turning to Moria. Hawkeye is presumably not a pirate yet. What prompted you to engage him? Moria, brandishing his massive sword, grins widely. Does one need a reason to challenge a strong opponent? I've long wished to face a guy like Hawkeye in battle. Green realizes with surprise that Moria harbors such a fervent desire for combat. Well then, upon our return to headquarters, I shall arrange for you to face several opponents who will surely satisfy your thirst for battle. As he speaks, Green reveals a peculiar smile. What do you think? Akainu, does Akiji or Kizuru have any thoughts? Garp and Zephyr would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to mentor a newcomer. I imagine Sengoku is somewhat busy, but he could likely spare a moment. Moria shivers inexplicably, sensing an undercurrent of ill intent in Green's smile. So, Hawkeye, would you care to join the Navy? Green suddenly turns to Hawkeye, smiling as he asks. The other Navy soldiers look on helplessly. Here comes Colonel Green again. Would someone like him truly join the Navy? He seems like the type who prefers to operate alone and would hardly join any faction, as that would only serve to bind him. Moria, however, is eager for the prospect, wishing for Green to deliver a resounding defeat to Hawkeye, thus persuading him to join the Navy and guard the port alongside him. It is clear that Hawkeye differs from Moria. He possesses few weaknesses, and Green has no means to compel him to join. I apologize, but I will not be joining the Navy. Hawkeye firmly declines, his resolve unwavering. Green can only shake his head in disappointment, saying, Is that so? Then so be it. Moria's eyes gleam with excitement as he eagerly exclaims, Colonel Green, this guy Hawkeye dares to defy your will. Let us team up and take him down. Hawkeye's demeanor shifts to one of seriousness, his posture tense as he sizes up the group. Green, utterly exasperated, thinks to himself, defy my will? What will? This man isn't even a pirate. Why would I attack a free individual? Get lost. You're a Navy soldier now, not a pirate. Cast aside those brigandish thoughts at once. Green shoots Moria a fierce glare before turning and walking back toward the base. Hawkeye glances at Moria, who appears foolish before departing on his own. Moria casts a sidelong glance at Green's retreating figure, muttering under his breath, Humph. Who among us harbors brigandish thoughts? Who do you think is responsible for my giving up such a promising career as a pirate? After leaving the dock, Hawkeye heads directly to the town, taking up residence in a hotel near a square, specifically requesting a room with a view of the execution platform. Though somewhat distant, he considers it inconsequential. The dock grows quiet again, with various pirates disguised as merchants or travelers infiltrating the island. Some are promptly apprehended, yet many others manage to blend in. Green pays little heed to this, as the immediate priority is Roger's public execution. These minor nuisances are of no concern. What occupies his thoughts is the sight of a boy wearing a straw hat identical to Roger S., accompanied by a boy with a red nose, both of whom land on the island without drawing any attention. Only Green, during his patrol, notices them, taking a moment to observe, nearly being spotted by Shanks. Grow well, Shanks, Green muses, his gaze deep, as if peering through the vast expanse of time. Envisioning a momentous scene upon the tumultuous seas of the future, the time for Roger's execution draws closer. Not only do infamous hidden pirates arrive, but formidable figures from the naval headquarters also begin to appear. With just 5 days remaining until Roger's public execution, Green unexpectedly encounters someone in his office, someone he had met just 6 months prior to Admiral Sakazuki. When did you arrive? Seated in Green's office chair, puffing on a cigar, is none other than Akainu, just returned from the New World. Akainu casually removes the cigar from his mouth, his expression unchanged, still bearing that familiar air of indifference. I hear you've been doing quite well in Loguetown. Green replies calmly, I've merely been fulfilling my duties. Akainu nodded slightly, then suddenly furrowed his brow and inquired, I have heard that you've taken a pirate as your subordinate. A pirate is a pirate. They are all despicable scoundrels who could never bear the banner of justice. Green felt somewhat helpless. Admiral Sakazuki, although Moria was once a pirate, he has made a firm decision to join the Navy. Recently, he has been specifically apprehending pirates in the port and has accomplished quite a bit. I believe we should give him a chance. This is also an opportunity to strengthen our Navy. Akainu remained unconvinced, believing that a pirate could never become a member of the Navy. However, since Green was not yet his subordinate, he refrained from excessive interference. You may proceed as you see fit. Nevertheless, you performed admirably in your encounters with pirates. All pirates deserve death, and we must show no mercy. Green nodded lightly. He had long been aware of Akainu's extreme views. However, this also indicated a certain purity of thought, which had both advantages and disadvantages that were difficult to delineate. After Akainu finished speaking, he stood up and left, intending to stroll through Loguetown and eliminate any potential destabilizing factors that could disrupt the public execution. Once he departed, Green finally exhaled, as Akainu's presence felt akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, with a searing and violent energy that left even him feeling a bit unsettled. Admiral Akainu undoubtedly possessed the strength of a general, but since Admiral Sengoku had yet to be promoted to Fleet Admiral, there was currently no position available for him. Meanwhile, Loguetown was in disarray, as some pirates who had managed to infiltrate the island through various means fled in panic, with those recognized by Akainu reduced to nothing more than volcanic ash. Damn it! Why is that mad dog Akainu here? Isn't he supposed to be in the New World? Quick, let's flee. If he catches us, we won't have enough lives to spare. The pirates, both overtly and covertly, were filled with trepidation, fearful of attracting Akainu's attention, and promptly fell silent, their usual arrogance completely absent. Green found it somewhat amusing. Those pirates who had managed to reach the island were skilled in their own right, yet they were thoroughly intimidated by Akainu. However, it was also true that the notorious pirates of a New World had not arrived. Instead, only the younger generation was present. Even if many of them possessed remarkable talent, they were still far from being able to compete with the naval monster. Akainu in the following days, Green enjoyed a period of complete leisure, spending his days mingling with Moria, intercepting pirates attempting to sneak onto the island. Each night, Green would enhance his body using his refining soul ability. Although these were merely the souls of ordinary pirates, their sheer number contributed significantly to his enhancement, while also eliminating the lengthy digestion time. With 3 days remaining until the execution, the Navy's advanced fleet had already arrived, escorting the pirate King Roger, personally accompanied by Sengoku, who was on his way to the base. Green adopted an increasingly low profile. By the time Akainu arrived, the affairs of Loguetown had already been taken over, and they seemed to have forgotten about Green's existence entirely. The port. Moria was wiping his eyes while staring at Green as if he had seen a ghost. In his perception, there seemed to be no one present, and unless he concentrated all his attention, he could hardly focus on Green. This is utterly bizarre. He leaned closer to Green, lowering his head and staring intently. Green shot him an annoyed glance. What do you want? Keep your distance. I have no interest in men. Moria was sweating profusely, his expression bordering on collapse. Why do I always overlook your presence? If I don't concentrate all my focus, I simply cannot perceive you. Moreover, he noticed that Green's lips seemed to move, and while he did hear him speak, he could not recall what was said. Damn it, I can barely remember your name now. Moria felt on the verge of tears. The presence before him was so eerie that it felt as though he were about to vanish from this world. Green smirked. Of course, a country bumpkin like him wouldn't understand the unreasonable nature of the stone hat, which was, in a sense, a rule-based weapon. Moria circled around Green, his eyes glued to him, fearful that if he blinked, Green would disappear, and as Green's body continued to strengthen, the interference ability from the stone hat grew more potent, affecting even Moria, who was not considered weak on the high seas. Outside the port, the sounds of Navy soldiers clashing with discovered pirates echoed, and as Moria's attention wavered, he suddenly felt disoriented, only to return to his senses. Frozen in place. What was I just doing? I seemed to be searching for someone, he mused, clutching his head in terror. Who was I looking for? Why can't I remember? He glanced around the spacious room, a chill creeping from his heart. This was truly uncanny. He could ascertain what he had been doing moments ago, yet he could not recall any information related to the person he sought, leaving him in a state of dread. Had he encountered one of the legendary bizarre phenomena of the sea? As Moria sank into profound self-doubt, Loguetown had undergone a complete transformation since Akainu's arrival. He had been deploying the constantly arriving soldiers of the Navy headquarters to prepare for the public execution. Loguetown now resembled a fortified bastion, tightly enclosing the square where the execution platform was located. Aside from the front of the execution platform, access was entirely cut off from the other three sides. Even the skies were monitored by countless cannons and firearms, with every passing bird scrutinized by more than one gaze. Green silently counted the familiar figures on the island, nodding to himself. Most of those who should have arrived are here. The rest are either unknown or unrecognized individuals, in the days following Moria and Mihawk's arrival. Shanks and Buggy had come together, followed by the slick-haired Crocodile, and even the elusive Doflamingo had a clandestine meeting with Green, discussing topics that left even the latter astounded. The most low-profile of all was Dracula Mihawk. Despite Green's various inquiries, he had obtained no information regarding Mihawk from the Navy, yet he could still recognize his distinctive face. Moreover, Mihawk had inadvertently noticed Green observing him from a distance, startling Green and causing him to speculate that Mihawk's strength was certainly on par with that of Akainu and the others. Finally, with just one day remaining until the public execution, a massive fleet of Navy ships appeared in the waters of Loguetown, consisting of 10 warships. 10 warships. This was already a configuration capable of launching a demon-slaying decree. Admiral Sengoku personally escorted Roger into the Loguetown base, where he was temporarily imprisoned in the base's jail, in the uppermost level of the base. In what was originally Green's office, Sengoku sat in the main seat, facing Akainu, who was puffing on a cigar. "Where is that kid, Green?" Sengoku asked, glancing at the latest intelligence concerning Loguetown. Akainu's action of exhaling smoke suddenly halted, and then veins bulged on his forehead. His expression darkening further, Sengoku, taken aback, looked up in astonishment, locking eyes with Akainu. Both of their expressions soured. In the recent days, they had unconsciously forgotten about Green. If Sengoku had not just seen Green's name on the intelligence report, he too would have continued to overlook him. Akainu took a deep drag from his cigar and then exhaled vehemently. "It's almost certain that this is the doing of Green. Though I have no idea how that kid managed it, it is undoubtedly him." Sengoku nodded at that moment. Neither of them noticed, or rather, they had consistently overlooked, that there was indeed another person seated in a chair on the opposite side. Green was sweating profusely. The expressions on these two were decidedly off, but he thought it best to make a hasty exit. With that in mind, Green cautiously stood up and began to stealthily move towards the door. However, the more careful he became, the more mistakes he made. In a moment of nervousness, his leg knocked against a nearby coat rack, producing a sharp sound. The room fell into an immediate silence. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Green quickly bolted. As fate would have it, he collided with something. Green thought, "Wait, this dark red suit looks somewhat familiar." He looked up to see Akainu, clad in a deep red suit with a flower pin to his chest. Standing before him, his towering figure emanating a heart-stopping energy. Simultaneously, a pair of authoritative eyes turned toward him from behind. Green grinned nervously. Admiral Sakazuki, I just remembered I have an urgent matter to attend to. So I will take my leave." As he spoke, he was about to turn toward the canoe, only to notice the veins bulging on Akanu's forehead, with his fists cracking ominously. Green contemplated for a moment, realizing that escaping from this fellow before him seemed implausible, and thus he immediately wilted. "Green, you might as well come over and honestly explain the nature of your peculiar ability. Otherwise, if Sakazuki decides to thrash you, I shall feign ignorance," Sengoku remarked earnestly, adjusting his glasses and taking a sip from his teacup. Green obediently returned to the chair he had occupied earlier, facing the piercing gazes of the two formidable figures, and could only explain. "Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Sakazuki, I did not intend to employ this ability against you. It is merely that this power is rather peculiar. I have yet to fully comprehend its workings myself and cannot control it. Thus it indiscriminately affects everyone." Akainu furrowed his brow impatiently. "Get to the point." "Very well," Green continued. "My ability allows individuals to unknowingly disregard my presence. The weaker one's strength, the greater the effect they experience. Some may even fail to recognize me, despite looking directly at me. As for how this ability manifested, I am at a loss. I only know that I began to grasp it gradually from the time I can remember." Sengoku and Akainu exchanged glances, for the Navy had already conducted a thorough investigation into Green's background. They were even aware of the years he had spent living in the forest with House. However, that was the extent of their findings. They discovered that Green appeared as if out of nowhere, leaving no trace of his existence. The intelligence indicated that you suddenly emerged in the West Sea 6 or 7 years ago. With a complete void of information prior to that period, we investigated the vessels that traversed that route during that time frame, yet found no trace of you, Sengoku stated seriously, speculating about the origins of Green's unique ability. "It is possible that your lineage is somewhat extraordinary, akin to the giants, dwarves, fishmen, and other special races, all of whom possess distinct attributes." Akainu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, there is a possibility. Hybrids between ancient races and humans may indeed manifest extraordinary abilities. Though it is rare, it is not without precedent." Having said that, both men regarded Green with a hint of admiration. With such a remarkable ability and his unique assassination techniques, Green's prowess in combat would undoubtedly be formidable. "Very well, refrain from using this ability in everyday situations. Save it for missions," Sengoku said, gazing at Green with a hint of concern. "Otherwise, if even your comrades cannot see you, or worse, forget your very existence, it could lead to perilous outcomes." That Sengoku's admonition prompted Green to nod in understanding, silently retracting his ability. Meanwhile, Akainu fell into contemplation. With Green well-versed in assassination techniques and endowed with such a potent innate talent, he would surely provide those wretched pirates with a surprise when they ventured into the new world together. With this thought, Akainu's eyes sparkled. With diligent training, Green's strength would soon ascend. Perhaps even an assassination of Whitebeard would not be out of the question. "Green, how about you come aboard my ship once the execution concludes?" Akainu exhaled a plume of smoke, extending the invitation once more. Green remained silent, casting a glance at Sengoku. His future course was ultimately dictated by this esteemed figure, with his own desires serving merely as a reference. Sengoku savored his tea before leisurely stating, "Following Roger's execution, Green has tasks to fulfill. After completing this mission, he may choose to join Akainu in the New World." Green shrugged, already anticipating Sengoku's arrangements. Akainu said nothing in response. Sengoku's decisions were typically well considered, making it difficult for others to sway them. However, Sengoku's intent was clear. As long as Green was willing, he could join Akainu's crew. "Then I shall seek out Vice Admiral Sakazuki once the mission is complete. I have long wished to witness the New World," Green declared with a smile, after exchanging a few more words with the two formidable figures. Green took his leave at the port. Moria sat cross-legged on the dock, his gaze sweeping across the sea with a mix of suspicion and uncertainty. In that fleeting moment, he recalled many things, including memories he had long forgotten. such as his commander, Green. Green approached and found a place to sit beside him. Noticing Moria's sullen expression, he chuckled. Indeed, that is my ability, though I cannot yet control it freely. Thus, when activated, it indiscriminately affects everyone, causing them to overlook my presence. Moria smacked his lips. I sensed something amiss when I first encountered you at sea. It turns out this was your ability. Report, Colonel. 2 pirate ships have been sighted on the sea, belonging to bounty groups of 50 million and 65 million respectively. A messenger suddenly rushed over, exclaiming loudly. Green slowly rose, brushing dust from his attire, and suggested, "One for each of us. Let us see who can finish them off quicker. Shall we?" You best be quick then. I have the advantage," Moria declared, transforming into a swarm of bats and darting towards one of the pirate ships. Green smiled faintly, his form flickering before vanishing entirely, leaving behind a series of circular shockwaves in the sky. The 2 pirate ships were not far apart, having just clashed on the open sea. Although both sides had incurred damage, neither could claim victory over the other. At that moment, a horde of bats swooped in, accompanied by a figure darting through the air like a dark streak, instilling dread in all who beheld them. "Prepare for battle. It's the enemy. Everyone be cautious. Fire the cannons quickly. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Allow me to teach them a lesson. Fools. Those bats are clearly the work of a devil fruit user, and the other possesses considerable strength. We must not let our guard down." The bats coalesced above one of the pirate ships, forming Moria's silhouette as he laughed maniacally, swinging his sword downward. Perish, shadow cut. A massive arc of black energy cleaved through the air, slashing through the deck as if it were tangible, bisecting the entire medium-sized sailing ship. Shadow spear. But that was not the end. A colossal spear formed from shadows descended from the sky with a thunderous crash. Moria's imposing figure followed closely, cackling ominously as he plunged into the midst of the pirates. Meanwhile, as Moria struck, Green too did not hesitate to take action. The pirates had gathered on the deck, and just as Green's figure was within a certain distance from the pirate ship, he suddenly vanished. Remaining undetected despite the frantic searching of the pirates, it wasn't until one pirate was startled awake by a sound from behind that he turned, horrified to find the deck strewn with the corpses of his comrades. Those nearest to the back were swiftly decapitated, the crimson blood emitting a chilling hiss. "Kill him! Avengers for our fallen brethren, brothers, charge!" The pirates rushed towards Green in fury, eager to turn him into mincemeat. With a calm expression, Green took a slight step back and instantly vanished into the shadows of the ship's cabin. A scream echoed from another direction as one pirate was pierced through the heart, while the pirate beside him was cleaved in 2 by a vacuum slash, letting out a chilling wail. Green moved like a phantom, appearing erratically in various directions, systematically dispatching pirate after pirate. He had seamlessly integrated the 6 forms of the Navy into each of his moves, his every gesture combining the gale foot and finger pistol techniques with the razor-sharp strikes of the Sandai Kitetsu. The pirates fell like wheat, one after another, in stark contrast to the thunderous performance of Moria. Green's actions were utterly silent. Aside from the anguished cries and screams of the pirates as they met their demise, there was not a single sound, nor any visible damage to the pirate ship itself. Soon, an eerie silence enveloped the ship. It was evident that Moria had taken notice of Green's actions, and his attacks grew increasingly relentless, swiftly reducing the entire pirate vessel to a mere wreck. The crew suffered heavy casualties, yet a portion still clung to the remnants of the ship, adrift in the sea. Moria, feeling helpless, gestured for the naval forces on shore to come over and apprehend all surviving pirates. As a person with abilities, he felt somewhat hesitant towards the fallen pirates. Moreover, the extensive damage he had inflicted left him with no stable ground to land on, compelling him to transform into a bat once more and fly back to the shore. Meanwhile, naval forces approached the other pirate ship, towing it to the harbor. Moria, his face a mask of discontent, walked over only to be met with the sight of the deck strewn with pirate corpses and blood gushing down from the deck. The glaring red and the pungent scent of blood startled even Moria, who was accustomed to carnage, as he truly witnessed Green's brutal methods. Fortunately, he had refrained from turning on his own subordinates. Otherwise, the thought of such a possibility sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to shake his head and depart. The dock soon buzzed with activity as the naval soldiers skillfully began to clear the deck, disposing of the bodies and cleaning up the blood. They then lowered the pirate flag and unloaded the ship's supplies, steering the vessel toward a makeshift dock awaiting refurbishment. Originally, there had been no dock, but as the number of captured pirate ships increased, Terry had repurposed a dilapidated dock previously used for smuggling for temporary U.S. BY now. More than 10 various pirate ships were moored in the dock. Although the pirate flags had been removed, traces of the pirates remained. These ships would undergo minor renovations, receiving the naval colors of the Marine fleet. After repairing the severed masts and such, they would become the naval vessels of the Loguetown Marine Base, thus ensuring a form of resourcefulness that in the highest office of the Loguetown Marine Base. Sengoku sat at the main seat, flanked by a kainu and several vice admirals from the headquarters. Gentlemen, tomorrow marks the public execution of the Pirate King. Roger, we must remain vigilant. Members of Roger's crew may be lurking, and we cannot afford to relax for a moment, Sengoku declared, casting a glance at Akainu. Have you spotted any members of the Roger pirates on the island? Akainu slowly shook his head. None so far, but we cannot dismiss the possibility of their concealment. The two then turned their attention to Green, who sat quietly, now devoid of the previously unsettling aura that had surrounded him. Green pondered briefly before shaking his head. I have not seen any formal members of the Roger Pirates. Only 2 former trainee crew members. Do not concern yourself with those 2. They are unlikely to rescue Roger. However, we must be wary of the possibility that they may serve as bait, Sengoku stated gravely. Green, you are tasked with monitoring the island for any unstable factors, should any threat arise during the execution. Carry out immediate execution on the spot. If you encounter something you cannot handle, report directly to me and Vice Admiral Sakazuki. Green nodded. Understood, Admiral Sengoku. Entrusted with the mission of surveillance and assassination, Green, an expert in stealth, was well suited for the task. Not only was he difficult for enemies to detect, but he could also eliminate potential threats in advance. Sengoku then proceeded to assign tasks to several vice admirals, striving to ensure the successful completion of the mission the following day. Before long, the sun rose as anticipated on the second day. Loguetown was markedly different today. The streets were teeming with elite soldiers from the Marine headquarters, who occupied all advantageous positions, monitoring the entire Loguetown square without a blind spot. From the early hours, the streets filled with onlookers, all gathered to witness the public execution of the Pirate King. Each face radiated joy. The notorious Pirate King is to be executed. What splendid news! Will the embodiment of evil finally meet his end? Quickly, let us secure a good vantage point. Such a grand spectacle must not be missed. In stark contrast to the jubilant civilians, some individuals, dressed in various attires and exuding different auras, displayed mixed emotions. Some were secretly mourning, others wore grave expressions, and some were filled with anticipation as the crowd swelled. A large contingent of naval forces surged forth from the Marine base, marching in orderly ranks towards the execution platform. The clanking of boots resonated as a figure clad in a captain's coat, with wild black hair and a distinctive mustache, approached. Despite being a condemned man, he still emanated an air of regality. Observing the imposing figure of Pirate King Dola, Roger, Green, concealed within the crowd, was struck by his calm and composed demeanor. This was the legendary powerhouse of the seas, the true monarch of the ocean, Pirate King Joel D. Roger. Roger displayed no hint of fear. Instead, he exuded the poise of a ruler, rendering even the escorting naval officers mere background figures. Sengoku led the procession, appearing somewhat pensive. Karp had chosen not to attend the public execution. In his words, a man like Roger, having resolved to face death, would not flee. Even if chaos ensued, it would not alter the outcome. Moreover, he was aware that while most members of Roger's crew had concealed themselves, some still appeared publicly. However, none had come to rescue their captain, as lifelong rivals. Karp opted to remain a Marine forward rather than attend Loguetown. Sengoku understood his old friend's sentiments. Karp and Roger were adversaries as well as friends on another level, and he could not bear to witness Roger's demise upon the execution platform. Such a formidable warrior dying without a battlefield was indeed a lamentable fate. Sengoku ascended to the high execution platform, where he could clearly survey the entire square point. Two naval soldiers led Roger onto the platform, where he knelt with a smile, calmly gazing at the crowd below. "Well then, let us get this over with," he urged. Sengoku scanned the surrounding vice admirals, and Akainu slightly nodded, indicating that all was proceeding as planned. "I am Admiral Sengoku of the Marine Headquarters, responsible for the public execution of Pirate King Joel D. Roger." Sengoku picked up a nearby Den Den Mushi, and his voice echoed through the loudspeakers strategically placed around the square. "Roger, a man notorious for his heinous acts, has continuously disrupted the order of the world, and such behavior is unequivocally intolerable. Anyone contemplating a life of piracy or currently sailing as a pirate, I urge you to reconsider, to think of your families, your friend." A smile spread across Roger's face, gradually widening in the crowd below. Shanks and Buggy gazed at their captain on the execution platform, overwhelmed, bursting into tears as they recalled their adventures together, their tears flowing freely. Mihawk, bearing the black blade Yuru and radiating a formidable aura, stood with arms crossed, his expression grave as he mourned the impending loss of a great swordsman of the sea. Crocodile remained impassive, his expression inscrutable, the cigar in his mouth untouched, in a narrow alley at the edge of the square. Doflamingo smirked, a deranged grin spreading across his face. "Hee, is the curtain finally falling on the Pirate King? This is the fate that awaits those without power or status." Hekati last, a man's voice rang out from the crowd, interrupting Sengoku's forthcoming words. "Hey, Pirate King, where have you hidden the treasures you've plundered? Surely you possess that legendary great treasure, the One Piece." The man's voice was frantic, laced with urgency and boundless anticipation. In an instant, the bustling square fell into a hushed silence, as if everyone's breaths had been collectively held. But a pair of white seagulls flew over the square, leaving behind two cries. Green slowly lifted his head, a knowing smile mirroring that of Roger on the execution platform. "Ah!" Roger roared with laughter, his eyes momentarily closing before snapping open, his gaze shifting from tranquil to fiercely domineering. "You want my treasure? If you desire it, I shall give it all to you. Go seek it." Sengoku's expression shifted dramatically, and he bellowed, "Execute him immediately." The two soldiers tasked with the execution, their faces filled with panic, swiftly raised their swords and plunged them towards Roger. "I have placed all my treasures there." Two long blades pierced Roger's body at an angle, impaling him completely, and blood gushed forth in an instant. All those present gazed in wide-eyed astonishment. Even a legendary figure of the sea, as formidable as the Pirate King Roger, could only succumb to despair after being stabbed, yet he displayed no sign of weakness until his last breath. After uttering his final words, Roger closed his eyes with satisfaction, knowing his plan had succeeded. One could only imagine the frenzy that would ensue for Sengoku and Garp. With a faint smile lingering on his lips, the legendary Pirate King Roger finally met his end. However, a new chapter on the seas was just beginning. He, the cunning Pirate King, Doflamingo, turned to leave. He had no desire to test the wrathful powers of the Navy headquarters. Mihawk swiftly pivoted, having witnessed the fall of a great swordsman. This journey had not been in vain. A new era was dawning. Crocodile murmured to himself. Under the shadow of his hood, Dragon's expression remained inscrutable, deeply affected, his heart in turmoil as a singular thought began to take shape amidst the chaotic images he had witnessed. Shanks bit his lip tightly, his head bowed, weeping sorrowfully, while Buggy beside him was on the verge of collapse. Taking a deep breath, Shanks cast one last glance at the familiar figure with its head bowed, then seized Buggy and resolutely pushed through the crowd to depart. Green calmly observed the departing figures. These are the future powerhouses of the seas, already exuding a certain aura. He then glanced at the white-haired youth in front of him, whose bewildered eyes reflected the sudden agitation of the crowd, chuckling softly before turning to leave on the execution platform. Sengoku wore a grim expression. Damned Roger. How infuriating that he would leave such a major problem behind, even in death. Sengoku appeared somewhat irritable, and the admirals below the platform wore equally grim faces, particularly Akainu, whose eyes seemed to blaze with fury. The words spoken by the Pirate King at the moment of his death would undoubtedly be broadcasted across the world. inciting a surge of individuals lured by the promise of Roger's treasure to venture out to sea as pirates. Sakazuki, mobilize all forces to eradicate the pirates on the island at once. Sengoku commanded vehemently. Even if Roger has ushered in a new era, our resolve to eliminate pirates will not waver. If anything, it will grow stronger. A massive contingent of Navy personnel surged forth, ferociously targeting those identified as pirates, capturing them without mercy, and ruthlessly executing anyone who dared to resist. Green seized the opportunity to apprehend a few capable pirates, further strengthening his own prowess. The public execution of Pirate King Roger turned out to be a boon for the deceased Roger himself. Sengoku and the Navy were outmaneuvered, and chaos erupted across the seas, with countless individuals throwing caution to the wind to set sail, resulting in a rapid increase in the number of pirates. The Navy faced inquiries from the world government, leaving Sengoku in a state of disarray. Even the semi-retired Admiral Steelbone returned to Marineford to take charge at the base in Loguetown. Sengoku's brow was furrowed with worry. That cunning Roger, he had truly devised this scheme. He slapped his forehead and sighed. I was too careless. I always knew he wouldn't accept his execution quietly, but I never anticipated he would use his death to ignite a new era for pirates. Akainu inhaled sharply, muttering fiercely, no matter. As long as there are pirates, we will eliminate them all. Sooner or later, we will eradicate them to the point that no one dares to become a pirate. Green rolled his eyes. Akainu was indeed extreme, capable of such thoughts. Sengoku, pushing up his glasses with a pained expression, said, Sakazuki, the new world is unstable. You shall return to take command in a few days. Understood. I will set off tomorrow. Akainu gestured towards Green, a silent understanding passing between them. Green, I have other arrangements. Once your mission concludes, I will find you in the new world. Sengoku waved his hand dismissively. He then turned to Green, stating, the world government has issued a task requiring our cooperation with the CP department to eradicate Roger's lineage. They have already made some discoveries, and in a few days, Garp will pass through here. You will accompany him. Green was taken aback. What about Loguetown? I will have someone else temporarily take over here. You need not worry. Focus entirely on assisting Garp in identifying and eliminating Roger's vile bloodline. Sengoku declared decisively, leaving no room for refusal. Green could only nod in agreement. Understood. The others immediately set out. Follow me back to Marineford. The situation at sea is about to change. Sengoku departed in a flurry. And Akainu followed suit the next day. Loguetown fell silent once more. But it was no longer the ordinary town it once was. It had acquired a new title, the town of beginnings and endings. The birthplace and final resting place of Pirate King Joel D. Roger. Loguetown's significance had suddenly escalated. Green began to organize his subordinates, knowing he would soon leave with Garp. Naturally, he intended to bring some of his own men, as was customary for all officers. Moria prepared himself. In a few days, we will depart with Vice Admiral Garp. Gather your subordinates, as we may not have much time. Moria nodded. Understood. I will inform them. Green then selected two individuals from his subordinates. One was Dottie, who had begun to adorn himself with handguns, now a considerably seasoned gunslinger. Green had submitted his application to join the training camp. The other was a rather unique case, not Lieutenant Terry, but a boy possessing giant blood named Halen, who, at just 13 years of age, already towered over Moria at an astonishing 8 meters. It was noteworthy that this was prior to his adulthood. Green speculated that his final height would undoubtedly exceed 15 meters, the typical stature of giants. That I'm sorry, Colonel Green, but I cannot leave with you, Terry said, a look of regret on his face as he approached. Ha! Do not worry about it, Terry. Your abilities are well recognized. I am at ease leaving Loguetown in your hands. Furthermore, I must thank you for your assistance during this time. Green replied with a smile, patting Terry on the shoulder. Loguetown will be entrusted to you. Terry nodded solemnly. He had initially intended to leave with Green, but Sengoku recognized his intellect and sought to offer him an opportunity. Thus, he proposed to Green, who readily agreed, knowing Terry would be a far more capable steward of Loguetown than anyone else that, oh, by the way, Terry, a white-haired kid, may be joining the Navy soon. Keep an eye out for him, and it would be best to send him to the training camp. His talent is quite impressive. Green suddenly recalled, specifically instructing Terry to pay attention to Smoker, the unfortunate lad. Rest assured, Colonel, I know him, and I will keep watch, Terry replied with a smile to the Loguetown port. A large naval ship gradually approached the dock, the massive doghead at the bow unmistakably identifying it as the vessel of the renowned Navy hero Vice Admiral Garp. Wahahaha! Where's Green? Hurry and come report to me. We are about to set sail. As soon as the ship docked, a boisterous voice echoed throughout the harbor area. Green, who had long been poised for action, stood at the ready with his subordinates. Saluting, greetings, Vice Admiral Garp. A man with a rugged face and graying hair appeared on deck. Unlike in later years, he held no donuts or silly hats, yet he radiated an overwhelming presence simply by standing there. Ha! You must be Green, he exclaimed, his gaze fixed on Green as he laughed heartily. Green stepped forward a few paces, approaching the gangway lowered from the ship, and respectfully stated, Yes, Vice Admiral Garp, I am Green. I look forward to your guidance. Garp descended the gangway with a carefree demeanor, followed by a young, dashing fellow sporting a round hat and wielding a sword, presumably a young Bogart, who was already accompanying Garp. Ha ha! Splendid, you've got quite a sturdy build, Garp exclaimed, slapping Green on the shoulder and continuing, With such a physique, you should be fighting head-on. That I've heard you excel in assassination. I believe a true man should never resort to sneak attacks. Green felt a vain pulse on his forehead. So all this time, he was insinuating that he was TA man, was he? Ahem, Vice Admiral Garp. I believe individual battle styles vary. There is no need for everyone to take a stand. With a figure like you leading the way, it suffices. Green chuckled awkwardly. Garp, while picking his nose, spoke nonchalantly. All right. Indeed, it is quite challenging to alter one's combat habits. So let us set sail. As he spoke, he glanced at Green and the individuals trailing behind him. Are they all your subordinates? My ship cannot accommodate so many at this moment. Garp's vessel was already at full capacity, and Green's entourage included a considerable number, primarily the 100 or so under Moria's command. No worries. We have already prepared a ship and can depart at any time, Green replied calmly. Garp did not linger on conversation, promptly gesturing for the voyage to commence. He was not well acquainted with Green, having only heard about him from Sengoku and Zephyr. Hence, there was little to discuss. The two parties boarded their respective ships, with Garp's dog-headed warship leading the way, followed closely by Green's elongated vessel. Ha! This little brat is not only unique himself, but even his warship is unlike any other, Garp remarked, pointing at Green's distinctive craft from the deck. Bogart, with his hat pulled low, seemed uncertain whether it was due to a fear of the glaring sun or a manifestation of social anxiety. Upon hearing Garp's words, he slowly nodded. His aura is quite formidable, far more intense than those executioners specifically tasked by the kingdoms. Moreover, he has removed a significant portion of the cannons from his ship and altered its design for enhanced maneuverability. It seems he prefers close-quarters combat with foes. Garp, smiling broadly, inquired, Bogart, do you feel confident facing that little brat Green? After a lengthy contemplation, Bogart finally shook his head. I have not faced him before, so I cannot say for certain. However, I have heard he excels in assassination. It stands to reason that his skills are primarily honed in that area. In a direct confrontation, he should not be my match. Garp turned to glance at his young aide, whose face brimmed with confidence, and he laughed heartily. That little brat Green is quite adept in the dual hockey. His capabilities in direct combat are not to be underestimated. Anyone who thinks like you might find themselves at a disadvantage in a battle against him. Garp had learned from Sengoku that Green was cunning. Despite possessing robust physical attributes and impressive martial arts skills, he could adeptly wield both armament and observation hockey, as well as the Navy's 6 styles. It was perplexing that someone of such caliber would still rely on assassination tactics. Truly, one must commend his survival instincts. Bogart fell silent. He had indeed heard the rumors regarding Green's mastery of dual hockey, which had circulated widely among the ranks. After all, he was considered a prominent figure among this cohort of recruits, having been dispatched on missions just 6 months after joining. Let's focus on the upcoming mission, Garp said, his expression darkening as he and Bogart contemplated the task at hand, clearly reluctant to engage, but feeling compelled to participate. The world government had indeed mobilized extensively to quash Roger's bloodline. Deploying CP agents to conduct a thorough investigation in the South-Est, it was unclear from where they had obtained their information or its accuracy. Attempting to locate an unborn child in the vast ocean was no small feat, even for the world government. Haha, our task is merely to assist them. We need not take any direct action, Carp mused, a contemplative glint in his eye. Green was soon informed of their destination, the island of Guerrilla in the South Sea. So, it is indeed about Roger's bloodline. The world government has made no progress at all, not even sparing an unborn child. Green scoffed, finding their actions to be no different from cowardice. Their ships, fitted with sea prism stone beneath their hulls, swiftly traversed the calm waters. They arrived at the South Sea. "Captain, we are approaching Betrayal Island," a soldier reported. Green stepped out of the cabin, feeling quite bored after 2 weeks at sea. Had it not been for encounters with 2 pirate crews along the way, his ennui would have been far worse. "Finally, we've arrived," he mused aloud, instructing, "Summon Moria and Harlan. Tell them I need to speak with them." The soldier promptly went to fetch them, while Green made his way to the ship's bow, leaning against the railing as he gazed towards Carp's warship and the faint outline of the island in the distance. The heavy footsteps of Moria and Harlan approached. "Captain, you called for us?" Harlan asked, scratching his head in a simple-minded manner. Green patted his thigh, acknowledging the limitations of his position. "Yes, I have a few matters to discuss with you. This mission is somewhat unique. We are to assist the world government's CP department in locating the bloodline of the Pirate King. According to intelligence, the bloodline of Pirate King Roger is on this island and is about to be born." Moria plopped down onto the deck with a thud, a mocking expression on his face. "What? The world government is going after an unborn child." Green shrugged. "You guessed correctly, and we are among the accomplices." Moria felt a surge of anger towards the world government's actions, questioning why they had not acted against Roger when he was alive. Now, following his death, they were eager to eradicate any remnants. "Such is the nature of the world government," Green stated flatly, glancing at Moria. "Recognize your position. You are no longer a pirate, but a justice-seeking marine. Thus, you must obey orders." Moria shot up, glaring at Green. But the coldness in Green's eyes caused him to begrudgingly return to the deck. Appearing somewhat dejected, he had already resolved in his heart to put forth minimal effort and simply pass the time on the island. Though he had never met the Pirate King or had any personal ties to him, he could not condone the world government's actions. Green maintained his calm demeanor, stating, "The task of eliminating the Pirate King's bloodline falls to the CP department. Our role is merely to assist and does not require your direct involvement." Moria nodded listlessly to by the way. "When Dottie returns from Carp's ship, relay the orders to him." With that, Green turned and walked towards the cabin, murmuring to himself, "Finding the bloodline of the Pirate King. With Carp here, good luck trying to locate it." He was well aware of Carp's purpose for being present, regardless of the world government's machinations. Ace was unlikely to perish. However, it was the innocent bystanders who would suffer. Green's gaze flickered. Although the Pirate King was not an admirable figure, he was surprised that his demise would lead to the suffering of so many. Such a scenario seemed unjust. Neither side was virtuous, yet the innocent civilians, especially pregnant women, were bound to suffer. Perhaps he could lend a hand. Moreover, he thought, a sly glimmer in his eyes, this time, Carp is set to undertake a highly confidential mission. As someone to know, should I seize the opportunity to gather some leverage? Ultimately, he dismissed the idea of gathering dirt on Carp, recognizing that it would yield little benefit. Instead, he contemplated how to make Carp owe him a substantial favor. Green began to strategize based on the plot he had previously encountered. If there was an opportunity to capitalize on, it would undoubtedly revolve around the Pirate King's bloodline, that if he assisted Carp in resolving the unintended consequences of rescuing the bloodline. Perhaps Carp would express gratitude. 2 hours later, the 2 warships gently docked. Dottie, who had been undergoing special training aboard Carp's ship, returned and was briefly informed of the mission by Harlan. Carp waved his hand, signaling everyone to disembark, and Green followed suit. On the dock, a group of individuals clad in black suits awaited them, resembling a cadre of underworld figures. "Admiral Carp, I am a member of the world government's CP organization, here to welcome your arrival." One of the suited individuals approached Carp courteously. Even the notoriously arrogant CP organization dared not act recklessly in the presence of a seasoned powerhouse like Carp. Oh, prepare us accommodations. I want plenty of donuts. Hurry it up. Carp showed no signs of politeness, clearly defining the purpose of this mission as an opportunity for enjoyment. Comfort was the order of the day. The CP agents exchanged pained expressions, but still complied respectfully. It was a blatant display of exploitation. Green maintained a tranquil demeanor, trailing behind Carp and fully embracing his role as the Admiral's subordinate, aware of his place as a mere accessory. The Navy personnel were assigned to a specially prepared barracks, and several CP members attempted to linger, only to be ruthlessly dismissed by Carp, while others feared incurring the world government's wrath. Carp had no such apprehensions. Green silently gave Carp a thumbs up, thinking, Admiral Carp is truly impressive. Next, it was time to observe Carp's maneuvers. As dusk approached, a knock echoed at Green's door. Knock, knock. What is it? Colonel Green, Vice Admiral Carp requests your presence. A messenger announced from outside. Green opened the door and stepped out, nodding to the soldier. Let's go. The two quickly arrived at Carp's temporary office, and after knocking, Green entered. Inside were only Carp and Bogart, indicating that Carp had come well prepared, surrounded by his most loyal confidants. Both Bogart and the other soldiers were utterly devoted to him. Green saluted. Vice Admiral Carp. What brings me here? Ha, have a seat. Would you like a donut? Carp gestured to a chair, raising a half-eaten donut and hesitatingly inquiring. Thank you, Vice Admiral Carp, but I'll pass, Green replied calmly as he took a seat. Well, suit yourself. By the way, these donuts are surprisingly good that I must remember to bring some back, but I'll have to hide them well to avoid Sengoku discovering them. After a few moments of self-indulgent chatter, Carp turned his attention to Green. All right, I didn't summon you for anything too critical. I merely wanted to inquire about your thoughts on Roger and his yet-to-be-born lineage. Carp was never one to mince words. He spoke directly about matters, except for one, the lineage of Roger, Ace's situation, which he had lied about to Sengoku. Although Sengoku seemed aware, he chose to turn a blind eye. Green pondered for a moment before responding. With all due respect, Vice Admiral Carp, the Pirate King Roger is a vile criminal whose demise is hardly regrettable. However, implicating others for the sake of his lineage seems rather inappropriate. Of course, I shall not defy orders. If you have any directives, Vice Admiral Carp, please assign them to me. I never expected you to possess such insight, far superior to those fools in the world government. Carp unabashedly expressed his disdain for the world government. Green, seizing the moment, feigned astonishment. Vice Admiral Carp, do you not think my perspective is misguided? Such thoughts contradict the world government. Carp shrugged dismissively, pinching his nose. Those matters are trivial. For this mission, just follow my orders. Green immediately stood at attention, saluting, yes, Vice Admiral Carp. After a few more exchanges, Green took his leave. That kid is quite cunning. Carp grinned. Bogart, momentarily taken aback, asked, are you saying he was being insincere just now? Carp waved his hand, chuckling. Not at all. I believe he was sincere, but he's just rather contemplative. His face lit up with amusement. It had been a long time since he encountered such a clever and entertaining youth. Who had last given him such a feeling? Oh, right. It was his son, Dragon, but unlike Dragon's silent wisdom, Green was more understated yet decisively ruthless. If Dragon had been a touch more ruthless, perhaps he wouldn't have left the Navy. Was the outside world truly that easy to navigate? A smile crept across his lips, soon expanding into a hearty laugh. Ha! Truly an interesting fellow. Colonel, there are 2 pregnant women on this street. We have already recorded their information. Green nodded. All right, let's move to the next street. Though he knew the outcome, one must still play the part. Just as Green was about to depart, an untimely voice pierced the air, provoking an inexplicable sense of disdain. Hey, that Navy. Are you even conducting a thorough search? You think you can just casually interrogate and call a day? Green halted, frowning at the speaker, how a group of CP organization members in black suits strutted arrogantly. And the leader, looking down his nose at the Navy, disdainfully continued, what are you staring at? Go conduct a more thorough search. Don't let any woman with the potential of harboring the Pirate King's cursed bloodline slip through. The expressions of the other Navy soldiers darkened. Who was this person to suddenly issue commands with such an insufferable demeanor? Green shot him a glance and turned to leave. Ignore that idiot. Let's go. Without hesitation, the Navy followed suit. Hey, what did you say? The man in the black suit rushed in front of Green's team, blocking their path. In a fit of rage, he shouted, "Do you know who I am? I'm a member of the world government. You Navy are all our subordinates. You must obey our commands, or I will make you regret it." Green furrowed his brow. This man had clung to him like a leech. In an instant, Green vanished, only for a voice to emerge from behind the arrogant figure clad in black. "I only take orders from Vice Admiral Carp. If you have any grievances, you may address them with him. But do not bother me again, or I will have no choice but to eliminate you." At that moment, an overwhelming aura of menace enveloped him, a terrifying presence that filled his eyes with terror, and he collapsed to the ground. Green cast a disdainful glance at him and waved his hand. "Let's go." The Navy departed, leaving behind a group of CP members frozen in fear, as if they had just seen their great-grandfather come to collect them. "This is outrageous. That guy was far too arrogant. I must report this and ensure he faces punishment." The leader of the black suits, now pale-faced, struggled to stand with the help of his subordinates, his expression a mixture of fear and resentment. Green continued walking calmly, a cold glint in his eyes. Had the world government truly become this corrupt? The demeanor of those individuals just now hardly resembled that of a righteous official organization. Even less so than some pirates. "Colonel, that guy is from the CP organization. Do you think it's truly fine to offend him like this?" Dottie approached, concerned. Due to the island's vastness, Green's team had been split into two. He and Dottie led one team, while Moria and Haroon handled another area. "Don't worry about him," Green replied casually, already devising a plan to silence that fool permanently without drawing suspicion to himself. However, if that imbecile didn't seek his trouble, Green had no intention of killing him. From this point onward, his fate would depend on his own subsequent actions. After completing the registration of all pregnant women across several blocks, Green led his team back to the base entrance. They coincidentally met Moria and the others, whose faces were similarly grim and unenthusiastic. Green exchanged a knowing glance, but said nothing as he walked inside. Followed by Moria and the others, everyone dispersed to rest, but Moria sought out Green. "Green, today we encountered a detestable group from the world government. If I weren't already a Navy member, I would have surely dealt with them myself." Moria fumed. "You encountered those annoying fellows as well?" Green chuckled wryly. Well, you experienced it too?" "Indeed. Those wretched fools seem to be everywhere, even directing us to search all streets and buildings today," Green replied calmly. Moria slammed his hand on the ground, forced to sit due to his height. "Those bastards were so arrogant, completely disregarding us, even claiming we were just a pack of dogs raised by the world government." Green narrowed his eyes. Such words were quite reckless. Even their leaders likely wouldn't dare to say that. Do not concern yourself with them. With Vice Admiral Carp leading the charge, he won't allow those fools to dictate our actions." Green scoffed. A group of self-important CP members truly believed Carp's reputation was mere bluster. Moria nodded thoughtfully, hesitating. "If we encounter those detestable fellows again, may I take action?" Now that Moria had transitioned into the Navy, having encountered numerous high-ranking officers, his once reckless nature had begun to temper. Yet, this was also due to the presence of a legendary figure known as the hero of the Navy. Green pondered. "If you wish to take action, first devise a way to make them err. We must strike from the side of justice, but do not go overboard, as the Navy is under the jurisdiction of the world government." Moria grinned. "Rest assured, my subordinates are quite adept at stirring trouble. We will definitely not strike first." Green gently patted his arm and remarked seriously, "If you encounter someone you absolutely must eliminate, do not draw attention to it. Remain discreet at all costs, and wait for the opportune moment to act when no one is watching, understand?" Moria stroked his chin, a sinister expression creeping on his face. "Ha, is this Colonel Green's area of expertise? I am aware that when it comes to assassination, my shadow fruit grants me an advantage far beyond yours." Ever since witnessing Green's masterful assassination techniques, Moria had unconsciously begun to compare himself to Green, only to be astonished by the realization that he was not significantly inferior. The abilities of the shadow fruit allowed him to manipulate shadows freely, using them to create formidable combat power, making assassination exceedingly convenient, for every individual possesses a shadow. Over the course of several days aboard the ship, Moria frequently sought Green's counsel on various assassination tactics, which primarily revolve around stealth, concealment, ambush, and retreat. Not only was Moria assimilating Green's strategies, but even his subordinates began to subtly imitate his seasoned behaviors. Though they were still far from mastering the art, they at least harbored the heart of a survivor. Green was immensely pleased with this development, generously imparting his knowledge to them, which increasingly influenced their actions. For instance, they began to unconsciously walk close to walls, seeking the shadows cast by buildings, and typically trailed behind the Navy under Captain Karp's command during missions. In short, the mantra was discretion, discretion, and yet more discretion. A meticulous squad of Navy personnel conducted thorough checks on the town's residents, even registering details such as the names and ages of pregnant women. While another team clad in black suits observed with grim expressions, their overt surveillance irking the Navy. However, the identity of the world government officials instilled apprehension in most Navy officers, apart from the few brash subordinates under Green. Hardly anyone dared to confront them. Major Karp's appearances were infrequent. After arriving on the island, he often vanished, leaving others unaware of his activities. Aside from Green and Bogart, it was unlikely anyone knew that the Navy hero had located Roger's widow and her unborn child. Green and his crew began to adopt a laid-back approach, occasionally taking to the sea to deal with passing pirates, much to the chagrin of the CP organization. Yet, there was little they could do, as Karp showed no concern for them whatsoever. "Colonel, we have someone stealthily following us," Dottie reported, his sharp instincts alerting him to the pursuers. Green nodded calmly. "Ignore them for now. Let us observe their intentions." He had already detected the stalkers using his observation hockey, identifying them as those obstinate members of the CP organization from before. The malevolent expressions on their faces indicated they were not merely passing by. They likely harbored ill intentions towards those who had previously offended them. Green discreetly began to wander aimlessly, pondering whether confronting them here would lead to complications. The answer was a resounding yes. It would be all too easy for the world government to attribute the incident to him, leaving him with no choice but to leave the Navy. This was not what Green desired, so he opted to abandon the idea. After meandering, they approached the area where Bogart and the Navy were stationed. From a distance, Green called out, "Hey, Bogart, where's Major Karp?" Bogart, still clutching his sword with a serious demeanor, paused to respond. Major Karp chose to stay at the base to avoid encountering the distasteful CP organization. Bogart's words caused the CP members trailing Green to stagger, their faces contorted with rage as they glared at him. Green gave a thumbs up. "Brother, well done." The two engaged in idle conversation, showing no signs of leaving anytime soon, while the CP members shot venomous glances at Green's retreating figure before turning away. They had no desire to endure open slander against themselves. Bogart cast a meaningful glance at the departing CP, slowly stating, "It seems you've attracted trouble." Green remained unperturbed, dismissively replying, "They're not trouble. The real issue lies with Major Karp. I wonder if the CP organization suddenly meets an untimely demise. Would he need to partake in the investigation?" Bogart scrutinized Green closely before responding in a calm tone. "The CP organization is under the world government's jurisdiction. Major Karp has no authority over them. Even if something were to happen to them, it would not concern us in the Navy." He then hinted, "Major Karp has more pressing matters to attend to. Classified at a very high level. Even I am unaware, but he mentioned you might know something. Care to share?" A smile crept across Green's face. "You've already stated that Major Karp's mission is highly confidential. And if you're unaware, how could I possibly know?" With that, Green turned and departed, leaving Bogart pondering his retreating figure. Dottie followed closely behind Green, suspicion etched on his face. He felt as though the colonel had just shared something significant with Bogart. Yet the meaning eluded him. Inwardly, Green chuckled, recognizing that Karp, typically carefree, was quite cautious regarding Roger's wishes, even prompting Bogart to test him. Their earlier conversation had yielded insights for both parties, yet remained unspoken. Green's implication was clear. Should a CP operative attempt to strike him, would he be able to ensure they would never awaken again? Bogart's response was equally transparent, or rather, it highlighted Major Karp's firm stance. The CP organization belonged to the world government and was beyond his purview, whether dead or alive. This reassured Green. To be honest, Karp was the only individual on the island he truly regarded with caution. Bogart also employed ambiguous language to gauge how much Green knew, to which Green directly replied, "I know little, and in the future, I shall know nothing at all." That he firmly established his position. Unconcerned and uninvolved, his stance perfectly aligned with Karp's. "Ha! I told you that kid was no ordinary fellow. It seems he knows more than we anticipated." At the Navy's encampment, Karp laughed heartily in his office. Bogart swiftly closed the office door, exasperatedly stating, "Major Karp, could you please exercise a little caution? What we are doing directly contravenes the orders of the world government and the Navy. We absolutely cannot let more people know." "Ah, I understand," Karp replied, idly fiddling with his nose, his expression one of indifference and impatience. "You're so tedious." Bogart's forehead throbbed with tension as he pressed down his cap. Weary of Karp's nonchalant demeanor, he found himself at a loss for words regarding his superior, who was likely the last person anyone would expect to be dubbed a Navy hero. Upon returning to his quarters, Green summoned Moria, leaving out Harlan. Among Green's most valued subordinates, Moria and Dottie were now entrusted with significant responsibilities, representing Green. Shortly thereafter, Moria and Dottie entered, Moria still clad in his uniform, clearly having just returned. "Did you encounter those CP fellows today?" Green inquired directly. "Not at all. They didn't show up all day." Moria pondered. "They wouldn't be plotting something sinister, would they?" Green let out a cold laugh. "Perhaps you are correct. We did notice they were tailing us today, lurking in a manner that clearly suggested foul intent. Despite their arrogance, the CP organization wouldn't dare to strike against us, as we are the Navy," Dottie remarked, somewhat astonished. Moria immediately burst into laughter. How naive. Dottie, do you really believe the world government and we are truly allied? Let me tell you, oppression and conflict exist everywhere, and the world government is no exception." Green nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, as long as they conduct their affairs discreetly. What if the Navy uncovers the truth? They can easily sacrifice a few scapegoats. Moria, would you be interested in taking a little trip to the CP's territory tonight?" Green suddenly turned to Moria with a smile, in response to Green's invitation. Moria eagerly nodded, a wicked grin spreading across his face. "Of course. Let me take the lead this time." He was eagerly anticipating the opportunity to test his newly acquired assassination techniques. And this time, he would use those oblivious CP agents as his practice targets. As the night descended as expected, twinkling lights flickered to life. Within the naval encampment, two figures, one tall and one short, donned black combat attire, devoid of any insignia that might reveal their identities, and stealthily scaled the walls to escape. Vice Admiral Karp, along with Green and Moria, had departed. Bogart entered Karp's office to report. He had meticulously arranged a network of vigilant sentries throughout the camp, ensuring that any disturbance would not escape his notice. The departure of Green and Moria was no exception. They had been spotted by the naval soldiers tasked with surveillance. Karp, crunching on Sembe, grinned and remarked, "These two fellows are audacious indeed, daring to take on even the agents of the world government." There was no hint of surprise on his face. He had anticipated this ever since the CP agents had been tailing Green with ill intentions. He knew that this Sengoku, with his vengeful disposition, would never remain passive, and that he possessed enough wit to probe the situation rather than resort to brute force. "Pay them no mind. We know nothing," Karp continued, nonchalantly waving his hand as he munched away. Bogart nodded and turned to leave. In the darkness, Green and Moria navigated their way. Pondering, Karp must have received the news by now. The absence of any intervention means tacit approval. Indeed, the older generation is anything but simple. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Green turned to regard Moria, whose imposing figure was cloaked in shadow, resembling a moving mass of darkness. The capabilities of Moria's fruit were exceptionally suited for stealth. If only his physique were less robust, he could undoubtedly excel as a master assassin. Sensing Green's gaze, Moria beamed with pride and whispered, "What do you think? With my body enveloped in shadows, no one can detect me, especially at night." Green scoffed, "TCH, but what about during the day? Come back and boast when you can achieve such concealment in daylight." Moria, indignant, retorted, "Hey, don't underestimate me. I'll soon develop a method for all-day concealment, and then I'll surpass you." Green shrugged nonchalantly, saying, "Fine, I'll wait to see your new tricks." As they exchanged banter, they arrived at the CP organization as stronghold. where the defenses were exceptionally stringent, rivaling that of the naval base. Green and Moria exchanged glances before swiftly vanishing into the darkness. Moria smiled silently, transforming into a swarm of tiny bats that soared into the sky. Scattering to avoid detection, in a room near the center, a CP member, who had previously been humiliated by Green, seethed with rage, berating his subordinates. "You fools, why haven't you dealt with that detestable Navy yet?" "But sir, that's a Navy captain. We followed him for a while and found it impossible to strike," one subordinate hesitantly replied. With a resounding slap, the leader struck the speaker's face, causing him to stagger and nearly fall, his cheeks swelling visibly. "How dare you talk back? Do you think I want to kill you? Huh? Have you forgot my methods? Either eliminate him, or you and your families will pay the price." His voice, akin to a raging demon, echoed with fury, making him resemble a frenzied dog. His two subordinates turned pale with fear, dropping to the ground, trembling. "You have one last chance. Tomorrow, you must kill him, or do not blame me." The two subordinates could only nod in terror before hastily fleeing the room. They wanted nothing more than to escape. They were well aware of their superior's temperament, often threatening to annihilate them. They had previously engaged in such deeds themselves, and now they were facing the consequences. Beecher's eyes were filled with a fierce killing intent. He had never been subjected to such treatment. Who had not shown him deference throughout his life? That detestable Navy dared to defy him and speak disrespectfully. It was an affront that could not go unpunished. He needed to take the head of his adversary to cleanse this humiliation. He grumbled as he sat down. "Umph, if this were my homeland, I would have had you dead long ago. No need for such trouble. Just let you live another day." The AS for the Navy's reaction after eliminating that captain. "I'll just send those two fools out to die. They've become increasingly useless. If they weren't of any value, I would have discarded them long ago. Damn you, Pirate King Roger. Where's your bloodline? Just come out and die. Why must you make this so cumbersome?" Outside the room, Green stepped from the shadows as countless bats coalesced in Moria's form. They exchanged knowing glances. This fellow truly intended to take action against him and had already begun issuing orders. There was no need for courtesy now. Green gestured toward the interior. "It's all yours." Moria grinned silently, making no sound, while the shadows on the ground began to writhe, slinking through the crack in the door. Moria stood outside the room, controlling his shadow, the shadow mage moving effortlessly within the room's darkness. A shadow himself. The mage was like a fish in water, encountering no obstacles whatsoever. Beecher, gradually calming his tumultuous emotions, relaxed at the thought that the detestable Navy would soon be assassinated by his subordinates, bringing him immense satisfaction. Whether his subordinates would succeed was of no concern. If they failed, he could always dispatch others. Unbeknownst to him, a tall shadow was stealthily rising behind him, quickly transforming into a pitch-black Moria. Can your shadow mage form be controlled? It would be best not to resemble yourself too closely, as that would greatly increase the risk of exposure, and your size is too large. It would be better to shrink your stature. Green began to instruct on-site, offering suggestions to Moria. The shadow mage behind Beecher promptly made adjustments, his form blurring as he gradually diminished in height. He stopped at just over 3 meters tall, his body appearing more solid, and his face morphed into a featureless void with only the representation of facial cavities, creating a rather eerie visage. Suddenly, Beecher sensed something unusual behind him and hesitantly turned to look. His body jolted as he froze in shock. He found himself face to face with a towering black monstrosity. As if the voids in its face were eyes, his expression instantly morphed into one of terror, his mouth opening to scream. But the black creature swiftly covered his mouth. The creature's face split open in a silent semblance of a smile. Then its hands tightened around Beecher's neck, twisting with a crack, though his neck remained intact. Outside, Green looked at Moria, speechless. Moria felt somewhat embarrassed. He hadn't anticipated the opponent's weakness, but the bone was remarkably sturdy, under Moria's control. As Beecher's terror peaked, the shadow mage gathered strength and twisted once more with a swift, decisive motion. Crack! A sharp sound rang out as Beecher's eyes widened, his cervical vertebrae fracturing, leading to his demise. A foul liquid seeped from his corpse, exuding a revolting odor. The shadow mage grimaced in distaste, tossing the body away with a thud. Green spoke up again. That last move was subpar, after successfully assassinating. One should avoid making any noise and leave immediately. You lingered too long, increasing the likelihood of exposure. Moria discreetly pulled out a small notebook, hurriedly jotting down notes as Green continued to impart his insights and critiques. Initially, Moria managed to remember, but soon he resorted to writing everything down. Green waved his hand. "All right, let us move quickly." Moria retrieved the shadowy sorcerer, transforming once again into a swarm of bats that soared into the night sky. Green surveyed the room once more, ensuring no traces remained before stepping into the darkness to depart. This assassination operation had myriad issues, yet as Moria's inaugural attempt, Green believed he had performed adequately, certainly far better than during his own first endeavor. Moreover, the shadowy fruit proved rather useful. The two returned to the naval base. Resuming their duties, as if nothing had transpired, Bogart appeared as if punctually summoned, gathering Green and several officers for a meeting. Out of nowhere, a loquacious individual began to ramble on for the entire night, leaving the audience drowsy, while Green's eyelids twitched, nearly prompting him to draw his sword. It wasn't until dawn broke that the lethargic Bogart finally rose, declaring the meeting adjourned. The speaker still seemed reluctant to cease, wearing a look of discontent. The others exhaled in relief, hastily exiting, having endured an entire night of this man's meaningless chatter, driving them to the brink of madness. As they stepped out of the conference room, a group of CP organization members stormed in with an intimidating air, with one pointing at Green and relaying something to their leader. Green narrowed his eyes, surprised at their swift reaction. Bogart, clutching his sword, stepped forward and coldly inquired, "What is your intent in forcibly entering a naval base?" By now, an increasing number of naval soldiers had gathered, casting hostile glares at the uninvited guests clad in black suits. The leading CP member, unfazed, grimly gestured to two companions beside him, ordering, "Go, identify who dared to kill a member of our world government. Even the Navy shall not be spared." The two who had previously pointed at Green strutted forward, their expressions haughty. They had initially thought their leader's demise would spell their end, only to be unexpectedly subsumed under someone of even greater stature. "My lord, it is he." Lord Betrayal had conflicts with him. He must harbor resentment, thus orchestrating the assassination of Lord Betrayal. They eagerly pointed at Green, their faces alight with the desire for recognition. Green's eyes narrowed further. Being so rudely pointed, it irked him. How dare you kill an official of the world government? Take him away," commanded the leading CP member with a dismissive wave of his hand. A glint of cold light flashed in Green's narrowed eyes as he stepped forward, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, the Sandai Kitetsu. Though one may indulge in reckless speech, one must not speak falsely. When did I ever slay an official of the world government? A palpable chill enveloped the area, as if the very air had frozen, sending a shiver through the souls present. Just as the atmosphere thickened with murderous intent, Bogart stepped in front of Green, blocking him and saying mildly, "Do you wish to apprehend someone within the Navy? You seem to have forgotten who holds authority here." I now suspect him to be the assassin of the government official. I must take him with me today. I trust the Navy will not hinder us," the leading CP member retorted, his demeanor unyielding even in the face of Bogart. That he then turned to Green, sneering, "If I say it is him, then it is him. Dare you question the authority of the world government?" Ha. What a lively scene we have here." A boisterous laugh erupted, cutting through the tension. Vice Admiral Garb, munching on a donut, strode forward, his justice cloak billowing behind him. "I am Alcott, the commander of CP5, tasked with eradicating the Pirate King's vile bloodline," the CP leader declared with a haughty demeanor. "You Navy folks assassinated a member of the world government CP5. I must take him back for investigation," Alcott asserted. That Bogart's voice was cold as he replied, "What evidence do you possess to prove Green's involvement? Your comrade was assassinated last night, while we convened for an entire night. He had no time to commit such an act." A mocking laugh escaped Alcott. "We in CP5 never rely on evidence. As I said, if I claim it is him, then it is him. He harbors a grudge against Betrayal. There can be no mistake." In an instant, Green's Sandai Kitetsu was drawn, and he coldly warned, "It seems you seek death." The surrounding air thickened with an oppressive chill, emanating a terrifying aura from Green that startled several naval officers. This aura was astonishing. Haven't you heard? The one who ruthlessly exterminated pirates in Loguetown is he. The number of pirates entering the Grand Line from the East Blue has plummeted. Most have been slain, with only surrendering or a handful of fortunate individuals captured. Someone whispered, alarmed. Alcott instinctively took a step back, urging his subordinates to shield him, feeling a sense of dread. Humph. If you dare lay a hand on me, it will only further confirm that you are the culprit. The world government will not let you off lightly. Ha ha ha. Best surrender quietly. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences, he continued, bravado wavering. Garp tossed a couple of snacks in his mouth, nonchalantly cleaning his ears and muttering, CP5's trash. Clearly has spent too long among those vermin. Becoming more like them than Alcott's, I twitched in irritation. Could you keep your voice down while slandering me? And by the way, who exactly are these vermin you were referring to? Surely not those esteemed individuals. Before he could finish speaking, Garp pointed at him, unabashedly declaring, Get lost. I'll make you regret it right now. Seeing Garp intervene, Green sheathed his sword and discreetly blended back into the crowd. CP5's Alcott? I've never heard of him. I've only heard of the despicable Spandine and Spandam. Spandine supposedly once led CP5, but seems he either has moved to CP9 or has yet to become its commander. However, Alcott's demeanor is no less contemptible than that of the Spandine duo. His expression and methods certainly warrant disdain. Alcott's face flushed with anger as he exclaimed, What does it matter if you are a hero of the Navy? I represent the world government, and I shall take this man with me today. TSH, Garp scoffed, Don't say you lack evidence. Even if you did, do you think you can just arrest someone in the Navy? You truly have no fear of death. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the entire Navy shifted. Fury that had once ignited their faces faded, replaced by a cold, steely resolve. Bogart shifted his grip on his weapon, while Green's hand returned to the hilt of his Sandai Kitetsu, his gaze fixed on Alcott, ready to strike. Behind Green, the towering Moria grinned, exposing his sharp teeth as shadows coiled menacingly at his feet. Dottie swiftly drew 2 pistols, discreetly disengaging the safeties, while remaining hidden beneath Harlan's feet. Only the oblivious Harlan remained unaware of the brewing storm. Glancing at the armed crowd, he cheerfully picked up a nearby stone statue, clearly weighing several tons that Alcott's cold sweat broke out instantly. Having grown accustomed to flaunting his authority, he had not anticipated encountering such formidable opposition within the Navy. Observing the naval personnel's demeanor, he realized that should Garp give the order, his group would likely be obliterated. Especially that giant. How utterly outrageous. Was he truly serious about wielding that statue? He was the one who had it brought in. Misunderstanding. I believe we need to investigate further. Alcott stammered, embarrassment coloring his face. I was merely eager to pursue the killer. I shall take my leave now. Without a backward glance, he hastily retreated with his men. Ha ha ha! Bring me my cherished donuts, Garp exclaimed, surprisingly delighted, unable to contain his excitement as he produced the treats he had been saving to boast to Sengoku. Green shook his head in disbelief, wondering how Garp could indulge in so many sweets without fearing diabetes. Hee. What a coward, Moria sneered, only to suddenly find himself under the intense gaze of Garp. Moria froze momentarily, lowering his head in guilt under Garp's scrutinizing glare. Hey, you big guy. Aren't you a pirate? What brings you here? Do you intend to abduct me? Cap suddenly interjected with a teasing remark. Moria expressed his discontent, indicating that the cold joke was far from amusing, and then cast a pleading glance towards Green. This is Moria, Vice Admiral. He is now a lieutenant in the Navy and has also participated in the security operations during the execution of Pirate King Roger. Green chuckled lightly at, Carp, picking his nose, appeared utterly disappointed. I thought you were here to kidnap me. How dull. Bogart, visibly exasperated, hurriedly instructed everyone to disperse, fearing that Vice Admiral Carp might embark on some reckless endeavor. After a brief stay, Carp departed, with Bogart closely following. However, before leaving, he turned to Green and said, Orcott will not give up so easily. He is now suspicious of you, and there will surely be further actions directed at you. Do take care. Green calmly nodded. Yes, thank you. I will be cautious. Once Bogart had finished speaking, he left, and the remaining Navy personnel also returned to their duties, leaving only Green and his immediate subordinates at the scene. Dottie pondered for a moment, a fierce expression emerging on his face as he whispered, "Colonel, should we?" While speaking, he gestured to his neck, mimicking a throat-slitting motion, his meaning unmistakable. "Not yet," Green replied with a smile, patting Dottie's shoulder before turning to leave. Moria cackled as he also exited. Dottie and Harlan exchanged glances, sensing that something was amiss with the two. In the following days, the island remained tranquil. Even the pursuit of Roger's bloodline had considerably diminished in intensity. Meanwhile, news arrived from the New World. Douglas Barrett, a member of the Roger Pirates known as the Devil's Heir, had gone on a rampage across the seas, annihilating countless factions. Whether Navy, pirate, or military forces from other nations, all crumbled before him. Green fell silent as he gazed at the newspaper. The ocean was teeming with formidable individuals. Yet, few possessed the extraordinary talent of Barrett. It was unfortunate he had not encountered a suitable mentor, leading to the tragedy of his life. Casually folding the newspaper, Green mused that, regardless, Barrett was an enemy of the Navy if memory served him correctly. His time was limited, and soon he would be apprehended and imprisoned and impelled down, emerging into a world that had long since changed. Furthermore, it was uncertain whether he would even have the chance to escape again. "Colonel, we have noticed an increase in CP5 surveillance around us. We may be followed when we go out," Dottie rushed in to report. Green narrowed his eyes, sensing that they were still unwilling to relent. Logically, he and Moria had left no traces behind. Why were they still fixated on him? Had they uncovered something? After a moment of contemplation, Green instructed, "Inform the others not to venture out alone. If there are missions, they should remain with the main group." Dottie promptly nodded. "Yes, I will relay the message immediately." "Colonel, do you think they will take action against us?" Green shook his head. "I cannot say. I do not know how foolish they might be. In any case, we must exercise caution in the coming days." Dottie conveyed Green's orders, and everyone took heed, refraining from unnecessary outings. Green observed Dottie's hurried departure, deep in thought that Dottie's talent was not particularly outstanding, but his aptitude as a marksman was commendable and worth nurturing. However, his achievements would likely remain limited. While marksmanship was his gift, it also constrained him. Green hesitated, contemplating whether to bestow the fortress fruit upon him. With the enhancement of the fortress fruit, Dottie's potential achievements could be immeasurable. After all, the fortress fruit could provide immense firepower support, far surpassing the efficacy of merely equipping him with additional firearms. He decided to observe further. If loyalty proved satisfactory, he would grant Dottie the fortress fruit in Green's vision. The fortress fruit held significant utility. Besides providing formidable firepower support, it could also be employed to conceal personnel. In confrontations with enemies, they might perceive only a handful of individuals, only to be met with a sudden eruption of hundreds. Such a scene would be nothing short of magnificent. Moreover, the fortress fruit could be utilized to store the devil fruits that Green acquired through his abilities, which constituted one of his deepest secrets. Should others discover this, he would either be subjected to dissection by the world government or become a thorn in the side of numerous factions. At present, Dottie appeared exceptionally suited for this ability, aligning well with his combat habits. Just as he was lost in thought, the door was knocked upon once more, and Moria squeezed inside. "What is it? Do you have something to discuss?" Green queried, puzzled, as Moria rarely sought him out without reason. Moria nodded with a grin. "Hee. I believe we should select suitable individuals for training, specifically for assassination, so that it won't just be the two of us taking action." Green found amusement in Moria's suggestion, sensing his anxiety stemming from a lack of a substantial group behind him. "And no problem. You may choose qualified candidates and commence basic training. However, it is imperative to select loyal individuals. This is non-negotiable." Moria beamed with delight, assuring, "Rest assured, I will select only from the most loyal. There will be no mistakes." Green nodded calmly, allowing Moria to pursue his plans that if successful, it could indeed prove useful. Noticing that Moria lingered, Green inquired, "Speak then. Is there anything else?" Moria, somewhat sheepish, replied, "Well, I need you to teach the foundational aspects since I'm not entirely clear on them myself." Green conceded, "Very well. I shall document some experiences for you to teach, along with Dottie." The so-called foundational experience merely encompassed methods of concealment and stealth, which, while not inherently difficult, were seldom studied. Green was somewhat of an authority on the subject and was certainly qualified to produce a tutorial. Moria left in high spirits. Green gazed at him, bemused by his exuberance. Was it merely the urgency to select a few individuals from his subordinates? He had observed those individuals, aside from a couple with decent physical skills. Most were merely mediocre and would be of little use. Moria's efforts might ultimately prove futile. Nevertheless, the idea held merit. He could keep an eye out for talents in this area, forming a dedicated unit for intelligence gathering and assassination. Akin to CP9. After 5 months of fruitless endeavors in searching for the Pirate King's bloodline, the CP5 personnel grew increasingly agitated. They had exerted their utmost efforts, yet not a single clue had surfaced. They had located numerous pregnant women, but none could be definitively identified as carrying Roger's lineage, as all boasted legitimate documentation proving the paternity of their children. The prolonged lack of results placed immense pressure on CP5, to the point where even Carp had been prodded by Sengoku more than once. Green was aware that the operation was originally slated to last 10 months, ultimately culminating in failure. However, Carp's sudden urgent summons for Green left him perplexed. With the mission at a standstill, what could he possibly want? He arrived at Carp's office, where only Carp and Bogart were present. The usually jovial Carp bore a grim countenance that day, exuding a menacing aura that rendered the air thick with tension. "Vice Admiral, why have you summoned me?" Green inquired solemnly, anticipating significant news. Carp sat rigidly, speaking in a low tone. "Those bastards in CP5, unable to locate Roger's bloodline, are planning to take action against all the pregnant women on this island." Green was taken aback by the revelation. To endanger an entire island for one individual was madness, though it was characteristic of CP5's approach. Have they lost their minds? How many lives will be lost? Green's voice was tense. Bogart interjected. "The information from my informants is reliable. They are already devising a plan, and action will be forthcoming." Green's brow furrowed, his eyes narrowing. "Are they not concerned about the repercussions if others find out?" They have gone mad, attempting to drag us into their scheme, secretly executing all the pregnant women. In doing so, Roger's bloodline will undoubtedly perish, and they can claim to have fulfilled their mission." Kapu clenched his fists. Producing a sharp crack sound, Green's eyes flickered, and he suddenly inquired, "Admiral Kapu, what shall we do? You give the orders, and I shall execute them." At this point, his face was already filled with an aura of menace. Kapu exchanged a glance with Bogart, then remarked, "The individual from CP5 who was assassinated, you were responsible for that, weren't you?" Without a hint of concealment, Green nodded, stating, "It was a joint effort between Moria and me." Kapu's expression softened somewhat. Their mutual candor signified the commencement of collaboration. The notion of slaughtering them all was untenable. Leaving aside the possibility of absolute secrecy, the might of the CP organization would inevitably uncover the truth, entwining them in the aftermath, which could escalate into a major incident. Kapu promptly dismissed Green's proposal, continuing, "My plan centers on rescue. The ideal scenario would be to relocate those pregnant women without anyone being the wiser." Bogart interjected, "However, we cannot guarantee a safe environment. Evading the world government scrutiny at sea poses significant challenges." Green nodded in agreement. It was only natural for Kapu to wish to save these pregnant women. After all, he was aware of the whereabouts of Roger's bloodline, and he likely had preliminary contact with them by now. The pregnant women on the island were, in essence, entangled in his actions, which weighed heavily on his conscience. Becoming an incessant nightmare, he speculated that Kapu had intended to proceed this way. But something must have gone awry, resulting in some pregnant women still falling victim to harm. That it was imperative to devise a comprehensive strategy this time. Green contemplated, "Admiral Kapu, I believe we must first address the safety of the pregnant women along their route to the destination. Only those we can trust implicitly should be involved. Otherwise, complications may arise at any moment." Kapu nodded, acknowledging that this was also the conclusion he and Bogart had reached, which was why he had summoned Green, to personally escort them. However, it was evident that Green had a more favorable alternative. "Admiral Kapu, I had a brief encounter with your son during the execution of Pirate King Roger." Kapu was taken aback. "Oh, you met Dorag?" He was there to witness the execution as well. Yet he was puzzled as to why Green had suddenly brought up his son. While Bogart's eyes lit up in interest, I have heard that Dorag has gathered many reliable allies. Perhaps he could oversee the transportation of the pregnant women and provide safe lodging, Green proposed earnestly. Kapu paused in contemplation regarding Green. Entrusting Dorag with the escort and protection of the pregnant women was not an unfeasible idea. However, the issue remained that Dorag's whereabouts were currently unknown if he were unwilling. Even as his father, Kapu would have difficulty summoning him. Noticing the troubled look on Kapu's face, Green continued, Dorag is a man of profound justice. He would never turn a blind eye, Kapu sighed. To be honest, he had not communicated much with his son and realized that he understood him less than a stranger. However, reflecting on Dorag's character, he could indeed see that Green was right. He would not ignore the plight of others. With this thought in mind, Kapu swiftly produced a din mushy and dialed the number. Click! The line connected, transforming into Dorag's visage. What is it? Dorag's tone towards his father was not particularly warm. Rather, it was somewhat aloof. Green smiled inwardly. If he truly was that indifferent, he would not have left a din mushy behind, though he had not yet become the world's most wanted criminal. He was certainly not a model citizen. Hey, you little brat, do you not know to address your father with respect? Kapu grumbled in displeasure. Dorag fell silent. If there's nothing else, I will hang up. Kapu was momentarily speechless. Quickly raising his voice, wait, there's something I need your assistance with. He then recounted the impending threat posed by CP5 against the pregnant women. Unsurprisingly, this incited Dorag's ire. The din mushy representing him darkened, his eyes brimming with fury. When do we need to eliminate those detestable CP5 members? Dorag's tone was frigid, clearly indicating his murderous intent. Kapu glanced at Bogart and Green before responding, the sooner, the better, to prevent any uncontrollable developments. Dorag's voice came through, I am currently in the Grand Line. I will reach the South Blue as swiftly as possible, but it will take at least 10 days. Very well, in 10 days, Green will liaise with you and assist in transporting those innocent pregnant women. Kapu nodded. Innocent pregnant women, indeed. They are blameless. If it weren't for someone hiding Roger's bloodline, would they be facing such peril? Dorag's words took an unusual turn, seemingly aimed at his father. Green, as if oblivious, remained composed in his chair. Kapu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and sighed. Regardless of whose bloodline it is, the children are always innocent. This time, Dorag did not retort, but simply stated, I will arrive in 10 days. With that, he hung up. Kapu stowed the din mushy away, then pondered for a moment before retrieving it again, handing it to Green. You keep this din mushy for now. Contact Dorag in 10 days and ensure the successful rescue of those pregnant women. Green nodded, accepting the din mushy and stowing it away, his expression slightly cold as he remarked, if CP5 does not act within 10 days, then let them linger a while longer if they strike before Dorag arrives. May I take emergency measures? Kapu understood what his emergency measures entailed. Simply eliminating everyone, thereby ensuring that no one would execute such a heinous task. He slowly nodded. That may be the only option. But let us strive to avoid killing. The focus must remain on rescue. Green departed from Kapu's office. Making his way to his quarters, he harbored a sense of foreboding that the scoundrels from CP5 would not remain passive. If they intended to act, they would not delay for long. If they dared to move, he would eliminate them. After all, Dorag would bear the brunt of the blame. The world's most notorious criminal would not fear adding a little more guilt to his ledger. Dorag, thanks a lot. I'm not in revolt yet, you know. Upon returning to his quarters, he spotted Moria training several Navy personnel with the assassination manual he had provided. These individuals, originally his subordinates, had joined the Navy alongside him, and their perspectives had since shifted, realizing that serving in the Navy was quite commendable. Since they were undergoing covert training, it was taking place in the courtyard where Green resided alone. Green stood silently in the shadows at the entrance, observing the 9 individuals, not counting Moria, who was overseeing them, engaged in training on stealth and ambush techniques, appearing intermittently within the shadows of the structures. Although most could only manage rudimentary skills, their progress was surprisingly commendable. It seemed Moria was genuinely putting in the effort. Divided into 3 teams of 3, The 9 were practicing stealth and assassination, each group covering for one another, with clear delineations of roles. Some focused on range attacks, while others approached closely, and a few were designated to provide cover and watch. Green nodded in approval. These individuals were not devoid of potential, but if they continued to train in this manner, they would undoubtedly prove useful in due course. However, the simulated adversary was somewhat lacking. They had chosen an immobile statue as their target, which seemed a bit simplistic. Moria, if you wish for them to progress more rapidly, it would be best for you to serve as that simulated enemy. Green suddenly interjected, interrupting their training. Greetings, Colonel. The 9 individuals immediately halted their training, standing at attention and saluting, their faces alight with enthusiasm as they regarded Green. Moria considered for a moment before agreeing. That's a great idea. Very well. I shall act as your adversary. Your mission is to avoid being detected and attempt to eliminate me using any means necessary. Green stepped towards the house. Continue your training. The skills of these individuals, Moria included, appeared quite rudimentary to him, akin to childish antics. They required considerable time for training and practical application, as they were far from proficient. In the ensuing days, the CP5 operatives indeed began to lose their composure, dispatching individuals to clandestinely capture the pregnant women on the island. However, upon tracking them, Green discovered that they had not yet taken action. They were merely detaining those suspected of pregnancy. He noted several locations, but refrained from acting immediately, since they have not yet resorted to desperate measures. There is no urgency to rescue anyone. It has been reported that individuals have gone missing on the island, particularly pregnant women, prompting others to quickly sense the abnormality. Some have begun to protest at the gates of the Naval and CP5 Organization's encampment, demanding the release of the captives. As the number of missing persons continues to rise, the emotions of the island's residents have grown increasingly agitated, and the crowd outside the gates has swelled. Carp has taken it upon himself to open the gates, allowing all residents of the island to search, though, predictably, nothing was found. However, the Navy's actions have put CP5 in a difficult position, as they dare not take such measures. The confinement of the pregnant women lies within their own base, raising further suspicion among the populace, which is now gathered in throngs. Are you certain those pregnant women are safe for the time being? Carp asked, glancing uneasily at the bustling CP5 headquarters. Green, who was also observing the scene, narrowed his eyes and nodded in response. I've dispatched someone to keep watch, if they dare to make a move. I shall intervene promptly, he then muttered under his breath, barely audible. This is quite troublesome. With so many people gathered, entry and exit pose significant challenges that Green's concerned are not allowed to linger for long. As CP5 swiftly resolved the issue by violently dispersing the crowd, injuring many in the process. Faced with their show of force, the islanders were compelled to tone down their protests, yet some still shouted accusations from a distance. Alcott, now overwhelmed, found it impossible to concentrate amid the daily clamor outside. Thoughts of eliminating everyone out there crossed his mind. He glared at his subordinate and demanded, how many pregnant women suspected of harboring the vile bloodline of Pirate King Roger do we have? A subordinate immediately responded with utmost respect. Report, sir, there are currently 23 pregnant women, all suspected of possessing the Pirate King's nefarious bloodline, confined within our dungeon. Additional capture operations are still underway. Alcott, with a malevolent wave of his hand, declared in 2 days, execute them all. The bloodline of the Pirate King must not be allowed to persist. Yes. His subordinates exchanged glances before responding with sinister grins. Meanwhile, unnoticed in the corner of the room, a tiny black bat, no larger than a thumb, watched everything with its red eyes. I could see the Navy's encampment. In Carp's office, a knock echoed. Carp casually said, come in. Green entered, and upon seeing Carp alone, spoke gravely. Vice Admiral Carp. CP5 is about to take action. Carp sprang from his chair like an enraged tiger, his authoritative gaze fixed on Green. What? They actually dared to kill indiscriminately. Those scoundrels, with 3 days remaining until the time set with Dorak. CP5 planned to execute the pregnant women in just 2 days, leaving no time to spare. If they were to perish, regardless of his wishes, the blame would inevitably fall upon him. Green's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he decisively stated, I'll take care of it. I'll shift the blame entirely onto Dorag. Carp nearly stumbled in disbelief, his expression incredulous as he looked at Green. Are you really so audacious as to frame my son? Should I not take action against you? Green, realizing his blunder, wore an awkward expression. Vice Admiral Carp, don't worry. After all, Dorag is a defector from the Navy, and neither the Navy nor the world government will let him off the hook. As the saying goes, there's strength in numbers. He won team mind. Carp rubbed his forehead, then replied, forget it, just contact Dorag first. If he can make it in time, there will be no need for you to intervene. If not, proceed as you suggested. However, focus on saving them. Do not entertain thoughts of eliminating those wretched CP5 members, or I will have my own difficulties. Green nodded insincerely and turned to leave. Carp clicked his tongue, sensing that Green was likely leaving with a smirk. Whatever, let him stir up trouble. As long as the innocent are not made to pay for our actions, that is what matters. Green soon returned to his base and summoned Moria. Moria, who had been training his assassination team, hurried over upon receiving the summons. What is it? I'm quite busy. There has been no new intel from CP5. The news of CP5's impending actions had reached him through his abilities, which he had promptly relayed to Green. Green waved dismissively. Training can wait. We have a combat mission coming up. Moria's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had been yearning for battle after days of relentless training. What mission are we taking on those CP5 scoundrels? The primary objective is to rescue those pregnant women kidnapped by CP5 that if detected, we will withdraw swiftly. If we have the upper hand, Green calmly gestured as if to slice through the air. We can silence them for good. This mission must remain absolutely confidential, so we cannot have too many participants. Just your assassination team. You and Dottie and Halen are not suited for this task, so they will not accompany us. Upon hearing that his assassination team would be utilized, Moria grinned widely. I didn't expect them to be called into action so soon. My efforts over these past few days were not in vain. Green shook his head, speaking nonchalantly. Enough. Hurry and prepare. Remember, utmost secrecy. Understood. I'll inform only a select few. Even if others see us, they won't say a word. Moria hurried off. Green walked to the window and pushed it open. The fiery sunset was about to vanish below the horizon, resembling blood. CP5, I hope you all have a sense of propriety and spare me the trouble of silencing you. Suddenly, a plopping sound startled Green, and he quickly recognized it as the sound of a transponder snail, but he possessed only two, one for personal use and the other given by Carp to contact Dorag. Taking out both transponder snails, he confirmed that it was indeed Dorag that was ringing. Click! Green picked up the receiver, and the snail morphed into Dorag's likeness. Green, it's me. After a moment of silence, Dorag inquired, What's the situation? Green did not withhold any details and immediately conveyed the news that CP5 was about to execute several pregnant women. Dorag's anger flared instantly. Those bastards are truly deranged. I'll hasten my pace and aim to arrive in 2 days. If we cannot reach them in time, I'll have to rely on you. Dorag despises the world government yet strives to aid civilians, though he had not yet established the Revolutionary Army. Green sensed he already had a vague direction in mind. Besides, these were available recruits. He was currently in need of manpower and a substantial population. This is my duty, Green asserted seriously. I am a member of the Navy, which represents justice. Although the Navy cannot always uphold absolute justice, I will strive to embody the same principles as Vice Admiral Carp and pursue the justice that resides within me. After a moment of silence, Dorag replied softly, We will do our utmost. With that, he hung up. Green deliberately brought up Carp to remind Dorag that he was aware of his father's true purpose in coming here. He intended to convey, Look, I am cleaning up your father's mess. Assisting your father is tantamount to aiding you. So you owe me a favor. Someone like Dorag does not need to make promises. He understands the implications of every word spoken, and he would fulfill every commitment made. Green knew he would exert every effort to minimize the time required to arrive. Moreover, he was uncertain whether Dorag had acquired a devil fruit, for the formidable ability to control the weather is indeed extraordinary, with lightning and destructive winds being no small matter. If he possessed such capabilities, he might indeed reach his destination with remarkable swiftness. Green unsheathed the third generation of the Ghost Slash, meticulously maintaining it, and infused it with armament hockey, ensuring he was well prepared for the impending battle. Unlike before, this time, in addition to the third generation of the ghost slash hanging at his waist and the dagger concealed upon his leg, he had inexplicably acquired a metallic bow upon his back, along with a quiver containing 10 arrows, all black-feathered and shafted. Green resolved to revive his previous penchant for archery as a means of ranged attack. For his current options were scant, limited solely to the Gale kick from the Marine 6 styles, which no longer sufficed to meet his combat needs. The bow and arrows were crafted during his recent moments of leisure, each component meticulously fashioned by his own hands, fitting comfortably within his grip. The arrows were designed with a triangular cross-section, providing formidable armor-piercing capabilities. Even if an adversary donned armor, they would be effortlessly penetrated. Moreover, Green had exerted considerable effort to procure a small vial of poison, which he deliberately filled into the groove at the arrowhead, ensuring that a mere scratch could be lethal, if not instantaneously fatal. Previously, he had contemplated the assassin's common tactic, poison. However, such substances were exceedingly rare, and quality poisons were even more precious. It was only recently that he had managed to acquire a small vial, sufficient for merely 2 or 3 encounters. Admittedly, this was without even considering applying it to his blade. Should he choose to coat the third generation of the ghost slash with poison, he would likely exhaust the vial in a single use. Truth be told, in this world, the use of poison is regarded with disdain. Yet, Green remained unfazed. What could others do if they disapproved? Should he poison them to death, they would have to rise from their graves to confront him. The mere thought of poison led his mind to impel down, and he couldn't help but wonder where the future warden, Magellan, might be at this moment. If only he could have him nearby, though he might frequently vanish and possibly carry an unpleasant odor. The prospect of free poison was undeniably thrilling. Suppressing his thoughts, Green stepped outside, where the courtyard lay still and serene, seemingly devoid of activity. Yet nothing escaped his keen perception. "Are you prepared?" Green inquired directly into the empty courtyard. From the shadows of the building, a tall figure emerged, as if birthed from the darkness. It was Moria. We have long been ready, and can depart at any moment," he exclaimed, lightly waving his hand, causing 9 figures to step forth from the surrounding darkness, each clad in black combat attire, faces obscured by black masks, and short blades secured at their waists. Ever lingering within the shadows, Green surveyed the group, casting a glance at Moria, and remarked, "Not bad. You're starting to look the part." Moria grinned widely. Of course. We haven't taken a day off, training diligently all the while. Where's Dottie?" Green asked, noticing the absence of Dottie among them. He set off ahead of time, currently surveilling the vicinity of CP5's base, also responsible for preparing the carriage and ship. After rescuing those individuals, he will oversee their transfer, Moria responded. Green nodded, gesturing, "Let us depart." With a swift motion, Green vanished, followed closely by Moria, who let out a silent laugh and transformed into a swarm of black bats, disappearing into the night. The 9 members of the assassination team exchanged glances before blending into the shadows, departing silently. Although their silhouettes and movements remained barely visible, they would be as conspicuous as beacons to the eyes of the exceptionally powerful. Nevertheless, confronting the average, well-trained soldiers and pirates posed no challenge. Green had not anticipated that Moria's chaotic endeavors would yield such impressive results. This assassination team truly resembled something formidable. The CP5 base was enveloped in tranquility, with only vigilant patrols and guards remaining, while those seeking answers had already departed. Despite the arrogance of CP5's members, they were not without merit, as they belonged to a government-affiliated intelligence agency whose combat prowess could not be dismissed. The members tasked with patrol and guard duties were all elite, their sharp gazes scanning the surroundings, ever vigilant for anything suspicious. That Green's figure appeared atop one of the buildings, where Dottie was cleverly concealed in a corner. Intently observing the opposite side, unaware of the presence that had joined him from behind, Green tapped Dottie on the shoulder. "It's me," startled by the unexpected touch in the dead of night. Dottie's body stiffened momentarily until he recognized Green's voice and relaxed. "Captain, the pregnant women should be safe for the time being. There has been no movement from CP5. Based on the individuals delivering food, I surmise they are confined in the northernmost area, where there should be a dungeon. Dottie reported his findings that that moment. Moria also arrived, revealing himself atop the roof, causing the structure to sag slightly under his weight, nearly collapsing. Green frowned at him, prompting Moria to awkwardly smile and leap down. This building was uninhabited, otherwise they would surely attract attention. After a quarter of an hour, 9 faint shadows finally approached from afar, converging beneath the building to join Moria. "Captain, shall we make our move now?" Dottie inquired. Green shook his head. "No, we shall wait until dawn approaches. That is when vigilance tends to wane." With that, Green lay back down on the rooftop, closing his eyes to rest. Below, Moria, observing the situation, gestured to the assassination team to disperse and await the signal to act. After a considerable time had passed, just as Moria felt himself on the verge of slumber, Green suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. "It is time, Dottie. The ship and carriage will not encounter any issues." "Will they?" Green confirmed one last time, as the primary objective was rescue rather than extermination. Green aimed to ensure absolute success. Dottie nodded earnestly. "Absolutely no problem. Lord Bogart is personally overseeing the ship, arranged by Vice Admiral Carp. There will be no issues." Green sighed in relief, having feared that Carp would not intervene this time. He was pleasantly surprised to learn that assistance had indeed arrived. Green glanced at Moria and the assassination team below. Signaling, "Then let us set forth." The group swiftly melded into the darkness, stealthily advancing towards the northern side of CP5's base. The northern section was a civilian area, characterized by generally low houses. Green led his team directly to the rooftops closest to the northern wall. Quickly locating the entrance to the dungeon, a profound darkness enveloped the entrance, and 2 CP5 guards were silently drawn into the shadows, their muffled cries dissipating in the wind. Green furrowed his brow. Saying nothing, the assassination team had exhibited commendable skill despite their limited training time, a feat attributed to their prior physical conditioning, which enabled them to learn swiftly, a feat far more challenging for ordinary individuals. Green maintained his concealment, silently slipping into the dungeon. Although he possessed the interference ability, which rendered him virtually undetectable even to the eyes of the CP5 members, he still held himself to the standards of stealth. He had no intention of relying solely on his interference ability at the expense of his own skills. Inside the dungeon, an oppressive darkness enveloped the space, punctuated only by the faint sobs of women, contributing to a rather eerie atmosphere. Nonetheless, Green paid no mind, directly passing by the 2 guards stationed at the entrance, his long blade smoothly sliding back into its sheath. With a sound akin to a thud, the heads of the 2 guards rolled to the ground, their faces frozen in bewilderment, entirely unaware of their demise, even as their bodies reflexively twitched before collapsing. As the lights flickered, several shadows emerged from either side of the entrance, quickly cloaking the illumination in darkness, rendering the dungeon entirely devoid of light. The assassination team had left 3 members outside as sentinels, while the others followed closely behind Green. Moria, having resolved the lighting issue, bent low and trailed behind. Unfortunately, the dungeon's height was limited, making it excessively cramped for him to stand upright. Green led the group deeper into the dungeon, where over 20 pregnant women were confined, alongside some villagers who had caused a ruckus in recent days, all of whom appeared lethargic within their cells. The CP5 members had shown no mercy toward them, delivering a sound beating upon their entry. As for the pregnant women, they have not encountered any serious harm. However, their treatment is hardly better. Over 20 individuals are confined within 2 small cells, with a dozen crammed into a single room, creating an unbearable situation. Coupled with the constant fear and malnutrition, many exhibit pallid faces. If they remain here any longer, it is likely that their health will deteriorate. Green stands resolutely before the cell door, unnoticed by anyone. Although he has suppressed his interference abilities, the pitch-black environment allows him to remain perfectly concealed. The others, however, do not share this advantage. As 6 shadowy figures position themselves in front of the cell, panic instantly erupts among its occupants. One member of the assassination team steps forward and speaks in a low voice. "Do not panic. And do not be afraid. We are here to rescue you. CP5 intends to execute you. Remaining here is perilous. Now, Follow us out in an orderly fashion, and remember to heed our instructions that if you attempt to escape on your own, you may endanger not only yourself but also others. The initially terrified individuals gradually regain their composure, though uncertainty flickers in their eyes that a slightly older man hesitates, saying, "But they are members of the world government. How could they indiscriminately slaughter civilians? Have you made a mistake?" They remain unaware of Green and his companions' true identities, and their trust in the world government leads them to doubt that the CP5 would harm them, consequently questioning the intentions of Green and his team. The assassin who spoke turns to glance in Green's direction. Although he cannot see him, he believes the colonel is still present. "Those who trust us may leave with us. Those who do not can remain and await their fate." Green states coldly that we are not a charity. Those who choose to stay need not concern us. The members of the assassination team nod in agreement and begin to unlock the doors. The ordinary iron locks pose no challenge for them and are swiftly opened. "Pregnant women, come with us first. The rest must wait. Do not make a sound, or we will not be so courteous." The assassination team directs the pregnant women to leave. The women who have been confined the longest are also the most inclined to trust them, as the subtle information they have gleaned suggests that their chances of survival are slim. They would rather place their faith in these figures clad in black than remain here. Do not go. This could be their scheme. They want you to escape voluntarily, only to kill you, a young man suddenly exclaims, his voice loud enough to startle the assassins. Bang! His words are abruptly cut off as Green reacts swiftly, having looked over the moment he spoke. However, he finds it difficult to approach amidst the crowd, prompting him to shout out as the young man collapses from a punch. The crowd disperses in fear and anger. They recognize him. He merely voiced a suspicion and cautioned the pregnant women, yet he was struck down, leading them to believe he must be a villain. Green coldly regards the crowd filled with doubtful gazes and states icily, "I have warned you. Do not seek death at the expense of others. We are here to save lives, not to beg for your cooperation. You may choose to stay here and await your demise. Our intention was solely to rescue the pregnant women, as they are to be secretly executed in 2 days. Believe it or not, this is the truth, that if anyone else attempts to alert others to our presence, they will not be so fortunate as to simply be knocked unconscious." With that, Green turns and steps away, his form once again shrouded in darkness. Meanwhile, with a chilling command, he instructs, "Send 2 people. If anyone else acts foolishly, eliminate them." The 2 assassins draw their blades and step forward, their icy gazes causing the crowd to shrink back in fear. Silenced by trepidation on the other side, the remaining members are systematically guiding the pregnant women to the wall, one by one sending them out. A large cart appears outside the wall, driven by a man clad in a round hat and wielding a sword, none other than the slightly disguised Bogart. Thankfully, the man's voice had echoed within the dungeon, where sound is difficult to transmit to the outside. Otherwise, it would have undoubtedly attracted CP5's attention, turning a rescue mission into an assassination and abduction operation. Soon, all 20 pregnant women are successfully evacuated. Green listens to the sound of the cart wheels gradually fading away before turning back to the others. Like that moment, the young man who had shouted earlier regains consciousness. His face pale and eyes filled with terror and lingering resentment. Green's voice rings out once more. "Those willing to leave, step forward now. You have 10 minutes. After that, we will depart and leave you to your fate." Some family members of the pregnant women immediately stand, for if not for the 2 men in black holding knives, they would have already followed their loved ones. With a subtle wave, the assassination team begins to direct them to leave with the same method. However, they cannot expect a cart. They are not the struggling pregnant women, so they must walk on their own. Once this group departs, only a dozen remain, whether out of caution or for other reasons. They show no intention of leaving. Green gestures move. With a swift flurry of shadows, they vanish, filing out through the dungeon's main door. Moria, responding to Green's mental command, draws back the shadow that obscured the light and steps out as well. Just as they emerge, Green's expression shifts. He hisses, "Moria, protect those leaving. The rest of you, break through to the north side, quickly." Humph, can you believe someone would actually come to save the remnants of the Pirate King? But since you have come, do not expect to leave. A sinister laugh echoes, the speaker's voice intentionally loud, serving as a warning. The entire camp falls silent, then erupts into chaos as CP5 members rapidly react. Realizing an invasion is underway, targeting those pregnant women who may carry the bloodline of Roger. The patrol and guards swiftly race towards the dungeon, each radiating an air of lethal intent. Green remains concealed, fixating on a man emerging nearby, a tall figure clad in CP5 uniform, topped with a black round hat, standing approximately 3 meters tall. The man approaches cautiously, his demeanor dark, wary of the unknown number of hidden individuals in the shadows. Green breathes a sigh of relief, realizing that only this one individual has arrived. The other CP5 members are still en route, and this is not a trap laid in advance. You all go ahead and cooperate with Moria to complete the task. The 9 members of the assassination team do not hesitate for a moment, scaling the wall to escape, fully aware of Green's prowess. Staying behind would only complicate matters. The hat-wearing man, seeing them about to flee, moves without hesitation to pursue. Whoosh! However, before he can close the distance, a flash of cold light suddenly streaks from the darkness, the murderous intent causing him to halt and kick out. Raging foot, the vacuum shoots from his foot, cleaving the incoming arrow in two, causing it to fall uselessly to the ground. Green's form flickers. One moment he is in the north, and in the blink of an eye, he is behind the man in the hat. After a moment's thought, rather than employing the third-generation sword technique, he draws a short knife that was strapped to his leg as a backup weapon, thrusting it from the blind spot. The third-generation technique is too conspicuous. Green fears that striking without fatality may result in retaliation, so he opts for discretion, but he is not particularly concerned about whether his appearance will be recognized, with his formidable ability to conceal himself and the powerful interference skill. The opponent cannot clearly discern him, and even if they do, they will unconsciously overlook him. The hat-wearing man possesses formidable martial skills, adept in the Navy's 6 styles, including Raging Foot and Shave, and seemingly has mastery over observation hockey. Sensing Green's concealed and ruthless strike, he instantly uses Shave to evade, then without hesitation, retaliates with a kick of Raging Foot. 2 vacuum slashes streak through the air, but Green has already retreated before the attack can land. In the distance, CP5 members are nearing, and Green's figure flashes as he launches another attack from the man's diagonal rear. The short knife, radiating a terrifying edge, slices through the night as it targets the man's back. Damn it! The hat-wearing man finally changes color, realizing his enemy strikes with ghostly precision, akin to an entity that does not exist. Each assault lands precisely where it is most uncomfortable for him. Despite the advance warning from observation hockey, it is as if he is under some form of interference, rendering him less responsive than before. The covert attacks leave him utterly defenseless. Raging Foot, disorderly strike. Countless vacuum slashes emanated from the feet of the man in the top hat, indiscriminately scattering in all directions. Yet, not a single strike found its mark on Green, for he had long since departed. My lord, where is the enemy? The main force of CP5 finally arrived, only to find the solitary figure of the man in the top hat standing vigilant amidst the empty ground, as if anticipating an enemy to spring forth at any moment. It was only then that the man in the top hat approached with a dark expression. Go check if the prisoners in the dungeon are still there. Immediately, a team rushed inside, soon emerging with a dozen villagers who had no choice but to flee. My lord, only they remain. Everyone else has escaped. The informant reported grimly, his gaze towards the remaining villagers growing increasingly menacing. I could see that moment. A figure pushed through the crowd. None other than CP5's commander, Alcott, his face contorted with fury. How could you imbeciles allow this? You let them infiltrate our base and rescue the prisoners without even realizing it. If their goal is my head, am I not doomed? His eyes betrayed not only anger, but also fear as he unleashed a torrent of curses upon the man in the top hat. Until that moment, the man in the top hat glared with rage and coldly commanded, "Silence." Alcott, taken aback by the fury emanating from the polite man, faltered, yet his rank compelled him to muster a bravado. "What? Do you intend to lay a hand on me, Commander? Do not forget your place, Keynes." The man in the top hat, Keynes, reigned in his fury, though his countenance remained stormy. "Commander Alcott, I have long warned that there might be an attempt to rescue the prisoners. Why did you not increase the guard?" Alcott's expression turned awkward. How could he admit that he had dismissed the threat? He quickly donned an air of command. Humph, this is part of my strategy. Designed to lure out Roger's minions and capture them all at once. With a fierce gesture, he pointed at Keynes, demanding, "How do you explain your failure to apprehend them? Are you merely trying to shirk your duties? I tell you, if you do not recover the pregnant women before dawn, I will report your negligence to the higher-ups, and the blame will fall squarely on you." Keynes's face darkened, and the expressions of the other CP5 members soured as well. It was clear their commander was attempting to shift the blame. Reluctantly, given Alcott's authority, Keynes turned to his men and led them over the wall in pursuit. My lord, there are wheel tracks on the ground. They must have used a carriage to transport the pregnant women. If we follow the tracks, we will surely catch them. One pointed out excitedly. Keynes's mind was still preoccupied with the enigmatic assassin he had just battled, whose skills were far from ordinary. Humph, I will uncover your identity sooner or later. However, they followed the traces of the carriage all the way to the island's edge, only to see a distant silhouette of a sailboat vanish into the darkness. The carriage abandoned nearby, and the people long gone. Their faces darkened further. Bring the carriage back. I refuse to believe they can escape. Keynes ordered angrily. Yes, my lord, came the immediate response, as someone hurried to inspect the carriage for retrieval. Unbeknownst to them, directly above, a shadow lingered atop a great tree, its dense canopy concealing its entire form. It was, of course, green. With narrowed eyes, he contemplated whether to eliminate the man in the top hat. After all, he was the only one who had crossed blades with him and could easily deduce his identity. After all, it was hardly a secret that there was a skilled assassin among the Navy. Let us go back, Keynes commanded with a grim face. But sir, Commander Alcott has ordered us to capture the individuals. How shall we explain our return? Keynes scoffed. Explain. Do you think he dares report this incident? The repercussions for him would be far greater than for us. He won't risk it. His subordinate attempted to protest further, but was silenced by Keynes's gesture, trailing behind him as they made their way back. Throughout their departure, Green refrained from striking. It was not that he lacked confidence, but rather that the risk was unwarranted. Even if they suspected him, without evidence, Old Man Carp would not allow them to act recklessly. As he was also a participant in this affair, purling, Green retrieved a transponder snail, and with a click, he connected the call. Dragon, what is the matter? The voice on the line belonged to the ever-approaching Dragon. How are things progressing? We should arrive by tomorrow night, came Dragon's weary reply. The people have been rescued. For now, they are under the care of Vice Admiral Carp on a deserted island, so there should be no immediate issues. Green provided a brief explanation. Why? Dragon suddenly inquired. Why did you choose to intervene and rescue those individuals? You are not like Vice Admiral Carp, who acted out of a desire to assist Roger and inadvertently involve them. You had no stake in this. Why did you still choose to act? Dragon's question unexpectedly pierced the veil of his father's secret. Green paused. Oh, you're asking about that. I simply felt it was unjust for these innocent individuals to suffer. I believe that regardless of what the Pirate King did, he should bear the consequences himself, and it is not right for his unborn child to shoulder that burden. Moreover, the CP5 agents were rather insufferable. Ha ha ha! Dragon suddenly laughed, his tone laced with sarcasm. Do you understand how ruthless Pirate King Roger was? Simply because a soldier mocked his comrade, he slaughtered an entire army. You really believe such a person should be spared the consequences for their family? Green maintained a calm demeanor. He may have slaughtered those soldiers, yet he did not annihilate their families, did he? Furthermore, his child did not partake in a massacre, nor set sail with him to become a pirate. Dragon fell silent. While he too would have chosen to save the innocent, he would not have opted to assist Roger, perhaps believing it better for his bloodline to perish for the greater good of others. Green smirked. I to tell you that I intend to lead the last remaining bloodline of the Pirate King into the Navy, and to cultivate him in a direction entirely contrary to his original path. Is that not far more intriguing? Of course, Green would not disclose his morbid amusement. Hastily arranging a meeting time with Dragon before hanging up, Ace possessed considerable talent. The thought of nurturing him into a competent assassin was rather amusing. Green murmured as he departed, making no sound. The darkness before dawn often felt more profound and hazy than the night itself. Upon his return to the base, he found Moria, Dottie, and the 9 members of the assassination team awaiting him. As Green stepped into the room, several pairs of eyes turned towards him simultaneously. How do you like my assassination team? They turned out quite well, didn't they? Moria was the first to speak, his face brimming with pride. Green shook his head in resignation. All right, considering the short time, they have indeed made commendable progress. But further training is necessary, and practical combat must not be neglected. After a moment's thought, Green assigned them a task. During this period, you will split into teams to monitor the island and gather all pertinent information. As competent assassins, intelligence gathering is an essential component of your duties. Sending them out to gather intelligence not only allows them to gain experience, but also enables them to participate in real combat, which is beneficial for their strength development. The 9 individuals immediately agreed. Soon, dawn broke, and the entire island was engulfed in chaos. The members of CP5 frantically scoured the island in pursuit of the escaped individuals, capturing nearly everyone who appeared suspicious, inadvertently netting a considerable number of pirates and criminals in the process. Meanwhile, on the Navy's side, early in the morning, someone arrived to request that Karp send personnel to assist in an unexpected turn of events. Vice Admiral Karp cooperatively dispatched all his subordinates to join the search party, even demonstrating a notable level of diligence, conducting searches more meticulously than the CP5 agents. Naturally, Green was also dispatched to oversee the search in a specific area. He was well aware that no significant discoveries would be made. The rescued individuals were hiding on a nameless small island in the sea, making it nearly impossible to find anything here. However, while he was diligently searching with his team, a group of CP5 agents approached with an aggressive demeanor, subtly surrounding them. Green squinted towards them and recognized a man wearing a top hat, none other than Keynes, with whom he had a brief encounter. Keynes stepped closer to Green, scrutinizing him before saying, "Colonel Green, I am Keynes from CP5, here to investigate the matter of the suspects being rescued. What brings you here to seek me out, Lord Keynes?" Green responded, feigning curiosity. Because I had a confrontation with the individual last night. A master of assassination. I've heard that Colonel Green is also quite proficient in this area, Keynes said with a broad smile, attempting to gauge Green's reaction. Immediately, Green's expression darkened with anger. "Are you suggesting that I am under suspicion, Lord Keynes? Though I am merely a Navy colonel. Your CP5 has been persistently troublesome for me. You truly believe you can act with impunity?" He outwardly displayed his fury, while inwardly scorned the man before him. Thinking to himself that he had witnessed far more performances than Keynes had experienced. Seeing Green's face flush with rage, Keynes momentarily faltered, contemplating, could it truly be unrelated to him? He quickly shook his head. There is only one master of assassination on this island. If the person he had fought was not Green, he would find it hard to believe. However, as Green mentioned, it seemed that CP5 had indeed been a constant source of trouble for him. Did they truly think they could bully the Navy? Remembering the formidable figure at the Navy base, Keynes forced a smile. Colonel Green has misunderstood. I meant to say that the individual is also skilled in assassination. If Colonel Green would assist in the investigation, it would undoubtedly simplify matters considerably. Green secretly scoffed, then coldly snorted, adopting a posture of lingering anger. "Humph, I dare not meddle in CP5's affairs. I am merely here to follow orders. And the highest authority here is Vice Admiral Karp. If there is something to discuss, you should take it up with him." What a joke. With Karp there to shield him, did they really think they could ensnare him? Did he appear to be a fool? Keynes appeared helpless. It was evident that Colonel Green was the prime suspect. However, unfortunately for him, he was not bold enough to take action against Green, unlike that foolish officer who could confront the Navy hero head-on. Green turned to leave, muttering in dissatisfaction, "Let us move to another location. Encountering them is bad luck. You expect me to assist? Everyone knows that your CP department is infamous for being a covert assassination agency. This could very well be a self-scripted play to deceive honest individuals like us." Keynes felt his blood boil at Green's words, staring indignantly as he and his team departed. "Humph, do you think we are truly powerless against you? Just wait and see." He suddenly produced a broken arrowhead, observing the uniquely treated tip, which bore a distinctive green hue, an unknown toxin that Green had acquired. "Let us go," carefully stowing the broken arrow. Keynes waved his hand vigorously, Leading his team away, he had tested the toxin on the arrowhead. It was a particularly insidious and potent poison. If someone were to be struck and did not receive timely and appropriate treatment, they would succumb within just a quarter of an hour. Though this level of poison wound tea proved fatal to him, no one would willingly test it on themselves. After wandering for a while, Green decided to return to their base, having already conveyed his attitude. Reflecting on his earlier encounter with Keynes, he concluded that this was a troublesome individual. Perhaps it would be better to eliminate him at a more opportune time. As evening approached, Green's transponder snail suddenly rang. Click! Once connected, Drago's voice emerged. We are about to arrive. How are things on your end? Green sheathed his sword, enveloped in the aura of armed color, and casually replied. Currently, CP5 is conducting a large-scale search on the island, and Vice Admiral Karp is also leading personnel to assist. We shall discuss further upon meeting. They agreed on a secluded location on an island before hanging up. Green summoned Moria and Dottie, and, as the time seemed right, they stealthily set out. They cautiously approached the edge of cliff on the island, where a uniquely designed sailboat was discreetly docked. Recognizing the familiar dragon-shaped engraving on the ship, Green understood that this was Drago's vessel. As they arrived, several figures emerged from the ship and looked up. The foremost figure, cloaked in a dark hooded cape, was none other than Drago himself. Flanked by two individuals who captured Green's attention, Tito Drago's left stood a tall figure, his disproportionately large head rather striking, causing Green's eyes to twitch if memory served him right. There was indeed a character resembling this in the original story, yet seeing him in person was still somewhat intimidating. The Okama king, Ivankov. Green wondered if he had now become the king of the Okama kingdom. Green murmured softly, then shifted his gaze to the other individual on Drago's right, who bore a peculiar appearance. Entirely concealed in a cape like Drago, yet he was more thoroughly shrouded, even his face hidden behind a black mask, lending him an air of mystery. You two keep watch. Alert me immediately if anyone approaches, Green instructed as he descended the slope to the location where the dragon-shaped ship was anchored. Drago and his two companions followed suit, and aside from the three of them, no one else appeared, suggesting that they had left the others aboard the ship. Drago nodded to the mysterious figure beside him, who promptly understood and retreated to a distance to maintain vigilance. Colonel Green, Drago's voice was somewhat hoarse, betraying an underlying weariness. Green nodded. I am Green. Drago, how should I address you? A defector from a navy, or a challenger to the world government? Upon seeing Ivankov, Green realized that even if Drago had not entirely aligned himself against the world government, he was certainly moving in that direction. Drago remained composed, despite the gravity of the accusations Green had leveled against him. Just call me by my name. I did not expect you to be so young, Drago remarked, reflecting on his own youth when he had endured his father's torment within the Navy, deprived of opportunities for self-expression. Green smiled. Drago, let us dispense with the pleasantries. The nameless small island where the pregnant women and some villagers are located is marked on this map. He handed Drago a map and inquired, I wonder how you plan to accommodate these individuals. Green's gaze was fixed on Drago, awaiting his response. He speculated that Drago was in the early conceptual phase of forming the Revolutionary Army, uncertain whether any semblance of organization had been established prior. However, with Ivankov's presence and Drago's decisive intent to rescue the pregnant women and villagers, Green deduced that Drago was indeed taking action. He likely had a base of operations, and for him, the more people, the better. Drago replied resolutely, I will take these individuals with me and ensure they're settled in a safe location, with no further harassment from the world government. A glint of excitement flashed in Green's eyes. He had indeed not misjudged the situation. Drago was already in motion, and the Revolutionary Army, or its precursor, was likely in the process of being established. Nodding in agreement, Green refrained from further inquiry, narrowing his eyes slightly. What are your thoughts on those CP5 agents? Drag shook his head. Vice Admiral Karp would not wish for me to engage with them, so I shall endeavor to avoid any conflict, prioritizing rescue above all else. Then, with a peculiar expression on his face, he inquired, speaking of which, Green, do you also harbor intentions of defecting from the Navy? It appears you hold a strong disdain for the world government. If that is the case, why not leave with me? I could certainly use some assistance. Green resolutely shook his head. No, I will not abandon the Navy, nor will I betray it. What possible benefit could there be in defecting? Do you not understand the comfort of sheltering beneath a great tree? Moreover, there are matters that one can pursue outside of the Navy. Just look at old man Carp, who embodies a certain degree of doing as he pleases. Seeing Green's steadfastness, Drag chose not to press further. I will remain in the area for 3 days after I retrieve the personnel. If there are any unresolved matters, please inform me promptly. I shall depart after 3 days, and I will not be able to assist then. Green nodded, and thus they had established a connection, each harboring ulterior motives, purely utilitarian in nature. Green produced a new Den Den Mushy and handed it to Drag. This Den Den Mushy will allow you to contact me. We may have opportunities for collaboration in the future. The Den Den Mushy provided by Carp was merely a temporary loan, and once the matter concluded, it would need to be returned. Hence, Green had thoughtfully prepared an additional one to maintain communication with Drag. Perhaps in the future, there would arise a need for the Revolutionary Army's assistance, such as taking the fall for something. A sudden chill enveloped Drag, as if someone were scheming against him. He cast a suspicious glance at the contemplative Green. You scoundrel, you're not plotting something dangerous, are you? As the future leader of the Revolutionary Army, Drag possessed formidable strength, likely on par with the monstrous vice admirals. Or perhaps even superior. It must be said that Drag's defection was a lamentable loss for the Navy. Otherwise, the ranks of monstrous vice admirals would swell from 3 to 4, unperturbed by the potential exposure of his dubious intentions. Green calmly replied, No, I was merely pondering the identities of the 2 individuals accompanying you. Drag shot him a bemused glance and gestured towards Ivankov. This is Ivankov, my comrade. His identity is self-evident, and he is here to assist temporarily. Ivankov had been observing Green with curiosity and, upon hearing their conversation shift, approached to greet them, though his demeanor was lackluster. Green refrained from elaborating. As a member of the Navy, he had little in common with Drag's associates, who would undoubtedly be criminals in the future. Drag pointed towards the woods. The individual over there is also my comrade. His identity must remain confidential, but he excels in covert operations behind enemy lines. Green's eyes lit up. He had sensed something unusual about that individual earlier, realizing he had encountered a fellow operative. Covert operations, indeed. Wasn't it simply assassination cloaked in euphemism? Your comrade seems quite capable. Just so happens I have a little predicament that requires his assistance. Drag interjected, Hey, I heard that. Green continued, While rescuing those individuals, I clashed with CP5 agents, and they are now suspicious of me. It would be ideal for your comrade to eliminate a couple of them, perhaps engaging them in a brief skirmish to distract their attention, though reluctant to place his comrades at risk. Drag nodded in agreement, understanding that he could extend assistance within reason, given that his father was the catalyst for it all. Well then, let us conclude our discussion for today. Indeed, we shall act swiftly. It will be best for you to present yourself before everyone during our operation, thus alleviating any suspicion. Green nodded and waved farewell to Drag, upon reuniting with the perimeter guards, Moria and Dottie. The 3 returned to their base. Green, who was that individual? He appeared quite formidable. Moria could not help but inquire on their way back. Dottie also looked on, recalling the 3 newcomers from the ship, each emanating an aura of danger, particularly the brooding figure cloaked in a cape, exuding an air of mystery, that is someone destined to make a name upon the seas. Their identity must remain confidential for now, but you will come to know in due time. Seeing Green's cryptic tone, Moria scoffed, I, Moria, shall also make a name upon the seas, albeit under the banner of the Navy. Green remained silent, grateful that this fellow was not Luffy, lacking the obsession with becoming the pirate king. Otherwise, wouldn't he aspire to be the king of the Navy? Upon returning to the base, the 3 drew no attention, with no one aware that they had just made contact with a dangerous individual. Upon returning, Green wasted no time in gathering personnel and heading to a location on the island. It was a village near the coast where a pirate crew had landed 2 days prior, currently replenishing their supplies of food and fresh water while taking a brief respite. They had employed some disguises, ensuring that even if their ruse was uncovered, the CP5 and Navy were preoccupied with their own tasks. Now, They were finally ready to spring into action. Green split his team into two. Moria and Heron led their group directly to a concealed cliff by the sea, a site utilized by the pirates to hide their ships. Where some pirates remained on watch, Green, meanwhile, brought his team into the village, arriving at the entrance of a sizable residence, attracting the curiosity of many villagers. The owner of this abode seemed to possess considerable wealth, as the house and yard were notably larger than those of the others. It was here that the pirates had concealed themselves. Green frowned, a hint of blood in the air suggesting that the owner had already met with a tragic fate. It seems the owner has been slain. Show no mercy upon encountering the pirates. With that, Green vanished into the shadows, followed by 6 others who moved with equal stealth. Moria's trained assassination squad sent 3 individuals toward the coast while the remaining 6 stayed behind. The interior of the residence was vast, yet Green swiftly located the pirates, their raucous revelry echoing through the night. Approximately a dozen pirates were engaged in boisterous celebration, hoisting their goblets in merriment. Among them, a bloodied figure lay on the ground, the quantity of blood indicating they were beyond saving, accompanied by the piercing cries of 2 women, one older and one younger. The pirates seemed invigorated by the sight of blood and the sound of wailing, their eyes gleaming with malevolence as they leered at the 2 women. "You wretched pirates! My husband took you in out of kindness, and you repaid him with murder. Are you even human?" The older woman screamed in a fit of rage at the surrounding pirates, bewildered as to why her husband would shelter these individuals, and utterly a loss as to why those who had coexisted peacefully for 2 days would suddenly reveal their true, vicious nature, mercilessly slaughtering her husband and seemingly plotting against her and her daughter. "Ha! We truly owe you our gratitude for your hospitality." One pirate, brandishing a bottle of liquor, laughed maniacally, his eyes glinting with malice as he surveyed the mother and daughter. "You both look quite appealing. Had we not wished to avoid trouble, we would have long since plundered you. What do you think pirates do, if not pillage and burn? What else could we possibly do? However, we set sail tomorrow, so you are of no further use to us. Let us find some amusement at your expense. Ha ha ha. The captain speaks true. Do you think we are anyone other than pirates?" The laughter echoed, relishing in the despair of the dying man, their cruelty a source of twisted joy that moment. A crimson line abruptly appeared across the neck of the pirate who was laughing heartily, leaving him momentarily stunned. That he reached up to touch his throat, a look of confusion spreading across his face. In the blink of an eye, the pirate, who had just been wearing a perplexed expression, found his head rolling from his shoulders, blood erupting like a fountain, splattering the reveling crew around him. All the pirates stood frozen. Even the sorrowful mother and daughter duo gaped in astonishment. The pirates were bewildered, unable to comprehend why a simple touch to the neck had resulted in such a grim fate. From the shadows, Green scoffed at the scene, finding amusement in their navette, a group of rookies, utterly oblivious to the presence of an enemy. Suddenly, the sounds of 6 blades piercing flesh echoed almost simultaneously, followed by the sound reminiscent of water leaking from a pipe. The stench of blood in the air intensified. The pirates finally reacted. "There are enemies. Be cautious, everyone." A pirate immediately drew his dagger, a sinister grin plastered on his face as he lunged toward the mother and daughter in the center, exclaiming, "I'll deal with these 2 first." Thwack! An arrow, seemingly from nowhere, pierced the pirate's chest, puncturing his heart. The pirate, who had only moments ago been cackling with malice, collapsed to the ground in agony, his eyes wide and futilely struggling. "Damn it! Everyone, don't scatter!" the pirate captain bellowed, his expression darkening, his hand trembling around his blade. He was acutely aware that there were Navy personnel on this island. If the Navy was alerted, it would spell trouble. If only he had known, he would have refrained from killing and fled sooner. However, unbeknownst to him, even if he had chosen to spare lives today, they were destined never to set sail. Green's assassination squad had been tirelessly gathering intelligence on the island. Having inadvertently discovered their presence long ago, Green had deliberately allowed them to remain, waiting for this very moment. The pirate, now lifeless from the arrow's strike, ceased his struggles, blood gushing from his heart and gradually taking on a pink hue. Blood oozed from his 7 orifices, giving an unsettling appearance. Green silently calculated the time. The poison on the arrow acted swiftly, likely exacerbated by the pirate's frail constitution, manifesting its effects in approximately 1 minute. However, this was the result of a direct assault on the heart, leading to rapid toxin dissemination. Green was somewhat satisfied with this outcome. Although the poison was scarce and costly, it proved effective. He retrieved the arrow from the ground and readied his bow once more, this time aiming at the pirate captain. The captain, who was vocally rallying his crew, felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing as if a venomous serpent had fixed its gaze upon him. His countenance paled, and he hastily grabbed 2 subordinates, placing them before himself as shields. Thwack! An arrow struck without any apparent force, coming not from the direction he anticipated but from a subtle angle. Grazing his arm, the arrowhead embedded itself into his limb, causing the pirate captain to whirl around, hurling the injured subordinate aside, while using another crew member to shield his back. He looked down at the arrow lodged in his left arm. Puzzled, was its power so feeble? Yet, judging by the fate of the pirate who had just been slain, this arrow should have easily penetrated his flesh. Why had its potency diminished so drastically? Green stood in the shadows, his expression inscrutable as he observed, patiently awaiting the poison's onset. That moment, Navy personnel stormed in, beginning to encircle the remaining pirates. These pirates, lacking in strength, were quickly overwhelmed, even the remaining officers falling victim to the relentless assault and the assassination squad's ambushes. The pirate captain, now gripped by fear, had been anxious the moment the Navy breached the premises, his eyes darting for an escape route, while simultaneously wary of the invisible killer lurking nearby. With only one pirate left standing, the Navy was ready to strike, but they were halted by a figure clad entirely in black combat attire. "Wait, that captain is of use. Do not engage." One member of the assassination squad emerged to intervene, while the other 5 remained concealed, their gazes fixed on the increasingly terror-stricken pirate captain. A tingling sensation spread from the captain's arm, soon enveloping his body. He felt his left side growing unresponsive, unable to even lift his arm. This arrow was poisoned? He couldn't comprehend it. The assailants were clearly allied with the Navy, but weren't they supposed to be champions of justice? Why would they coat their arrows in venom? Such tactics were too nefarious. In mere moments, he fell to the ground with a thud, his legs losing sensation, pink blood beginning to trickle from his eyes. "Guh!" he gasped, expelling a stream of unnaturally pink blood. Green emerged from the shadows behind him, his visage calm as he regarded the fallen pirate captain, who had yet to utter a word before the light of life rapidly flickered from his eyes. The poison's effect was indeed swift. A mere small wound could disseminate the toxin throughout the body in under a quarter of an hour, and the spread accelerated with time, leading to a quick demise, likely due to systemic failure. Green paid no mind to the incredulous gazes of the other Navy soldiers, contentedly retrieving the arrow, gesturing for the bodies of all the pirates to be taken back. The soldiers found 2 pieces of cloth to wrap the poisoned pirate, wary of contagion, while the corpses of the others remained untainted. Under the ambiguous scrutiny of the mother and daughter, the Navy retreated with the bodies. Had they arrived a moment sooner, perhaps the home's owner might have been spared. Yet, they bore no resentment. After all, had it not been for the Navy's timely intervention, their fate would have been no better. Green walked at the forefront, his demeanor unruffled, harboring a cold smirk within. He was well aware that an earlier arrival could have saved the home's owner. But why should he concern himself? A man who disregarded the safety of his wife and daughter to harbor a stranger, one whose malevolence was apparent, remained a mystery to all. And now that he was dead, no one would ever know. "Captain, Lord Moria has completed his mission. All the pirates have been eliminated, and their ship has been seized and is en route to the port." A Navy soldier reported hastily. "Very well. Let us return directly to our station." Green nodded in acknowledgement, leading his group ostentatiously past the entrance of the CP5 headquarters. That moment, chaos erupted once more at the CP5 headquarters, as a formidable assassin had taken down a patrolling squad. Though quickly noticed by Keynes, the 2 engaged in a brief skirmish, neither managing to leave a trace of the other, allowing the assassin to escape effortlessly. As Green and his team passed by, Keynes, flanked by a group of CP5 officers, emerged, a furious expression upon his face, only to be momentarily stunned upon seeing the pirate corpses they carried. Captain Green? What is the meaning of this?" Keynes queried, gesturing toward the cadavers. "Oh, these are pirates we discovered on the island, engaged in murder. So we eliminated them," Green replied nonchalantly, turning away as if unwilling to engage further. Keynes furrowed his brow and instructed his subordinates, "Send someone to investigate. We must ascertain if his claims are true and whether anyone witnessed Green during the pirate extermination, but he suspected that Green was the assassin with whom he had clashed on 2 occasions, feigning a role in the pirate eradication while his subordinates did the actual work." What? Green truly participated in the extermination of the pirates? Keynes expressed disbelief, scrutinizing the individuals he had dispatched for investigation. "Indeed, sir." The Navy's response to the pirate threat was swift. However, there were witnesses. Captain Green personally engaged, and it is said he was the one who dispatched the pirate captain. A subordinate reported earnestly that Keynes's brow furrowed deeper. It seemed Green was not the assassin after all. There was another skilled killer at play. He found it hard to believe that 2 equally adept assassins could exist on the same island. Upon returning to the Navy's base, Green ordered the concentration and incineration of the pirate corpses, wishing to minimize knowledge of his use of poison. The fewer who knew, the better, to prevent his enemies from being forewarned. "Captain Green, Vice Admiral Carp requests your presence," a Navy soldier announced, approaching with urgency. "Very well, I shall go at once," Green replied, rising to accompany the soldier toward Carp's office. Knock, knock, "Come in." In Cap's office, only he and Bogart remained. Upon seeing Green, Cap laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha ha, young lad, you've done well. Those individuals have already been taken aboard by Dorag." Subsequently, he subdued his jovial demeanor and stated with seriousness, "Due to certain exceptional circumstances, I cannot divulge the entirety of the situation to you. However, I must admit that those pregnant women are somewhat of a burden on me. Regardless, I owe you a favor." Young Green's eyes brightened. It seemed his choice to assist Admiral Cap was not in vain, for he had secured a favor that would afford him considerable leverage in the future. With this thought in mind, he smiled and replied, "Admiral Cap, it is my honor to assist you." He refrained from mentioning that it was his duty, thus tacitly accepting the favor while simultaneously deepening Cap's impression of him, emphasizing that his actions were in service to him. Bogart scoffed silently, deeming it shameless. "Ha ha, my boy, I've said I owe you a favor, and when you need assistance, I shall never decline," Cap said with generous laughter. Green emerged from Cap's office, feeling quite pleased. "What brings you such joy?" Moria asked with a disgruntled expression as he sat in the courtyard, watching Green walk in. Recently, battles had been scarce, and he felt life had become mundane, aside from the assassination of CP5 operatives. They had merely eradicated a band of inexperienced pirates, none of whom were formidable opponents, leaving him feeling as though his sword was rusting from disuse. "Nothing much. The objective of this visit has been achieved. We merely await the conclusion of our mission," Green replied with a hint of ease as he stepped back into the building. According to the original timeline, the mission was still 5 months from completion. However, CP5's plans had been thoroughly thwarted here, with not a trace of the Pirate King's bloodline in sight. Alcott had been scolded repeatedly from above, and he was now as anxious as an ant on a hot stove. Finding fault with everyone he encountered, a night passed in tranquility, save for the occasional sounds from Moria's training of the assassination squad in the courtyard. As dawn broke, Green's subordinates began their preparations for setting sail. The previous day, Green had requested from Cap permission to temporarily venture into the sea to cleanse it of pirates and restore order to the South Blue. Cap readily acquiesced, even allocating some ammunition from his own warship. The long-docked, slender warship set sail once more, darting toward the sea like an arrow. The sensation of the open sea is unparalleled, with freedom wafting through the air, Moria exclaimed, spreading his arms wide with a hearty laugh. The other naval officers also smiled, their previously dull spirits lifted, feeling that even the seagulls soaring above appeared more pristine against the azure sky. "Captain, what is our destination?" Dottie inquired. Earlier that morning, Green had instructed everyone to prepare for departure without revealing their destination, leaving them in suspense regarding the next course of action. "Without a specific destination, we shall sail freely upon the sea, with our target being all pirates. Countless battles await us, and everyone must be psychologically prepared." Green replied, his gaze fixed calmly upon the water. The others were momentarily stunned before erupting in cheers. "Oh, finally, we can leave the island. I love the sea. Ha ha ha. Pirates, here we come," Dottie shouted with exhilaration, turning back to holler. "Full speed ahead." He then raised his voice to those in the lookout tower. "Keep your eyes peeled. Let not a single pirate ship escape." Two naval soldiers' heads appeared from the crow's nest, saluting while shouting back. "Yes, Lieutenant Dottie. We guarantee that not a single pirate will get away." With the occasional guidance from the skilled personnel aboard Green and Cap's ship, Dottie's strength was rapidly improving. His contributions in recent tasks had been substantial, and he had ascended to the rank of lieutenant, with even Moria having advanced to the rank of lieutenant as well. With Dottie in command, Green returned to the cabin and retrieved his treasure possessions. Two small wooden boxes, each containing a devil fruit, one being the sturdy fortress fruit, and the other an unnamed fruit exuding an intense cold. Both were the paramecia type, but the utility of the sturdy fortress fruit was undoubtedly greater. Gazing at the two fruits, Green hesitated. He had initially intended to give the sturdy fortress fruit to Dottie, guiding him toward the direction of a powerful mechanized castle, which could also serve as a storage and transport hub for himself. Yet he suddenly pondered whether granting the sturdy fortress fruit to Haroon would result in an even larger castle. However, upon further reflection, Green abandoned this notion. The sturdy fortress fruit, after all, did not significantly enhance combat prowess compared to other paramecia fruits. Haroon's role was undoubtedly that of a combatant, and it would be more prudent to secure a more cost-effective fruit for him in the future. As for the unnamed devil fruit with its chilling aura, it appeared less potent than the more well-known varieties. Very well. This fruit that emits cold shall serve as a reward for the assassination squad, he concluded. Having made up his mind, Green summoned Dottie. "Captain, is there something you need?" Dottie hurried over, having just been directing soldiers on the deck and momentarily puzzled by the sudden call. "Take a look at this." Green gestured towards a small wooden box on the table. Dottie approached with a puzzled expression and opened the already unlocked box, revealing a fruit adorned with peculiar brick-like patterns. "This is a devil fruit," Dottie exclaimed, astonished, for he recognized it immediately. It was the paramecia type. Sturdy fortress fruit, which he had seen illustrated in a compendium before. Green addressed the astonished Dottie directly. "This sturdy fortress fruit is a gift for you." Dottie was further taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "Captain, why do you wish to give this to me? The value of this fruit is immense. Even if you do not consume it, selling it or turning it into the Navy would be an excellent choice." Dottie struggled to believe that such a precious devil fruit was being casually bestowed upon him by Captain Green. "This devil fruit does not suit me, yet its value is significant. Thus it can only be entrusted to someone I trust." Green replied calmly. "You may choose to accept this devil fruit, which holds great importance for me, or you may refuse. The decision is yours." Dottie had consistently performed admirably, and given that he was someone Green had personally elevated from the ranks of the underprivileged, he felt a sense of obligation towards him. Had it not been for Green, Dottie would likely still be a mere private in Loguetown, rather than swiftly climbing to the rank of lieutenant. In the rigid hierarchy of the Navy, this gesture marked him with Green's seal of approval. Barring any extraordinary circumstances, he would remain within Green's ranks for the foreseeable future. Furthermore, the devil fruit presented today was not affiliated with the Navy. It was purely a personal offering from Green. Green valued this fruit greatly. Should Dottie choose to accept it, he would become Green's unwavering subordinate, free from any ulterior motives. Conversely, should he decline, it was certain he would be reassigned to another naval unit, effectively severing ties with Green. Without further hesitation, Dottie stood at attention, saluted, and promptly took the sturdy fortress fruit, biting into it. Ugh, this tastes absolutely dreadful. With just a single bite, he nearly retched, hastily covering his mouth and consuming the remainder of the fruit in a few swift bites. Green observed with a serene expression, nodding in satisfaction. It was not until Dottie swallowed the last morsel, skin and all, that Green casually remarked, "A devil fruit only requires a single bite to unlock its powers. It is not necessary to consume the entire fruit." Dottie, still reeling from the fruit's horrid flavor, contorted his face in distaste, only to pause at Green's words, looking at him with a mixture of disbelief and dismay. "Captain, that joke was not amusing in the slightest." Green chuckled lightly. Very well. Take some time to familiarize yourself with your new abilities. Once you master them, you'll be able to house individuals within the castle, and store supplies as well. Henceforth, you will serve as both fire support and logistical support. Dottie's expression turned serious. I am willing to serve the captain. A single paramecia-type devil fruit holds considerable value, especially one as sought after as this one. That even after leaving Green's cabin, Dottie remained incredulous. Had he truly become a devil fruit user? Still a precious user of the castle fruit ability, a power aptly dubbed the moving castle. Reaching out, he sensed a peculiar energy coursing through his body. With a mere thought, patterns resembling fortress walls suddenly emerged on Dottie. Rapidly expanding, he hastily halted the transformation, reverting to his normal state. This was not the time for full experimentation. A careless mistake could easily capsize the ship. After all, those with abilities were often poor swimmers. Unable to wield the full extent of his powers, Dottie began to explore alternative functions. Green had just provided him with some suggestions, and he was eager to try them out. Grasping a pistol, Dottie gently brought it close to his body. An extraordinary sight unfolded. A portal-like opening appeared on his form, and as the pistol drew nearer, it diminished in size until it was small enough to be effortlessly absorbed within. Indeed, he found he could directly shrink any object into his being. A smile spread across Dottie's face as he absorbed all the pistols on him, then stretched out his hand, causing a pistol to materialize before him, only to vanish again in an instant, a continuous cycle. After a brief interlude of play, he grew adept at this manipulation, swiftly retrieving and releasing items from his corporeal fortress. Next, he attempted to enter the castle himself. In an instant, darkness enveloped him, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself within a grand castle. The interior was vast and nearly empty, pushing against a wall. A window manifested, allowing him a clear view of the warships outside. It seemed he would need to bring in some furniture from the outside, for the space felt excessively barren. After surveying his surroundings, Dottie focused his thoughts and exited once more. Gazing up at the clouds above, he felt an unusual sense of elation. In that moment, the world appeared transformed. He had grown significantly stronger in recent days and had now become a formidable user of abilities. All thanks to Green. Turning back to glance at the ship's cabin, he was filled with gratitude. News of Dottie's ascendance as a user of abilities swiftly circulated among the naval crew, and a wave of envious glances was cast his way. At that moment, Green emerged, holding a wooden box. Dottie's heart stirred. His gaze fixed quizzically on the box in Green's hands. He recognized it well. It was identical to the one that had housed his castle fruit. If it wasn't the very one he had previously retrieved, it was certainly another just like it. Green waved his hand, calling for assembly. The sailors quickly assembled on the deck. Dottie approached and took the box from Green. Stepping aside, I trust you're all aware that Dottie has become a user of the superhuman castle fruit, a remarkably powerful devil fruit. Now, can you guess what lies within this box? Green smiled. It can't possibly be another devil fruit, Moria exclaimed, eyes fixed on the box, his tone laden with hesitation. Devil fruits were exceedingly rare. If Green produced one, he wouldn't be surprised. However, to unveil a second was beyond belief. What extraordinary luck to possess 2 devil fruits. Green pointed at Moria. You step aside. You are already a devil fruit user. This statement confirmed Moria's suspicions, igniting fervent excitement among the sailors. Is it truly a devil fruit? How many does Colonel Green have in stock? They wondered. Expected of Colonel Green to produce 2 devil fruits in one go. I'm curious to know who this new devil fruit is for, but I wager it's for Harlan. As a giant, he would benefit the most from consuming a devil fruit. Green silenced the murmurs with a gesture, and all eyes turned to him. Indeed, this is another devil fruit, my final treasure, which I intend to present as a reward today. He revealed the devil fruit from the wooden box, showcasing its unique patterns that ignited a wave of desire among the sailors. Consuming it would instantly grant them the foundation to become powerful. Green's gaze fell upon the 9 sailors clad in black, and he tossed the fruit toward them. One among them caught it, his expression a mix of disbelief and astonishment at the precious devil fruit being thrown his way. You 9 performed admirably on the last mission and have been diligent in your training. This superhuman fruit capable of granting extreme cold powers, is yours to distribute among yourselves. As the nine looked at each other, their expressions indicated a mix of eagerness and uncertainty. With only one fruit to share among them, division seemed impossible. The fortunate recipient instinctively tightened his grip, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. It's merely an ordinary superhuman fruit. You should distribute it according to strength and contribution, Moria interjected, not wishing to witness his carefully nurtured subordinate's quarrel. Green added, more devil fruits will come in the future, along with not just fruits, but also famed swords, powerful naval techniques, and even training methods for hockey. These are just as valuable as devil fruits and will be reward for those who demonstrate sufficient contribution. The sailors, once filled with jealousy, now gazed at Green with fervent longing for the promised rewards. Ultimately, one of the nine consumed the devil fruit, becoming the next devil fruit user after Dottie. Colonel, we've spotted a pirate crew ahead. Suddenly, a voice shouted from above as a soldier peered down from the lookout. Green turned to see a distant dark shape emerging on the horizon. Prepare for battle! Aye! The sailors responded in unison, their morale soaring. Dottie summoned a contingent of soldiers into his castle, alongside several cannons and ammunition intended for replacement, as well as a considerable number of firearms. The ship sailed swiftly, sacrificing much of its firepower for enhanced speed, making it outpace other vessels. The dark shape loomed larger, revealing a medium-sized sailing ship adorned with a fearsome skull insignia. Dottie, brimming with excitement, rushed to the bow, and with a thud, several windows opened on his body. Miniaturized cannons emerging, manned by toy-like naval soldiers taking aim. With a series of bangs, small clouds of smoke erupted as nearly invisible projectiles rapidly expanded after leaving his range, transforming into their full size as 3 cannonballs thundered forth, splashing water around the pirate ship. Oh, the power of the castle fruit is extraordinary. This will certainly compensate for our naval firepower shortcomings. The soldiers cheered, with most of their ship's cannons dismantled to reduce weight and enhance speed. Dottie's castle fruit enabled them to house troops within, potentially amplifying their firepower. After all, the ship's carrying capacity was limited, but the castle could accommodate far more artillery. Green, having anticipated this, smiled and patted Dottie's shoulder. What do you think? Quite an impressive ability, isn't it? Dottie nodded vigorously. It's incredibly potent. I'll lead several squads with firepower surpassing that of the ship, allowing us to dismantle all the cannons aboard and increase our speed even further. Explore its potential on your own. The limits of the castle fruit are vast, and it's up to you to unlock them. With that, Green's expression shifted to one of calm as he stepped into the air, creating rippling shock waves that quickly vanished from sight. The pirate crew soon noticed their uninvited pursuers and hastened their escape, yet they grossly underestimated the speed of the ship, now stripped of most of its artillery. Green's figure flickered above the pirate vessel before vanishing again. Some sharp-eyed pirates caught a glimpse of a shadow, only to find nothing upon closer inspection. Captain, the Navy is closing in. What should we do? A menacing pirate, brandishing a large cleaver and flicking his serpentine tongue over the blade, inquired. Just a mere navy. Have we not already slain countless of them? A burly man adorned with a captain's hat and a disheveled beard erupted into boisterous laughter, utterly dismissing the naval forces trailing behind. They were none other than the formidable Hawkeye, a pirate crew of the South China Sea, and the outcome of an encounter with them was uncertain. Since they had already caught up, let the battle commence. A rather gaunt man stepped forward, his countenance grim as he cautioned, Captain, we must not be complacent. His rank within the pirate crew was evidently high, for even the bearded captain regarded his words with utmost seriousness, nodding in agreement. Indeed, the first mate speaks wisely. We must remain vigilant. Our prolonged freedom has been sustained by our prudence. Let us first engage the Navy from a distance and assess if any formidable adversaries lurk among them. A sinister smile crept across the first mate's shadowed features. Precisely. Once we ascertain that they harbor no dangerous foes, we shall eliminate them entirely. The naval vessels are laden with supplies, which would conveniently spare us the need for resupply on our journey into the Grand Line. Suddenly, an abrupt sound reminiscent of a leaking pipe pierced the air, jarring against the surrounding chaos. What a strong scent of blood. The bearded captain sniffed the air, his expression shifting dramatically as he bellowed. The pirates froze momentarily, then swiftly drew their weapons, scanning their surroundings with caution, but a voice cried out in alarm. Enemies have boarded! We have casualties! The utterance drew all eyes, revealing 3 corpses lying near the cabin, each with their throats ruthlessly slit. The earlier sound had been the gushing of their blood, forced out by pressure. Everyone, be cautious! The grim first mate unsheathed his dagger, his cold gaze sweeping the area. The enemy is among us. Gather together! Cannonballs pounded against the pirate ship, splashing water and mingling it with blood across the deck. Swish! A sharp sound sliced through the air as the bearded captain and the grim first mate turned to face the threat. One of the pirates, his expression frozen in horror, was struck by a cannonball that exploded nearby, causing the ship to shudder violently. The pirate's head rolled from his shoulders, coming to rest at the first mate's feet. Furious, the slender first mate kicked the severed head aside, cursing vehemently. Damnable assassin! If you have the guts, show yourself. I shall grind you to pieces and feed you to the dogs. Unfazed by the pirate's rant, Guerrilla, the unseen assailant, flashed his blade, the dark edge of his Santorio blade gleaming with deadly sharpness. He swiftly severed the neck of one pirate before vanishing, reappearing behind another, thrusting his left hand forward to pierce through the back of the pirate's skull. Guerrilla moved like a specter, gliding through the chaos, as pirates fell, either decapitated or stabbed, or cleaved in half by his untraceable strikes. The bearded captain's eyes bulged with rage, witnessing yet another subordinate felled by an arrow that had seemingly come from nowhere. Unable to contain himself any longer, he charged forward, wild with fury, dual curved blades in hand, resembling a frenzied boar as he barreled toward the nearest group of pirates. His instinct screamed that the invisible assassin would strike from this very spot. Guerrilla, concealed in the shadow behind a mast, observed the pirate's growing panic with a cold, emotionless gaze. His blade would not cease its dance until they knelt in surrender. In a flash, Guerrilla appeared where the captain charged. But instead of attacking immediately, he paused for a heartbeat, locking eyes with the captain, then coldly smiled before delivering a merciless blow that severed the head of a pirate before executing a spinning kick. Ranshok. A vacuum slash tore through the air, targeting another pirate, then surged onward toward the captain. Clang! The pirate captain met the vacuum slash with his twin blades, scattering the strike, but feeling the immense pressure that almost toppled him. I shall kill you! Cursed Navy! In that fleeting moment, he caught sight of the white cloak of justice billowing behind Guerrilla, despite the assassin's incongruous dark battle attire. The words justice emblazoned upon it were unmistakable. Captain, be careful! A voice filled with urgency rang from a distance, laden with alarm. The captain sensed impending doom as a chilling aura approached from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he spun, crossing his blades in a defensive stance. Twirling like a top, swish, fwoosh, a long blade cleaved through the air, clashing against the spinning dual blades, sending sparks flying. Guerrilla, missing his target, propelled himself backward, swiftly retrieving a metallic bow and nocking an arrow. The black-feathered projectile flew with lightning speed, striking the pirate captain's left arm. Meanwhile, Guerrilla nimbly perched upon the horizontal beam of the sail, releasing another arrow that pierced through the forehead of a pirate below. The captain, now halted, gripped the arrow embedded in his arm, yanking it free with a grunt, blood spilling forth. Enraged, he snapped the arrow in two and cast it aside, crushing it underfoot while glaring at Guerrilla above. From his elevated position, Guerrilla regarded the captain with a steady gaze, momentarily lingering on the broken arrow, realizing the dwindling supply of his specialized ammunition. With a meaningful glance at the seemingly unconcerned captain, Guerrilla stepped back, his form vanishing, leaving only a ripple in the air. Captain, are you all right? The slender first mate dashed to the bearded captain's side, his voice grave. Waving him off, the captain shook his head. I'm fine. Beware of that wretch. His speed far surpasses yours, and he possesses some hidden, sinister abilities. Both pirates wore solemn expressions, fully aware of the dire predicament they faced. That Guerrilla's elusive presence rendered their defenses perilously passive. They could not fathom that this man, evidently a Navy officer, possessed the skills of an assassin. Boom! A cannonball struck the ship's stern, sending debris flying, as some nearby pirates were thrown into chaos, howling in distress. Seizing the moment, Guerin surged behind the disoriented pirates, his blade cleaving through them with lethal precision. Heads rolling across the deck, flames began to ignite, spreading rapidly. The dwindling numbers of pirates drove the bearded captain and the first mate to the brink of madness as they charged toward the stern. Eyes bloodshot with fury, Guerin cast a cold glance at them, then unleashed a vacuum slash that cleaved downwards, targeting the pirates who lay incapacitated by cannon fire. Each strike left deep gashes in the deck, exposing the iron plating beneath. The naval vessel closed in, and in an effort to avoid harming Guerin, Dottie ceased firing, opting instead to pick off the panicking pirates with his pistol. Moria's enormous form loomed above the pirate ship, crashing down with a resounding thud, brandishing his massive blade aimed squarely at the bearded pirate captain. The captain's expression paled as Moria's imposing presence bore down upon him. He raised his blades in a desperate defense, but the force of the strike nearly buckled his knees. With a spurt of blood, the captain realized the gravity of his situation, his left-hand blade clattering to the deck as he stared in shock at the crimson liquid spilling forth. "Ha ha ha ha!" Moria cackled, relentlessly swinging his great blade down upon the beleaguered captain. The captain rolled aside, narrowly evading the crushing blow, but felt another wave of blood escape him, the color not the expected red, but oddly a sinister shade of pink. He realized with dread that he had been poisoned. Damn it! That arrow was tainted. Such treachery from the Navy. His face was etched with reluctance, hesitating as he pondered whether severing his left arm would halt the spread of the poison. Just then, a long blade, radiating a sharp aura, lunged at him from his blind spot, piercing through his heart from behind, the tip emerging from his chest. "No, Captain!" cried the frail first mate, grief-stricken, rushing over with all his might. Alas, the bearded captain lay dead, his eyes wide open in disbelief, his heart turned to pulp, with not a chance to struggle. Moria observed the pirate captain, skewered by Green, and frowned in discontent. Wasn't this just a theft of glory? Yet Green paid him no mind. After dispatching the bearded captain, he swiftly retreated, inciting a furious raid from the pursuing pirate first mate. But before he could recover from his sorrow, a large sword swung down, aiming to cleave him in two. "Don't be so mournful. I shall escort you to meet him." The frail pirate first mate deftly evaded the attack, swiftly circling around Moria, his dagger striking relentlessly, clearly opting for a nimble approach. Though Moria possessed great strength, his massive frame hampered his agility, leaving him vulnerable to the swift assaults of the diminutive opponent. While he posed little threat, the first mate's attacks were equally ineffective. Meanwhile, Navy soldiers began boarding the ship, and the pirates attempted to resist. However, Green silently claimed several more heads, instilling fear in anyone who dared approach. The Navy soldiers quickly boarded, raising their guns in unison, and the remaining pirates were immediately gunned down, with the survivors dispatched without mercy. Soon, only the pirate first mate and 3 officers remained. Fighting like cornered beasts, the Green's figure suddenly appeared behind one of the pirate officers, his left hand pointing forth. His finger was cloaked in darkness, enveloped in the conqueror's Hawkeye. Finger gun, stab. The Navy soldiers merely glimpsed a flash behind the pirate officer before his body jolted, his eyes widening, pupils dilating as he collapsed to the ground. They could see that moment. They noticed a finger-sized hole in the back of his head, oozing red and white fluids. Green had already reappeared behind another pirate officer. Lifting his foot, storm kick. A concentrated vacuum slash swept across the opponent's neck, the head rolling gruesomely to the ground. The officers of this pirate crew were not weak by any means. At the very least, the first mate Dottie was certainly no match for them. Even with the enhancement from the fortress fruit, Dottie could not contend with any of them. Moria was entangled with the first mate, not because the latter was particularly strong, but rather due to his tenacity. Quick and remarkably agile, he was the type of opponent that most larger individuals despised. The last pirate officer's eyes brimmed with terror. Before Green could strike, he was surrounded and decapitated by a team of 9 assassins. However, unlike the previous 2, his corpse was riddled with wounds, indicative of a brutal beating rather than a successful assassination. Green's gaze turned towards the pirate first mate still engaged with Moria. He was now the sole survivor aboard the pirate ship, while the others had been swiftly dealt with by the Navy soldiers. The sorrow on the first mate's face had vanished. Now it was replaced by urgency and horror. With all his comrades slain, he was left alone, and his primary concern was not to fight, but to escape. And no longer interested in continuing the battle with Moria, he seized an opportunity and dashed towards the ship's edge, leaping off the deck and plunging into the sea. Not good, he asked, trying to flee. Moria thundered after him, but his slower pace rendered him unable to catch up, leaving him to shout. The frail pirate first mate, eyes fixed on the increasingly close sea surface, realized he was mere moments away from diving into the ocean. Though survival in the vast waters was uncertain, escaping the clutches of those vile Navy soldiers sparked a glimmer of hope within him. Hiss! Just as exhilaration coursed through him, a black feathered arrow, akin to a bolt of lightning, shot from behind, piercing through his back and into his heart, sending a bloodied projectile ahead into the sea. Splash! Moria watched as the pirate fell into the water, his gaze fixed on the surface, which quickly turned crimson, a corpse slowly surfacing, revealing a back still bleeding profusely. It was the very diminutive opponent he had just battled. Moria erupted into gleeful laughter. He thought you could escape? You think you can flee before Lord Moria? Green silently stored away his metallic bow, bemused by Moria's unwarranted triumph. Why was he so pleased? He hadn't even dealt the final blow. Clean up the battlefield and take what's useful. Let the ship burn. With a casual command, Green returned to the warship ahead of the others. This pirate crew was merely a bunch of impoverished souls lacking devil fruit abilities. Yet they had contributed a few martial arts experts, fortifying his own ranks. The Navy soldiers worked efficiently, transporting all useful supplies back to the warship while collecting the heads of the bountied pirates. Leaving the pirate ship to be engulfed by flames, Dottie made another trip to carry some surplus supplies back to his castle, along with some seized cannons and ammunition, re-establishing a small garrison. His firepower had significantly increased. The warship now boasted 5 cannons, while the pirate ship's smaller artillery numbered 10. With ample ammunition stored, 2 Navy squads were now stationed within, and for them, residing in the castle felt far better than drifting on the warship, providing a sense of stability. Captain, we've discovered a small, uninhabited island ahead. Shall we land? Just as Green popped a few light orbs into his mouth, wincing in pain, a messenger approached with the report. An uninhabited island? Isn't it recorded on the charts? Green pressed his fingers to his aching temples. There were countless islands in the ocean, most of which have been documented, even the smaller ones, the soldier promptly replied. It is indeed noted on the charts, but without much detail. It's merely known to be uninhabited. Then let us land. We can rest there temporarily. Green waved dismissively, not overly concerned. After the recent battle, a brief respite on an island sounded pleasant. The warship adjusted its course slightly, heading towards a small island shrouded in dense forest. Meanwhile, 2 sailing vessels approached the island from opposite directions. One was a pirate ship flying the Jolly Roger, while the other was a smaller craft, lagging behind. Where are they now? A low voice echoed in a dimly lit cabin. Latest intelligence indicates they will temporarily rest on the island ahead. Another voice chimed in. Additionally, they had just annihilated the bearded pirate crew, including Captain Doubleblade Bearded and Rocksnake, who were easily dispatched. Great Captain, are you truly certain we should wade into these murky waters? The speaker's tone carried a hint of mockery, showing no respect for the man before him, despite being his captain. Haha, of course. We are pirates. Pirates will do anything for treasure. Killing them could earn us a whopping 80 million berries. That's enough for us to indulge for quite some time. The low voice erupted into a boisterous laugh, exuding a touch of madness. Keek, truly worthy of being the captain. Green's elongated warship slowly approached the shore. Due to shallow waters surrounding the island, the vessel could only dock against the cliffside. The sole area safe from running aground. Leaving 2 squads of soldiers to guard the warship, Green led his men ashore. The small island was indeed not large, having circled it while searching for a docking spot. He noted it was only a few kilometers long and wide. However, it was enveloped in dense forest, and through the trees, he could see small animals moving about, suggesting the island posed no danger. Ah, it feels good to be on solid ground. Green took a deep breath, expressing his relief. Captain, while on the ship, you could reside in my castle. It's also solid ground and allows for easy access outside. Dottie chuckled. Green waved his hand dismissively. Let us skip that. While it may feel better, I'd prefer to adjust to the ship's environment instead. IT is no jest. This is a world predominantly governed by water. And it is by no means an exaggeration to say that one might spend the majority of their time aboard a vessel. Pray tell, which formidable navy does not find itself at sea more often than on land? Colonel, they wish to gather some fruit on the island, a few soldiers murmured beside Dottie, who then approached Green and said, Go ahead, but do not stray too far. We shall not linger for long. Green waved dismissively to I in the distance. Several soldiers immediately brightened, nodding eagerly. Yes, Colonel. Dottie chuckled. The Colonel has consented, but you must be swift. Several naval squads ventured into the forest, heading towards the area where they had previously spotted fruit. Indeed, on the ocean, fruit is a luxury, as ships cannot store much, and it is prone to spoilage. Green pondered whether he should cultivate some fruits and vegetables like Luffy's later vessel, rarely having the opportunity to relax. Green leaned against a grand tree, lost in thought. Suddenly, a faint sound wafted through the breeze, sharpening his senses. In an instant, he sprang to his feet and turned towards a direction on the island, startling Moria and Harlan, who were lounging nearby. What is it? Moria inquired. Are there any of our men in that direction? Green asked, furrowing his brow with a grave expression. Yes, a squad reported seeing some apples over there and went to pick them. Dottie replied, gripping a handgun. Green had just heard a brief whimper, reminiscent of a muffled scream, a sound he recognized from his earlier days of assassination when his targets would often emit such cries. Gather everyone immediately. This island is dangerous, Green decisively commanded, instructing Dottie to signal. Dottie promptly produced a large metal horn and blew it, the sound resembling an alarm that could travel far, ensuring the Navy on the island would hear it. Soon, all soldiers, except those remaining on the ship, hurried back. After a moment, Green and Dottie exchanged glances, both realizing something was amiss. Colonel, 2 squads are missing, Dottie said in a low voice. Each squad comprised around 10 men. And Green's forces had been divided into 10 squads. Aside from the 2 left on the ship, there should be 8 present. Yet, only 6 squads had assembled, with 2 still absent from the forest, despite having ample time to return. Unless something had occurred, Green's expression darkened as he glanced at Moria, who immediately sent several small bats flying from his shadow into the forest. Moments later, Moria abruptly turned his head towards a direction in the forest, a cold smile on his face. Foolish ones hiding in the shadows, I've already spotted you. Come forth. Green's observation Hawkeye had only recently improved marginally. Even at full strength, he could only perceive to the edge of the forest Moria indicated. Unable to discern what lay within. Ha! I never imagined the legends to be true. Moria, you have indeed become the government's lapdog. A mocking voice emanated from the forest. Infuriating Moria, a towering one-eyed giant emerged. Standing at 5 meters tall, with one eye obscured by a leather patch, suggesting he was blind in that eye. Clad in a tight-fitting combat outfit, his body was a mass of explosive muscle, his remaining eye gleaming with ferocity and malice as he mocked Moria. Behind him, a group of fierce-looking pirates followed, numbering fewer than 20, yet each emanated a formidable aura. Moria recognized the figure immediately, exclaiming, Damn you, Ward Bank! You scoundrel, you have come to the South Blue. Have you been ousted from the Grand Line? Simultaneously, he quietly explained to Green, that one-eyed fellow is Ward Bank, a pirate from the Grand Line, with a bounty of 230 million, slightly higher than mine, that he is exceptionally skilled in hand-to-hand combat. He then added with a hint of trepidation, And do you see that short old man behind him? He is no mere elderly. That is merely his disguise. He is a cunning and vicious individual. A portion of Warbank's bounty is due to his schemes. Green scrutinized the figure standing discreetly behind the one-eyed giant. Indeed, he appeared to be an old man with a face full of wrinkles. Yet his aura was undeniably strong, rivaling that of the one-eyed pirate before him. Removing his justice cloak and tossing it onto a nearby tree trunk, Green placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. The Sandai Kititsa Dottie, who had been with him the longest, was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had seen the colonel so serious, indicating that their adversaries were formidable, that he silently heightened his guard, alerting the Navy soldiers in the castle to prepare for an attack. Harlan, sensing the unrestrained murderous intent emanating from the pirates towards Colonel Green, angrily uprooted a large tree and positioned it before Green. Moria also brandished his large blade, his expression cautious. "What have you done to my subordinates?" Green inquired calmly, narrowing his eyes. "Huh, you mean those weakling Navy men?" Wardbank's remaining eye glinted with murderous intent as he laughed heartily. "I found them bothersome and have killed them all." Green's expression remained placid, yet a chilling glint surged in his eyes, causing the old man behind Wardbank to flinch. What is this overwhelming killing intent? He gazed at Green in disbelief, unable to fathom that such a fleeting yet immense aura of malice could belong to the young Navy officer before him. Green tightened his grip on the sword hilt, ready to strike, when suddenly another voice emerged from the opposite side of the forest. Tap, tap. The sound of footsteps approached, and a man stepped forth from the trees. He wore a sleeveless top that perfectly outlined his muscular physique, with loose leather pants reaching only to his knees and half-length leather boots that snapped a dry twig underfoot. His hair blazed like flames, captivating all who beheld him, as though the sun's final rays were enveloped by his golden mane. Moria felt an imminent threat from this newcomer, sensing an aura that subtly surpassed even that of the one-eyed Wardbank. Dottie and the other Navy officers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. It was clear this man was no ordinary opponent. Harlan, wielding the massive tree as a weapon, swiftly redirected his focus towards the man. Green's heart sank. Although Harlan obstructed his view, he could ascertain from the aura alone that yet another individual of considerable strength had arrived. "Oh, what a gathering!" The newly appeared man greeted brightly, glancing at the pirates nearby with a barely perceptible frown before shifting his gaze to the Navy. "SOU are my targets this time." Navy? He regarded them with utter disdain, directly mocking the naval contingent. "Although taking on the Navy does not align with my profession, someone has offered a handsome sum for your heads, and I happen to be in need of money, so I shall deal with you. Fear not. As compensation, I will also rid you of those bothersome pirates." His self-assured monologue incited the ire of both the Navy and pirates alike. Suddenly, Harlan stumbled, and Green deftly pushed him aside, turning to face the speaker. Upon recognizing the man's features, Green's expression remained calm, yet a smile began to creep at the corners of his mouth. Green's sudden action left the Navy bewildered. Was he truly pushing aside Harlan, the giant, with one hand? Even if he were an adolescent of the giant race, did giants not value their dignity? Suddenly, Dottie, who had been closely following Green, noticed that although the colonel's expression